Chapter 1: Breaking up with the beautiful ex-girlfriend, the belated arrival of the godly rich system. River City. Window seat at Starbucks cafe. Aren't you going to say anything? Jiang Na was wearing a brown coat, black stockings on her legs, holding a cup of coffee in her hand, and looking at the man sitting opposite her with her phoenix eyes. Lin Fan looked at Jiang Na in front of him, feeling somewhat numb. He was once full of vigor and vitality, but now his edges have been completely smoothed out by life. Lin Fan, if you had listened to my father and arranged a position in the county to train at the grassroots level, maybe you would have been transferred to the capital this year, or even, we would have been married. It's all my fault. No. It's not your fault. I misjudged you. I've been with you for 5 or 6 years. I should have seen clearly that you can't cross the class barrier. Sorry. Jiang Na was completely disappointed with Lin Fan. She picked up her bag, stood up and left. Lin Fan did not stop him and just watched quietly. He and Jiang Na met in college. Jiang Na was a popular figure in the school at that time and many people were pursuing her. Lin Fan spent several months and finally got her. After graduation, both parties met their parents. Jiang Na's father was an official in the capital. He gave Lin Fan 2 choices, but Lin Fan did not choose either of them. Instead, he chose to develop in Jiangcheng, and Jiang Na accompanied him. Not long after, Lin Fan joined a state-owned enterprise. The salary and benefits were decent. After deducting the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, his salary could even reach tens of thousands. Jiang Na also successfully reached shore. They thought life would get better and better, but they never expected that 2 or 3 years after graduation, Lin Fan and Jiang Na were still squeezed in a 50-square-meter apartment, eating at roadside stalls, and their lives seemed to have come to an end. Lin Fan and Jiang Na's salaries added together, minus the rent, there are still a lot of miscellaneous expenses. At the end of the month, they can hardly save much money. The breakup was peaceful. There was no quarrel between the 2 parties and no one tried to keep the other party. Lin Fan looked at the steaming coffee on the table across from him, feeling a little bewildered. As Jiang Na said, if she had really listened to her father and gone to the grassroots for training, perhaps the outcome would be different now. But this kind of controlled life was never what Lin Fan needed. The indulgent godly rich system has been bound. With the help of this system, the host can indulge in his current life at will. Any indulgence will be rewarded and rewarded by the system. Any consumption behavior will receive double cashback. Note, the property provided by the system will be automatically deposited into your bank card and has been legalized. Life is bad enough, why not indulge yourself in the remaining time, at least, make yourself feel better? A series of voices rang in Lin Fan's mind. Before Lin Fan could figure out what was going on, he paid the bill and left the cafe. Ding! The host has successfully consumed 128 yuan, and received a 10-fold cashback, a reward of 1,280 yuan. Lin Fan quickly took out his cell phone and a text message popped up immediately. Your account ending in 7126 has been credited with 1,280 yuan, and the current balance is 39,080 yuan. There were only savings from the past few years in the account, which was not much. But after seeing the money from the system really arrive, Lin Fan realized that this was not a scam. It's a real system. Lin Fan's expression turned into joy. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and opened the chat interface with Jiang Na again. Now that he had money, of course he had to get his beautiful ex-girlfriend back first. After clicking on the transfer button, he discovered that the end of the other party's name was no longer displayed on the transfer interface. Unconvinced, Lin Fan opened her circle of friends and saw that it had gone from being unlimited at the beginning to 3 bars now. A bad feeling came over me. He tried to send a message. The red exclamation mark is so eye-catching. Lin Fan held the phone in his hand and calmed down a little. Perhaps this was the end for good. The belated system was unable to stop her from leaving. I'm afraid that in just such a short while, Jiang Na has already boarded the plane back to Beijing. After closing his eyes and opening them again, Lin Fan felt relieved. The systems are here. There will be no shortage of women in the future. Indulge when you should. Ding! The host is detected to be excited, reward 1,000 yuan. Lin Fan looked at the text message on his phone showing the bank account arrival and smiled with satisfaction. There is a foot massage parlor not far away, which is famous for its luxury. I used to hear my colleagues mention it. They said that the girls there are pretty, good at blowjobs, and especially good at making their brothers happy. The only shortcoming is probably that it is serious. Before, Zhang Nao was in charge and Lin Fan didn't have this opportunity. But now it's different. He has money and a system, so of course he wants to have fun. He strode towards the foot massage parlor, but after only 2 steps, he changed his mind. That's too vulgar. The most urgent thing now is to make money. In case the system is gone, at least I won't lose anything if I have some money on me. For consumption, you can get a rebate of thousands of yuan first, and the first thing to do is to replace the clothes you are wearing. Although this outfit of his was not something from a street stall, it was only worth 100 yuan from Jinxixi. It was wearable, but not grand enough. Now that he had a system and received rebates, this set of clothes was naturally not worthy of the current Lin Fan. Lin Fan started shopping in Jinxixi. The first thing he did was to empty his shopping cart, which contained all the luxury items that he was reluctant to buy. But now, he emptied them all. Ding! 13,000 yuan has been deposited into your account with the last digit 7,126. Ding! 28,000 yuan has been deposited into your account with the last digit 7,126. Ding! 120,000 yuan has been deposited into your account with the last digit 7,126. The larger the amount of consumption, the higher the system rebate amount. In this way, the rebates from online shopping alone can no longer satisfy Lin Fan. All in all, his current account balance is close to 400,000, all thanks to the system. In the past, Lin Fan was very frugal, but after awakening the indulgence system, he felt that there was no need to be frugal anymore. If I spend all the 400,000 yuan in my account at once, would that be considered indulgence? How big will this rebate be? Lin Fan couldn't imagine it. After suppressing his excitement, he took a taxi and headed to the largest shopping mall in Jiangcheng. There is nearly 400,000 yuan in the bank card now. Lin Fan wants to spend it all at once. Apart from going to the mall to buy luxury goods and watches, he can't think of any other way to spend it all at once. Taking advantage of the time on the road, Lin Fan opened the game again and charged money frantically. He bought all the game skins that he had been reluctant to buy in the past, in order to get as much starting capital as possible so that he could make a big move. Looking at the text messages that kept arriving in his bank card, Lin Fan was delighted, knowing that he could also get rebates this way. This confused the driver in front. Through the rearview mirror, he could vaguely see the text message reminder of the arrival of the money on Lin Fan's mobile phone. All kinds of immature ideas began to ferment in the driver's mind. Chapter 2, Purchasing. Wanda Plaza. Jiangcheng does have quite a few specialized luxury stores and shopping malls, but Lin Fan is not well informed and only remembers one, Wanda. Wanda is definitely one of the most prosperous shopping malls in Jiangcheng. It has a wide range of luxury goods stores and makes a lot of profit every year. This is also one of the few Wandas that Boss Wang has not sold. Lin Fan thought of this place immediately. Soon after entering the mall, Lin Fan felt that the air was fragrant. There were beautiful girls everywhere, wearing all kinds of black and white stockings. The only drawback is probably that there are men around them. But this did not prevent Lin Fan from appreciating it. In the mall, there are various famous brand luxury stores, such as Armani, Chanel, Hermes, and many other big brand luxury stores. Almost every one of them is extraordinary. Unfortunately, most of the luxury stores here are geared towards women. After all, women's overall consumption level is much higher than men's. What's more, women have rich second-generation boyfriends and financial sponsors, so when it comes to spending money, there is really no comparison between men and women. Lin Fan finally walked into an Armani clothing flagship store. As soon as I walked in, a shopping guide came to greet me. She was wearing a suit and black stockings with beautiful legs. It's a feast for the eyes. Being able to work as a shopping guide in a store like this, my appearance must be quite good. His quality and professionalism were also very good. He did not look down on Lin Fan just because he was wearing ordinary clothes, and still went forward to greet him. "Hello, sir, welcome to Armani, how can I help you?" Lin Fan looked around and didn't have time to reply to the shopping guide. But the shopping guide's enthusiasm was beyond Lin Fan's imagination. When he saw Lin Fan's eyes fall on a suit, he immediately started to introduce it. Lin Fan walked around the clothing store. Although he had seen many luxury goods on the internet, this was the first time he had seen them in real life. If there was no shopping guide on the side to introduce them, he would have been confused just by looking at the dazzling array of clothes. No wonder almost no one gives bad reviews for the service in luxury clothing stores. It's hard to find any reason to give a bad review for this kind of service. Lin Fan simply stopped picking and bought all the good-looking, handsome and attractive ones. The shopping guide behind him couldn't help but smile when she saw how generous Lin Fan was. "Please help me wrap it up," Lin Fan said casually. "Okay." The shopping guide nodded in agreement. She has been working here for many years and has seen many rich second generations, but it is rare to see someone like Lin Fan who packs more than a dozen pieces of clothing at once. The key point is that each piece costs at least 10,000 yuan, and the most expensive one is almost 100,000 yuan. This is definitely a big money sponsor. She immediately ordered other employees in the store to pour some water for Lin Fan. He had been in the store for such a long time, how could she let the sponsor not even have a sip of water to drink? Lin Fan followed the shopping guide to the counter to check out. There were more than a dozen pieces of clothing, plus a few shoulder bags. The shopping guide patiently calculated the bill and finally gave Lin Fan a lucky number. "Sir, your total consumption this time is 288,888. Do you need me to pack it for you?" Close to 290,000, which was not a lot. Lin Fan originally wanted to buy a few more pieces, but he had already bought almost all the clothes in the store that he liked, and the remaining ones were almost not to his taste. Lin Fan directly took out his bank card to pay. As the salesgirl respectfully took the card and swiped it, a text message from the bank informing her of the deduction came immediately. But Lin Fan didn't feel sorry at all, because the system's voice was already ringing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 288,888 yuan and receiving a rebate of 2,888,888 yuan. Seeing this rebate, Lin Fan was shocked. With a tenfold rebate, he became a millionaire in an instant. "Sir, please take it." The shopping guide handed over the bank card respectfully. "Yes." Lin Fan took the bank card nonchalantly. "Sir, do you need us to deliver it to your home?" The shopping guide asked. Normally they would not provide this kind of service, but who can blame them for spending so much? Lin Fan agreed. He couldn't really carry so many things home by himself, so he planned to leave after leaving his home address. Before he even reached the door, the shopping guide chased him out with a bottle of mineral water. "Hello, sir. You have spent more than 200,000 yuan in our store. You are already a member of our store. Let's add each other's contact information. If there are new models on the shelves in the future, I will inform you through the contact information." The salesgirl handed the bottle of mineral water to Lin Fan, took out her mobile phone and showed her QR code. In fact, theoretically, one has to spend more than 1 million to become a member of the store, but she had just reported this to the store manager for a one-time consumption of more than 200,000, and the answer she got was that an exception would be made. Lin Fan glanced at the salesgirl and had to admit, she was very attractive and charming, with deep cleavage. The smile on her face had obviously changed from the initial professional one to a smile from the heart, and her pair of beautiful legs and black stockings seemed to be able to swing into Lin Fan's heart. "Thank you very much." After Lin Fan scanned the other person's online name, he smiled, then turned and left. The shopping guide girl's online name is very ordinary. The single word flower has a bracket behind it with written inside. But Lin Fan just glanced at it and didn't take it to heart. Instead, he looked at the mineral water in his hand and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He had seen bloggers drink this mineral water online. It seemed to be called Kona, and it cost 1 or 2,000 yuan a bottle. I've heard those online bloggers praise it as miraculous before, but after Lin Fan took a sip himself, he found that there was nothing special about it. If I had to say it, it was just a little sweet, that's all. After taking a few sips, Lin Fan threw the drink into the trash can and took a bottle of mineral water. It really affected his shopping. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. The poor play with cars and the rich play with watches. Lin Fan now had the clothes, so the next step was to find a watch shop. You must dress yourself up first so that your temperament can be improved. Commonly known as baige. Why do those bosses worth hundreds of billions look extraordinary just by looking at them? This has a lot to do with the way they dress. Although their clothes may look ordinary, they are all specially customized, and one piece can cost tens of thousands, which is very normal. The second thing is that they always have a watch on their wrist. Ordinary people may think that watches are used to tell time, but rich people can use this watch to see your strength and decide on subsequent cooperation. Lin Fan looked around the mall but didn't find any expensive watch stores. Most of the watches sold were worth thousands or tens of thousands of dollars, which obviously didn't fit his current outfit. So after fixing his pants, shoes and hair, Lin Fan had no choice but to leave. It seems that if you want to buy an expensive watch, you have to go somewhere else or find someone you know. Chapter 3 Xiao Ruoshi. The next day, Lin Fan got up at 8 o'clock on time according to his usual schedule. Although he hasn't changed, his foundation is still there, and coupled with the change in clothing, his entire temperament has changed drastically. Especially after getting his hair and skin care done at the mall last night, he looked refreshed, as if he had returned to his college days. Today's goal is to get a watch and a car. The first thing to do is to get a means of transportation. If the balance in your card is over 3 million, you can first get a luxury car for transportation. So, Lin Fan navigated to a nearby luxury car SSSS store, which was not far from his home, only about 7 kilometers away. As soon as we walked into the SSSS store, the receptionists on both sides immediately smiled professionally and said respectfully, "Welcome." Lin Fan just nodded and walked inside, and immediately several beautiful sales ladies came over. It was really because Lin Fan was too dazzling. He was wearing all branded clothes, was 1.8 meters tall, and had a unique temperament. It was obvious at first glance that he was a wealthy man. If this order is successful, it will be a considerable commission. "Sir, what kind of car do you want to see? I can recommend it to you based on your preference." A female saleswoman in black stockings took the initiative to talk to me. She had a big smile on her face and a good figure. Not as good as the salesgirl last night, but not bad either. Lin Fan took a quick glance and it seemed that this woman should be the best-selling one among them. Her temperament was outstanding and obviously extraordinary. "Please help me introduce this car." Lin Fan's eyes fell on a girl. All the sales were stunned, including the top seller. "Sir, she is a new intern here and doesn't know much about the procedures. Let me introduce it to you." The sales champion obviously did not give up. Just by looking at Lin Fan's clothes, she could tell that he was a big money sponsor. After her persuasion, there was a high probability that the deal would be closed. "No need, just let her come." Lin Fan designated that girl. The girl walked up timidly, and the other salesmen could only leave in disappointment, but their eyes were still on Lin Fan, and they were obviously unwilling to give up this financial sponsor easily. The reason why Lin Fan chose this girl was very simple, just 2 words: beautiful. Although she was wearing the same work clothes as others, they clearly showed a different temperament on her. Her facial features are exquisite and perfect to the extreme, without a single flaw, as if they were carved by God himself. Her skin is white, translucent and tender, as if water could be squeezed out of it. A pair of watery eyes bloomed with different colors, and there was evasion in the look as he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan could give this kind of beauty 90 points, perfect, really too perfect. She is going for the pure style, so compared to black stockings, perhaps white stockings would be more suitable for her. "Please introduce this car to me." Lin Fan pointed at the red sports car in front of him and said lightly, "Wait a moment." The girl timidly went to ask others for the instruction manual. After finally getting it, she was about to rush back when the sales champion came to Lin Fan again. With his enthusiasm for work, it was no wonder that he was the sales champion. When Lin Fan saw the girl coming back, he could finally get rid of this dogskin plaster and waved for her to come over. "Now help me introduce it." Okay. The girl took the manual and began to introduce, "This is our new model this year. The 911 Targa 4 uses lightweight glass and special sound insulation materials, and is equipped with 20-21-inch custom wheels. The grip will bring excellent performance. It only takes 4.4 seconds from 0 to 100 meters. The starting price is 1.5 million yuan. Lin Fan couldn't help laughing at her unprofessional appearance. She mostly read from a script. "Judging from you, you must still be a student. Why are you working here?" Lin Fan asked. The girl remained silent and had no intention of answering the question. "Please arrange a test drive for me first. I'll pay the deposit first, and then the full amount if it's suitable." "She should come with me." As soon as Lin Fan opened his mouth, someone came to greet him. It seemed that he was the store manager. "No problem, sir. Is there any problem with your driver's license?" she asked. "This is for the safety of the guests." "No problem, just help me arrange it." Lin Fan handed over the card and proposed to pay a deposit first. Mainly because he was worried that he would not be allowed to test drive the car, and secondly, he wanted to be alone with the sister during the test drive. Everything was ready. Lin Fan sat in the driver's seat of the white 911 Targa 4, and the girl sat in the passenger seat. The vehicle drove out smoothly. Lin Fan got his driver's license after finishing his senior year of high school. He also bought a car for commuting later. Although he sold it in the end, there was definitely no problem with his driving skills. After driving for a while, the girl still didn't speak, it was just her personality. There are only two of us here. Tell me what you think. Your answer will determine whether I will buy this car or not. Lin Fan smiled. The girl was shocked when she heard this, but she still answered truthfully, my family is short of money. I am working part-time and it can also be regarded as an early internship. I can start working early when I am a junior. After all, if Lin Fan really gets the car, she can also get a generous commission. I see. Lin Fan smiled and said, I can help you with your family matters. The girl's face changed slightly, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Fan changed. She was not a fool, so she naturally knew what Lin Fan meant by his words, but she did not expect the other party to be so direct. After driving around, Lin Fan returned to the SSSS store again. There was no nonsense. After the customization was completed, I paid the full amount directly. The price finally came to 3 million, and all the procedures were handled by the store. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3 million and getting a rebate of 4.5 million. In theory, SSSS stores usually prefer customers to buy cars in installments because they can get more commissions this way, but luxury cars are usually exceptions. Lin Fan also had lunch here. Well, the taste was just average. The store manager saw through Lin Fan's thoughts and acted as a middleman, allowing Lin Fan to add the girl's WeChat. Under the pretext of something, the store manager said to the girl, this is our distinguished guest. For the next period of time, you will be his exclusive customer service. You must promptly satisfy his needs and notify him of any new models in the store. The store manager has asked for this, so how can girls refuse? Of course I had no choice but to agree. Lin Fan was very satisfied and also learned the girl's name. Xiao Ruoshi, a pretty good name. Lin Fan was very satisfied. As the saying goes, haste gets you nowhere. After buying the car, Lin Fan left. He left his contact information but did not take the initiative to contact Xiao Ruoshi. This was a very cheap behavior. In one morning, all the formalities were completed, and Lin Fan drove out in his well-regarded car. Xiao Ruoshi was watching in the store with mixed feelings. She would get a lot of commission this month from selling this car, but Lin Fan's words were still ringing in her ears. Chapter 4 Colleague Invitation. While Lin Fan was waiting for the traffic light, a phone call came in. Phone notes, women in menopause. Lin Fan, what time is it? Why haven't you come to work yet? Do you know that everyone in the team is waiting for you? If you don't come now, you don't have to come tomorrow. Team leader, I won't go to work anymore. It's boring. Not only do I have to endure the anger of a menopausal woman like you every day, but I also have to endure the anger of my boss. You all think I'm a ninja turtle, right? I'm telling you, I quit. You, what did you say? Say it again if you dare. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to have his tail stepped on, and the voice immediately became sharp. Fuck you, I'm done with this job. Whoever wants to do it can do it. As for the salary, you can keep it to send you a clock. I don't want it. After venting, Lin Fan hung up the phone, feeling extremely happy. The leader who once bossed him around was finally fired by him. The anger in my heart was finally released. Lin Fan casually parked the car on the road, held the steering wheel with one hand, and wrote, "Life will eventually get better." Soon after the post was published on WeChat Moments, some people liked it and most people left comments below. Many of them were flattering and some were trying to curry favor with him. But there were also a few people who were jealous and thought that Lin Fan had rented the car. Of course, Lin Fan, you've been away from home for so many years and now you can drive a Porsche. You're really promising at a young age. Lin Fan, did you win the lottery? A Porsche. Look at the style. This is a 911, and it's a specially customized model. Brother Lin, you've become rich recently, so take care of your brother. What do you put in the rental car? Most of the people who liked Lin Fan's post were either colleagues or old playmates, and some were former college classmates. Some people don't understand cars and don't understand the value of the logo on the steering wheel, but most people know more or less about cars and are more or less familiar with the Porsche logo. In just the time it took to buy a cup of coffee, Lin Fan's circle of friends had received over 99 likes, and even his WeChat chat had received many more messages. One of them surprised him greatly. A person with the mark Pei Payer sent him a message. Lin Fan remembered this person, Song Pei, a female colleague in the company, who was in the expenditure group. On weekdays, there was basically no contact between the two of them. They only met when it was time to make reimbursements. The prestige was only added for the convenience of work coordination. But he remembered that Song Pei was quite hot looking. Yes, really hot. She usually wore stockings all the time, and she changed the way she wore stockings every day. Either black stockings or white stockings, and all kinds of over-the-knee socks. Needless to say, her fashion sense was always at the forefront of the times, and she was the fashion representative of the company. Every time Lin Fan asked her to claim reimbursement, he could basically see her crossing her legs, intentionally or unintentionally hooking her high heels and shaking her long legs. Chun Chun seduced Xiao Chunan to commit a crime. But Lin Fan had Zhang Na before, so he didn't think much about it at the time. He just looked at her a few more times occasionally, which would irritate him. There's nothing we can do about it. It's human nature. Appreciating beautiful things is a normal virtue for men. Brother Lin Fan, I heard from my colleagues that you are going to resign? Well, I invested a little money recently and it paid off. I don't need this salary anymore. On the internet, people give themselves an identity, so you can just make one up. The other party won't dig into the details anyway. Lin Fan also knew why the other party came to him on his own initiative. Ding! Congratulations to the host for indulging himself once, reward 10,000 yuan. At this time, Lin Fan's bank card balance had so many zeros that he didn't know how many zeros there were. This speed of making money was incredible. Lin Fan picked up his phone and found that Pei Payer had sent him a message. Brother Lin Fan, today is my birthday. I have an appointment with my bestie to have a party at Yishang Pavilion tonight. Do you want to come? I'm a grown man, it's not okay for me to attend your woman's birthday party, right? It doesn't matter. After all, we are colleagues in the company, and we are friends after get off work. What's more, you are leaving now, so my birthday party this time will be a farewell party. Forget it, I'm not in the mood. I just broke up. So, brother, you are single now? The news stopped here, and Lin Fan didn't take it to heart. Instead, he drove back to his small apartment. When I was lying on the bed and preparing to watch videos, Song Pei sent me another message. A voice message plus a photo. Lin Fan first admired the photos. There were 4 women in total. The one who occupied most of the picture was naturally Song Pei. The other 3 women were not bad either. They were all beautiful. If not the best, they were at least beauties. The most important thing is that the 4 women in the photo are all wearing stockings on their legs, and they are all black and white. The shooting angle is also very good, and you can see the beautiful scenery of Song Pei. One of the women has touched Lin Fan's heart deeply. She is at least a Mercedes-Benz G-Class woman. Then Lin Fan clicked on the voice chat. Brother Lin Fan, what do you think of my girlfriends? It was indeed Song Pei's voice, but this voice was completely different from Song Pei's usual voice in the company. They were worlds apart. Usually in the company, Song Pei's tone is always filled with impatience. But this voice has a strong taste of green tea. To put it nicely, it's just coquetry. To put it bluntly, it has a strong taste of green tea. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't reply, Song Pei sent another message. How about it, brother, do you want to go out and play together tonight? Having said that, Lin Fan of course agreed. Song Pei sent over the time and place. I'll be there on time later. Lin Fan turned off his phone and couldn't help but sigh that this woman had changed so much. It's true, everything is different after you have money. In the past, Lin Fan always believed that women would never take the initiative, and that most of the time it would be men who took the initiative. But now, Lin Fan realized that it was not because women did not take the initiative, but because you did not have the capital to make women take the initiative. This capital is naturally money. As long as you have money, women will naturally come to you. Their so-called slowness to warm up, coldness, and sunderedness are all just lies to shirk your responsibility. All of this is just because you are not rich enough. In the evening, Lin Fan drove the 911 Tarj 4 and arrived at Yishang Pavilion on time. Yishang Pavilion is a restaurant on the surface, but its interior is very special. The outermost layer is a bit similar to the Dihao KTV in the past, and further inside is the restaurant. The decoration is very suitable. After entering Yishang Pavilion, Lin Fan thought he had returned to ancient times. Moreover, the service at Yishang Pavilion is impeccable. When Lin Fan arrived at the door, someone came up to greet him with a very good attitude. After giving the box number, the receptionist took Lin Fan there. Chapter 5 Different Flavors. When I pushed open the door of the box, a faint fragrance filled the air. The box was very quiet, in stark contrast to the noisy environment outside. Lin Fan saw 4 beauties at a glance. I have to say that Song Pei's girlfriends all have their own characteristics. One of the girls was wearing a white short skirt, a high ponytail, and white over-the-knee socks on her legs. She looked like a pure and innocent girl. In terms of appearance, Lin Fan could give it more than 90 points. The only drawback is probably that the road is flat. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class that Lin Fan saw in the photo in the afternoon was obviously even more shocking when he saw it in real life. She had light makeup on her face, wore a black stepmother dress, a valuable necklace around her neck, and black stockings on her legs. Her black stockings were obviously different from other women's stockings and were reflective. She was wearing Valentino shoes on her feet. The most stunning among them was Song Pei, who wore a coat on the outside, a purple lace top on the upper body, ultra-short jeans on the lower body, black stockings from Balenciaga on her legs, and black high heels with red soles. Her figure and face both scored over 90 points. She is definitely a top beauty and drives a luxury car. Brother Lin Fan, you are here. Song Pei took the initiative to stand up and greet him, and took Lin Fan's hand and sat down in a familiar manner. The other 3 girls looked at their best friend being so ambiguous with a man, and their eyes couldn't help but fall on Lin Fan, wondering about Lin Fan's identity. Boyfriend or girlfriend? Not likely. If he is really Song Pei's boyfriend, they should have received first-hand information a long time ago. How could they only know it now? Well, Song Pei's hands were very soft and cold. Brother Lin Fan, you are late. Today is my birthday. We are all waiting for you. Do you want to drink 3 cups as punishment? Song Pei supported his chin and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the table, which was empty, and then smiled. Forget about the 3 glasses of wine as punishment. I can't drink much. How about this? I will pay for all the expenses in the box today. How about that? Hearing this, Song Pei was delighted and quickly agreed. That's great, brother. The other 3 girls also smiled. No wonder Song Pei is so nice to Lin Fan. It turns out he is a rich second generation. They understood instantly, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Lin Fan changed from the initial coldness to tenderness. Soon, the menu came up. 1 per person. Lin Fan took a look at the prices of the vegetables above and found them a bit outrageous. A plate of boiled vegetables costs as much as 3,888, and this is the cheapest dish. If it were before, Lin Fan probably wouldn't even be willing to order a single dish, but now, just sprinkle some water on it. Theoretically, Song Pei, like him, is a normal working person with a low salary of only about 10,000 yuan, but she came to this kind of restaurant on her birthday, probably because she wanted to test his financial resources. After all, photos are just for fun. With today's photo editing technology, a pig can be edited into a beauty. Only when Song Pei sees Lin Fan's abundant financial resources in reality, will he proceed with his next plan. Her 3 girlfriends opened their mouths wide when they saw the menu. They never expected that the dishes here would be so expensive. We are all from ordinary families, and they definitely cannot afford this consumption. So I just looked at the menu without ordering anything. I still have to have the necessary self-awareness. Brother Lin Fan, I won't order anything. After all, it's you who's treating us, and it would be awkward for me to order anything else. Song Pei said with a smile. No problem, you can eat seafood and the like. You're not allergic, right? Lin Fan raised his head, glanced at the few people, and then asked. You can eat anything. Several people nodded in unison. By the way, here's a dish of fresh shrimp, flown in from Iceland. To keep it fresh, it needs to be kept in ice at all times. Should that be okay with you? Lin Fan pointed at a dish of Icelandic shrimp on the menu and said. Song Pei came over to take a look and found that it was indeed the same as Lin Fan described. The price of this dish was as high as 88.88. I don't have any allergies, so I can eat anything. Song Pei's brain worked quickly and he immediately understood what Lin Fan meant. The other 3 women also echoed. Soon, Lin Fan ordered the dishes. The meal cost at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. Lin Fan saw that there was wine on the menu, and it was a special collector's edition with a very attractive price, as high as 188,888 per bottle of Romanée Conti produced in La Tache Grand Cru, red wine. After ordering the dishes, Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and looked at Song Pei. Why don't you introduce these girlfriends of yours to me? Song Pei was still immersed in the process of Lin Fan ordering dishes just now. When he heard Lin Fan's voice, he came to his senses belatedly. He pointed at the three women and said with a smile, "Yes, look at my memory. I almost forgot to introduce them to you." She came behind the woman in the black stepmother skirt and introduced, "This is Qin Xiong. This is Zhang Lian. The last one is Huang Qiuyun. They are all my good friends in college. After entering the society, everyone chose to stay in Jiangcheng to develop, so our relationship has become better and better." Song Pei turned to Lin Fan and smiled. "He is my good brother Lin Fan." This answer cleverly avoided mentioning Lin Fan's identity. "Brother Lin Fan, hello." Qin Xiong stood up first and extended his hand towards Lin Fan. Just by looking at how Lin Fan ordered the food just now, she could conclude that the Lin Fan in front of her was definitely a rich second generation. "Hello." Lin Fan shook hands symbolically, and the other two women just nodded politely, which could be considered a greeting. "Brother Lin Fan, did you come here by taxi?" The girl in the white dress who had never spoken a word finally spoke. "It was Huang Qiuyun." "Oh, I drove here." Lin Fan remained calm on the surface, but still took out the key and placed it on the table. This immediately aroused the curiosity of several girls, and they all came over and looked at the key. In comparison, Song Pei was much calmer. She had seen it through her circle of friends a long time ago. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she was still a little excited when she actually saw the key. "Brother, are you driving a Porsche?" Huang Qiuyun looked at Lin Fan with eyes that were almost tearing. She sat next to Lin Fan, her whole body almost sticking to him. She touched it and found the texture was very good. It couldn't be a lighter. The quality was obvious. Song Pei was a little angry when she saw this scene. This best friend actually wanted to steal her girl? "Yes, 911 Tarj 4. Lin Fan said lightly. "Ding. The host is detected to enjoy showing off, reward 20,000 yuan. Wow, it's a new model this year." Qin Xiong is a car model and knows something about this. After seeing the key, she immediately recognized that this was the latest model of Porsche this year, which had just been launched at a recent conference. The total configuration cost more than 3 million yuan. In an instant, the women in the box looked at Lin Fan with different eyes. Chapter 6: Truth or Dare. Soon, the waiter came with professional equipment to help Lin Fan sober up. After listening to the waiter's introduction, the girls finally understood the value of the wine. 188,888 per bottle. With this number, there are so many things that can be done. "Brother Lin Fan, the food hasn't arrived yet, should we try something different?" Song Pei took the initiative to talk and put his hand on the shoulder. Lin Fan nodded. "You are the birthday girl, and everything is yours today. Let's play Truth or Dare. The loser has to choose Truth or Dare. If the loser doesn't choose either, he has to drink. How do you think?" Song Pei suggested. Lin Fan felt a little excited. Seeing how excited Song Pei was, who knows what tricks he could come up with. So he turned his gaze towards the other three women. We can all. Everyone has some expectations in their hearts. So when the waiter serves the dishes, ask them to wait for notification before serving the dishes together. 4 people sat around the dining table. If they were just eating like they did at the beginning, 1 bottle of wine would obviously be enough. But now they were playing games, how could 1 bottle of wine be enough? Lin Fan waved his hand and immediately added several bottles of Romanée, all priced at 188,888. The manager of Yishang Pavilion was alarmed and came personally to help sober him up. This generosity stunned the women. How great it would be if the wine was exchanged for money and transferred to their accounts. The door of the box was locked, leaving only Lin Fan and the 4 girls. Qin Xiong sat farthest from Lin Fan. Her long black legs moved dishonestly under the table. At the same time, she said with a smile, "Brother Lin Fan, you treated us to such expensive wine. Do you want to sleep with us?" These words were so shocking that the other 3 women were shocked. Although they all knew it, this was too straightforward. Feeling the different touch, Lin Fan smiled faintly. "Men say they don't want to sleep with women, that's all bullshit." "I never say bullshit. I do want to sleep with you, but I can only sleep with one. After all, it's too much. My body can't handle it, right?" The 4 beauties had different thoughts and started to play tricks. Song Pei took off her coat, revealing her perfect figure. Qin Xiong could only pull her clothes down a little. There was no other way. The clothes she wore were like this. He couldn't ask her to take them off directly. It was okay, but not here. Huang Qiuyan knew that compared to these two women, she had no advantage in terms of figure, but she was pure. She poked Lin Fan cautiously, motioning him to look to the side. Lin Fan looked back and saw a pair of beautiful legs in white silk stockings fully stretched out, right in front of him, and he could see the texture on them clearly. Huang Qiuyan held Lin Fan's hand and placed it on her thigh. The touch of the stockings gave Lin Fan a chill. Huang Qiuyan smiled meaningfully at Lin Fan. Compared with Song Pei and Qin Xiong, her figure was not advantageous, but purity was her greatest feature. Song Pei and Qin Xiong both have a cool and pure style, but she is different. With a high ponytail, she is the white moonlight in the hearts of boys. Only Zhang Lian was left. She wore black-framed round glasses and a uniform. She had a medium build, slightly better than Huang Qiuyan, but not as good as Song Pei and Qin Xiong. Her bangs were so long that her face could not be seen clearly, so Lin Fan did not pay attention to her. Okay, now let me tell you the rules. Song Pei interrupted everyone in time, put the borrowed dice on the table, covered it with a cover, and then she began to introduce the rules. Let's play something simple. Whoever has the lowest score loses. The person with the highest score can let the person with the lowest score choose truth or dare. Everyone nodded in agreement. This rule was not difficult to understand. So everyone started rolling the dice. Lin Fan has the smallest number of points, only 3. Zhang Lian, who had never spoken, had the highest number of points, 9. Zhang Lian raised her head, and Lin Fan could see her more clearly. She was not bad looking, but her eyes and bangs covered most of her beauty. Brother Lin Fan, can you give me a kiss? She has a nice voice, a bit like the cool female voice actors in anime. As soon as these words were spoken, there was silence in the box for a moment. The other 3 women looked at Zhang Lian. They had never expected that Zhang Lian would be so bold. She wanted to kiss him as soon as they met? Lin Fan didn't choose to drink. After all, he drove here and didn't want to call a designated driver, so he asked, "Where do you want me to kiss you?" Zhang Lian came over on her own initiative. The meaning was self-evident. It has come to this, how could Lin Fan back down? Since they were going to play, of course he would play with her. Zhang Lian was not bad looking anyway, so he would not suffer any loss no matter what. After observing closely, Lin Fan found that this girl was quite attractive with smooth skin. She offered him a kiss, just a gentle one, and then left quickly. Lin Fan only felt a soft touch, and then it was gone. There is still a feeling of wanting more. Seeing Zhang Lian like this, Lin Fan always felt that she was a bit different. She was definitely different from the good girl on the surface, but he didn't know what she was like behind the scenes. If someone dares to initiate a kiss, he is either a yandere or a contrast. Lin Fan felt extremely satisfied. Without further ado, he added the contact information and directly transferred 10,000 to the other party. To him, it's just a small amount of money. As long as he is happy, money is not a problem. This left the other girls stunned. Just for a kiss, he gave away 10,000? And this is just a slight touch. Song Pei's monthly salary was less than 10,000 yuan, but Lin Fan just casually gave him 10,000 yuan. Come here, give me a kiss and I'll transfer another 100,000 to you. Lin Fan was provoked and had to get back at the wrong person. Zhang Lian hesitated but still came over. Lin Fan didn't waste any words and directly transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Ding! Feel the system's indulgent consumption, reward 150,000. Zhang Lian was still proactive, and this time Lin Fan felt the softness of her lips, and she even stuck out her tongue. A minute later, the two separated. There was still some remnant of Zhang Lian's lipstick on Lin Fan's lips, and he felt like he had suddenly reached a different realm. This is the most wonderful thing in the world. Let us do it again. Song Pei was watching with great excitement. Not to mention Zhang Lian, even she would be willing to do it. He would give her more than 100,000 yuan for a kiss. It wouldn't cost her any money anyway, so what was wrong with that? Everyone rolled the dice again. This time Lin Fan had the most points, 8 points. Qin Xiong has the lowest points. Qin Xiong looked at Lin Fan with joy, hoping that he could make some excessive demands, no matter how excessive, as long as he could get money. What does black silk feel like? Lin Fan asked. He just touched Huang Qiuyun's white silk thighs and it felt very good. Qin Xiong happened to be wearing black stockings, and he wanted to see what different socks felt like. Qin Xiong's eyes sparkled. She stood up from her seat, walked to Lin Fan, pulled out a chair, took off her high heels, and placed her beautiful legs in black stockings on Lin Fan's legs. I don't know, why don't you try it yourself? Chapter 7, Playing Hard to Get. That's all I have to say. Lin Fan took the lead and stretched out his hand, placing it on Qin Xiong's thigh. It feels good, and is definitely different from the touch of white silk thighs. The common point between the two is that they are soft. Lin Fan was very satisfied. He also added Qin Xiong's contact information and transferred 100,000 yuan. Thank you, brother Lin Fan. Qin Xiong hugged Lin Fan excitedly and took the initiative to leave a strawberry mark on Lin Fan's right cheek. Feeling the different touch, Lin Fan became a little agitated. It's become popular. But Qin Xiong didn't notice it and returned to his position. Next, the four of them played the game a few more times. Except for Song Pei, the other three women received at least 100,000 yuan. Song Pei was so anxious that he took the initiative to roll the dice several times, but his luck was not good and the number was always in the middle. Only half an hour had passed and the atmosphere in the box was filled with ambiguity. Song Pei came over. Brother Lin Fan, do you want to see me dance? She knew that the only way to break the deadlock was for her to take the initiative. Otherwise, if she kept rolling the dice, she would probably not have a chance until tomorrow. I didn't expect you can dance? Lin Fan looked surprised. Hee, I majored in art dance in college, and later I practiced yoga. I will let my brother feast his eyes on me soon. Song Pei was ready and immediately stepped aside to show off his beautiful figure. Song Pei's inner wear was already good, especially when she was dancing, it was even more beautiful. Her pair of beautiful legs in black stockings swayed, making Lin Fan dazzled. The scale is also very large. But it is also very well controlled. Even on TikTok, I'm afraid there isn't a dancing anchor of this scale. Even if there is definitely no beauty with this kind of appearance. As the DJ music reached its climax, Song Pei's dancing posture reached its peak, and his various dancing moves captured Lin Fan's heart. Seeing that Lin Fan was staring at her, the other three girls also joined in the dance. Each of them had a graceful posture and tried their best to show themselves off, trying their best to please Lin Fan. Qin Xiong was the most daring. She came in front of Lin Fan, holding the wine glass in an extremely exaggerated posture, showing a provocative expression, and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. A lot of wine spilled out, but she was completely unaware of it. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair as the women in front of him tried their best to please him. Is it because of who he is? Of course not. Lin Fan thinks he is a little handsome, but that's all. Let me ask you, can being handsome make a woman do this? Obviously not. This is the power of money. After the dance was over, Lin Fan was very generous and transferred 100,000 yuan to each of them. The girls wanted to continue playing games. But Lin Fan was already a little tired, and all he wanted to do now was eat. So he called the waiter to serve the food. Everyone gained a lot and was truly satisfied. After finishing their meal and paying the bill, the women followed Lin Fan. Lin Fan was in a bit of a dilemma. If he had known earlier, he would have bought a luxury car. Although his 911 can carry 4 people, the most critical problem is that the back seat is small. Besides, who would use a 911 to carry 4 people? Under the influence of alcohol, the 4 women were all slightly tipsy. As for whether they were drunk or not, only they themselves knew. Anyway, Lin Fan didn't drink a drop of alcohol. It's a bit difficult to choose one among the 4. Lin Fan actually wanted to choose Zhang Lian. He really wanted to tear off Zhang Lian's disguise. But if you think about it carefully, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. So she finally decided on Song Pei. After all, she came here today just for Song Pei. Let me take you home. Lin Fan took the initiative to speak. Good. The 4 girls said in unison. Arriving at the parking lot, Lin Fan had no choice but to ask the 3 girls to squeeze in. After all, the back seat was like that. At the same time, I also made up my mind that after this period of time, I will buy a bigger car to affect my chances of picking up girls. The key is, the girl won't say anything on the surface, but she will complain in her heart. The 4 girls sat in the car, opened the windows, and admired the scenery outside while observing the interior of the car. It was a bit crowded, to be sure. But they would rather squeeze a little than sit in the back seat of an electric scooter and laugh. Jiang Lian and Huang Qiuyan were sent home, leaving only Qin Xiong and Song Pei. Lin Fan was not in a hurry. Since he had already added the contact information, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. For example, Qin Xiong, isn't she a car model? When buying a car in the future, I will choose her first, there will be plenty of opportunities. Lin Fan asked Song Pei to wait for him in the car while he helped Qin Xiong go home. Qin Xiong's home is a duplex apartment, about 70 square meters. It is barely enough to cover the expenses for one person living there, and is much better than Lin Fan's previous life. Just as they were about to enter the residential building, Qin Xiong grabbed Lin Fan's hand, and the redness on his face almost bled. She pointed at the garden not far away, and whispered in Lin Fan's ear, "There aren't many people there at night, and that's a blind spot for surveillance. Brother, do you want to try something exciting? Wouldn't it be nice to go to your house?" Lin Fan said with a smile. "I just want to repay you." "Are you sure? Brother, don't you want to try something different?" As he spoke, Qin Xiong grabbed Lin Fan's hand, placed it on his shoulder strap, and pulled it upwards. A crisp sound echoed all around. "Lulu, since brother doesn't want to, then we'll see each other another day." Qin Xiong said this and prepared to return to the apartment building in the community. What a good trick of playing hard to get. But Lin Fan just fell for it. Burning goods. An hour later, Lin Fan left the community. Back in the car, Lin Fan was no longer sleepy and felt refreshed. It was all because Qin Xiong was so good and gave him such a satisfying feeling. Song Pei fell asleep without knowing when. Just as Lin Fan was about to drive, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully having an intimate relationship with a woman with a beauty score of over 90 points. Reward 1 million. Do you want to bind Qin Xiong? Is this a new feature of the system? Lin Fan pondered over it, but still chose to bind. Binding successful. Name, Qin Xiong. Age, 24. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 50 kilograms. Measurements, 44-88-85. Relationship, unknown. The host can decide the relationship with Qin Xiong based on subsequent side quests. Favorability, 78. Pregnancy status, no. Experience, 3. In just a moment, Qin Xiong's various panel data appeared in front of Lin Fan, showing a light screen. Not long. A new light curtain replaced this one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the side quest. Bound to Qin Xiong. Goal: successfully impregnate Qin Xiong and make her willing to become the host's lover. Successful reward: 10 million in cash plus an office building covering an area of 500 acres. The reward is very tempting, but the task is a bit difficult. Just now in the grove, Qin Xiong didn't even allow himself to be initiated. But for the reward, go for it. Brother Lin Fan, why did you come back just now? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Song Pei rubbed his eyes, looking sleepy. Chapter 8: Spending a fortune to win a beautiful woman's smile. I'm sorry for taking up some time. Where is your home? I'll take you back. Lin Fan recovered from the system and looked at Song Pei. After leaving Qin Xiong, I was satisfied after all, and there were no further requests. Song Pei leaned back in the chair, her face flushed, and she smiled sweetly. Brother, it's still early, why don't you play for a while longer? For example, I can also do some different dances, I guarantee you will like them. This is no longer just a simple tease, but a naked temptation. Really? Lin Fan moved a little closer. The smell of alcohol and perfume mixed together on Song Pei's body was indeed unique. Then it's up to you, brother. Song Pei said with a smile. She had met many sponsors, but sponsors as young as Lin Fan who were willing to spend so much money were definitely rare. When she was in the company before, she liked Lin Fan better, at least compared to those fat and big-eared leaders, she liked him much better. Especially after knowing Lin Fan's identity as a rich second generation, she thought of him as a wealthy son-in-law. In just one night, she earned more than 100,000 yuan. Even her best friends made so much money by taking advantage of her. This treatment is far beyond what they could get at work. If you can win over a man like Lin Fan, even if you can't be their boyfriend or girlfriend, being their lover can at least guarantee you a worry-free life for the rest of your life. If you are really abandoned, at least you have earned enough, and then you can find an honest person to take over. What she needs to do now is to give Lin Fan enough emotional value. As for tomorrow's class, she didn't even think about going. As long as she could please Lin Fan, she could earn tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars in a matter of minutes. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze from her and smiled faintly. Are you casual? Hearing this, Song Pei shook her head repeatedly. She didn't want to be misunderstood by Lin Fan. She sat in the passenger seat and said jokingly, how could that be, brother Lin Fan? Don't think I look casual. It's because I treat you as my brother, so I will show my truest side in front of you. As she spoke, she moved closer to Lin Fan and said with a sweet breath, the me of the company is also me, but that is for external use. But brother, you are not an outsider. Don't tell me you don't like me like this? Song Pei is nearly 1.7 meters tall, and his cold and elegant face is embodied at this moment. Leaning on the chair, his pair of beautiful legs wearing black stockings from Balenciaga are irresistible to anyone. These words clearly have a strong taste of green tea, but Lin Fan just likes to hear them. There is no deliberate flattery, but love is everywhere. Of course, it is not clear whether this liking is for money or for the person. Money can make the mill go round. If it can't go round, then there is not enough money. Song Pei, who was once the aloof goddess in the company, the dream goddess in the hearts of many men, and even her boss wanted to take advantage of her, now shows her true side in front of Lin Fan. The burning wolf sword, the previous Song Pei can be said to have possessed all of these qualities in one person. But now Song Pei is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Now that it has come to this, why is Lin Fan still talking nonsense? Locate the most luxurious hotel nearby and start right away. Boom! The 3.0T engine burst into a loud roar, and the whole car instantly shot out like an arrow from a bow. At night, this 911 is like a beautiful shadow, weaving through the traffic. Brother, do you want to feel the touch of Balenciaga? Song Pei sensibly grabbed Lin Fan's hand and placed it on his thigh. She was naturally not so bold in the box before, but now she and Lin Fan were alone, so how could she not take action? Although Lin Fan did not drive a Ferrari with one hand for the first time, he was able to drive a Porsche with one hand and had a stunning beauty by his side. This kind of life seemed pretty good. Alia International Hotel. Lin Fan parked the car and walked in with Song Pei. Song Pei was very sensible and took Lin Fan's arm, showing full emotional value. It is worthy of being an international 5-star hotel. The decoration inside alone is so grand. As soon as you walk into the hotel, there are receptionists coming to greet you. They are all top beauties. If they were in the school, they would be at least the most beautiful girls in the school. The lady at the front desk was wearing a professional suit, with light makeup on her face, black stockings wrapped around her long legs, and a sweet smile. As soon as the two of them entered the hotel, she had already stood up and was ready to receive them in advance. After the receptionist and the front desk clerk exchanged glances, the receptionist left and the front desk lady immediately asked with a smile, "Hello, do you two have an appointment?" "No." Lin Fan looked away from the surroundings and asked, "How much is the best suite here?" "Wait a moment, I'll check this for you." The lady at the front desk immediately looked up something on the computer, then stood up again and introduced with a smile, "Hello, sir, our best suite is the presidential suite, which costs 88,888 yuan a night and provides 3 meals a day, 24-hour butler service, and exclusive customer service reception service. The suite has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms." "Okay, open it for me for a month first." Lin Fan thought about it and decided to drive for a month first. He planned not to go back to live in the small apartment at home for the time being. After all, it was too remote in the suburbs, and it was troublesome to go back and forth to the city. "Okay, you two, are there any members?" The lady at the front desk asked symbolically. "No." Lin Fan had already taken out the card. He didn't care about the price at all. He would get double the money back anyway. "Okay, wait a moment, both of you." The lady at the front desk immediately checked Lin Fan in. Lin Fan originally thought that an ID card was required, but he didn't expect that it was not required. This was beyond his expectations. Even Song Pei prepared his ID card in advance, but he didn't expect that it would not be used in the end. Ding! Detection host indulges in consumption of 275-5528, rebate 8,266,584 yuan. Ding! It is detected that the host's deposit has exceeded 10 million, and the incentive task is now officially released. Every time you complete a task, you will receive a corresponding reward, which can be cash or props. Incentive Task 1, successfully empower 3 women with beauty scores above 90 points, progress, 3-0. Mission successful, reward, a special pill. Mission failed, no penalty. At the same time, Lin Fan's sight changed. He looked at Song Pei, and in an instant, all the data appeared. Name, Song Pei. Appearance, 91 points. Age, 26. Height, 169 cm. Weight, 47 kilograms. Measurements, 45 88 87. Relationship, unknown. Favorability, 70. Pregnancy status, no. Experience, unskilled. Seeing Song Pei's data, Lin Fan couldn't help but be a little surprised. He saw that Song Pei seemed to be having a lot of fun, but he didn't expect that he had zero experience. This was indeed rare. Being able to see various data is a new function provided by the system. It just so happened that the system released an incentive task, and Song Pei's appearance was over 90 points, so he was just the right person to be the first to receive the initiation. At this time, the room card was also handed over by the lady at the front desk. Please take your room cards, both of you. If you need anything, please call the housekeeper immediately. Lin Fan took Song Pei upstairs in the elevator. Looking at the two people's backs, even the receptionist who was used to seeing wealthy people couldn't help but be a little surprised. She noticed the extraordinary clothes on Lin Fan. At first, she thought that Lin Fan was one of those rich second-generation young masters, but she didn't expect that Lin Fan would just wave his hand and arrange a CEO suite for her for a month. What is the difference between this and spending a fortune? As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. Chapter 9: A Transaction. Song Pei, who was following behind Lin Fan, was already stunned. A month in the presidential suite. It costs 88,000 yuan a night. How much would that be for a month? When he arrived at the presidential suite, the luxury inside was beyond Song Pei's imagination. She originally thought that the villa she saw on the internet was already very luxurious, but compared with this presidential suite, it was nothing. Not far away is a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Standing there, one can overlook all the night scenes of Jiangcheng. The West Lake in the distance is sparkling in the moonlight, like a piece of emerald inlaid in the city. Inside the suite, the crystal chandelier casts a strange light, which is reflected on the natural marble floor imported from Italy, reflecting the luxurious scene of the entire presidential suite. There is a piano in the corner near the floor-to-ceiling window. Although Lin Fan doesn't know much about piano, judging from its texture, it must be worth a lot of money. The warm yellow light shining down adds a touch of ambiguity. If Song Pei had not met Lin Fan, perhaps he would never have lived in such a place in his entire life. Even if I have the ability, I can't bear to do so. 88,000 for one night. What can't you do with this 88,000? Now Song Pei is even more certain that Lin Fan must be the kind of young man who came here to experience life, and his family background is probably even stronger than she thought. If he had won the lottery, he would have shown off on his circle of friends first, rather than showing off his luxury car. Based on this alone, Song Pei was able to determine that Lin Fan's identity was not ordinary. Song Pei held Lin Fan's hand, making their posture more intimate. Lin Fan's magnanimity gave Song Pei a great shock. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the presidential suite, as it had all the necessary living facilities and there was no need to make any additional preparations. It is no wonder that those wealthy people have to arrange presidential suites when they are on business trips. Everything is arranged well with regard to the service and treatment, not to mention the private butler. As long as there is a demand, it is estimated that this hotel can basically meet it. Lin Fan seemed to understand why the princes in ancient times would turn against each other in order to fight for the throne. The mixture of power and money is fascinating. Brother, I'm going to take a shower first. I'll be right back. Song Pei smiled faintly, leaving her own strawberry mark on Lin Fan's lips. After throwing him a seductive look, she twisted her waist and walked into the bathroom. The facilities in the bathroom were beyond her imagination. They were all brand-name shower gels and facial cleansers. She had seen them online but was reluctant to buy them. She didn't expect that they were all standard here. Lying in the bathtub, she felt like she could soak there for hours. But when he thought of Lin Fan who was still waiting outside, he had no choice but to give up. Hurry up and wash your hands. Lin Fan walked into the largest bedroom, which had standard floor-to-ceiling windows. It was not until he stood in front of the window himself that he finally understood why the overbearing CEOs in TV dramas always liked to stand here with their hands in their pockets. Feeling, an incomparable feeling. Ordinary people cannot experience this. Standing here, it seems as if all living beings are ants. Not long after, Song Pei walked into the bedroom. She was not wearing the inner wear she had worn before. Instead, she wore a bathrobe on the outside, revealing her shoulders. Her beautiful legs were still wrapped in black stockings. I have to say that Song Pei really understood Lin Fan's intentions and was very good at playing. Song Pei also knew that he had to seize the opportunity in time and keep the most precious things at this moment, which would be a win-win situation. She didn't communicate much with Lin Fan, but today, she was completely impressed by him. After hesitating for just a moment, she made up her mind and walked towards Lin Fan. You have to seize the opportunity yourself. Lin Fan took it in his heart, and after feeling Song Pei's initiative, he transferred 300,000 to Song Pei's bank account. Then he rubbed Song Pei's head and said with a smile, "This is a meeting gift between me and her. I will transfer more to you later when I am happy." After receiving this huge sum of money, Song Pei no longer hesitated and leaned on Lin Fan. The beautiful scenery was looming in the distance, and he was looking forward to what would happen next. Lin Fan was very satisfied with Song Pei's understanding. He gave him a sense of participation and allowed him to operate it himself. After personally removing Song Pei's white bathrobe, the first thing that came into view was, of course, the existence that Lin Fan had always been thinking about, the absolute domain. Maybe not as good as Qin Xiong, but a hand was just right. Looking down, one can see a waist that is so slender without a trace of fat that it seems like it can be held in one hand. Finally, a pair of beautiful legs in black stockings is truly eye-catching, and is almost the thing Lin Fan is looking forward to most today. Song Pei's skin is very tender, white and smooth, almost comparable to those of a newborn baby. Are these stockings expensive? Lin Fan asked while putting his hand on Song Pei's thigh. Not expensive. Song Pei's cheeks were as red as ripe apples, ready to be picked. Tear. The next day, Song Pei woke up from his sleep and his cheeks felt hot when he thought of what happened yesterday. The mess on the floor proved how crazy yesterday was. Until now, he still felt a stinging pain in his lower body. The bright red color like a rose on the bed told him that this was not a dream. Woke up? Lin Fan had been awake for a while and was watching videos. Brother Lin Fan, good morning. Song Pei endured the pain in her lower body and leaned on Lin Fan's chest, as if this was the only way she could feel a little safer. 500,000 has been transferred to you. I was very satisfied last night. Lin Fan smiled faintly. He did not exert his full fighting power last night, mainly because he had a battle with Qin Xiong before Song Pei. Hearing this, Song Pei was shocked and clung to Lin Fan's chest. She thought Lin Fan wanted to use the money to silence her. So what has she become? At the beginning, Song Pei was indeed after Lin Fan's money, but after what happened last night, she now became somewhat dependent on Lin Fan, and the feeling was very complicated. Lin Fan didn't notice Song Pei's abnormality, but asked, "Are you going to work today? Do you want me to take you there?" No need, I already asked for leave yesterday, and today I just want to stay with my brother. Song Pei shook his head like a rattle. Lin Fan disagreed. He didn't have time to waste on Song Pei. Anyway, he had given the money, and if there was a need in the future, they would contact each other again. If not, the relationship would end there. He didn't really think that he had to be responsible after having sex, right? Come on, you're here for the money, I'm here for your body. It's just a deal, okay? Lin Fan checked the tasks. Incentive Task 1, successfully empower 3 women with beauty scores above 90 points, progress, 3-1. Name, Song Pei. Appearance, 91 points. Age, 26. Height, 169 cm. Weight, 47 kilograms. Measurements, 45-88-87. Relationship, unknown. Favorability, 99 undying. Conception status? Experience, first time getting to know each other. 1/3 of the task has been completed, and even Song Pei's panel has undergone major changes. However, Lin Fan had no plans to have children for the time being. In order to avoid subsequent troubles, Lin Fan called the housekeeper to deliver the medicine. Only after seeing Song Pei take it with his own eyes did he feel relieved. Song Pei was very reluctant, but looking at Lin Fan's expression, she knew she had no choice. After doing all this, Lin Fan checked the system again to make sure that the pregnancy status had returned to no, and then he withdrew his thoughts. Chapter 10: A Dream of a Long Flow. After a few days, Lin Fan's life returned to normal. The motivational task has also been stuck on 3-1, mainly because there are no new goals in the past few days. Qin Xiong cannot be let go either. After all, she still has a key mission that can bring a lot of benefits. However, she has to be delayed temporarily and cannot be rushed. Later, when he needs to change cars, he will look for Chin Sheng again. There is no need to be too deliberate and show that he cares a lot. The more this happens, the more women will maintain their proper modesty, always thinking that they are inlaid with gold. So it's better to let it go. Anyway, they are just playing around with each other. No matter what, Lin Fan will not suffer any loss. Open prestige. Pei Peier, good morning, brother Lin Fan, this is what I'm wearing today. The message was followed by 2 photos showing Song Pei's outfits, but the outfits in these 2 photos were completely different types. The first photo is very serious. She is wearing a black coat on the outside, which almost covers her whole body. However, you can still vaguely see that the lower body of the girl is wearing black stockings and high heels. Song Pei's outfit was something Lin Fan had basically seen in the company before. It's normal wear. But in the next photo, Song Pei's outfit is extremely bold. She lifts up her coat, and the inner wear is extremely tempting. She wears a tank top on the upper body and ultra-short shorts on the lower body. She wears black stockings on her legs and a black hoop on her right leg. Pei Peier, this is a benefit that belongs only to you, brother. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile after seeing this. This is what you call a cold girlfriend, a long-distance girlfriend. She appears serious on the surface, but actually plays more extravagantly than anyone else. Lin Fan, little goblin. Pei Peier, brother, don't you like it? Lin Fan, I like it, of course I like it. Pei Peier, brother, as long as you like me, I won't say anything more. Brother, I have to start working. If you miss me, just call me. I'm always here. If you want to see me, you're always welcome. The message ended with an overhead shot of Song Pei sitting in the office. Through the reflection of the mirror, one could see the herd of cattle and horses working hard outside the glass window. Song Pei only showed the tip of the iceberg, but Lin Fan caught a black carp. Can play. Song Pei is really good at playing this. If he was not sure that she had no experience, Lin Fan would even doubt whether she was battle-hardened, and that was why she was so good at playing. Lin Fan was lying on the bed, stretching, and then he heard a knock on the door. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Butler Chen. This is today's breakfast. Can I come in? Sure, come in. Lin Fan had already walked out of the bedroom. Not long after, a woman wearing a female uniform and black stockings on her legs came in pushing a cart. She was about 30 years old, very elegant, with a great figure, and her looks could even be compared to those female stars. The only downside is that it's a bit saggy. Old luxury cars have their own advantages. Once you master driving one, you will know how great it is to drive one. She is Lin Fan's housekeeper. She delivers 3 meals a day to his door. Lin Fan can eat when he wants to, and not eat when he doesn't want to. The breakfast is relatively light, with fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and rice rolls with soy milk. This is what Lin Fan requested. It doesn't need to be too greasy, just enough to eat. After Lin Fan finished eating, the housekeeper began to clean up and tidy up the suite. That's right, this type of suite is generally not equipped with cleaning staff, and the housekeeper needs to take on the cleaning job as well. But Lin Fan usually gives tips, after all, the other party is serving him. It is not an exaggeration to say that this kind of life is the life of a local emperor. Lin Fan sat on the sofa, admiring the beautiful scenery. Although he didn't have much opinion about the butler, he could still appreciate him. Thank you for your hard work, butler. I've left the tip on the table for you. By the way, remember to clean the bedroom. I won't be back today, so you don't have to prepare meals for me. Lin Fan warned. He had to go back to his apartment. Although the hotel provided clean clothes, the key point was that he had dozens of Armani suits in his apartment. He couldn't just leave them there. After all, he bought them with his own money. Okay, Mr. Lin. Butler Chen smiled politely and watched Lin Fan leave before continuing to clean. Who wouldn't he like a guy like Lin Fan who was handsome and rich? She was a woman, so she could naturally notice that Lin Fan's gaze would occasionally linger on her, but it was just a lingering glance. No other meaning. But she knew that she had no advantage over those young women. What's more, she is divorced. I only regret that I couldn't be 10 years younger. At that time, I might have left a good impression on Lin Fan. But Lin Fan was indeed generous. Every time he gave her tips, they were tens of thousands, and she was very satisfied. You know, her monthly salary is only more than 30,000 yuan, plus other things, it is more than 50,000 yuan a month at most, and the tips Lin Fan gave her almost covered her salary. Happy apartment. Lin Fan packed his luggage and prepared to leave. When he had the chance in the future, he would buy this place as a souvenir. As soon as he went out, he ran into a woman in home clothes. She had a curvy figure and a stunning appearance. She was not only sexy, but also very feminine. It was the first time that Lin Fan saw the adjective curvy on a woman. Landlord? Lin Fan remembered who this person was. The landlord stopped and breathed heavily. She almost bumped into Lin Fan just now, which made her feel embarrassed. When she saw the luggage in Lin Fan's hand, her face looked strange. Lin Fan? Are you moving away? No, I'm going on a business trip. I'll bring some clothes back and be back in a while. Lin Fan lied without changing his expression. I see. I was wondering, Jiang Na just paid a year's rent for you not long ago, and you're moving out now. That's too weird. By the way, where's Jiang Na? I came to see her. We made an appointment not long ago to go shopping in the new mall nearby today. After saying that, the landlord began to look around to see if Jiang Na was in the room. We broke up. Lin Fan spoke very lightly, without any sorrow or sadness, only calmness. Separate? The landlord obviously didn't know about this. She looked at Lin Fan in surprise and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but then she seemed to realize her identity and finally just sighed. Jiang Na is a good girl. You have rented a house from me for so many years. I thought you would get married. I thought so too. Lin Fan smiled. Then I won't bother you on your business trip. Go ahead and don't waste time. The landlord made way. Lin Fan dragged his suitcase away and took one last look at the cabin. This time, his departure meant that everything was really over. A broken mirror can be mended. The cracks cannot be repaired. Chapter 11: Pretending to be a boyfriend. Looking at Lin Fan's back, the landlord muttered a few words casually. She knew nothing about Lin Fan and Jiang Na's breakup. But come to think of it, it seems that her relationship with the two men is just that of a tenant. She couldn't help but think of the past. After graduating from college, a rich second-generation man pursued her for many years. Seeing how persistent he was, she finally agreed and got married within a few years. However, not long after the marriage, they divorced in a hurry. She divided up several buildings and her wealth brought her freedom. As for love, at least she no longer longs for it. But when she saw Lin Fan and Jiang Na, she thought this was a synonym for love. But unexpectedly, the two of them eventually separated. This basically means that the city in her heart that she had just built has collapsed again. Things have changed, people have changed. The landlord sighed a few words and turned away. Payer, brother, good afternoon. The message was accompanied by a selfie. Judging from the background, it seems to be in the toilet. Song Pei took off her coat, showing off her perfect figure, and deliberately slid down her shoulder straps, which resulted in this photo. Looking at the picture, Lin Fan observed carefully. Lin Fan, you're not wearing anything? Song Pei on the other side exclaimed at how careful Lin Fan's observation was. Payer, my brother found out. It's more comfortable not to wear anything. It's always uncomfortable to wear anything. But they can't see it. I'm wearing a coat. This scene only belongs to my brother. Seeing the message, Lin Fan smiled. It tasted like green tea, but he liked it very much. So I enlarged the picture again and looked at it carefully. Lin Fan, you little fire, Yao, fire. Payer, brother, do you miss Pepe? Do you want Pepe to come to see you in the evening? Lin Fan was about to reply to the message, planning to spend the night with Song Pei. But an extremely rare message came. Xiao Ruoshi. A few days passed and Lin Fan almost forgot about this person. She finally couldn't help it and came over on her own initiative. After casually dealing with Song Pei, Lin Fan immediately shifted the main battlefield to Xiao Ruoshi. Xiao Ruoshi, brother, are you free tonight? On the other side, Xiao Ruoshi in the girls' dormitory of Jiangcheng University looked at the message she had sent, her fingers trembling slightly and her cheeks feeling particularly hot. In fact, she didn't want to come to see Lin Fan. But the family's difficulties are getting worse. Yesterday, the SSSS store paid salaries. Her base salary was 3,500, plus some miscellaneous benefits, so it was only about 4,000 to 5,000 a month. But because Lin Fan had bought that 911 before, it brought her a commission of 28,000. The gap from a monthly income of 3,000 to 30,000 made Xiao Ruoshi feel complicated. She thought about it for a whole day before taking the initiative to contact Lin Fan. I really had no choice, there was no other way. Lin Fan, what's the matter? Xiao Ruoshi, it's like this, brother. There's a party for the people in our dormitory tonight. They all brought their boyfriends. I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Xiao Ruoshi herself didn't know how she sent this message. Her face was not only red but also hot. This request was excessive, but it also showed her determination. If you pretend to be a boyfriend, there are many things you can do. Holding hands is just the basics, but once the fake becomes real, it would be embarrassing. Lin Fan, you are so beautiful, but you don't have a boyfriend? When Xiao Ruoshi saw the message from Lin Fan, her face turned even redder. Fortunately, she was the only one in the dormitory now, otherwise if other roommates saw her situation, she would want to find a hole to crawl into. Xiao Ruoshi, no, my mother told me that I'm not allowed to date before I graduate from college. After seeing the message, Lin Fan understood. She turned out to be a good girl. University life was so chaotic, but she could stick to such a bottom line, which showed how pure Xiao Ruoshi was. Lin Fan likes it very much. Lin Fan, I can agree to pretend to be your boyfriend, but I have a small request. Can you agree to it? When Xiao Ruoshi saw the message sent by Lin Fan, her intuition told her that Lin Fan definitely had no good intentions, but did she have the right to refuse? Obviously not. I have taken the initiative to this point, so there is no way out. Xiao Ruoshi, sure, brother Lin Fan, just say it, as long as it's not too much. She is still sticking to her bottom line. In fact, Lin Fan's request was not excessive. Lin Fan, how about this, you wear a JK uniform in black and white for the party, how about that? After all, I'm pretending to be your boyfriend, so it's not too much for you to feast my eyes on me, right? Xiao Ruoshi, okay, brother Lin Fan. Basically, every grown-up girl has one or several sets of JK uniforms, and Xiao Ruoshi is no exception. In fact, she started wearing JK uniforms in high school, but when she went to college, she dressed more conservatively. It's not just a change in the environment, it's a change in the people. Now that Lin Fan brought it up again, Xiao Ruoshi also started looking for it in her closet. Found it quickly. It's just hanging in the closet, but I haven't worn it for a long time. She immediately went to the bed and started trying it on. The size seems a little small, but it also seems to be just right, perfectly outlining my figure. She got out of bed and walked to the dressing mirror. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, her cheeks felt slightly hot. The blue and white JK uniform outlines her slender waist, and under the pleated skirt is a pair of long, beautiful legs. The black and white double evil spirits blend perfectly with the thighs. She turned around gently, and as her skirt fluttered, one could vaguely see the absolute area looming at the root of her thighs. It seems a little too tight. She muttered to herself quietly and reached out to tug at the hem of her shirt. Her figure had become fuller since she entered college, and this was a treasured uniform from several years ago. The originally fitted uniform now highlighted her curves even more clearly, as if it would break at any moment. But the key is that she doesn't have any new JKs. Xiao Ruoshi bit her lip, raised her phone to the mirror, and pressed the shutter button. Just then, the dormitory door was pushed open and a beautiful young girl walked in. When she saw Xiao Ruoshi's outfit, her eyes lit up. Wow! Ruoshi, I didn't expect you to have such a great figure. I never noticed it on weekdays. As she spoke, the young girl started to take action. Don't tease me, Meng Meng. Xiao Ruoshi's face became even hotter. She broke free from the girl's hand and hurried into the bathroom. She hesitated whether to send the photo to Lin Fan. After all, she and Lin Fan had only met once, but she asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend, and now she wanted to post such photos. I feel a little shy just thinking about it. After some thought, she sent the photo to Lin Fan. Chapter 12 Sunset Cocktail Party. On the other side, Lin Fan was chatting with Songpei. When he saw the message from Xiao Ruoshi, he clicked on it immediately. The first thing that caught my eye was a photo, followed by the message. Xiao Ruoshi, how is it? Brother. I don't have a JK uniform that fits me. This is the only one I have. If you don't like it, I'll change it. In the photo, Xiao Ruoshi is wearing a tight JK uniform with a bow ribbon in front of her body, and her slender legs are wrapped in black and white stockings. Lin Fan's eyes widened. Purity and dominance, it is good enough for a girl to have one of these qualities, but Xiao Ruoshi has both of them, which is really something. Lin Fan enlarged the picture and examined the details carefully. Apart from Xiao Ruoshi's shyness, there was nothing too revealing. A very conservative girl. Lin Fan likes it very much. However, the other party has taken the initiative to this extent. After all, I was conquered by money. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh at the greatness of money. Seeing that Lin Fan had not replied to the message for a long time, Xiao Ruoshi became a little anxious and was about to send another message to ask. Then I saw Lin Fan's reply. Lin Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and his finger gently slid across the screen. Very beautiful, this is the one, I like it very much. Xiao Ruoshi finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Fan's reply. After sending the time and address of the evening party to Lin Fan, she walked out of the bathroom. As soon as she walked out of the bathroom, she found that her 3 roommates had all returned and were putting on makeup and dressing up, preparing for the evening party. Seeing Xiao Ruoshi, the 3 girls stopped what they were doing at the same time, and turned their gazes over in unison, their eyes lighting up. A girl with twin ponytails came over and looked her up and down. Wow! Ruoshi, I just heard Meng Meng say that you have a good figure. I didn't expect it to be true. You are so well endowed and look so good in this dress. Is it your boyfriend's request? This outfit confused me, not to mention the boys. Yeah, if those little Chunans saw Ruoshi dressed like this, they would probably be unable to walk. Amid the praises from her roommates, Xiao Ruoshi curled up a faint smile at the corner of her lips. She reached out to tidy up the hair around her ears, picked up the wool sweater that had been placed on the table, put it on herself, and covered up her perfect figure. No, I just want to change my style. I definitely won't dress like this for a party at night. When the roommate saw that it was covered, he immediately laughed and joked. Don't cover it. Let us take a closer look. Xiao Ruoshi refused with a smile. She felt that this was fine as it wasn't too revealing. The sweater on the outside was quite long and almost covered everything except the thigh area. Xiao Ruoshi and her friends decided to have a gathering at the Sunset Cocktail Party, which was located in the city center, not far from Jiangcheng University, just a few kilometers away. Lin Fan specifically checked online and found out that this cocktail party was considered a relatively high-end one in Jiangcheng, with the average consumption per person exceeding 1,000 yuan. Lin Fan drove his Porsche 911 Targa 4. Fortunately, it was not yet time to get off work and there was no traffic jam. It only took him half an hour to reach the Sunset Cocktail Party. After parking the car in the open-air parking lot, he got out of the car and walked into the cocktail party. From a distance, Lin Fan saw a graceful figure standing at the door. It was Xiao Ruoshi. Beside her were several young men, all of whom were wearing branded suits and looked like gentlemen. It looks like he's trying to flirt with me. As soon as Lin Fan approached, the young boys shook their heads in disappointment, looked lonely, and turned away disappointedly. However, they did not go far, but watched quietly from a distance. They seemed to think that Lin Fan was also the one who was trying to flirt with the beautiful women. Lin Fan had mastered these tricks when he was in college. Since they want to see them, let him learn from them. But some have learned it. Beauty, alone? Lin Fan stepped forward and spoke in a frivolous tone. Xiao Ruoshi was annoyed by the flirting and was about to casually refuse, but when she looked up and found that it was Lin Fan, her eyes changed instantly, and her tone became soft and tender. Brother, you are here. Not too late, are you? Lin Fan put his arm around Xiao Ruoshi's waist in a familiar manner. Xiao Ruoshi subconsciously wanted to resist, but when she thought of the role played by Lin Fan, she only resisted symbolically a few times and finally let Lin Fan hold her. I hate my brother. Xiao Ruoshi lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Lin Fan was also admiring Xiao Ruoshi's outfit. Well, I have to say, compared to the photos, it was more shocking in reality, especially the black and white evil spirits. Lin Fan really wanted to feel the touch right now. Xiao Ruoshi was very sensible and put on a woolen coat. Although Lin Fan couldn't see what she was wearing underneath now, there would always be a chance. The two of them exchanged a few words and then walked into the cocktail party. This scene stunned the young boys who had just failed to strike up a conversation. No? Buddy? We approached you, but you ignored us and didn't even look at us. Then a strange man comes up to you and chats you up, casually putting his arm around your waist, and you don't even try to resist? Just because she's wearing Armani that costs tens of thousands of dollars? This suit of mine is worth thousands of dollars. Are your friends here? Lin Fan asked, hugging her waist. He had to admit that it felt really good and he couldn't let it go. Yeah, they're already inside. I thought it was almost time, so I came out to wait for my brother. Xiao Ruoshi said obediently. It's so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. He even came out specially to wait for Lin Fan. This was something Lin Fan had not expected. There was music playing at the cocktail party, but it was different from the DJ music played in traditional bars. It was more soothing music, accompanied by elegant piano music. It really had a different flavor. No wonder cocktail parties are so popular among young people. The atmosphere and mood are really full in all aspects. Pushing open the door of the box, Lin Fan took a quick look and saw 3 women and 2 men. Lin Fan still remembered that Xiao Ruoshi said that her roommates all had partners. Now it seems that this is not the case. This girl is not as innocent as she seems. She has hidden some things from him, but he does not care. Ruoshi, you're finally back. Everyone thought you were back to school. The girl with twin ponytails showed unparalleled enthusiasm and came forward to greet him immediately. Then, her eyes fell on Lin Fan, and the first thing she saw was the clothes on Lin Fan. Armani, brand name. When I looked up again, he had a good temperament and seemed to be a rich second generation. However, this is just speculation. The girl with twin ponytails immediately set the mood and asked jokingly, Ruoshi, you said you would give us a surprise tonight. It wouldn't be this handsome guy. What is your relationship? Boyfriend or girlfriend, or? She raised her eyes, her meaning was obvious, but she didn't continue talking, and let Xiao Ruoshi introduce herself. Chapter 13 The Most Beautiful Flower. Xiao Ruoshi's cheeks became even hotter. She grabbed Lin Fan's hand tightly and introduced him. He is my boyfriend, Lin Fan. Wow! Ruoshi, I never thought that the most beautiful flower of our Jiangcheng University would be picked. I wonder how many boys will cry for this. Meng, don't talk nonsense. What is the most beautiful flower? Xiao Ruoshi pretended to be angry and glanced at the girl who was speaking. In the box, there was still 1 woman and 2 men left, not speaking. Lin Fan noticed that one of the boys looked unhappy. From his attire, Lin Fan could tell that he was probably a second-generation rich man. He was wearing a famous brand suit, a brand-name product that Lin Fan had seen in shopping malls before. One suit seemed to cost tens of thousands of yuan, but he was not interested in suits, so he chose Armani. Ruoshi, why don't you introduce your roommates to me? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Among Xiao Ruoshi's roommates, except for the girl with twin ponytails at the beginning, the other 2 are more or less pretty. However, this is only when they are wearing makeup. Without makeup, they might look quite ordinary. Lin Fan has a system, and the system has already given scores for their appearance. The girl with twin ponytails only scored over 60 points, which makes her an ordinary girl. The scores of the remaining 2 were around 70, and with makeup, Lin Fan could probably get 80 points. After all, it is still okay for college students to dress up. Plus, girls of this age don't need much maintenance, so natural skin is the best. Xiao Ruoshi blushed as she introduced them to Lin Fan one by one. The girl with twin ponytails is called Chen Xin. The girl called Meng's full name is Yu Meng. The remaining girl who hadn't spoken was Lin Shiyun, and the boy in a shirt next to her was her boyfriend, Zhang Yuchen. The remaining boy is Lu Xian, both from Jiangcheng University. In this sense, Lin Fan is actually an outsider. However, Lin Fan attended the party as Xiao Ruoshi's boyfriend, so he was not an outsider. Everyone took their seats quickly, but the atmosphere, which was lively at the beginning, became a little depressing. Xiao Ruoshi's roommates all knew that Lu Xian was openly pursuing Xiao Ruoshi. This party was also organized by Lu Xian. Several roommates also received many benefits from Lu Xian. This party was a good opportunity to go with the flow and make things work for both of them. But the key point is that Xiao Ruoshi brought her boyfriend here directly, which makes it clear that I, Xiao Ruoshi, don't like you, Lu Xian, and I'm almost saying it out loud. Xiao Ruoshi asked Lin Fan to pretend to be her boyfriend this time, which was somewhat like a shield. Lin Fan didn't care about what everyone thought. If Xiao Ruoshi's roommate's looks could be over 90 points, he might have some ideas, but now, he had no ideas at all. Come to think of it, it's not that easy to find girls who score 90 points in real life. They are almost 1 in a million. As for Lu Xian, perhaps he regarded Lin Fan as a love rival and competitor. But Lin Fan didn't take Lu Xian seriously at all. A little brat. Compare money. He has plenty of money. When it comes to routines, he has just as many. You know, back then, at Jiangcheng University, Zhang Na was the beauty queen of the design department and the campus beauty. The people chasing after her lined up from inside the campus to outside the campus, but in the end, he still plucked this flower. The most important thing is that Lin Fan didn't have much money at that time, and all he had were sweet words. But now, he not only has money, but also knows how to speak sweet words, and more importantly, he can understand the little girl's mind. Lin Fan's hand fell on Xiao Ruoshi's thigh, which frightened Xiao Ruoshi so much that she shuddered all over. She didn't expect that Lin Fan would dare to be so bold in such a situation. I've already ordered before we came. Since everyone is Ruoshi's friend, as Ruoshi's boyfriend, I naturally can't be stingy. I'll pay for everything today. Let's drink as much as we want. Lin Fan slammed the table and stood up, speaking loudly. Thank you, brother Lin Fan. Chen Xian immediately expressed his gratitude. After someone took the lead, the atmosphere became much better. At least it was not as dull as at the beginning, and everyone started chatting. As they chatted, the gossip turned to Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, are you still in school? Yu Mengmeng asked, blinking her big eyes. She was very curious about Lin Fan. As for me, I just graduated from Jiangcheng University not many years ago, and now I can barely make ends meet. Lin Fan did not deliberately show off. There is no need for that. The strength is there is no need to show off, people will speak for him. Brother Lin Fan, did you also graduate from Jiangcheng University? So it seems that we still have to call you senior. Chen Xian covered his mouth and laughed. Sure, just shout out and I'll listen. Lin Fan also followed her words. Senior Lin Fan. Chen Xian and Yu Mengmeng said in unison. This scene made Lu Xian feel itchy. Such a philandering man had deceived Xiao Ruoshi's heart. I've already openly teased other girls like this, so Xiao Ruoshi has no reaction at all? Not jealous? Is this still my goddess? How has it been adjusted? Lin Fan didn't know what Lu Xian was thinking. Even if he knew, he would just shake his head and chuckle. We were just chatting for a few minutes, and you're already fickle? There are so many unfaithful men in the world. Lin Shiyun and her boyfriend Zhang Yuchen didn't seem interested in all this, and they didn't chat much, as if they were not a couple, but more like a pair of strangers who didn't know each other. In fact, it is not. Long before they came, the two of them had a quarrel. Zhang Yuchen was also pushing for this party behind the scenes, and Lu Xian was the initiator. Zhang Yuchen also wanted to use this party to apologize to Lin Shiyun. Not long after, a waiter in a tuxedo came in. Hello sir, this is the wine you ordered, it's ready. Lin Fan gestured to put it on the coffee table. The waiter was followed by 3 waitresses who took out a special decanter and placed it on the coffee table. This stunned the others. It was just a place to sober up, was there a need for so many people to come? Isn't one person enough? Sir, if you need anything, please call us immediately. We are right outside. I wish you a happy life. The waiter in formal attire bowed slightly towards Lin Fan, and the other 3 waitresses followed suit, bowing at a 90-degree angle, revealing a large scene. Only after all this was done did the tuxedo waiter and the waiter leave the box. Everyone was confused. Why was there such a big fuss just to sober up? The wine in the decanter is golden in color, and exudes a fresh fragrance. It tastes very good and very mellow. Lu Xian was stunned after drinking this wine. He had drunk many branded wines, but after just one sip, he almost concluded that this wine was of unusual price. Others don't understand the trick, they just think that the wine tastes good, much better than ordinary wine. What kind of wine is this? Lu Xian asked as he tasted the food. Chapter 14, Richburg Red Wine. I don't know. Lin Fan shook his head, I ordered it based on the menu. I think it was called something like Richburg Red Wine. Hearing this, not only Lu Xian, but even Lin Shiyun was stunned. Richburg Red Wine? That's the one. Because the winemaker has passed away, the price has reached its peak. Every bottle you drink is one less. It is almost an unrenewable resource. Lin Shiyun often attends sunset cocktail parties, and she has seen a bottle of wine on the menu that costs more than 100,000 yuan. Lin Fan just dismissed it so casually? And he didn't even tell anyone, which means he had no intention of showing off at all. In an instant, the look in Lin Shiyun's eyes when she looked at Lin Fan was different. It was no longer the initial coldness, but only tenderness. The signature product of Sunset Cocktail Party, the wine costs more than 100,000 per bottle. Lu Xian said this with trembling lips. For a moment, the box fell silent. Senior Lin Fan, where do you work? You can just open a bottle of wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. These words were said by Lin Shuryun, who took the initiative to talk. It was completely different from the cold look at the beginning. Zhang Yuchen, who was standing aside, was feeling angry. An ordinary job, just enough to make ends meet. Lin Fan had no interest in Lin Shuryun, so he didn't pay any attention to her. After all, a girl with a score of over 70 was not good enough for him, not to mention that there was a girl with a score of over 90 sitting next to her. He must be so bored that he would think of teasing Lin Shuryun. So the question has a very serious answer. Is it an ordinary job to open a bottle of wine that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars? Obviously it was impossible, and the girls all thought that Lin Fan was just joking. But the way he looked at Lin Fan was different. If Xiao Ruoshi hadn't revealed Lin Fan's identity at the beginning, and if there were other boys around, they would have probably come over by now. Ruoshi, I heard that you work at a Porsche SSSS store. My brother is going to change his car recently, and the first choice is a Panamera. When the time comes, I will ask my brother to go to your store and appoint you to sell it. The commission will be counted on you. By the way, the salary at a Porsche SSSS store should be pretty good, right? Lu Xian finally spoke. If he had remained silent, he might have been taken down by Lin Fan. By then, he would not have been able to say a word. He made a powerful statement as soon as he opened his mouth, saying directly that his brother was going to buy a car, and it was a Porsche, which indirectly demonstrated his family's financial strength. Although he didn't drive a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars like Lin Fan, he was still incomparable to ordinary people. Brother Xian is really capable. Zhang Yuchen immediately cooperated. The girls in the dormitory looked at Lu Xian with shining eyes. Panamera. When they came to the big city, although they had seen the real cars on the road many times, they had only seen them and had not experienced them personally. No, this is what my brother wants to buy. My dad promised me that after I graduate and go to work in his own company, he will reward me with a car. I can pick any car within 1.5 million. I'm tentatively deciding on a Maybach. Lu Xian said modestly. In just a moment, everyone shifted their attention from Lin Fan to Lu Xian. If you can buy a car worth more than 1 million yuan just by saying so, it takes a lot of financial strength. Xiao Ruoshi finally answered Lu Xian's question. Thank you for your kindness, but no thanks. I have already submitted my resignation application, and it will probably be approved tomorrow. I think it is better to focus on my studies. I plan to take the postgraduate entrance examination in the future. Really? That's a shame. Lu Xian shook his head, but still looked at Lin Fan with the attitude of a winner. Lin Fan saw all of this. He has participated in countless so-called gatherings. Whether it was the university graduation parties in the past, or the regular periodic gatherings of colleagues and department gatherings later. I have experienced too much. There is basically no emotion, most of them are inclined to interests, and they will flatter whoever can bring benefits to themselves. A person's life is actually just a simple game, and everyone is trying hard to play their own role. Lu Xian took advantage of the situation and said with a smile, it doesn't matter. After you graduate, you can come to work in my father's company. When I take over my father's company, I will plan to transform the company and develop it in the entertainment field. Ruoshi, you are so beautiful, you must have the potential to be a star. Yes, Ruoshi, I heard from them that being a star is very profitable, tens of millions a year. Chen Xian echoed from the side. Xiao Ruoshi shook her head and politely rejected Lu Xian's kindness. No, I don't have this idea. I don't have any aspirations. After finishing my postgraduate entrance examination, I just want to find an ordinary job, and then find someone I like and spend the rest of my life with. Lin Shuryun spoke in a senior tone. Ruoshi, Lu Xian is doing this for your own good. When you have a relationship in college and break up, you will find that the so-called spending the rest of your life together is just a joke made up in TV dramas. Love without financial support is nothing but a pile of loose sand. Now we are still young, so of course we have to think about the future. One day, we will be old, lying in a hospital bed, watching our husbands unable to even afford medical treatment. We can't start to regret it now. Listening to their PUA-like words, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh, especially Lin Shuryun, who just wanted to be friends with him, but when Lu Xian just showed off a little bit of his wealth, she immediately started to speak for him. That's the reality. Without money, everything is shit. When you are in love with someone, they talk to you about the bride price, money, and life after marriage. But I want to fall in love with you. Xiao Ruoshi smiled slightly but did not answer. In the dormitory, her relationship with Lin Shuryun has always been not very good, and they don't have much friendship. Lin Shuryun's words are somewhat ambiguous, and she is not stupid. Lin Fan regarded Xiao Ruoshi as his woman, so how could he bear to see her being bullied? So he put his arm around her waist and said with a casual smile, "I will naturally take care of my woman. Life is only 30,000 days long. Before she gets old, I can ensure that she is rich and prosperous and enjoys her life at will. I support her in whatever she wants to do." Xiao Ruoshi's cheeks felt slightly hot, with an indescribable subtle feeling. But she likes it very much. After this incident, the atmosphere at the table became completely tense. Lin Fan was isolated and the topic basically revolved around Lu Xian. Lu Xian was unwilling to give up Xiao Ruoshi and licked her wildly. Not long after, the dishes Lin Fan ordered arrived. They are basically home-cooked dishes from various places, and the price per dish is not expensive. This is also what Lin Fan requested. After all, he has been in the international hotel for the past few days, and he is almost tired of eating big fish, meat, seafood, and the like, so he just wants to change his taste. So there are these dishes. Chapter 15, Proud Lu Xian. But in the eyes of everyone, these dishes were obviously a bit tasteless. Chen Xin and Yu Mengmeng were fine, but Lin Shuryun couldn't help but ask, "Is that all? My skin has been bad recently, so I'm taking care of it. I can't handle this heavy oil and salt." The waiter looked at the list, compared it, and nodded politely, "Yes, that's all. It's all served. I wish you a pleasant meal." After saying this, he left the box. Lin Shuryun's words seemed to be addressed to the waiter, but in fact the meaning was very clear. She was talking to Lin Fan. She was now beginning to doubt whether there was something wrong with Lu Xian's taste for the original bottle of wine. All these home-cooked dishes cost less than 1,000 yuan. Would someone who can order a bottle of wine costing hundreds of thousands of dollars really order these dishes? Shouldn't we eat foreign wagyu beef, airship seafood, caviar, sashimi, and the like? At the very least it should be something like salad. Lin Fan ignored the others and focused on Xiao Ruoshi. It didn't matter whether she wanted to eat or not. It was his treat anyway. "How does it taste?" "Very good." Xiao Ruoshi blushed. Although she was the one who took the initiative to find Lin Fan to pretend to be her boyfriend, but seeing Lin Fan constantly putting food into her bowl, she always felt that this was a bit too intimate, as if it was something only real boyfriends and girlfriends would do, but she couldn't refuse. "I can't possibly offend Lin Fan now." Lu Xian couldn't bear it any longer. "Brother Lin Fan, Ruoshi has very good skin at her age, so she shouldn't eat anything salty, oily, or spicy. How about this? I'll order a few salads and some seafood." After saying that, he snapped his fingers and the waiter at the door immediately pushed the door open and walked in. "Waiter, I see there are pasta dishes on your menu. Start with pasta and end with tiramisu. Give me one portion of each." "Oh, and the main course." Lu Xian took a look at the number of people in the box and finally said, "There are 6 people in our box. Just bring 6 servings of staple food. This brother doesn't want to eat." "Okay." The waiter took the menu and left immediately. After doing all this, Lu Xian added, "Brother Lin Fan, we are really not used to eating these, but don't worry, everything I ordered just now will be put on our own account, and you will definitely not pay for it." Lu Xian himself began to doubt whether there was something wrong with his taste buds when he drank that bottle of wine at the beginning. After all, no one saw the process of Lin Fan placing the order. No one can guarantee the value of that bottle of wine. Lin Fan smiled and didn't argue with Lu Xian. What else can I say about this kind of worship of foreign things? He doesn't eat the delicacies of his own country and always wants to eat Western food. Do we really think that eating too much will make his skin whiter? Xiao Ruoshi waved her hand quickly. "No, Lu Xian, I don't eat that kind. I think this kind of home-cooked food tastes great. It has the taste of my mother. I love it." Lu Xian's face changed slightly. Xiao Ruoshi was openly defending Lin Fan, so he didn't get angry in the end. After all, Lin Fan had graduated a long time ago. In school, Lin Fan couldn't get in touch with Xiao Ruoshi, so he had plenty of opportunities. There is no need to leave a bad impression on Xiao Ruoshi. He will let Xiao Ruoshi know the gap between him and Lin Fan. The dishes were soon reserved. Lin Shuryun's expression looked much better when she saw the various seafood, steaks, and foie gras. Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi had already eaten and drunk their fill, and they had to say that the food tasted very good, suitable for eating with rice, which was also a good way to eat. The seafood on the table tasted average and was more for tasting. "This pasta is absolutely amazing. Ruoshi, are you sure you don't want to try it?" It tastes really good. Chen Xin assisted from the side. I'd rather not. Xiao Ruoshi shook her head. She was already very full and very satisfied. She had no other appetite for the time being. Lin Shiyun elegantly finished the last bite of pasta. Seeing Xiao Ruoshi's reaction, she couldn't help but shake her head and sneer in her heart. This party is almost coming to an end. Everyone was in a state of tipsiness. Lin Shiyun took the initiative to offer to go up and sing. After all, this was the theme of the sunset cocktail party. After the song was finished, everyone applauded and said it was a good idea. She sang an English song that showed off her great voice while showcasing her talent. Ruoshi, why don't you go up and try it too? Yeah, I think so. Under the jeers of the crowd, Xiao Ruoshi looked at Lin Fan with a blushing face. Lin Fan nodded, I think it's okay. I feel that your voice is good. Even if you have never learned to sing, it should not be too bad. I recommend you to sing Heartbeat. Okay. Xiao Ruoshi did not refuse and went on stage on her own initiative. She had a good voice, and although she had never learned to sing, she created a great atmosphere. She must have heard this song privately. After the song, the atmosphere reached its peak and everyone forgot about the English song sung by Lin Shiyun. Their minds were filled with Xiao Ruoshi's black and white demons and her pleasant singing voice. Lu Xian's throat tightened and he looked at Xiao Ruoshi with burning eyes. Ruoshi, you are so perfect. I will work hard to be worthy of you. His attitude toward Xiao Ruoshi has reached the point of fanaticism. He even forgot about Lin Fan. No, I already have a boyfriend and I love him very much. After saying this, Xiao Ruoshi's face turned even redder. Obviously, she and Lin Fan had only met a few times, but she could say such words. So shy. Lu Xian came to his senses and realized that he was a little anxious, but he was not discouraged. After all, he had plenty of opportunities in school. Xiao Ruoshi and Lin Fan are in a long-distance relationship. One is in school and the other is already in society. It's only a matter of time before they get together. Plus, with the help of Xiao Ruoshi's roommates, Lu Xian feels that it's only a matter of time before he wins over Xiao Ruoshi. No matter what, he still has an advantage compared to Lin Fan. After the dinner, Lu Xian organized everyone to go to the beach to enjoy the sea breeze, chat and relax. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Lin Fan had no interest in this at all. He came here with only one goal. That's for Xiao Ruoshi. I'm sorry, it's late and I have something else to do, so I won't go. Xiao Ruoshi politely declined Lu Xian's kindness. It's only a little after 10 o'clock now, isn't it still early? Anyway, Lu Xian will take us back to school later, so let's go together. Chen Xin added fuel to the fire. Yes, Ruoshi, play for a while longer. Yu Mengmeng also said with a lingering feeling. Xiao Ruoshi shook her head. She was still a good girl at heart, so she shook her head to reject everyone's kindness. No, my boyfriend will take me back. Lin Fan's order had already been paid in advance, and no one cared at all. However, when Lu Xian paid the bill, the total cost of all the dishes he ordered was more than 30,000 yuan, and Lu Xian paid it without blinking an eye. It attracted the favor of many girls again. Lu Xian was very satisfied. He looked at Xiao Ruoshi, but found that her attention was not on him at all. It all depended on Lin Fan from beginning to end. Chapter 16 Porsche White 911 Charge 4. It was obvious that Xiao Ruoshi had never drunk alcohol before. She only had a few drinks at the party, but her face turned red and she even staggered when she walked. She needed Lin Fan's support. Lu Xian even activated his warm-hearted nature and took the initiative to step forward, wanting to support Xiao Ruoshi together with Lin Fan. But all I got in return was a cold look. A girl weighing less than 100 pounds. Lin Fan could even carry her like a princess, let alone support her, so why would he need help from anyone else? Having suffered a loss in silence, Lu Xian just looked at Lin Fan with resentment. Everyone in the box thought that Lin Fan was really lucky as he was able to win over Xiao Ruoshi with his sweet words. But no one thought that Xiao Ruoshi and Lin Fan would go to the end. After all, in their eyes, only a rich second generation like Lu Xian can be worthy of a top goddess like Xiao Ruoshi. After leaving the sunset cocktail party and arriving at the open-air parking lot, Lu Xian pressed the car key without hesitation, and the lights of an old Maybach 450 lit up. This gives those people another opportunity to brag. Wow! Maybach, I've only seen it online, it must be very expensive, right? Chen Xin's eyes lit up. She didn't recognize the specific model, but she recognized the car logo. I heard that a Maybach costs several million. Zhang Yuchen knows a lot about cars and could tell it was an old Maybach, but the current market price is around 700,000 or 800,000 yuan, which is not ordinary. However, to be able to drive a car like this, the family must have some financial resources. Oh, this is the car my dad doesn't drive. I borrowed it to drive. I haven't graduated yet. Lu Xian became humble at this moment. That's pretty impressive too. Maybach. Yu Mengmeng walked up to the Maybach and touched the texture of the car body. She came from an ordinary family. If she hadn't gone to college and changed her class, she would probably never have had the chance to ride in a Maybach in her life. Lu Xian smiled and glanced at Xiao Ruoshi, but it turned out that the other party didn't pay any attention to him at all. Lin Fan was looking for a car. Originally there weren't so many cars in the open-air parking lot, but it was almost full after the cocktail party started, so he couldn't find it for a while. But in Lu Xian's eyes, this scene was obviously different. Brother Lin Fan, it's hard to get a taxi at this time. Please get in my car. I'll take Ruoshi back to school first. He has an elegant demeanor. Chen Xian also cooperated. Yes, Ruoshi, it's easy for us girls to run into bad guys at this time, so let Lu Xian take us back to school. Oh, no, thank you for your kindness. Xiao Ruoshi has seen through her roommates. They love wealth and despise the poor, and they are fence-sitters. She knows Lin Fan's car better than anyone else. After all, she sold it herself. I won't bother you guys anymore, I'll drive. Lin Fan smiled faintly and didn't have the time to argue with them. While Lu Xian was still showing off his abilities, he had already taken down Xiao Ruoshi. A loser, no matter how hard he tries, can't make any waves. Lu Xian leaned against the doorframe, ready to see what car Lin Fan was driving. If it's one of those cars that has been owned for hundreds of years, then it would be really laughable. At the same time, Lin Fan finally found his parked car, which was in the corner and he hadn't noticed just now. Lin Fan first carried Xiao Ruoshi into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt, then got in the car and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! A bursting engine sound was heard. Then, Lin Fan drove it to the side of the road. The white 911 Targe 4 is so eye-catching. The handsome body parked on the side of the road instantly attracted a large group of onlookers to stop. Among them are Lu Xian and others. They were not far away, and everyone could see Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi sitting in the passenger seat almost at a glance through the car windows. Bang! This news hit everyone's heart like a huge hammer. Somehow, everyone came closer uncontrollably and took a closer look at the white 911 Targe 4. Is this 718? Lin Shiyun looked at the car body and felt that it was quite similar. After all, she didn't know much about cars. That's not right. I've seen a 718 before, and it wasn't this long. Chen Xian looked at the interior and wanted to sit inside. Yu Mengmeng exclaimed, "Come and see." Several women immediately surrounded him. 911. This is not 718, but 911. What does this Targe 4 mean? I don't know, maybe it's something about the model. The curiosity of the girls reached its peak at this moment. When Zhang Yuchen and Lu Xian saw the car, their eyes froze. This is not 718 or 911 at all. This is clearly the father of 911, the white 911 Targe 4, and it is the latest model this year. The landing price starts at least 250. If it is the top configuration, it may be higher. At this time, Lin Fan also lowered the car window. Everyone had a clear look at the bright red interior, which exuded a luxurious feel everywhere. Lin Shiyun's eyes lit up. Brother Lin Fan, can I get in and sit for a while? I want to experience it. I've never sat in a Porsche before. Maybe there's a chance in the future. After all, I have to send Ruoshi back to school now. Lin Fan did not give a clear answer, but he did not refuse either, leaving the little girl with something to think about. As the car window rose, Lin Fan placed his right hand on Xiao Ruoshi's thigh and gave Lu Xian in front of him a provocative look. Lu Xian has already been petrified. At the party just now, he was still bragging about his brother buying a Panamera, but that was also his brother, not him. On the other hand, Lin Fan immediately drove out a white Porsche 911 Targe 4. Although his family could afford this car, it was only at the same level as his father's. If it were him, he would have to take over the company completely within 10 years at least, and then he would have the opportunity to drive such a car in the future. Lu Xian knew that he had lost, completely. No wonder Xiao Ruoshi chose Lin Fan. He would probably know the answer with a little thought. After all, Xiao Ruoshi was a salesperson for Porsche before. Xiao Ruoshi probably already knew about Lin Fan's financial resources. He had just been a complete clown at the party. Lin Fan no longer bothered with these people. There was no need. He was not so narrow-minded. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Everyone stood where they were, watching the Porsche leave quietly until its taillights completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Porsche 911 Targe 4 driving on the streets of Jiangcheng. Lin Fan did not drink alcohol, and there were many reasons for this. The first thing you need to consider is driving, and the second is the impact on combat effectiveness, which is the most critical and important point. He doesn't like drinking. Ding. I sense the host's invisible indulgence and pretense, and I will reward you 100,000. At the same time, Lin Fan looked at a small piece of paper in his hand, which had his measurements and contact information written on it. Lin Shiyun slipped the note into Lin Fan's hand when no one was paying attention. Unfortunately, she is not very pretty. It cannot be said to be too low, but it is too ordinary compared to Xiao Ruoshi. Lin Fan lowered the car window, crumpled the paper into a ball, and threw it out of the car casually. The wind outside was very strong, and the paper ball floated away with the wind. Chapter 17, Fake Becomes Real. As the car window rolled down, Xiao Ruoshi became much more sober. She took off her sweater on her own initiative. At this time, Xiao Ruoshi was perfect. The JK uniform perfectly outlined her slender figure, and with the black and white double evil wrapped on her slender legs, she looked pure and innocent with a bit of sultry pure desire. She had worn a woolen sweater as a coat, which covered Xiao Ruoshi's figure to a large extent. But now, in front of Lin Fan, there was no concealment at all, and everything was revealed. Xiao Ruoshi put her legs together, her thighs resting on the gear lever, and looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes. Although Lin Fan's hand fell on Xiao Ruoshi's thigh, he never went too far. "Shall I take you back to school?" Lin Fan asked when he saw Xiao Ruoshi woke up. "Brother Lin Fan, it's still early. I don't really want to go back to school." Xiao Ruoshi's answer at this time was completely different from the answer she gave to Lu Xian in the box just now. "So where do you want to go?" Lin Fan parked the car on the side of the road, rolled up the window, and looked at Xiao Ruoshi meaningfully. When Xiao Ruoshi thought about the situation at home, she felt indescribably irritated. The day when salary was paid is still vivid in my mind. Lin Fan's words to her at the SSSS store were still fresh in her memory. Lin Fan stood aside, quietly waiting for Xiao Ruoshi to make a choice. If she said she wanted to go back to school, Lin Fan would not say anything more, but would send her back to school immediately. He never forces anything on others. I also disdain to force others. This was the case when we had no money before. This is even more true now that I have money. Muah. Xiao Ruoshi gave her own answer and offered a kiss. "Brother Lin Fan, this is my first kiss." Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. "You want to make a fake one real? Is that okay?" A smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. His hand left Xiao Ruoshi's thigh and moved upwards, becoming completely dishonest. Xiao Ruoshi's face was very hot, but she did not resist and let Lin Fan do whatever he wanted. Lin Fan smiled and pinned her hair behind her back, then asked a tricky question. "Ruoshi, do you know what you usually need to do when you can't thread a needle?" As soon as this question came out, Xiao Ruoshi blushed immediately. She was a child from a peasant family and often did needlework, so she understood the problem almost immediately. "I see." Xiao Ruoshi made up her mind and tied her hair into a high ponytail to prevent it from falling and getting in the way. As the vehicle restarted, Lin Fan drove the Porsche with one hand towards the Alia International Hotel. Alia International Hotel. Lin Fan drove the car to the hotel gate, and the task of parking was naturally given to the parking attendant. He took Xiao Ruoshi out of the car. Xiao Ruoshi's face was redder than before, and her hair was a little messy, scattered behind her. Looking at her from behind, she looked even more charming. It seems to be less immature and green, and more mature. "Welcome home, Mr. Lin." When the receptionist saw Lin Fan coming back, she took the initiative to greet him and her attitude was very enthusiastic. Lin Fan just said it lightly. When you have money, you will find that people around you become more respectful and polite towards you. Even a stranger will almost always take the initiative to say hello to you. Butler Chen was guarding the door of the presidential suite, even if the suite owner was not there, as this was her job requirement. "Welcome back." From a distance, Butler Chen saw Lin Fan and took the initiative to step forward and greet him. Lin Fan nodded as a response. Xiao Ruoshi looked around like a curious baby. Everything she saw here was almost beyond her comprehension. There are more than 30 floors, and there is a sightseeing elevator, so you can always see the scenery outside through the glass. After entering the presidential suite, Xiao Ruoshi was shocked by the magnificent decoration. She had only seen it on TV before and had never imagined that she would live in it one day. All of this, of course, is Lin Fan's credit. There was a faint fragrance in the air, coming from the incense not far away, adding a different atmosphere. The level of luxury was definitely something Xiao Ruoshi had never seen before in her life. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Ruoshi's reaction and couldn't help but smile faintly. If she knew that such a suite cost 80,000 or 810,000 yuan and that he had booked it for a whole month, what would her expression be? But Lin Fan was no longer looking forward to it. Lin Fan was even more looking forward to Xiao Ruoshi's expression next. At the same time, Lin Fan clicked on Xiao Ruoshi's panel attributes. Name, Xiao Ruoshi. Appearance, 96 points. Age, 20. Height, 165 cm. Weight, 46 kilograms. Measurements, 46-87-85. Relationship, unknown. Favorability, 80. Pregnancy status, no. Experience, unskilled. This is also the girl with the highest appearance score Lin Fan has seen so far. Should I take a shower first? Xiao Ruoshi seemed a little reserved at this moment, and even asked Lin Fan's opinion before taking a bath. No, you're fine like this. Lin Fan smiled and took Xiao Ruoshi into his arms, and walked into the bedroom together. As the buttons were unbuttoned one by one. The next morning, Lin Fan got up early. Looking at the mess on the ground and the sun just rising outside, his heart was far from as calm as he appeared on the surface. He didn't spend much money on Xiao Ruoshi. What he had promised at the SSSS store was more of a verbal promise. Even so, he still managed to win Xiao Ruoshi over. This process made him feel a little dreamy. Girls like Xiao Ruoshi are too naive. Maybe this is the norm for girls. If Lin Fan fails to capture Xiao Ruoshi this time, this innocent girl will probably fall into Lu Xian's clutches again. Xiao Ruoshi woke up in a daze. Seeing Lin Fan's back, she subconsciously moved her body and hugged Lin Fan tightly. She was willing to give up everything she had, and she regarded Lin Fan as someone she could spend the rest of her life with. If at the beginning, she asked Lin Fan to pretend to be her boyfriend because of Lin Fan's promise, but now, none of this matters. She just wanted Lin Fan to be with her. No matter what happens next. Feeling the touch coming from behind, Lin Fan turned his head and gently pinched Xiao Ruoshi's face. Xiao Ruoshi's skin was so good, so smooth and tender, that Lin Fan liked pinching her face. Xiao Ruoshi also took this opportunity to snuggle into Lin Fan's arms. It seemed that only by feeling Lin Fan's arms could she feel at ease. It didn't last too long last night, mainly because Xiao Ruoshi was afraid of pain. Lin Fan did not force it. Brother Lin Fan, will you stay with me forever? Xiao Ruoshi raised her head in Lin Fan's arms, her beautiful eyes looking at Lin Fan's cheek. Hearing this, Lin Fan did not answer. For a lifetime? If I had met him earlier, maybe. But now, he couldn't keep this promise. Lin Fan changed the subject in time. Call me husband, let me hear it. Xiao Ruoshi didn't notice Lin Fan's abnormality, and she obediently satisfied Lin Fan, husband. Call me master again. Lin Fan became more and more demanding. Xiao Ruoshi was still satisfied, master. She satisfied Lin Fan with a coquettish tone. You're still more suitable to call me brother Lin Fan. Although both her husband and her master are very nice, Lin Fan prefers Xiao Ruoshi to call him brother. Brother Lin Fan. Chapter 18. Xiao Ruoshi falls in love. Xiao Ruoshi was leaning against the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the beautiful scenery of Jiangcheng. Everything is in sight. Lin Fan hugged Xiao Ruoshi with a smile and overlooked the beautiful scenery of Jiangcheng with her. On the white bedsheet, a touch of red rose is as dazzling as. It tells the story of the madness that the two of them have experienced from last night to now. Lasted until noon. As the butler knocked on the door. Xiao Ruoshi was exhausted and sweating profusely, and was carried to the bed by Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, you are awesome. Xiao Ruoshi felt a little better and used all the words she could think of in her life to please Lin Fan. Get some sleep, or you'll have dark circles under your eyes, which won't look good. Lin Fan pinched Xiao Ruoshi's face and said with a smile. Good. Xiao Ruoshi agreed, hugged Lin Fan's arm, and fell asleep peacefully. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and transferred 500,000 yuan to Xiao Ruoshi's card. In fact, he wanted to turn more, but after thinking it over, he decided to take it slow. Perhaps after graduating from university and entering society, Xiao Ruoshi will regret what happened today. That's all for the future. Lin Fan doesn't want to care about it and just wants to enjoy the present moment. Lin Fan stood up and stood alone in front of the French window, looking down at everything. Ding! The host is detected to be overindulging in consumption, rebate 1 million. Lin Fan was used to hearing this. Almost every penny he spent would be rebated back by the system anyway. At the same time, the system light curtain popped out automatically at this moment. Binding successful. Name, Xiao Ruoshi. Appearance, 96 points. Age, 20. Height, 165 cm. Weight, 46 kilograms. Measurements, 46-87-85. Relationship, unknown. Favorability, 95. Conception status? Experience, 2. Release side quests. Goal, assume the identity of a college student and go on a date with Xiao Ruoshi. Success reward, 10% of Dihao Entertainment S shares. Lin Fan was a little surprised when he saw this task. I thought it would be a difficult task like Qin Xiong's, but it turned out to be surprisingly simple. It can be done easily. The key is that the rewards are very generous. Dihao Entertainment. Lin Fan had heard of it before. Many second-tier stars were trained here. Many of the first-tier female stars that can be seen in the public now also came from Dihao Entertainment. It seems that every girl I come into contact with in the future will have her own exclusive side quest activated. At the same time, Lin Fan clicked on the light curtain and checked the incentive tasks. Incentive Task 1, successfully empower 3 women with beauty scores above 90 points, progress, 3-2. The progress of the incentive task is almost there. 1 more woman will complete the task. Lin Fan is looking forward to the little blue pill. I guess it's a body tonic. After all, how can you deal with women every day without a healthy body? Lin Fan even plans to find a gym to exercise recently. Lin Fan already had a plan. After completing the incentive task, he would complete Qin Xiong's task. After all, 10 million in cash and an office building were very tempting. Then it would be Xiao Ruoshi. Come one by one, don't be in a hurry. Lin Fan lay down on the sofa. Lunch had been delivered to him, but he had no appetite, so he decided to eat later. He picked up his phone and opened WeChat. Song Pei was sharing his daily life again. Song Pei is a woman with a strong desire to share. But the prerequisite is that you have to conquer. It's all bullshit if you can't conquer it. Song Pei is only cold to others. To Lin Fan, he is extremely gentle. Pei, good morning, brother Lin Fan. Today is another day that I miss you very much. This is my outfit, what do you think? At the end of the message, there is a picture. Lin Fa has always liked Song Pei's outfits, which are kind of royal sister-like. Lin Fan was not disappointed today. She wore a white short shirt inside and a denim jacket outside, a matching skirt on the lower body, white sneakers, and stacked socks on her ankles. Although there are no black stockings today, this outfit is still full of vitality. Pei, good afternoon, brother. Today we have a nutritious meal, salad, boiled eggs and milk. Still with pictures. Lin Fan took a quick look and found that Song Pei had sent him at least 30 messages in the morning, most of which were about sharing interesting things in daily life and the company. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, so Lin Fan has time to chat with Song Pei. Lin Fan, how much do you miss me? Pei, I miss you so much. I can't wait to drop my crappy job and go find my brother. The other party replied almost instantly, which surprised Lin Fan for a moment. Lin Fan, how about I go to the company to find you? How about we make our relationship public and make those working slaves mad? Pei, okay, I can't stand the gazes of those bastard men anymore. I only belong to you, brother. When are you going to come to the company to find me? Looking at the reply from Song Pei, Lin Fan smiled. Of course, he was just joking. Song Pei's excitement can be felt from the message. As they chatted, Lin Fan felt a little hungry, so he started to wash up and eat lunch. Not long after, Xiao Ruoshi came out of the bedroom fully dressed. Lin Fan did not forget to appreciate it. It's more exciting to watch it this way. The Xiao Ruoshi in front of him had completely transformed from a girl into a woman, and her outward temperament was different. However, Lin Fan saw a hint of anxiety on Xiao Ruoshi's face. "What's wrong with Ruoshi?" Lin Fan put down the cutlery and asked. A hint of hesitation flashed across Xiao Ruoshi's face as she wondered whether or not to tell Lin Fan. After thinking it over, she decided to tell Lin Fan. "My brother just called me and said that my dad went to rob the family's money again, to go gambling." She actually didn't want to tell Lin Fan about what happened at home, because such scandals were embarrassing and she was basically unwilling to mention them to outsiders. But after last night, Lin Fan occupied a very important position in her heart. Hearing this, Lin Fan was a little surprised. Is there such a thing? Although he was born in the countryside, his parents' generation was harmonious and they were very good to him. Although they did not make him rich, they at least gave him a complete childhood. The midday sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows and fell on Xiao Ruoshi. At this moment, she looked like the heroine who walked out of a movie. The word pure perfectly brings out her. Even Lin Fan couldn't help but stare in amazement. After admiring it for a while, Lin Fan finally came to his senses and stood up. "I transferred 500,000 yuan to you, did you receive it?" "Yes, I got it." "Thank you, brother Lin Fan." Xiao Ruoshi walked over and sat down next to Lin Fan. Seeing Xiao Ruoshi's reaction, Lin Fan knew that she had misunderstood. He pinched her smooth little face and said with a smile, "I don't mean anything else. I just want to say that you are my woman, and this is what I should do. You don't need to thank me. Look at your JK uniform, it must have been from several years ago. Although it shows your figure, it is still obviously too small. Take it and change yourself into a few sets of clothes. Be good to yourself, or I'll feel bad." Hearing these words, Xiao Ruoshi couldn't help shedding tears. "Thank you, brother Lin Fan." This thank you came from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 19, Sick Mother, Gambling Father, School-Age Brother, Broken Girl. In fact, after waking up, Xiao Ruoshi had complicated feelings towards Lin Fan. There was always an indescribable emotion that made her want to stick to Lin Fan all the time. But a phone call in the bedroom just now made her wake up completely. She understood her own identity and also understood the identity of people like Lin Fan. Even if he tried his best, he might not be worthy of Lin Fan. What's more, she came here for money from the beginning. Just based on this point, Lin Fan might have left a bad impression on him. Lin Fan didn't know what Xiao Ruoshi was thinking, so he pinched her cheek and said, "Shall I take you home?" Xiao Ruoshi hadn't had time to put on her shoes, and her stockings were dirty, so she didn't wear them. She put her hands on her beautiful legs, obviously in hesitation. "Brother Lin Fan, it's better not to do that. My home is just a small rural village and the journey is quite far. I won't trouble you, brother. You already call me brother, so this little favor is nothing. It's decided. I'll take you home." Lin Fan didn't give Xiao Ruoshi a chance to continue speaking. He took her hand, stood up and left together. Xiao Ruoshi looked at Lin Fan's back and was instantly caught in a whirlpool of love. Lin Fan is young and handsome, and he can easily transfer 500,000 yuan to her, which is enough to show his financial strength. She is not a fool. It is impossible that she is the only woman around Lin Fan. But, she is a selfish person and never likes to share her things with others, and the same goes for men. Brother Lin Fan. What? When Lin Fan turned around, Xiao Ruoshi had already taken the initiative to kiss him. After taking the initiative, Xiao Ruoshi's face became even rosier. She looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, and then began to take off her clothes. "Let's play games that don't end until you're happy." Xiao Ruoshi smiled faintly, revealing her beautiful face, while she tied her hair up. Lin Fan was quite surprised to see such an active beauty. He grabbed Xiao Ruoshi's wrist and said, "Then I'm really looking forward to it." From the first meeting to completely winning over Xiao Ruoshi's body and mind, it only took a few short days, and he didn't even have to make any substantial efforts. As for the transfer of money, it was Lin Fan who took the initiative to transfer it, not the other party who proposed it. The city scenery is beautiful, but it can't compare to the beauty in front of you. Lin Fan enjoyed this moment very much. In the past, Lin Fan particularly hated rich people. As a result, I ended up becoming the person I hate the most. After having lunch together, Lin Fan drove Xiao Ruoshi home. Xiao Ruoshi's home is in a very remote village in the southern suburbs of the city. Starting from the Area International Hotel, the whole journey is about 40 kilometers. If there is no traffic jam, it is actually not too far, let alone if you drive. Lingnan Village. This is where Xiao Ruoshi's home is. This place is completely out of the scope of the city. Even the roads are dilapidated, which is obviously different from the new roads. Every household has a self-built house, and there are also many tiled houses. There were still many old ladies and old men sitting together at the entrance of the village. When they saw a Porsche luxury car entering the village, they immediately started gossiping. Although they are from an older generation, they are very well informed about news, especially car brands, and they know more about them than some young people. Oh my, whose doll is this? It's a Porsche. Hey, isn't that Xiao Laoxi's kid? He was admitted to a city university and is the first college student in our village. It seems so. Xiao Laoxi is a lazy guy. He plays cards or mahjong all day long. Otherwise, I would have wanted to introduce my child to Xiao Laoxi's kid. He is good looking and a college student. Lin Fan did not open the window, and did not know that the group of people outside were discussing them. Seeing this familiar village entrance, Lin Fan was reminded of his own home. Come to think of it, I haven't been home for many years. Brother Lin Fan, I'm sorry to embarrass you. My family lives in a place like this. Xiao Ruoshi pinched her thigh, her face not looking very good, and she became nervous to a degree that was almost visibly visible to the naked eye. Lin Fan shook his head. What are you saying? I am also the son of a farmer, and my hometown is also in the village. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Not long after, Lin Fan drove the car to the downstairs of Xiao Ruoshi's house. Thank you, brother Lin Fan. After getting off the car, Xiao Ruoshi smiled politely at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Ruoshi and smiled faintly. Won't you invite me in to sit down? Xiao Ruoshi originally thought that Lin Fan would dislike the living environment of her home, but she also didn't expect Lin Fan to take the initiative to suggest going in and sitting down. My family's environment isn't very good. I'd better not give it up. After thinking about it, although this was like meeting the parents, Xiao Ruoshi still didn't want Lin Fan to see the ugly things happening in her family. But Lin Fan had already gotten out of the car. Anyway, you're my woman now. Isn't it normal for me to go to your house and have a visit? Xiao Ruoshi took a deep breath, finally forced a smile, and hugged Lin Fan's arm. The two walked side by side towards the self-built house in front of them. As soon as I reached the door, I heard the sound of breaking dishes and chopsticks, accompanied by a quarrel. Hearing the voice, Xiao Ruoshi's face changed and she immediately pushed the door and walked in, followed closely by Lin Fan. I'm telling you, you have to hand over the property deed today. Don't forget, I paid for the construction of this house. The top floor is of no use now, so sell it first and pay off my foreign debt first. Take out all the money in the passbook and I will make a profit. When the time comes, I will definitely let your family live a good life. A middle-aged man with an untidy beard stood in the middle of the living room, with all kinds of broken dishes and chopsticks on the floor. Sitting on the solid wood sofa was a middle-aged woman, her face full of obvious crow's feet, revealing a deep sense of fatigue, and the traces of tears were particularly obvious. Don't even think about it. This money is for my second son to go to college. You have to pay off your debts yourself. You have hands and feet. You can go to the construction site and make a few hundred yuan a day. You can always pay it off. Anyway, don't even think about taking a penny from the family. If you have the guts, make a big fuss about it. Let everyone in the village know about it. Put it on the news and see if you can afford to lose face. The middle-aged woman's voice was hoarse. It was obvious that she had been arguing with the middle-aged man for a long time before Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi arrived. Mom! Xiao Ruoshi came to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged man was so furious. He just wanted money and he couldn't possibly hit a woman. After all, he still had his dignity to save. He searched every place in the house, but couldn't find either the house deed or the passbook. He didn't know where they were hidden. He could only start with his own daughter. Ruoshi, the local boss who played cards with me, has a son who is about your age. You are already 20, and it is almost time for you to get married. They will give you a dowry of 280,000 yuan. By then, you will be the happiest girl in the village. The middle-aged woman's anger was ignited again when she heard this. She stood up and pointed at the middle-aged man and cursed, Xiao Jianhai, are you a human being? You want to sell your daughter for a little money? She is still in college, and you want her to get married? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Chapter 20 Selling Daughter. At this time, the two of them noticed Lin Fan standing at the door. Seeing that there were outsiders present, The atmosphere eased a little, but it was only just a relaxation. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, my name is Lin Fan, and I'm Ruoshi's boyfriend. Lin Fan smiled slightly and took the initiative to introduce himself. The middle-aged woman stared at Lin Fan for a long time, wanting to say something but didn't. Finally, she held Xiao Ruoshi's hand and sighed repeatedly. You are her boyfriend, right? If you give me 100,000 yuan now, I will let her marry you immediately. How about that? Only then did Xiao Jianghai understand the relationship between Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi and immediately changed his target. Okay, give me the card number. Lin Fan had already taken out his cell phone. Xiao Jianghai saw that Lin Fan was dressed decently and didn't look like a liar, so he gave him his card number. Lin Fan didn't waste any time and directly transferred 500,000 yuan. Seeing the money arrive, Xiao Jianghai's eyes lit up and he patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. From now on, she is yours. You can take her away anytime. I said so. After saying this, he was about to leave, fearing that Lin Fan would regret it and ask him for money again. Don't leave in a hurry, uncle, let's sign a contract. Hearing this, Xiao Jianghai immediately became alert. Money repayment contract? Of course not. Lin Fan said with a smile. That's good. Xiao Jianghai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not a contract to repay the money, even if it was a contract to sell his daughter, he would not hesitate at all. After all, he had raised his daughter for so many years, and his daughter had grown up, and it was time for her to think about him. Lin Fan picked up the paper on the table, drafted a contract, and then handed the pen and paper to Xiao Jianghai at the same time. Xiao Jianghai took a quick look and found nothing about paying back the money. There was just one piece of news that made him very uncomfortable. After taking this money, you will no longer be able to interfere with Xiao Ruoshi's behavior, and you will not be able to use your father-daughter relationship to force her to do something she doesn't like. It's a very simple sentence, but it contains a lot of information. As Xiao Ruoshi's father, Xiao Jianghai was obviously unhappy to see such restrictions. He is the father, and as his daughter, of course she has to listen to what he says. But he didn't show it. He just wanted to get the money first. So without hesitation, he signed his name. Lin Fan took the draft contract from Xiao Jianghai again. Theoretically, this contract had no legal effect, but Xiao Jianghai had a low level of education and could not see the ins and outs of it. He was not afraid at all that Xiao Jianghai would go back on his word. He had a system and money, and could hire the best lawyers. If Xiao Jianghai dared to go back on his word, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Can I go now? Xiao Jianghai asked anxiously. Take care, uncle. Lin Fan watched Xiao Jianghai leave. When they reached the door, Lin Fan suddenly said, by the way, uncle, if you don't do what's in the contract, then go talk to my lawyer. You don't want to go to jail, do you? Hearing this, Xiao Jianghai's body trembled. Looking at the luxury car parked at the gate and thinking of Lin Fan's face, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. I know what I'm going to do. The living room returned to peace. The middle-aged woman was still immersed in the scene just now and had not recovered. Someone who can easily take out 500,000. This kind of talent is her daughter's boyfriend. Child, stay for dinner. The middle-aged woman thought Lin Fan didn't look like a bad person, nor did she have a rigid personality. No, auntie, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. It was definitely not appropriate for Lin Fan to stay and continue eating at this moment, so he stood up and left tactfully. Xiao Ruoshi had just returned home, and they still had a bunch of personal matters to deal with, so there was no point in him staying here. Mom! I'll go see Lin Fan off then. Xiao Ruoshi helped her mother sit down, then walked out of the house and followed Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan. Lin Fan stopped and turned around. Thank you, really. Xiao Ruoshi shed 2 lines of tears. Lin Fan did all this for her, and she really didn't know how to thank Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled slightly, wiped away Xiao Ruoshi's tears, and handed Xiao Ruoshi the contract signed by Xiao Jianghai. If there is any situation at home, tell me the first time, don't hold on. Xiao Ruoshi took the contract, stood on tiptoe, and left a strawberry mark on Lin Fan's face. Brother Lin Fan, I will come to you after I finish dealing with my family affairs. Don't worry, study is the most important thing, I have plenty of time. Lin Fan has already gotten in the car. As the car started, Xiao Ruoshi stood there, watching Lin Fan drive away. She did not look away until he was out of sight anymore, with a look of reluctance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 500,000 and getting a rebate of 1 million. When Lin Fan returned to the Air International Hotel, it was already evening. He lay on the bed, his face full of fatigue, and he didn't want to move at all. I'm too tired today. There is almost no rest time. Either exercising or driving. At this moment, a prestige reminder sounded. It was a message from Xiao Ruoshi. It took her several hours to send a WeChat message to Lin Fan. It seemed that the things at home had been almost dealt with. Xiao Ruoshi, brother Lin Fan, are you asleep? Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the news. It was only around 8 o'clock, how could he fall asleep so soon? Lin Fan, no, are you ready for bed? So, good night? Xiao Ruoshi, I'll be here for a little while. By the way, brother, tomorrow is Sunday. I plan to go to the mall to buy some clothes. Brother, do you want to go with me? I can wear any clothes you like for you to see. Good. Lin Fan liked Xiao Ruoshi, who was very sensible. Lin Fan, I may not have much time tomorrow, so I can't go with you. I'll pay for any clothes you like. When Xiao Ruoshi saw the message from Lin Fan, she felt a little disappointed, but she quickly adjusted her mood. Xiao Ruoshi, okay then, brother, but you don't have to spend any money. I haven't used the 300,000 yuan you transferred to me yesterday. When I see suitable clothes, I will give them to you and let you choose. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Ruoshi like this and realized that Xiao Ruoshi had completely fallen in love. Xiao Ruoshi, brother, do you prefer white or black stockings? Xiao Ruoshi, or do you like both? But these messages have been sent for a long time and have not received any reply. Xiao Ruoshi waited for a long time holding the phone. My brother must be very busy, yes, he must be. At this moment, Lin Fan was indeed not looking at his phone. Instead, he was eating the dinner brought by the butler and chatting. Butler Chen, are there any good houses near Jiangcheng? It would be best if they were large flats. Lin Fan's savings now exceed 10 million, and he can finally buy a house in a place like Jiangcheng where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. There may be a slight gap in the high-end villa area, but there is no pressure to buy a large flat and you can get it directly. After thinking for a while, Butler Chen replied, there are many types of large flats to choose from, but I prefer the elegant mansion in Hanlin Villa in the north of the city. They have convenient transportation, schools and hospitals nearby, and the airport is also nearby, which is suitable for business trips at any time. She considered many aspects. If we only look at the level of luxury, these two may not be the best, but in terms of geographical location, these two are definitely good. The specific situation will depend on Lin Fan's choice. Lin Fan memorized these two names and decided to go and take a look when he had time. Chapter 21 Mission Release. Early the next morning, Lin Fan was awakened by the ringing of the phone. I had a video chat with Songpei until late last night, so I am still asleep now. Lin Fan casually answered the phone. Hello? A middle-aged female voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Lin Fan, it's already the 8th day. If you don't come to the company today, I will really report your absence to the higher-ups. Even if you are fired, that would be a light punishment. Lin Fan opened his eyes and glanced at the phone screen before he remembered who it was. Liao Ping. His direct supervisor in the previous company. Hey, Lin Fan, are you listening? It's hard to find a job now. I know you're under a lot of pressure at work. As long as you come to the company today, I'll forgive you for what happened before. The days you haven't come in these days will be considered a day off for you. The voice on the phone continued. Lin Fan gradually woke up. Didn't he remember that he fired the team leader? Unexpectedly, the other party didn't mind at all and instead asked him to go back to work. This was beyond his expectations. But if you think about it carefully, it's normal. His position in the team is a model designer, and he knows the company's business very well. It is somewhat difficult to recruit an experienced designer like him in a short period of time. The key is that the other party's attitude is very good. But Lin Fan doesn't plan to go back to work. Damn, who would go back to work if they have money? Are you bored because you have nothing to do? No one can accept cold violence, even the team leader. Lin Fan, what do you want? I've begged you to come back to work so nicely, but you're still not happy? Do you want me to go to your house and beg you to come back? Lin Fan didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. The other party's attitude is good enough, there is no need to argue. But he really didn't want to go back to work. It would be so nice to just lie on the 2-meter-long bed in the hotel and sleep until noon, chatting with Pei Pei. Why suffer at work? Ding! Emotional fluctuations between the host and Song Pei have been detected. Song Pei's side quest is now released. Side quest: have an intimate relationship with Song Pei in the company. Reward: 3 attribute points can be freely allocated. What is this attribute point? When Lin Fan was wondering, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Unlike before, it did not display the woman's panel attributes, but his own attributes. Name: Lin Fan. Age: 25. Height: 182 cm. Weight: 75 kilograms. Appearance score: 76 points. Temperament: 69 points. Charm: 49 points. Physical fitness: 43 points. Assets: none. Deposits: 19.77 million. If compared with the attributes of Song Pei and others, Lin Fan's attributes are simply blown away. In terms of appearance rating, 76 points is considered to be quite outstanding among the general public, which also corresponds to the fact that Lin Fan is a little handsome, but compared to the woman who scored 90 points, it is far behind. Her temperament should have barely reached the passing line, and in terms of charm, it probably didn't even reach the passing line. As for this physical fitness, it shows how weak Lin Fan is now. Not to mention that he is immersed in beauty every day. Lin Fan roughly understood that the rewarded attribute points were most likely used to improve appearance, temperament, charm, and physical fitness. He had no motivation originally, but now he was motivated all of a sudden. Get up from the bed immediately and go to the company. Lin Fan was also a little excited. He wondered if Song Pei could maintain his usual cool demeanor when he saw him in the company. He picked up his phone and saw that Song Pei had sent him a message at around 7 o'clock. Pei, good morning, brother Lin Fan. Today's outfit is casual, but there is something special inside. Although you can only watch, if you miss me, remember to call me. The message ends with 2 pictures. The first one is a very normal outfit. You can't see the inner layer. She is wearing white casual clothes and casual pants on the lower body. There is basically nothing eye-catching. But the second picture made Lin Fan's eyes widen. This Song Pei is really good at having fun. At first, Lin Fan didn't understand what the phrase "there is a hidden world" meant until he saw this picture. From the inside to the outside, there is a strong contrast. It just so happened that Lin Fan was going to the company today, so he could take this opportunity to teach this little devil a lesson. Lin Fan, little devil, I have to teach you a lesson. As always, Song Pei thought Lin Fan was joking, so he cooperated. Pei, come on. I'm always waiting for you, brother. Lin Fan smiled slightly after seeing this. He was afraid that Song Pei didn't know that he would go to the company today. At the same time, Xiao Ruoshi also sent a message to Lin Fan. Xiao Ruoshi, brother Lin Fan, good morning. Lin Fan, good morning, Xiao Ruoshi. Lin Fan happened to be looking at his phone and replied. The result is the 2 girls' damn desire to share. The news keeps coming. Lin Fan couldn't stand it any longer and finally could only choose to turn a blind eye. There was no other way. Lin Fan was really powerless to deal with 2 women on the internet, but maybe he could still give it a try in the hotel. After washing up, Lin Fan drove his Porsche out of the garage and headed to the company. Jiangcheng. Commercial Street. Many well-known and famous companies are located here, such as Amisasai, Gangi, etc. Lin Fan's company is called Z, a state-owned enterprise. Almost all of the heartwarming documentaries and low-age cartoons in China are produced by Z. Z is also located here, and is known as one of the 3 giants in Jiangcheng along with Amisasai and Gangi. Lin Fan drove his Porsche 911 Targa 4 to the company building. His employee card was still valid and he had no problems all the way. After Lin Fan parked his car in the basement, he took the elevator upstairs. His department was the design department, and his floor was on the 18th floor. Brother Lin? In the elevator, a familiar voice came from behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked back and saw that it was a young man in a shirt. He was from the same department and was an acquaintance, so he greeted him. Good morning, Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang is a newcomer in the department and has just been working there for a few months. Lin Fan is responsible for training him. He calls him brother and Lin Fan deserves it. Brother Lin, everyone thought you weren't coming? Even I thought so. Xiao Wang looked excited. When he first joined the company, the team leader assigned him to the design department. Almost no senior staff were willing to take him on because they all found it troublesome and there was no extra salary to be gained. They thought less work was better, so Lin Fan finally accepted him. Lin Fan was willing to take him with him purely because he saw himself when he had just graduated. Indeed, I'm not coming. This time I'm here to handle the resignation procedures at the company, and by the way. Lin Fan didn't finish his words, but Xiao Wang didn't understand the other meaning. Xiao Wang's excited expression turned into loss again. Hey, brother Lin, the department feels like it's not functioning without you. Just like the last 2D model, the team worked overtime for several days and was scolded by the superiors several times. Sister Liao also got angry because of this matter. At this moment, there is still a big gap between domestic and Sakura 2D modeling. Not only the model is different, but also the frame rate and the gap in all aspects are almost crushed. Come on, let's go up and let me take a look at the model. Lin Fan came to the company today simply to complete a task, but when he saw that the team encountered difficulties, he decided to take a look. It's the last day anyway. He is not a heartless and ungrateful person. Chapter 22 Resignation Contract. Design Department. It was just time to get to work, but the department was already packed with people, and everyone had some breakfast on their desks. Several teams gathered together to discuss things about the models, some were discussing festival documentaries, and some were gossiping with each other. They started discussing work issues without even having time to eat breakfast. One word. Roll. I hope this model will satisfy the leaders above, and please don't reject it again. I really don't want to work overtime. Hey, who wants to work overtime? It's all Lin Fan's fault. He insisted on doing it my own way. He was away for the past few days, and the workload on our side has almost doubled. Yes, he took a break without saying anything, and he's already been off for 8 days in a row. The team leader kept defending him, saying he was unwell. I think he and the team leader are having an affair. Maybe he's enjoying himself somewhere right now, making it hard for us. There are only more than 20 people in the design department, and everyone has some emotions towards Lin Fan at this moment. Before Lin Fan was here, most of the model work was done by Lin Fan, and they were responsible for motion capture, etc. But now that Lin Fan is not here, the work of model design falls into their hands. Originally I could get off work at 5 o'clock, but now I have to wait until 8 or 9 o'clock to get off work. Anyone who is human can't help but complain. The source of all this is naturally Lin Fan. Lin Fan and Xiao Wan walked to the department and naturally heard these people's discussions. Xiao Wan looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Lin Fan had a calm expression and showed no emotion. After all, today was his last day in the company. Team leader Liao Ping also walked out of her office at this time. When she saw Lin Fan, her eyes lit up and the dejected look on her face disappeared without a trace. Liao Ping is a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She is well-maintained and has fair skin. If you don't know her age, you would probably subconsciously think that she is only 30 years old when you see Liao Ping. Liao Ping usually wears a women's suit and trousers in the company, nothing special. She's not even as good as some of the women in the group who dress up gorgeously. Lin Fan, you're finally back. The model of your main hand has been knocked down again. Please help take a look. Liao Ping was holding a document in her hand. When her superior scolded her, she was furious and was about to vent her anger on her team members. After seeing Lin Fan, the fire disappeared instantly. When everyone heard the name Lin Fan, they all turned around. After confirming that it was Lin Fan, their expressions immediately changed and they became excited. Brother Lin, you are finally back. How are you? Are you okay? Lin Fan, have you had breakfast? I brought 2 portions of dough from home. I'll give you 1. Brother Lin Fan, can you help me look at this motion capture? I can't match it up. What's going on? The expressions of these people were completely different from the ones they had when they were discussing Lin Fan behind his back just now. Each one is more flattering than the other. Lin Fan saw all of this in his heart and nodded calmly. That's how the workplace is. On the surface, everyone is friendly, each gets what they need, and helps each other. But behind the scenes, your status in their eyes may be even lower than that of the pet dog at home. There is even a possibility of being backstabbed at any time. Not just the workplace. The same is true for schools. Dormitory relationships need to be maintained everywhere. Maybe it will break accidentally. Even the most patient person will get tired after 4 years of maintenance. Although Lin Fan didn't do anything now, he was exhausted both physically and mentally. Liao Ping came over. When Xiaoli met Liao Ping's gaze, he shuddered all over and immediately returned to his workstation. Lin Fan, just think it over. When this is over, the company will not treat you unfairly. I will apply to the higher-ups for a promotion and a raise for you. Liao Ping looked sincere. But Lin Fan has heard a lot of such words over the years. Maybe Liao Ping has no intention of making empty promises, but the higher-ups have not expressed it yet. But he was tired of hearing it, too. He has worked diligently for many years but has never been promoted to the position of team leader. Not to mention the salary, which has remained stagnant for more than a year. Lin Fan just replied perfunctorily, then took the file from Liao Ping and returned to his workstation. After returning to his workstation, he did not bother with the model at first, but instead drafted a resignation contract. A legitimate resignation. This way Liao Ping would have no reason to bother him. Otherwise, he couldn't stand Liao Ping playing the emotional card all the time. After all, he was trained by Liao Ping when he entered the company. After drafting the contract, Lin Fan called a few familiar people to work together to solve the model problems. Among them is Xiao Wang. It took a whole morning to finally resolve all the anomalies in the model. If we still can't satisfy the higher-ups this time, then Lin Fan had no choice. I'm sorry he won't entertain you. Brother Lin, you are amazing. This time, it will definitely not be rejected. Then our department can finally relax for a few days. Xiao Wan was like a little fanboy, bragging about Lin Fan on the side. Lin Fan found this strange, but he didn't say anything. Brother Lin, I'm leaving now. I have an expense report to submit to the expenditure department. See you later. Expenditure department? Hearing these 3 words, Lin Fan suddenly thought of Songpei. He came here just to complete Songpei's mission. Go and hand the model file over to the team leader, and I'll go for you if you want to reimburse me. Hearing this, Xiao Wang looked strange. Brother Lin, didn't you say before that the women in the expenditure department are all yellow-faced women and that you would never go to the expenditure department again? You also said that I would be the one to handle all future reimbursements. Lin Fan showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. He did say this, but it was before. He didn't want to explain. After all, he couldn't say that he was in a relationship with Song Pei from the expenditure department. Lin Fan coughed twice and gave Xiao Wang a meaningful look. Maybe there won't be another chance in the future. Good. Xiao Wang looked at Lin Fan's back, and always felt that Lin Fan's words had other meanings, but he couldn't feel it. After thinking about it, Xiao Wang had no clue, so he simply gave up. Anyway, it would take some time to go to the expenditure department, and then it would take even longer to get there. In comparison, it would be much better for him to just go and deliver a document. After delivery, you can go downstairs to eat. Delicious. Lin Fan took the elevator to the 16th floor. This is the floor where the expenditure department is located. The expenditure department and the finance department are on the same floor. Compared with the design department, there are obviously more beauties in the expenditure department and the finance department, and most of them are more or less pretty. The clothes are all very fashionable, and Lin Fan even saw quite a few expensive bags displayed among them. It wasn't long before lunch break, and the expenditure department was relatively idle at the moment. Most people were sitting at their workstations, chatting and laughing with each other. From a distance, Lin Fan saw Song Pei, who was wearing casual clothes and sitting at his workstation. Chapter 23, A Cold Goddess? There's nothing we can do about it. Although there are many beautiful women in the expenditure department and the finance department, there are still too few top-notch ones like Song Pei. Even if she doesn't dress up deliberately, she is so outstanding that it is hard not to be noticed. Lin Fan walked over, stopped in front of her workstation, knocked on the table, and placed the expense slip on Song Pei's desk with a smile on his lips. To reimburse. Song Pei was gossiping with his colleagues at the moment. Besides, it was almost lunchtime, so who would have the time to go and claim the expense? So he waved his hands, without even turning his head, and said impatiently, "Come and get it later." "I'm in a hurry," Lin Fan urged, knocking on the table again, just hitting the other person's arm. This instantly caused Song Pei to be extremely dissatisfied. She turned her head and was about to explode when she saw Lin Fan with a smile on his face. The anger in his heart disappeared instantly. He stood up subconsciously and said, "Brother Lin Fan." The voice stopped abruptly, and she suddenly realized that this was in the company. So he sat down again. His colleagues next to him were confused. They thought Song Pei would be angry. After all, Song Pei hated physical contact with this kind of man the most, but they didn't expect that nothing happened. Lin Fan and Song Pei said nothing, yet they said everything. After Song Pei sat down, he immediately picked up the expense slip and signed his name without even looking at it. The many tedious processes of daily life seemed to non-existent at this moment. After signing, Song Pei handed the expense slip to Lin Fan. After Lin Fan took it, their arms touched again. But Song Pei didn't get angry at all, and even behaved like a little girl, looking shy. Lin Fan smiled faintly, quickly released his hand, and invited, "Would you like to have lunch together?" "Okay, I'm going to have lunch too, so let's go together." This stunned the female colleague next to him, who looked curious. She had been in contact with Song Pei for so long that she naturally understood Song Pei's character. It can almost be described as misogynistic. But today, why is it like he has changed his personality? Naturally, the other women in the expenditure department and the finance department also noticed what was happening here and cast gossipy glances over there. How could such a cool goddess on weekdays act like a little girl in front of a strange man? Is this still the Song Pei they know? Most of them didn't know Lin Fan, and only a few knew him, but they were not very familiar with him. So when they saw the scene, they were a little surprised. Lin Fan didn't care about the strange looks from others and left with Song Pei. "Brother Lin Fan, why did you suddenly come to the company? You scared me so much that my heart is still beating fast. If you don't believe me, just listen." Song Pei took the initiative to pull Lin Fan's hand and placed it on his chest. It was indeed beating very fast, but the touch felt a little wrong. "You don't like it?" Lin Fan put his arm around Song Pei's slender waist. "Like." Song Pei also cooperated and leaned on Lin Fan. It was thanks to the fact that the two of them were in the stairwell that it didn't matter how they played around, as there were basically not many people around. Otherwise, if they were seen, it would have become a piece of company gossip. It might even make tomorrow's headlines. The atmosphere became increasingly ambiguous. "Brother, should we go eat first? I can take the afternoon off." As he spoke, Song Pei came closer and whispered in Lin Fan's ear, "My outfit is much better looking than in the picture." Lin Fan's hands became restless. "I want to be here." "Here?" Song Pei's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he shook his head repeatedly. "No. Absolutely not. Someone will pass by here and we will be discovered." Although she is a playboy, most of them are superficial. In fact, she is a very conservative woman, otherwise she would not have remained pure at the age of 26. On the internet, she could freely discuss all kinds of sensitive issues with Lin Fan. Even if they had to compromise, she could do so when they were alone in a hotel. But not now. This is a public place. There are people passing by at any time. If someone passed by and found out, not only would she be ruined, but her reputation in the company would also disappear overnight. By then, there will be all kinds of abuse. Even though she was very popular in the expenditure department, that was only to the outside world. In fact, many women in the department looked at her differently, with jealousy, and even resentment. Seeing that Lin Fan had no intention of changing his mind, Song Pei quickly hugged Lin Fan's arm, stood on tiptoe to leave a mark on Lin Fan's right cheek, and said coquettishly, "Don't do it here, brother. We will really be discovered. Let me show you what I'm wearing first, and then we'll go to the hotel later and I'll make it up to you, okay?" Elder brother. Husband. Lin Fan couldn't stand Song Pei's coquetry, so he agreed, "Okay. Mwah. Hubby, I'll make it up to you later. You can do whatever you want then." After saying that, she began to zip up her coat. After zipping it halfway, she carefully looked at the stairs on both sides so that she could react in time if there was any movement. Lin Fan is a man. As the saying goes, a man's mouth is a lie. After seeing what Song Pei wore inside, Lin Fan became even more popular. The upper body is an ordinary short-sleeved shirt and the legs are wrapped in black stockings. This inner outfit is perfectly covered by the casual clothes and casual pants on the outside. Even more stunning than in the photos. Especially since Lin Fan can take action now. Originally, his thoughts in the company were far from being so restless. But after reading it, Lin Fan made up his mind and would never change it. It's called mission accomplished. Actually thrill-seeking. Or the toilet. Lin Fan smiled. "Hubby, didn't you just agree to it?" Song Pei leaned on Lin Fan. Lin Fan had no choice. He definitely couldn't make Song Pei give in just by talking. He was curious too. He didn't expect that Song Pei would rebel against him even though her favorability towards him had reached 99. I'll think about this later. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and transferred 500,000 yuan to Song Pei's bank account. Adding the previous transfer of 300,000, Lin Fan has now transferred a total of 800,000 to Song Pei, not counting the miscellaneous transfers in the restaurant before. It doesn't matter if you get caught. At worst, you can just quit your job and I'll support you from now on. Lin Fan raised his cell phone and motioned Song Pei to look at it. Song Pei took out his cell phone and saw the text message from the bank, and he stood there in a daze. 500,000? Just turn around when you say so. Her mood changed drastically immediately. An indescribable meaning was brewing in her heart. Hubby, let's go to the bathroom. At least it's safer than here. Not here? Song Pei bit his lip and said, we will really be discovered here. If my husband really. It's not impossible. Forget it, forget it. I'm also afraid of being discovered. Let's go to the bathroom. Don't make any noise. Yes, I know. Chapter 24, Lu Tian, A Connection. Half an hour later. Lin Fan and Song Pei came out of the toilet one after another. Fortunately, at this time in the afternoon, most people went to the cafeteria to eat, or took a lunch break at their workstations, so there was basically no one there. Compared to before, Song Pei's face looked much rosier, his originally long black hair became a little messy, and his collar was a little uneven. Just looking at the surface, you can hardly see anything. After all, Song Pei had already tidied it up when it came out. Lin Fan also felt refreshed. This feeling was just different. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The host is detected to be overindulging in consumption, rebate 1 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Song Pei's side quest, and you will be rewarded with 3 attribute points. Lin Fan did not hesitate and immediately added these 3 attribute points to physical fitness. Suddenly, the sage lost all time. Lin Fan felt that he was terrifyingly strong. After being strong for a while, a feeling of hunger came over me. Why? Man is iron and food is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will feel hungry. The way Song Pei looked at Lin Fan was different from before, with love in his eyes. But Lin Fan didn't notice it. Canteen. The cafeteria in the company is pretty good, the only drawback is that it is expensive, which is also the main reason why Lin Fan has not been able to save any money in the past few years. The food was indeed delicious, which was indeed good, but a normal lunch would cost 20 or 30 yuan, so in order to save money, Lin Fan used to go to the restaurant downstairs of the company to eat noodles, which was cheaper and saved half the money. But now, Lin Fan doesn't have so many concerns. As for money, he has plenty of it, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to book the canteen now. Lin Fan and Song Pei walked into the cafeteria together, immediately attracting a lot of attention from others. The main reason is that Song Pei is too outstanding. Song Pei took the initiative to hold Lin Fan's arm and declared his sovereignty. Some people who had been secretly in love with Song Pei for a long time suddenly became alert, with disbelief on their faces. Oh my god! Who is this? He's with my goddess. I remember him, Lin Fan from the design department. It's like putting flowers on cow dung. Lin Fan was not upset by the looks from the people around him. The goddess in their eyes looked so different in front of him. Brother Lin! A shout from a distance brought Lin Fan back to reality. If it's not Xiao Wang, then who else could it be? Lin Fan took Song Pei over. Looking at the two of them, even though Xiao Wang was slow to react, he knew the relationship between Lin Fan and Song Pei. No wonder Lin Fan volunteered to go to the expenditure department just now. It turns out there is such a relationship involved. I haven't come to the company these few days, so I guess I've been with Song Pei. 3 people sat at a dinner table. Xiao Wang didn't say a word, mainly because Song Pei was too eye-catching. Originally, he was eating alone and almost no one paid attention to him. But when Song Pei came, he could feel the eyes cast towards him from all sides. This made him very uncomfortable. Xiao Wang was very curious about how Lin Fan managed to win over Song Pei. After all, he also had thoughts about Song Pei. Not only him, almost all unmarried men in the company have had thoughts about Song Pei. What's more, he was just an undergraduate who had just graduated from an ordinary university. It's normal to have fantasies about love life. Lin Fan was hungry and ate voraciously. Not long after, a young man in a suit and tie, with a gloomy face, walked over from not far away. When everyone saw the young man, they sighed. They all knew the young man. Lu Tian, the only male in the expenditure department, is said to have a father who is the head of the department. This also explains why there is such a male in the expenditure department. It's because of connections. Everyone knows that Lu Tian has been pursuing Song Pei. Although everyone had some thoughts about Song Pei, due to Lu Tian, they didn't go too far and it was enough for them to just admire him for a few seconds. Do you still want to enjoy the view of Song Pei in bed? It would be better to have a daydream. After all, in the dream, Song Pei would not be able to do whatever she wanted. Everyone looked like they were enjoying a good show. Song Pei. Hearing someone calling him, Song Pei turned around and saw the person coming. He immediately showed a look of annoyance on his face. Lu Tian? What are you doing here? She didn't give Lu Tian any good look. Who is he? Lu Tian pointed at Lin Fan and went straight to the point. Only then did Lin Fan slowly turn around and his eyes fell on Lu Tian. Judging from his appearance, Lu Tian is just a college graduate. Based on his ability, he doesn't even have the ability to get a job at ZE. Everyone knows that he has a good father. This is also known to everyone in the company. Just after graduating from college, he wanted to control Song Pei, who had already been struggling in society for many years. It is obviously impossible to rely on sweet words. There is only one way. That means spending money. But Lin Fan acted faster and spent more money, and he succeeded long ago. Song Pei held Lin Fan's hand. He is my boyfriend, can't you tell? Where did the company say that office romances are not allowed? This sentence completely blocked Lu Tian's next words. His face turned red and he held it in for a long time without uttering a complete sentence. After a long pause, Lu Tiankai looked at Lin Fan and said, I remember you, Lin Fan from the design department. I'll give you a chance to sever your ties with Song Pei. Otherwise, you can expect to be fired. Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. If it were in the past, he might have been a little afraid of Lu Tian. After all, he really needed this job at that time, but now? He has a system, is not short of money, and does not need a job. He came to the company today simply to resign. And this idiot said he wanted to fire himself? Isn't that good? N+1 various compensations, come on. Lin Fan was not polite at all. He looked directly at Lu Tian and sneered, stupid, do you think I really need this job? I'm sitting here today. If you have the guts, fire me. If you don't, I'll look down on you. Brother Lin. At this time, Xiao Wang spoke out in time to stop him. He was really afraid that Lin Fan would offend Lu Tian and lose his job. By then, even the team leader would not be able to protect Lin Fan. The other employees eating in the cafeteria were also shocked to hear Lin Fan's words, including those from the design department and expenditure department. No one expected Lin Fan to be so bold. Some female employees in the expenditure department have long disliked Lu Tian. Not only is he incompetent, but he also harasses them meaninglessly all day long. If they didn't know that Lu Tian's father is the head of the department, they would have no choice but to be angry but not speak out. Now seeing Lin Fan arguing with Lu Tian like this, Lu Tian lost all his temper. They were secretly happy and gave a good vent to their emotions. But next, Lin Fan was going to feel uncomfortable. Who made Lu Tian have connections? Although they are not in the same department, it is still very easy for Lu Tian's father to sanction an employee from other department. Leaders of other departments will also give them face. So, there was more or less a hint of pity in the eyes of everyone looking at Lin Fan. Chapter 25, Cleaning Up the Workplace. Okay. Lin Fan, just wait for me. Lu Tian turned and left angrily. As he walked to the door, a young man immediately came up and whispered something in Lu Tian's ear. At the end of his speech, Lu Tian's expression relaxed a lot. Lin Fan saw all of this, but he didn't care. He knew the young man, a colleague in the department, but they didn't have much of a relationship. But judging from the situation, it's nothing more than tipping off. After all, it was true that I hadn't come to work for a week. At the canteen entrance. You mean, Lin Fan has been absent from work for a week, and his direct supervisor is still protecting him? Lu Tian looked at the young man in the white shirt opposite him. Yes, Brother Lu, he was absent from work for a week even though he had nothing to do. He ignored the company's organizational discipline and brought bad influence to the design department. I seriously suspect that he had an affair with our design team leader, so the team leader has been protecting him. The young man in the white shirt gritted his teeth, looking very pompous. Lu Tian's face turned cold. I see, I didn't expect there is such a cancer in the company, this kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. I will report to the superiors right away. If this succeeds, you will be the new team leader of the design department. A smile appeared on Lu Tian's face and he patted the young man in the white shirt on the shoulder. The information from the young man in the white shirt was very important to him, otherwise he would have no reason to deal with Lin Fan. After all, it is not the same department, so it is too troublesome to reach out to other departments. But there was a legitimate reason. That's easy. The young man in the white shirt lowered his head. Thank you, Brother Lu. In the office of the head of the expenditure department. Dad, this Lin Fan is simply too arrogant and lawless. This is how it is. This cancer should be fired. Lu Tian said angrily, and he described to his father again what the man in the white shirt had just said to him. Lu Shan, the head of the expenditure department, is a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean beer belly. He sits in the boss chair, listening to what his son says with a blank expression on his face and no ripples in his heart. He is not a fool. Just do whatever you want, why bother with what employees from other departments do? It was nothing more than that employees from other departments had a dispute with his good-for-nothing son, and then his son found unfavorable evidence against them. If it were someone else, he wouldn't want to get involved. After all, they were not in the same department, and it would be troublesome to get involved. But he is his son after all, I can't just ignore him. Lu Shan first took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the head of the design department, describing Lin Fan's violations of company discipline one by one. The head of the design department was shocked when he saw the news. He didn't expect that there was an employee in his department who was absent from work for a week and yet could come back to work without receiving any punishment. If his superiors got to know about this, his position would be in jeopardy. The head of the design department said, Manager Lu, this kind of employee who violates company discipline is indeed not worthy of sympathy, but I can't come to the company for a while, so this matter will be entirely handled by you. He said this to give Lu Shan face. After all, there is no need to offend a supervisor of the same level for a small employee. Design department. It is lunchtime now, everyone is taking a nap, and Lin Fan is no exception. Whoever calls Lin Fan, stand up. Lu Shan and Lu Tian came to the design department and shouted. Everyone who was taking a lunch break was suddenly awakened. Seeing the person coming, the design department employees sighed repeatedly. It must be Lu Tian's revenge. Lin Fan had just confronted Lu Tian in the cafeteria. It feels great. But revenge is coming. Lin Fan sat at his workstation, with his legs on the table, looking lazy. When he saw the two of them, he said calmly, I am Lin Fan. Lu Shan, with a beer belly, came to Lin Fan's workstation, picked up the document, and slammed it on the table in a pretentious manner. Lin Fan, you are treating the company as your home, right? Put your legs on the table. If people from other companies see you like this, they will think our company has no rules or regulations. If this affects cooperation, can you bear the responsibility? He acted like a leader from the start. Lin Fan was not afraid at all, and continued to do his own thing, sneering, Manager Lu, I remember that the first rule of the company seems to be that after joining the company, you can treat the company as your own home, take care of the environment, and protect the tables and chairs. Isn't it? Besides, it's lunchtime now, why do you care what I do? Manager Lu was so angry after hearing these words that he almost exploded. He looked at Lin Fan angrily and said, Lin Fan, you have been absent from work for 7 days without reason. You have ruined the company's atmosphere. I am officially notifying you now. You are fired. Team leader Liao Ping was awakened by the noise outside and walked out of the office. When she saw the scene, she immediately walked over. Manager Lu, Lin Fan is an employee of our design department. Even if he made a mistake, it should be judged by me, his direct supervisor. As the head of the expenditure department, aren't you being too broad-minded? She spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, looking directly at Lu Shan. Humph, the company is plagued by people like you who abuse their power, so the performance has not improved. Your manager Li said that he has something to do and cannot come. I am the acting manager today. Lu Shan had anticipated this situation and looked at Liao Ping. Team leader Liao, I seriously suspect that you are bending the law for personal gain and protecting Lin Fan. Today, both of you, pack up your things and get out. As soon as these words were spoken, Liao Ping's face changed, and even the faces of other employees changed. No one expected things to develop to this point. Originally, it was thought that Lin Fan would be fined a little or have his salary reduced, but now he has ended up being fired. In theory, working in a state-owned enterprise is considered a half-iron rice bowl. As long as you don't do anything too extreme, you will basically not end up being fired. Lin Fan's 7 days of absence from work may seem like a big deal, but it is actually very small. As long as it is not reported to the higher-ups, it can basically be reduced to a small matter. But someone reported it and caught him, so there was nothing we could do. The employees in the design department looked at Lin Fan, shook their heads, and couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic. This result is already the best ending. If Lin Fan and Lu Shan quarrel again, he might not even get his salary for that month. Even subsequent job hunting will be affected. It's just a pity for team leader Liao. Although everyone complains about him on a daily basis, they still have a good impression of him. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and most of the time he cares about the team members. Take the matter of Lin Fan being absent from work for 7 days. If it were any other leader, he would have fired you long ago. Ding! It is detected that the host is being bullied, and the counterattack mission is now triggered. Teach Lu Shan and Lu Tian a lesson. Choice 1, leave the company without saying a word, and become the laughingstock of the company from then on. Reward, reduce your appearance score by 3 points. Choice 2, kneel down and beg for mercy, begging the two to forgive you, and continue to work like a slave, never getting ahead in your life. Reward, the system will unbind you from the host, clear your assets, and reset the favorability of all bound objects to 0. Choice 3, fight them both. Reward, 8% of ZE Company shares. Chapter 26 Lin Fan? Mr. Lin. Hear the voice ringing in your head. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. It's almost a no-brainer that you should choose option 3. Options 1 and 2 are said to be rewards, but in fact they are both punishments. To be honest, Lin Fan really had no reason to want to argue with the two of them at first, because no matter whether he was fired or quit, his ultimate goal was to leave the company anyway. He didn't intend to involve team leader Liao. But now that we have the system to back us up, there is no need to be afraid of these people with connections. Even if there is no system support, they are going to resign anyway, so there is no need to be afraid of such people with connections. In the company, I give you face and you are the leader. Once you leave the company, you are nothing. The smile on Lin Fan's face became more and more intense as he looked at Lu Tian and Lu Shan, father and son. Manager Lu, I think you know better than me who was abusing his power. Although I was absent from work for 7 days, which I cannot deny, something happened at home that needed to be dealt with urgently, so I didn't have time to ask for leave, but I also agreed with team leader Liao in advance that I would make up the leave note when I returned to work. I have worked hard in the company for many years. I can't say I have made any contributions, but at least I have worked hard. As for Lu Tian, I'm very curious about how he got into the expenditure department and how he was able to become a full-time employee within a month. After hearing these words, the faces of Lu Tian and Lu Shan, father and son, became even uglier. Lu Shan was completely enraged. He threw all the documents on Lin Fan's desk to the ground, and the fat on his face was shaking slightly. Good for you, Lin Fan. Instead of thinking about your own problems, you start thinking about others. Just because you talked back to your boss today, no one in this company can protect you. Lin Fan didn't take it seriously, still with a playful smile on his face. Oh, I remember the first requirement for the expenditure department is that it must be a woman, right? And the major must be accounting or something like that. At the very least, you must have an accounting certificate. I want to ask, does Lu Tian have one? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire office fell completely silent. No one expected that Lin Fan would fight Lu Shan to the death. If you offend such a leader, it will be difficult to find a job in the future. After all, we are in the same industry and it's just a matter of Lu Shan saying hello. Lin Fan didn't take it seriously at all and didn't care at all. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in my mind again. Ding! Detected that the host successfully counterattacked Lu Shan, enjoy an indulgent life. The reward has been automatically issued, and the host has now obtained 8% of ZE Group's shares. Although there was no clear promotion in position, with 8% of the shares in hand, Lu Shan would definitely not be able to move him even if he wanted to. On the contrary, it would be easy for him to fire Lu Shan and Lu Tian. A matter of words. If the shareholders who control the company do not give him face, he will have no choice but to sell his shares at a low price. Lin Fan's cell phone rang at this moment. I glanced at the caller and saw it was an unfamiliar number that had never been noted. After the call was connected, a cold female voice came from the phone. Hello, the share transfer agreement is now officially effective. You are now the third largest shareholder of ZE Company. I am your assistant Zhang Ke, and I am also the director of the business department. When can you come to the company so that I can discuss board matters with you? Lin Fan glanced at Lu Tian and Lu Shan again and said calmly, I'm in the design department now. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll be right there. The call was quickly hung up. Lu Shan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. At this time, Lin Fan still had the leisure to make a phone call. He simply didn't take him seriously. Just because of what Lin Fan did today, he not only wanted to fire Lin Fan, but also wanted to make Lin Fan disappear completely from this industry. Lin Fan was not clear about Zi's job structure, but he was somewhat clear about the position of minister. After all, everyone often discussed this matter, so Lin Fan knew a little about it. Every department has a minister, who is the highest leader of a department. Above him are the president, manager, and shareholders. The power of a department head is basically limited to the department. The minister does not have this limitation. No matter which department it is, as long as the employees are, the minister is one of their senior leaders. Lin Fan remained calm and composed. He was actually looking forward to seeing what Lu Shan's expression would be like next. Lu Shan couldn't stand it any longer. Lin Fan, do you have any other opinions? I have no objection. Lin Fan shook his head. Lu Tian immediately agreed, since you have no objection, why don't you pack up and get out? That proud look seemed to say, I am the ultimate winner. I have no objection, but that doesn't mean I will be the one to leave. Lin Fan sneered, Lu Shan, you have bent the law for personal gain, abused your power, and contradicted your superiors. I am now officially notifying you that you are fired. Of course, there's you, Lu Tian. Lin Fan's words left all the employees in the design department confused, and they thought that Lin Fan had gone crazy. They didn't even dare to think about asking Lu Tian and Lu Shan to get out. Just then, a tall figure wearing black high heels walked into the design department. Looking at such a chaotic scene, she frowned, quickly scanned the crowd, and finally her eyes fell on Lin Fan. She walked over quickly and was about to say hello to Lin Fan when she was recognized by Lu Shan, who was standing beside her. Minister Zhang, why are you here without even telling me so I can prepare? I'm having a heart-to-heart talk with a disobedient employee. Did the superiors give you some instructions? Lu Shan, a middle-aged man in his 50s, was being very respectful in front of a woman in her 20s. A higher position will crush you, there is nothing you can do about it. Zhang Ke glanced at Lu Shan calmly. I remember this is the design department, right, Manager Lu? Hearing this, Lu Shan was stunned, but still nodded, that's right. And you, are the head of the expenditure department? Why are you in the design department? Zhang Ke's tone was cold, as if he was going to call for an explanation. Lu Shan was confused by the question. The company has clear rules and regulations, which state that department heads cannot interfere in the affairs of other departments, including managing employees of other departments. He originally came here to teach Lin Fan a lesson. He could explain it well in front of his employees, but in front of his boss, this reason was not valid. Zhang Ke stopped talking without wasting too much time on Lu Shan. He turned around and came to Lin Fan, bowing respectfully, Mr. Lin. When everyone heard this name, their faces changed, including Lu Shan and Lu Tian, whose faces almost turned the color of liver. Those who can bear the title of general manager in ZE are basically at the president or manager level, and above them are members of the board of directors. Lu Shan doesn't dare to think about that at all. Are you kidding? How could Lin Fan be Mr. Lin? They must have misunderstood, yes, they must have. There is more than one person named Lin in the design department. Chapter 27, The Wind in Zhengcheng. But this is just their self-deception. Zhang Ke bowed to Lin Fan, and her various behaviors basically proved that Lin Fan is General Manager Lin. Lin Fan still smiled and looked at Lu Tian and Lu Shan. Lu Tian was still standing there in a daze, not yet able to recover from the shock. Lu Shan was completely stunned, sweating profusely, and unwilling to believe this fact. Zhang Ke, do you think it's too much to fire someone for bending the law for personal gain, abusing power, and talking back to his superiors? Lin Fan asked. Naturally, he was using the words that Lu Shan had used to teach him, and now he was returning them all. Zhang Ke shook his head. The state has its own laws, the family has its own rules, and the company naturally has its own system. Violators of the system will be punished. All of this is naturally up to General Manager Lin. Zhang Ke's words completely verified Lin Fan's extraordinary identity. Everyone in the design department looked at Lin Fan with strange eyes. No one expected that Lin Fan would suddenly transform into President Lin. Now, everyone looked like they were enjoying a good show. Lu Tian and Lu Shan are used to bullying others in the company, and this time they have run into a tough guy. Then open it. Lin Fan spoke lightly, his expression indifferent. And this sentence also completely sentenced Lu Tian and Lu Shan, father and son, to death. Lu Shan looked ashen. He had been reaping the benefits of being the head of the expenditure department for many years, but now he was dragged into this by his own son and had offended a big shot. He hates. I hate this useless son. What's more, I hated myself even more for not checking Lin Fan's file earlier. If I had discovered Lin Fan's identity earlier, how could this situation have occurred? Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, please forgive me for my mistakes. This is all a misunderstanding. Lu Shan still wants to try again. Lin Fan would naturally not change his mind once he had made up his mind. After everything was settled, it was almost time to get off work. Lu Shan and his son Lu Tian left the company in embarrassment. Liao Ping was promoted to head of the design department, and as for the original head, Lin Fan continued to fire him as usual. No sense of responsibility at all. Do you need a reason to fire someone? In principle, it is necessary, but now, Lin Fan is the principal. At the same time, the position of head of the expenditure department was vacant, so Lin Fan promoted Song Pei to the position. Liao Ping was a little dazed. She had worked at ZE for 7 or 8 years and had only been promoted to a team leader position. However, Lin Fan's words today made her a supervisor. Just a moment ago, she was still worried about leaving her job, but things changed so quickly. Boss Lin, let's go somewhere else to continue our conversation. Zhang Ke smiled faintly. Lin Fan didn't refuse either. Looking at the two people's backs, the design department finally recovered from the situation. It turns out that Lin Fan is a rich young man who previously worked in the design department. Perhaps he was sent down by one of the higher-ups to gain experience? Office of the Minister. Lin Fan sat in the boss's chair. Zheng Ke told Lin Fan all the matters of the board of directors, but Lin Fan was not interested in them. He just wanted to teach Lu Tian a lesson simply by using the shares. As for going to work, he hadn't thought about it. I never even thought about joining the board of directors. But it's also pretty good to be able to get dividends. I may not come to the company in the future. If there is a subsequent board meeting, you can take my place temporarily. There is no need to look for me unless there is something very important. Lin Fan calculated the time accurately, gave all the instructions, and then stood up and left. Okay, Mr. Lin. Zheng Ke watched Lin Fan's back as he walked away. Lin Fan just wanted to be a hands-off boss. After all, he had money, so who would be willing to work? With the system in hand, he could enjoy life to his heart's content. That was the truth. As soon as Song Pei got off work, she received a promotion document. Her former department manager resigned for personal reasons, which made her ecstatic. She had joined ZE for several years and had no room for promotion, and was in the position of a small clerk. As a result, I got promoted today. Without thinking, she immediately thought of who could make all this happen. Besides Lin Fan, who else can do it? Lin Fan drove a Porsche 911 Targa 4 out of the underground garage and saw Song Pei on the roadside at a glance. There is no way, Song Pei is too outstanding. Even if he is standing in the crowd, no matter how chaotic it is, Song Pei will be seen at first sight. Song Pei was a little distressed at this time. She was planning to wait here for Lin Fan to come out of the company. She didn't expect someone to approach her. He is a little boy, a little handsome, and doesn't he look very old? He should be from the university nearby. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Song Pei had already rejected her very tactfully. After all, judging from the other party's shy look, it was probably his first time to be approached. If it were any other man, she probably wouldn't even bother to respond. If she was in college and full of youth, she might have had some interest in this kind of boy, but after years of experience in society, she has become very realistic. The boy wanted to say something else. Lin Fan had already lowered the window of the Porsche 911 Targa 4. Excuse me, my boyfriend is here. Song Pei smiled at the boy and then got into Lin Fan's car. Chen Fan drove the Porsche 911 Targa 4 and sped away. The night wind in Jiangcheng was particularly cool, with bursts of freshness. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Fan saw the incredulous look in the eyes of the boy who had approached him. Today's scene may become a shadow that he will never be able to get out of in the future. That boy approached me. He wanted to add me on WeChat, but I refused. After Song Pei got in the car, he immediately began to explain. You're so pretty and charming, it's not uncommon for people to hit on you. Why are you explaining this to me? I don't need to get angry with a college student. Lin Fan smiled and didn't take it seriously. He never considered this young boy who hadn't experienced the hardships of society as his opponent. Song Pei blushed. Even a normal girl would feel a little shy when praised like this. Oh, no, if it were a normal boyfriend and girlfriend, seeing their girlfriend being in such close contact with a strange man, they would probably have broken out into a quarrel. Maybe prestige has been added. Not even an explanation. People have a sense of freshness. But there is no money. Honey, shall we go directly to the hotel? Song Pei tucked her hair around her ears, leaned her legs against the crotch, and lowered the zipper of her shirt a little. Against the night sky, the beauty looked extremely charming. No rush, everything has its foreplay. Anyway, you got promoted, so of course we have to celebrate first. After punishing Lu Shan and Lu Tian, Lin Fan felt extremely happy. Today he was going to have fun, eat, go shopping, spend money, and finally watch a movie before the main event. That's how life should be. With the system, every day will be more hopeful. Lin Fan drove the Porsche with one hand, and Song Pei lowered his head. Boom! The Porsche 911 Targe 4 made a loud roar and rushed towards the shopping mall on the road in Zhangcheng. Chapter 28 Elegant Mansion. It was not until noon the next day that Lin Fan woke up from his peaceful state. Song Pei's experience was clearly there, but he knew too much, and Lin Fan was a little overwhelmed. Even though he had improved his physical fitness yesterday, he still felt a little weak after a night. On the contrary, Song Pei's complexion was getting better and better. Lying on the bed, without any makeup, her bare face almost crushes 90% of women in reality. Lin Fan was getting ready to get up and wash up. He planned to go and see the large flat recommended by the housekeeper. His current savings were over 20 million, so it shouldn't be a problem. As for tomorrow, he plans to find a gym and work out. Honey, are you going to get up? Song Pei was half lying on the bed, with sleepy eyes. The quilt covered a large area of beautiful scenery, revealing only a small area of snow-white skin. Lin Fan took a look and quickly looked away. Just looking at the surface, he felt a little excited. If he looked at it for a few more seconds, he might not be able to control himself. Well, I have something to do today. If you haven't slept enough, you can sleep more. Song Pei nodded and agreed. She originally wanted to ask Lin Fan what exactly happened, but seeing that Lin Fan had no intention of telling her, it seemed a bit inappropriate for her to ask so presumptuously. Afraid of causing Lin Fan to be unhappy. Honey, I'll stay in the hotel, take a shower and wait for you to come back. Lin Fan had already walked into the bathroom. After finishing the work of the past few days, Lin Fan also plans to change his car. This time he will not change to a sports car or something like that, but a commercial vehicle. The main thing is that it is comfortable to sit in, and other things will be considered later. For example, Rolls-Royce is his first choice at present. But that's all in the future. Housekeeper Chen knows Yaji Mansion, and today she goes with her to Yaji Mansion to look at the house. Lin Fan's budget is not high, only 20 million. Anyway, this house is just used for transition. When he has more money later, Lin Fan plans to change to a villa. Lin Fan walked out of the presidential suite and found that Butler Chen had been waiting at the door for a long time. Mr. Lin. Seeing Lin Fan coming out, Butler Chen bowed slightly. Today, Butler Chen was not wearing professional attire like he did in the past, but casual clothes. Perhaps it was because he was a little older and was more conservative in all aspects. To be honest, Lin Fan still prefers the professional suit that Butler Chen wore before, with black stockings and high heels. Although it is an old A8, it has the charm of the old A8 after all. Have you been waiting for a long time? Lin Fan asked with a smile. No, I just got here too. Butler Chen felt Lin Fan's burning gaze and put on a professional smile on his face. Can you drive? Meeting. Then you can make the connection. Let's go to the elegant mansion first. The budget is 20 million. It would be best if there is a ready-made house. If it's suitable, you can buy it in full directly. It would be best if you can move in right away. Butler Chen wrote down all of Lin Fan's requests, took out his cell phone, and sent a message to his good friend. Underground garage. Lin Fan got on the passenger seat, while Butler Chen sat on the driver's seat. Driving is actually a very tiring job. Lin Fan didn't understand it before, but now he gradually understands why those rich second-generation young men rarely drive themselves. It's because they are tired. If it's not for picking up women and showing off, there is no advantage in driving yourself. A capable person doesn't need a luxury car to prove himself. Butler Chen drove very steadily. The Alia International Hotel was not far from the elegant mansion, and it only took about 20 minutes to get there. The elegant mansion is located on the connecting line between the city center and the suburbs, next to West Lake, a famous tourist attraction in Jiangcheng. Before coming here, Lin Fan saw that the transportation here is convenient, there is almost no traffic jam, and there are hospitals, shopping malls, airports, and the like nearby. The only drawback is probably that there is no subway station nearby. But if you think about it, it's understandable. Living in a place like this, most people drive themselves or have a driver drive them, so who would take the subway? Lin Fan is not the owner yet, so even if Butler Chen knows the people inside, he can only park his car in the parking lot outside. Butler Chen was very sensible. After parking the car, he immediately got out and opened the door for Lin Fan. This kind of treatment is indeed enjoyable, and most of the time Lin Fan doesn't need to do anything himself. You can enjoy different services. Under the guidance of Butler Chen, Lin Fan successfully arrived at the marketing hall. The security guards in high-end residential areas are of high quality and most of them are retired veterans, so there is almost no need to worry about safety. Living here, basic personal safety is definitely guaranteed. There was a woman waiting for a long time at the door of the marketing hall. Seeing Lin Fan and Butler Chen coming, she immediately came forward to greet them. After a brief eye contact with Butler Chen, he turned his gaze to Lin Fan and took the initiative to greet him. "Mr. Lin, welcome to the elegant mansion. My name is Zhao Yuding, and I'm the sales manager here. I'll take you two on a tour of the elegant mansion." Zhao Yuding was wearing work clothes, a white shirt on the upper body, a women's suit on the upper body, a work skirt on the lower body, black stockings on her legs, and high heels on her feet. Just looking at the clothes, for ordinary people, it is already amazing, but after all, Lin Fan has seen too many, so he is a little bored. But Zhao Yuding had a good figure, and with high heels, she was almost as tall as Lin Fan. The two peaks in front of her were top-quality Mercedes-Benz G-classes, fuller than any woman Lin Fan had ever seen before. This kind of face and this kind of figure are simply the best. She is the kind of woman who was born with a talent for marriage. I guess she is very popular wherever she goes. Even Lin Fan couldn't help but take another look. On the way to the sales office, Zhao Yuding walked in front, chatting and laughing with Lin Fan, talking about family matters, and not forgetting to introduce the scenery of Yaji Mansion and what are the advantages of Yaji Mansion compared with other communities. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the green plants and environment he saw along the way. It was indeed a high-end community. Zhao Yuding suddenly stopped and pointed to the carefully manicured French garden not far away and introduced, "Mr. Lin, the greening rate of our elegant mansion is as high as 45%. These century-old ginkgo trees were transplanted directly from Suzhou City." Then, passing by the central fountain, Zhao Yuding introduced with a smile, "This is the moonlight ripples designed by a Japanese dry landscape master. It will be even more stunning at night with the lights." As she spoke, she took out her cell phone from her pocket and showed Lin Fan pictures of the night scene. She leaned forward slightly, and the scent of perfume from the ends of her hair drifted over. Lin Fan took a look at the night view picture and it was indeed beautiful. At first glance, Lin Fan was actually quite satisfied. After all, it was his first time buying a house, and this kind of environment was enough to satisfy him. The most important thing is the interior of the house. Whether it can satisfy him is the key. Chapter 29. Don't disappoint good women, don't waste bad women. Lin Fan and Butler Chen, accompanied by Zhao Yuding, soon arrived at the sales office. The first thing that catches your eye is an extra-large sand table with house samples placed on it for people to appreciate their appearance. There were quite a few salespeople among them, all of them were pretty girls. At this moment, those girls all looked at Lin Fan with curiosity. They knew that a distinguished guest would come today, but they didn't expect that the guest was so young. Judging from his clothes, he is not ordinary, definitely a rich second generation. The fact that he was received personally by the supervisor also showed that Lin Fan had an unusual background. It's a pity that I didn't get any commission. The supervisor has already taken the lead. Most of the houses in our elegant residence are river view rooms facing West Lake, which is also one of our features. If Mr. Lin likes the river view, I would recommend building a, preferably above the 10th floor, so that you can better enjoy the beautiful scenery of West Lake. Especially at night, the combination of West Lake and moonlight gives people a unique atmosphere. The 12th and 16th floors of Building A are both good choices. Long before coming, Butler Chen had already asked about Lin Fan's needs, and Butler Chen passed it on to Zhao Yuding. So Zhao Yuding started directly recommending the most cost-effective large flat. Zhao Yuding said a lot, but Lin Fan didn't listen to a word of it. He just wanted to see the inside of the house. Nothing else matters. Lin Fan simply asked directly, "Can I see the house?" "Of course, shall I take Mr. Lin to see the model house first?" Zhao Yuding still led the way, "Follow me." Lin Fan and Butler Chen followed behind. Arriving at the model house, Lin Fan looked at the layout inside and couldn't help but be stunned. The decoration of the house is not as luxurious as that of the Alya International Hotel. It has more of a cozy feeling. Not far away is a huge floor-to-ceiling window. The angle here is even better than that of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Alya International Hotel. The endless river view and the lights of thousands of homes are all in sight. Zhao Yuding introduced, "This is the apartment type closest to A12 and A16, with a total area of about 200 square meters, luxurious decoration, and all furniture is well equipped." After Lin Fan went in and took a look, he became more and more satisfied. The layout of 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms made perfect use of the space and did not appear particularly crowded. Zhao Yuding followed behind Lin Fan. Every time Lin Fan arrived at a place, she would introduce it without missing any details. "We have chosen a suite-like design for the master bedroom, which comes with a hidden cloakroom and a panoramic bathroom. The bathtub faces the floor-to-ceiling window, so you can enjoy the river view while taking a bath." Lin Fan looked at the panoramic bathroom and was a little surprised. Zhao Yuding handed over the remote control at the right time and said, "The blurriness of the panoramic bathroom can be controlled by this remote control. If you want it to be transparent, it will become transparent. If you want it to be blurry, it can also become blurry." Lin Fan pressed it, and it was just as Zhao Yuding said. Lin Fan likes this bathroom very much. Zhao Yuding and Butler Chen smiled at each other. They were not surprised by this scene. Zhao Yuding had met many rich second generations and was not interested in their houses at first, but after seeing this panoramic bathroom, she immediately changed her mind. "Okay, that's it. Are there any rooms available on the 16th floor?" Lin Fan was very satisfied with all of this. Yes, the 16th floor is now available. The properties that Zhao Yuding recommended to Lin Fan were already made. Long before Lin Fan came, Butler Chen had already told Zhao Yuding about Lin Fan's needs. This is how the scene could go so smoothly. The three of them came to the sales office again from the model house. In the office, Lin Fan sat on the sofa, and Zhao Yuding served him delicious food and drinks. Only then did Lin Fan realize the housing prices here. 70,000 per square meter was indeed not cheap. After everything was settled, it would cost nearly 20 million. Signed the contract and swiped the card. Zhao Yuding found it a little unbelievable. A house worth tens of millions was sold so casually? Moreover, the other party never bargained for the price, and even paid in full, decisively, without hesitation. This surprised her a little. She had seen many wealthy people of all kinds, but it was rare to see someone as young, handsome, and rich as Lin Fan. In fact, Lin Fan felt very painful. His savings had just reached 10 million with great difficulty, but it had not been in the bank for long before it was all spent. To sum up in one sentence, that's because there's not enough money. If you buy a villa or something like that, it would probably cost hundreds of thousands or even millions per square meter. Thinking of the villa, Lin Fan became motivated again. Butler Chen was also quite surprised and amazed at Lin Fan's financial resources. A person with assets of 20 million and a person who can take out 20 million at once are completely on different levels. Even some listed companies cannot guarantee that they can come up with 20 million in cash. Although she had prepared herself mentally before coming, she was still a little surprised to see Lin Fan being so generous. Young, handsome, rich. No matter which girl you are, you have all fantasized about your perfect other half during your youth. There was a clear difference in the way Zhao Yuding looked at Lin Fan. If we say that at the beginning, she personally received Lin Fan out of respect for Butler Chen. Now, she was completely impressed by Lin Fan's financial resources. At the same time, Lin Fan was also checking Zhao Yuding's panel. Name, Zhao Yuding. Appearance, 92 points. Age, 29. Height, 171 cm. Weight, 51 kilograms. Measurements, 49 90 88. Relationship, unknown. Favorability, 30. Pregnancy status, no. Experience, 3. Lin Fan was a little surprised. When he first saw Zhao Yuding, he thought she was a college student who had just graduated. Later, he thought that she was a friend of Butler Chen and should be around 30 years old. He didn't expect that she was only 29 years old. But I have a lot of experience. No wonder it is so open. But think about it, it's normal, a woman with such a high appearance score, working as a sales manager in a high-end residential area, relies not only on her ability, but also her looks. Without good looks, an ugly person probably wouldn't be able to sit in this position. Lin Fan didn't care too much about it. After all, it was just for fun and they didn't plan to get married. What's wrong with it if both parties are willing? After the two of them added their prestige, Lin Fan looked at the other party's prestige notes and found them a bit interesting. Note, Qianqianyu. Followed by a symbol? It looks like a personal account, not a work account or anything like that. The moments and the like are all open, recording daily life and travel selfies. Lin Fan took a quick glance and didn't take it seriously. Lin Fan usually wouldn't mess with such women who like to play around, but on the contrary, as long as Lin Fan's looks were above 90 points, he would accept any of them. Everyone gets what they need. She did it for Lin Fan's money. Lin Fan was only doing it to meet his physiological needs and get system rebates. What's wrong with helping each other? She doesn't have a boyfriend anyway. There is an old saying that goes, "Don't let down a good woman, and don't waste a bad woman." Chapter 30 Cohabitation Ideas. Ding! Detected that the host indulged in consumption of 20 million, rebate 30 million. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Fan suddenly remembered an important message. He hurriedly asked, "Miss Xiao, are there basic facilities like parking spaces?" Yes, normally one parking space is provided for each household, which is clearly stated in the contract. Zhao Yuding smiled faintly, "But I can open a back door for you and give you a separate parking space." "Thank you, Miss Xiao." Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He really didn't read the contract at all and just glanced over it. "You're welcome. If you buy this house, I'll get a good commission." Zhao Yuding didn't expect Lin Fan to be so polite. He was a little different from the rich second generation before. She tidied her messy hair away from her face, acting like a little girl. Lin Fan saw it all. If it was an ordinary rich second generation, he would have been completely bewitched by Zhao Yuding. But who can blame him for having the system? Zhao Yuding's experience has revealed that she is definitely not the pure girl she appears to be. 2 parking spaces are enough for now, and I should be able to buy more if I need them in the future. Zhao Yuding chatted briefly with Lin Fan for a few more sentences, then asked other sales staff to temporarily receive Lin Fan while she went to handle the follow-up matters. Buying a house is not like buying a car. Signing the contract is just the beginning. There are many tedious matters that need to be dealt with afterwards. But Zhao Yuding couldn't really let Lin Fan handle these tedious matters, so naturally they took them over. The salesperson was a young girl who looked young but had a high emotional intelligence. After Lin Fan chatted with her for a few sentences, he felt that they could have a deep communication. The main reason is that the other party is too proactive. Unfortunately, the appearance score did not meet the requirement, only over 80 points, and even the personal attribute panel could not be opened. But Lin Fan also enjoyed chatting with the salesperson. "It's just a chat, what's wrong with that?" 2 hours later. All the formalities were finally completed, and Lin Fan successfully got the key to the house and could move in 3 days later. Before leaving, the little salesgirl approached Lin Fan alone and wanted to get Lin Fan's contact information. Lin Fan smiled without saying anything and finally declined. "Let us just chat. Just add contact information." Lin Fan's prestige only exists with those women whose appearance scores are as high as 90 points. On the way back to the hotel, Lin Fan looked at the prestige and realized that Xiao Ruoxi's prestige message had reached 99 plus. "I seem to have forgotten Xiao Ruoxi yesterday." There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was dealing with company matters yesterday, and also completing Song Pei's side quest. "I really don't have that much energy to chat with Xiao Ruoxi." Lin Fan clicked on it and took a quick look. Most of them were photos of clothes shared by Xiao Ruoshi, which also corresponded to the fact that she went to the mall yesterday. There are indeed a lot of nice clothes. Sailor suit, JK, sportswear, cool outfit, royal sister pure desire outfit. Xiao Ruoshi took photos of various types and showed them to Lin Fan, wanting to hear Lin Fan's opinion. There was everything. Lin Fan continued to flip through the pages. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ruoshi became more and more bold as the pages went on. One person even walked into the QQ lingerie store and took some pictures of hot lingerie for Lin Fan to choose from. Lin Fan felt it was a bit of a pity. If he had had more time yesterday, he could have chosen a few clothes he liked. The latest few messages were sent this morning. Share what she had for breakfast today. She has returned to school, but is thinking about renting a house. She feels that she cannot get along with her vain roommates in the dormitory. In the past, she thought that this kind of relationship should be maintained. After all, they would be together for a total of 4 years. But now we have Lin Fan, and we have the conditions. In the previous scene at home, Lin Fan spent 500,000 yuan to completely help her escape from the dark world. From that day on, she swore that she would only love Lin Fan in this life, even if Lin Fan doesn't love her. However, Lin Fan's failure to reply to her messages also made her feel a little uneasy. She didn't care about the conversations between classmates and roommates during class, and her mind was full of Lin Fan's reply. She would take out her cell phone every few minutes to check if Lin Fan had replied to her. Lin Fan slid his finger across the screen and finally replied to the message. Lin Fan, sure, I support you. I recently bought a house outside with an empty bedroom. If you want to move out, just come and live with me and see if you can adapt. If not, you can go back to the dormitory. On the other side, Xiao Ruoshi at school saw Lin Fan's reply and finally smiled. Chen Xin came forward to gossip, and Xiao Ruoshi was quick to turn off the screen of her phone. Oh, I just want to see who it is that can make our Xiao University campus beauty so obsessed that she even becomes distracted during Professor Xie's class. Is it the Lin Fan from last time? Chen Xin was deeply impressed by Lin Fan. No one was interested in it at the cocktail party at the beginning, but then a Porsche 911 Targa 4 drove out and dominated the whole place, which made her almost fall in love with it. It was after that Chen Xin decided to build a good relationship with Xiao Ruoshi to see if he would have a chance to be with Lin Fan in the future. Even if it doesn't almost happen, a one-night stand is still good. If Lin Fan casually gave her a little breakup fee, perhaps she would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. Although she has a boyfriend, they are in a different city after all, so it is not certain whether they can get married. No, don't get me wrong, I'm just a friend of mine. Xiao Ruoshi said with a blushing face that she would hide Lin Fan and not tell anyone, not even her roommates. Lin Fan's news also made her feel a little nervous. Are you going to live together so soon? From now on I can meet brother Lin Fan every day. But after meeting more often, will brother Lin Fan get tired of me? But if I reject brother Lin Fan like this, will he be disappointed? It's so hard to choose. All kinds of immature thoughts lingered in Xiao Ruoshi's mind, so much so that she forgot to reply to Lin Fan. Lin Fan on the other side didn't care at all. After replying Xiao Ruoshi, he started watching videos. Unexpectedly, at this time, an unexpected person sent her a message. That's right, it's today's sales manager, Zhao Yuding. Xianyu, Mr. Lin, thank you for purchasing a property in the elegant mansion. This property has brought me a lot of commission. If you have any needs in the future, you can ask me to help you. If the first sentence is just a simple courtesy, then the second sentence contains a hidden meaning. Xianyu, Mr. Lin, I get off work at 5 p.m. There's a new Japanese restaurant opened in the mall next door. I'm here to treat you. Would you mind having dinner with me? Let me thank Mr. Lin. Lin Fan smiled knowingly as he looked at the content on his phone. It's just a simple meal, what's wrong with that? Lin Fan, 5 o'clock in the afternoon? Okay, I will be there on time. Chapter 31 Invitation. Zhao Yuding looked at Lin Fan's reply and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, she was quite afraid that Lin Fan would refuse. The houses she usually sells are at the back of Zone B, where the prices are slightly lower, mostly around 7 or 8 million. The house that Lin Fan bought today can bring her hundreds of thousands in commission. Lin Fan brought her such huge profits, so it would not be excessive for her to treat Lin Fan to a meal as a token of appreciation. Mr. Lin, shall we go back to the hotel directly? Butler Chen asked. Lin Fan glanced at the time. It wasn't long before Zhao Yuding got off work. Only about half an hour was left. If he went back to the hotel now and then returned to the elegant mansion, it would waste a lot of time. The most important thing is that it will make beautiful women wait longer. Leave a bad impression. Butler Chen, please park here. I have something urgent to do and need the car. You. Lin Fan hadn't finished speaking yet. Butler Chen immediately responded sensibly, okay, Mr. Lin. Take a private car back to the hotel. I'll pay for it. Lin Fan didn't intend to treat housekeeper Chen badly. Although she was just a fill-in driver, it wouldn't be nice to just abandon her halfway. It's okay. The hotel has a special car, so Mr. Lin won't have to spend money. Butler Chen parked the car on the side of the road and opened the door for Lin Fan as usual. Only after watching the Porsche drive away did Butler Chen make a phone call. Lin Fan did not forget to send a message to Song Pei, saying that he would not return to the hotel tonight. Song Pei felt disappointed when she saw the news. She had just dressed up and wanted to give Lin Fan a surprise. Unexpectedly, I received the news that Lin Fan would not return to the hotel. Although she felt disappointed, she could also understand Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was very busy with work, and it was already very good that he could take time out to accompany her. In particular, his promotion to the head of the expenditure department was all thanks to Lin Fan. Payer, okay, husband, then remember to drive safely. I will miss you. If you miss me, call me anytime. Mua. Lin Fan did not see this message. He had already parked his car in front of the elegant residence, and only a short while was left before the end of the workday. Not long after, Zhao Yuding walked out from the door. After get off work, she changed into casual clothes instead of work clothes. The upper body is a super short suspenders with a denim jacket on the outside, the lower body is super short jeans, no stockings, and white socks and white shoes on the legs. Her hair was not tied up like before, but was loose behind her. It has a unique flavor. As expected, a girl with a beauty score of over 90 points, she looks good no matter how she dresses. From a distance, Zhao Yuding also saw Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan driving such a thing was too eye-catching, especially now that Lin Fan had lowered the window. Zhao Yuding trotted over and soon arrived at the Porsche 911 Tarj 4. She bent down, revealing a beautiful view in front of her and a bottomless ravine. Mr. Lin, do you want me to drive? This is a normal inquiry based on the service industry. Lin Fan waved his hand, motioning for her to get in the car. How can a woman drive? Zhao Yuding got into the car obediently. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. As soon as Zhao Yuding got in the car, she started saying those words of thanks. Lin Fan interrupted in time. Aren't you off work? Don't mention work after get off work. I just came here to have a free meal. Zhao Yuding immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly apologized with a smile. Yes, it's my problem. Having said that, Zhao Yuding's work-like tone made Lin Fan feel a little uncomfortable. After arriving at the mall, the two chatted about some family matters. Most of the questions were asked by Zhao Yuding, and Lin Fan answered them perfunctorily. Zhao Yuding always pretends to be a chaste and heroic woman. Then he had no choice but to be a little more aloof. The two came to the mall, which was mostly filled with groups of couples. Zhao Yuding led the way and they soon arrived at the Japanese restaurant. I have to say that this kind of Japanese restaurant really attracts the attention of young couples. Lin Fan came to the door and glanced inside. It was already full of people, with no empty seats at all. It was enough to imagine how popular this restaurant is. The appearance of Lin Fan and Zhao Yuding immediately attracted most of the attention in the store. Many boys who secretly peeked at Zhao Yuding criticized them harshly after being discovered by their partners. Lin Fan said he understood. People always take a few glances at beautiful things and appreciate them. If a beautiful woman passes by, he will take a few more glances at her. It's human nature. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I didn't expect there would be so many people. When my friend and I opened this store, it had just opened and there were people, but it wasn't so popular yet. How about we move to another location? Let me make it up to Mr. Lin. Zhao Yuding looked embarrassed. She invited Lin Fan to dinner, and there were indeed many things she had not considered carefully. She is willing to queue up, but who is Lin Fan? Is he willing to queue up with her? It's okay. Since you recommended it and it's so popular, I think it will taste good. Let's queue up. Lin Fan smiled. Zhao Yuding looked at Lin Fan, who was so sensible and couldn't help feeling shy, and her face turned red. After she came to her senses, she put herself in the right position. After waiting in line for half an hour, there was finally an empty table and it was Lin Fan and his friend's turn. The environment inside the store is also good, and you can directly see the hygiene of the kitchen through the glass screen. Very clean. It's indeed a newly opened store. After sitting down, Zhao Yuding took off her coat. There were too many people inside and it was a bit hot, even with the air conditioner on. As soon as she took off her coat, her almost perfect figure was revealed. It immediately attracted a lot of attention from the opposite sex. It is really rare to be able to appreciate the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and the perfect face together. Zhao Yuding felt Lin Fan's burning gaze and inevitably blushed. In fact, she was already used to this kind of look from the opposite sex. But Lin Fan's gaze was different from others. Others would just appreciate it for a bit and then stop there, but Lin Fan's gaze was obviously aggressive. Zhao Yuding subconsciously gathered the hair around her ears. She picked up the menu and handed it to Lin Fan. Her voice was a little softer than before. "Mr. Lin, the signature dish of this restaurant is black truffle and ramen, which tastes really good when paired with fried dumplings." Lin Fan took the menu, casually placed it on the table, and said with a smile, "Since you come here often, I'll listen to you." "I'm looking forward to it." The men at the surrounding tables looked at her sideways. One man in a Givenchy shirt even raised his voice to attract Zhao Yuding's attention. "Waiter, please give me an extra portion of salmon sashimi." As he spoke, his eyes fell on Zhao Yuding. He thought it would attract some attention, but unexpectedly, Zhao Yuding didn't even look at him. Not long after, the food arrived. To be honest, although Lin Fan had heard of this kind of Japanese cuisine before, this was the first time he had eaten it, and all the dishes were ordered by Zhao Yuding. The staple food is ramen and fried dumplings, and there are also some fresh sashimi to take away. Chapter 32. Come to my house for a cup of coffee. The taste is indeed good, but it is quite bland. Lin Fan doesn't like the taste. Just for the sake of novelty. When it was time to pay the bill, Lin Fan took the initiative to pay. Although Zhao Yuding said she would treat, how could Lin Fan let a girl pay under such circumstances? After all, it's not expensive, just over 300. It's still early. Do you want to go somewhere else for a drink? Zhao Yuding put her hands behind her back and looked at Lin Fan with a smile. I can do anything. At Zhao Yuding's recommendation, the two came to the Sunshine cocktail party together. After parking the car, Lin Fan and Zhao Yuding walked in together. Almost at the same time, a deafening sound came from all directions. Lin Fan was a little uncomfortable at first. This environment was too noisy and he didn't like it. Seeing that Lin Fan was not used to it, Zhao Yuding smiled and explained why she chose to come here. "Actually, I really like this noisy environment. Sometimes when I'm stressed out at work, I'll come here to drink a few cocktails and relax, and all my fatigue will be swept away. If you don't like it, we can also buy some beer and go to the beach to enjoy some fresh air." Lin Fan waved his hands, gradually adapted to the noisy environment, and followed Zhao Yuding to the bar and sat down. "That's right, this time you have to ask me to treat you no matter what. I'm really embarrassed to ask you to treat me again," Zhao Yuding said as she greeted the bartender. "Same old, 2 handmade cocktails." After ordering, she looked at Lin Fan again and handed him the drink list from the bar. "The specialty here is handmade cocktails, but there are some other special drinks. You can take a look. It's my treat, so please feel free to order." Lin Fan took the wine list. Most of the wines here are foreign wines. The prices are generally affordable and not very expensive. Lin Fan was not in a hurry, but put down the wine list and took it step by step. "Actually, I don't often bring clients here. You're the first one. I often treat clients to meals to maintain relationships, but I've never seen anyone rush to pay the bill like you." As the rhythm of the music gradually strengthened, colorful lights reflected on Zhao Yuding's delicate profile. "I think it's inappropriate and impolite for a man to let a woman pay for a meal when they are having a meal together. Mr. Lin, that's why I think you are very different." Soon, the bartender brought out 2 cocktails. Zhao Yuding raised her glass, smiled brightly at Lin Fan, and then drank it all in one gulp. The atmosphere was like this. Lin Fa also raised his glass and took a sip. Moderation is the best way. Zhao Yuding gave him the impression of being a veteran in the love field, who was particularly good at grasping men's emotions. Lin Fan couldn't help but admire her, even his emotions were aroused by Zhao Yuding. The two drank a few more glasses of wine and became slightly tipsy. "It's getting late, shall I take you home?" Lin Fan asked. This time he did not rush to pay the bill, but left the opportunity to Zhao Yuding. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin. Zhao Yuting smiled slightly, and the dimples on both sides were extremely cute. After settling the bill, Lin Fan first called a special car and then asked the driver to drive the car back to the Alia International Hotel. Zhao Yuting lives not far from the elegant mansion, just 3 traffic lights away, a few kilometers away, in a residential community. Lin Fan watched Zhao Yuting enter the residential area. When they were about to enter the community, Zhao Yuting suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, would you like to come to my house for a cup of coffee? It might help you sober up. As she spoke, there was a smile on her face, which, combined with the alcohol, made her voice quite interesting. It's getting late. It's inappropriate for a grown man like me to go to your house, right? Besides, aren't you afraid that I will eat you? Lin Fan didn't rush to agree. Hello, hey. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be so timid. I'm a woman, so I'm not afraid to invite a man into my home. As for what you said about eating me. Zhao Yuting paused, then continued, who eats who? It's hard to say, okay? Half-heartedly, Lin Fan followed Zhao Yuting into the residential area. On the way, Lin Fan put his arms around Zhao Yuting's slender waist. Zhao Yuting did not resist, but leaned on Lin Fan. Early the next morning. Zhao Yuting was already dressed neatly, in her usual work outfit, with black stockings on her legs and high heels on her feet. What attracts the most attention is still her proud Mercedes-Benz G. Lin Fan was woken up and leaned against the bed, feeling a little dazed, not yet recovering from his sleep. Mr. Lin, did I wake you up? I'm so sorry. But I still have to go to work, so please feel free to do as you please. If there is a chance in the future, let's make an appointment again. Zhao Yuting came to the bed, gave Lin Fan a good morning kiss, and then left the room. Lin Fan gave her a very good feeling. She hadn't had this feeling for a long time. It was like she was reborn and her whole body was extremely relaxed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the incentive task. Goal: to empower 3 girls whose appearance is above 90 points. Progress: completed. Rewards have been issued. At the same time, a blue pill appeared in Lin Fan's hand. This should be the reward provided by the system. However, the system does not describe the specific effect. If it was a powerful pill, and he took it directly, wouldn't it be a waste of effect? After hesitating for a while, Lin Fan swallowed it directly. In his current state, there's no need for the power pill to maintain his condition. 1-on-1 is no problem, 1-on-2 is even more of a problem, and there won't be any problem going any higher. After taking the pill, Lin Fan felt a warm current in his body that seemed about to burst out. It's a particularly wonderful feeling. After a while, this wonderful feeling disappeared. Lin Fan feels like there hasn't been any change. There is another kind of change that is hard to describe. He felt that his limbs seemed to have become much more agile, and even his eyesight had improved to 5.0. His whole body was extremely light, as if he had returned to the age of 18. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully having an intimate relationship with a woman with a beauty score of over 90 points. Reward: 1 million. Do you want to bind Zhao Yuting? Same tips as Qin Xiong. Lin Fan chose to bind. Binding successful. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yuting's personal panel popped up automatically. Name: Zhao Yuting. Appearance: 92 points. Age: 29. Height: 171 cm. Weight: 51 kilograms. Measurements: 49, 90, 88. Relationship: the unknown host can determine her relationship with the host through subsequent tasks. Favorability: 55. Pregnancy status: no. Experience: 4. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating Zhao Yuting's side quest. Bound to Zhao Yuting. Goal: through Zhao Yuting, successfully purchase 3 10 million level houses in elegant mansion. Successful reward: a sea view villa. Chapter 33: Hot Beauty. Lin Fan looked at the tasks issued by the system and touched his chin. This task is not difficult, it requires sufficient money. Strictly speaking, Zhao Yuting is the woman that Lin Fan spent the most money to get. But to put it another way, Lin Fan didn't spend much money on Zhao Yuting and got her body. The crazy scene between the two of them last night is still lingering in Lin Fan's mind. Even if he tried his best, he could not resist Zhao Yuting. I have never been able to take the initiative. If the system had not provided attribute points before, he would have put them on physical fitness. He would have been defeated in less than 10 minutes. Experienced women really know a lot in this regard. If he had to say, Lin Fan still preferred this kind of woman. Compared with Xiao Ruoshi, Zhao Yuding had a significantly better experience. It's not that Xiao Ruoshi is a bad person. Each person has his own characteristics. Xiao Ruoshi's naivety is her biggest advantage. Lin Fan could finally understand Cao Cao now. When women understand, men really have nothing to do. Lin Fan didn't stay at Zhao Yuding's house for long. He got up and left when he felt a little hungry. Zhao Yuding was also different from the other girls. It was just a one-night stand, and Lin Fan didn't even have the chance to transfer the money. But there is still a long time to come, there will always be opportunities. Lin Fan bought a bowl of mixed noodles, a basket of steamed dumplings, and a bottle of soy milk at a street stall, and then returned to the community to eat. In the past, he often didn't have time to eat breakfast because he was rushing to work. Since he became rich, Lin Fan has taken extra care of his health. He tries not to stay up late and puts health first for his 3 meals a day. Indulge occasionally. The greenery in Zhao Yuding's community is quite good. You can see groups of old men sitting together playing chess under the shade of various trees, and occasionally you can see a few girls in cool clothes running in the community. It's a feast for the eyes and the taste buds, and it seems pretty good. After Lin Fan finished eating, he stood up and prepared to leave. Coincidentally, at this moment, a beautiful figure jogged over from the distance and passed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan couldn't help but look over. The face of this beautiful figure was not bad at all, and could even be called top-notch, especially her devilish figure, various abs and lines, and overall figure. She was almost the best woman Lin Fan had seen in a while, no doubt about it. She looked to be about 1.7 meters tall, but conservatively speaking, her long legs accounted for at least 2/3 of her total height. Lin Fan exclaimed in his heart, I can play with these legs all day long. Paired with cool sportswear, even the old men playing chess couldn't help but look over. A perky butt, a breast that is about to show through, conservatively estimated to be a D-cup, and long beautiful legs. Some women live their entire lives without ever meeting these 3 requirements. But some women are born with it. Lin Fan looked at the woman's back and sat down again. Anyway, it was still early and he had nothing to do, so he might as well digest his breakfast, enjoy the morning breeze, and admire the running posture of the athletic beauties. Lin Fan even put down his phone and concentrated on appreciating it. The woman ran for several laps and finally couldn't bear it anymore. She stopped and came to Lin Fan, her beautiful face filled with deep disgust. Hey, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a woman before? Lin Fan was startled by the sudden questioning, but he quickly recovered. He neither explained nor denied, I was indeed looking. This place is so small. If you run past here, it would be hard for me not to look. You pervert, you bastard, you're so disgusting. The woman cursed several times, her eyes full of disdain, and left, covering her chest with her hands. He. Did this mean he could meet a fairy? You are always running in the aisle. I look into the distance and you always pass by me. Do I have to close my eyes every time you pass by? Do you really treat this public area as your home? Lin Fan did not argue with this kind of woman, there was no need. It's just wishful thinking. After Lin Fan called the housekeeper to send a car, he went over to watch the old man play chess while waiting. At this moment, the 2 big men were fighting each other, and there was a group of old men watching nearby. Lin Fan didn't understand chess, he just thought it was interesting so he came to join in the fun. After a while, the old man in the sweatshirt was forced into a desperate situation and was finally killed. Oldly, you lost again. Change players. Don't cheat. You have dominated the chessboard for 3 games. The man with the palm leaf fan waved his fan and said sarcastically. The old man in the sweatshirt looked left and right, and they were all his acquaintances. Finally, his eyes fell on Lin Fan, and he finally found a scapegoat. He stood up and looked at Lin Fan. Young man, stay away, you are affecting my thinking. If it weren't for you, how could I lose? Bang bang bang. Lin Fan couldn't help but applaud. Great, you can blame him if we lose. Unable to see anything, Lin Fan turned around and left. As he was leaving, he could still hear the old man blaming him behind him. There's no need to force yourself into a circle that you can't fit into. Lin Fan sat in the community and browsed his phone for a while, and finally waited for the housekeeper to deliver the car. Lin Fan found a popular gym on the map and went there. The full name of the gym is City Heroes. The name alone is very eye-catching, no wonder it is so popular than other gyms. This gym is located inside the University Town Mall. When Lin Fan arrived at the gym, perhaps because it was morning, there were not many people in the gym. Most of the coaches were in casual clothes, packing up equipment and cleaning. When a coach saw a new face, he immediately came over to greet them. She was a woman with wheat-colored skin, a good figure and a medium-sized face. The first thing he did was to ask Lin Fan if he wanted private lessons. Without even introducing himself, Lin Fan immediately waved his hand and rejected her kindness. Although he was not short of money, he did not want to be an scapegoat. Then Lin Fan went to the front desk himself and asked about the card application price. Lin Fan took a look at the equipment and environment around him. They were not bad. Then he asked the front desk, "How much does it cost to get a card?" The receptionist had a professional smile on her face and immediately replied, "We have monthly, quarterly, and annual memberships. There are also multiple levels of membership. The monthly membership is 400 per month, with limited equipment. The quarterly membership is 2,000 per month, with unlimited use of any equipment. The annual membership is 5,000 per month, with no time limit on all equipment, and you can use it at will, plus a free private lesson with any instructor you choose. The overall price of our gym is relatively cost-effective compared to other gyms. Now if you apply for an annual card, you can participate in the scratch-off lottery event, with the highest prize being 4,999 yuan, which is equivalent to a free meal. An annual pass of 5,000 is not bad for this area, not too cheap, nor too expensive. The environment of this gym is nice." Lin Fan continued to ask, "What is your membership system?" Chapter 34, Throwing Money. When the front desk was introducing the membership system, Lin Fan's attention was completely attracted by a woman who had just walked in. This woman is none other than this. He was the one who just said Lin Fan was a pervert in the community. Judging from the looks of it, she should be the coach of this gym. The woman also saw Lin Fan at the same time, with a look of obvious surprise on her face. She also didn't expect to meet Lin Fan at work. Soon, her complexion returned to normal, and she walked in quickly without saying anything to Lin Fan. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. The front desk asked at this time, "Hello, do you want to apply for a card or a membership here?" She has already introduced the membership system. Lin Fan shook his head, "No, I won't do anything." He pointed at the woman who was walking away quickly and asked with a smile, "Is she your coach here?" The receptionist looked at the back and immediately recognized her. She nodded and said, "Yes, she is our gold medal coach Wu Xiao." "How much does your private lesson cost?" Lin Fan wrote down the name. 300 per lesson. The receptionist seemed to see what Lin Fan was thinking and added, "If you want to specify a coach, it's 700 per lesson. The price of private lessons for each coach is different, but normally it won't be more than 700. You can ask them. This private lesson is indeed not cheap. The price of a private lesson is almost more than a monthly membership card. But if you think about it carefully, if you can get a private lesson from Wu Xiao for 300 yuan, it seems to be a good value for money, but it is obviously unlikely because the front desk also mentioned the following words. Then just give me a monthly membership. I'll ask the coach about the private lessons. Lin Fan paid casually. The front desk clerk promptly reminded him, "Sir, Coach Wu doesn't take male students. Do you want to change to another coach?" "Thank you for your reminder, but I'll go and consult first." Lin Fan smiled and walked inside. The idea of not bringing male students is ridiculous. As long as the money is there is nothing wrong with it. The receptionist looked at Lin Fan's back and shook her head. She had been working as a receptionist here for many years and had seen many people who wanted to be different. She had kindly reminded them, but they refused to listen and thought they were different from other men. In the past few months alone, Wu Xiao has rejected private lessons from at least a dozen male students. Lin Fan came to the coach's lounge and heard Wu Xiao complaining about him through the door. "I'm telling you, seriously, that guy is a pervert. If he comes to the gym, don't take his class, or he'll take advantage of you." "Wow, Xiao, now that you mentioned that, it just occurred to me that when I approached him to ask him to give me a private lesson, I realized that the way he looked at me was not right." Lin Fan couldn't stand it anymore and pushed the door open. All the coaches in the coaching room fell silent. They had been talking bad about others behind their backs to begin with, and now they were caught. My students are coming soon, so I'll leave first. You guys can chat. I'm going to the bathroom." I'm going to have breakfast. After a short while, Lin Fan and Wu Xiao were the only ones left in the coaching room. Lin Fan didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I heard from the front desk that you don't take male students. I'm curious, what would it take for you to be willing to take male students? I'm sorry, handsome guy, I don't take male students. We have other male and female coaches here. I can recommend some for you. Wu Xiao smiled sweetly, which was completely different from the fierce girl in the community before, forming a sharp contrast. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile, then asked, how much is your private lesson? Wu Xiao felt that Lin Fan was a little annoyed. She had already said that she would not take male students, but Lin Fan still insisted on asking like this. 999 per section. She offered this outrageous price just to scare Lin Fan away. The price was indeed outrageous, but Lin Fan didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, he continued to ask, if I take 20 private lessons with you at once, can you teach me? When Wu Xiao heard the number of 20 private lessons, she was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. Instead, she was silently calculating the income that the 20 private lessons brought her. The income from private lessons is split 37 between her and the gym, with 7 for her and 3 for the gym. If it is 20 knots, it means she can get about 13,000 at once. It's equivalent to her 2 months' salary. As a gym coach, most of her income comes from private lessons. Her salary is a fixed salary and does not include commissions. If Lin Fan is really willing to give 20 private lessons at once, she might make an exception and teach Lin Fan. Lin Fan saw Wu Xiao's expression and knew that she was hesitant. He couldn't help but smile and continued to ask, if I directly hold 100 private lessons with you, can you take it? Hearing this number, Wu Xiao fell silent. After deducting the profit sharing with the gym for 100 classes, she can get nearly 70,000 yuan, which is equivalent to her annual salary. After taking a deep breath, Wu Xiao smiled and said, if you can hold 100 sessions at once, I can make an exception for you and take you as a male student. Lin Fan shook his head. The other party's sincerity was obviously not enough. He continued, if I give you 1,000 private lessons, are there any other services? No more nonsense, straight to the point. Hearing this number, Wu Xiao's beautiful eyes widened and she stared at Lin Fan for a long time. The confident look on Lin Fan's face seemed to indicate that he was not lying. 1,000 private lessons. Without the gym, she could earn nearly $700,000, which is half her lifetime salary. Wu Xiao took a deep breath and calmed down her hot mood. She smiled and said, I can help you customize a package suitable for your private training, and after each private training class, I can provide you with a massage service to relax your muscles. That's all? Lin Fan felt that the other party's sincerity was still not enough. Wu Xiao hesitated to speak. What if it's 2,000 private lessons? Lin Fan asked. The number 2,000 was like a heavy hammer, smashing into the calm surface of Wu Xiao's heart. 2,000 yuan, minus the gym expenses, is close to 1.4 million yuan, which is enough to buy a house in 4th or 5th tier cities. Lin Fan just said it so simply? Money is no longer money? Wu Xiao's heart began to waver completely. If you are really willing to hold 2,000 private lessons at once, in addition to what I just said, I can provide you with 3 nutritious meals a day. I can agree to any request you make. I will give you the best service like a maid. As long as you are happy, I can do whatever you want. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This was considered to be a barely sincere attitude. It also corresponds to a sentence. There is nothing that money can't do. If so, you don't have enough money. Chapter 35 Free Massage. Soon, Wu Xiao suddenly realized that Lin Fan was just teasing her. In today's society, people who can come up with 100,000 yuan to provide private lessons are rare. It is considered a lot if only 1 out of 10,000 people can do so. As for the 2,000 private lessons that Lin Fan mentioned, she was indeed tempted at first. But after thinking it through, it seems to be just like that. After all, she still didn't believe that Lin Fan could hold so many festivals at once. If she was outside, she might have mocked Lin Fan after she came to her senses. But this is where she works after all. Handsome guy, you are joking. Never mind. As long as you give me 10 private lessons at once, I will make an exception and take you as my male student. Wu Xiao smiled and said, there was no other way. The commission from 10 private lessons was close to her monthly salary, and this was also her bottom line. If Lin Fan couldn't do it, she would be too lazy to train Lin Fan. Okay, but before that, I want to tell you something. If you serve me well, I will give you 2,000 private lessons. If you don't serve me well, I will return the money. How about that? Lin Fan made a suggestion. Let Wu Xiao make her own choice. After hearing what Lin Fan said, Wu Xiao fell silent. The temptation of 2,000 private lessons is huge. Even though she didn't want to believe that Lin Fan could really come up with more than 2 million to provide private lessons. But what if Lin Fan really did it? She held a glimmer of hope in her heart, so she agreed. There was indeed an element of gambling involved. It is the off-season recently, and apart from her fixed salary, she basically gets no commission. She relies on the income from card issuance, so she doesn't lose anything anyway. Wu Xiao thought about it, and her reason told her that Lin Fan's words were exaggerated. How about this, you don't have to give me 10 lessons first. I'll take you to experience 1 lesson first. If you think the experience is good, you can give me 10 private lessons. Lin Fan nodded. Okay, if your service can satisfy me, I will directly give you 2,000 private lessons. Wu Xiao brought Lin Fan to a private equipment room. She handed Lin Fan a bracelet and continued, let's do a body assessment first. This bracelet will record your various data while you exercise so that I can tailor a personal fitness plan for you. Before exercising, we must first stretch to avoid excessive strain. Stretching is very simple. Just watch me and remember the key points. Wu Xiao took off her coat, put it aside, and began to demonstrate stretching. While doing so, she explained the key points to Lin Fan. Her figure was already perfect, and during the stretching process, she perfectly demonstrated the word sexy. Her abs and collarbones made Lin Fan dazzled. Wu Xiao naturally noticed Lin Fan's gaze, but didn't say anything. After making the decision, she had already prepared herself mentally in advance. Soon, she finished stretching. Let Lin Fan go forward and stretch. Although Lin Fan was only focused on looking at the figure, he still memorized each movement in his mind. In addition, Wu Xiao did fulfill the responsibilities of a coach, correcting Lin Fan's various incorrect postures and providing close guidance, which naturally led to unavoidable physical contact. Wu Xiao at this moment was quite gentle, in stark contrast to her fierce personality in the neighborhood just now. After stretching, fitness officially begins. There were a lot of equipment, and Wu Xiao asked Lin Fan to choose a few as today's training methods. At the same time, she also recommended several equipment that were currently suitable for him. Lin Fan didn't know much about this, so he just followed Wu Xiao's recommendations. For someone like Lin Fan, his body shape and weight are relatively evenly matched, and he doesn't have the problem of obesity, so his initial training method can be simple, focusing mainly on exercising body strength, and secondly on exercising the limbs. Squats, running, bench press. After Wu Xiao helped Lin Fan adjust the weight of the equipment, and everything was ready, she stood behind Lin Fan and instructed, pay attention to keeping your back straight and your core tight. Her palm rested gently on Lin Fan's back, and her other hand supported Lin Fan's shoulder, preventing any accidents from happening and helping to correct his posture. There's no pressure on the empty bar, Coach Wu. Otherwise, can you help me add some weight? Lin Fan felt that it was very easy to push, just like holding a stone slab, there was a support point, so it was not too heavy. Are you sure? Certainly. After getting a positive answer, Wu Xiao added 2 10 kg barbell plates to the equipment, making a total of 20 kilograms. Lin Fan's face changed suddenly. He didn't expect that just adding 2 barbell plates would make the bar so heavy. I forced myself to do it a few times before finally ending, taking deep breaths of fresh air. Normally a novice would push an empty bar, which also weighs 15 kilograms. Don't underestimate it. You added 2 10 kilograms weights. Although you barely finished it, compared to those beginners, you are already pretty good. Wu Xiao smiled faintly and comforted him. After one set, Lin Fan felt exhausted, his arms were numb and he felt a little unconscious. In the end, Wu Xiao still removed 2 barbell plates. Lin Fan did a few more sets, and the first phase of training was finally over. He was sweating all over and breathing heavily. This is only the first stage. Is that not enough? It's normal. For most boys, it's a bit difficult to complete 3 stages of training in one day. It's understandable. Wu Xiao's words completely ignited Lin Fan's desire to win. It took several hours to finally complete today's training. After finishing, Lin Fan was completely exhausted. He felt pain in his knees. He lay down next to the treadmill, gasping for breath, not wanting to move. Compared to many people, you have done very well. Many people mostly fall in the first stage, followed by the third stage. Wu Xiao came over from the lounge with 2 bottles of electrolyte drinks in her hands. Lin Fan took the bottle, gulped down several gulps, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Really, after doing all this, he really felt that he was almost about to see him too milky. Are you feeling some muscle pain right now? Wu Xiao asked. I don't know if it's my muscles, but I feel a little numbness in my knees and arms. Lin Fan answered truthfully. Hearing this, Wu Xiao nodded and said, that's right. Normally, after doing such intense fitness, there will be side effects, and you have to end it with a massage. I've already made an exception for you once, and I don't mind making an exception for you a second time. As long as you take 10 private lessons now, I'll make another exception and give you a massage. How about that? When I was teaching those female students before, they had to buy massage separately if they wanted it. Chapter 36 Diamond Member. After all, the topic still cannot avoid these 10 private lessons. However, Lin Fan did experience Wu Xiao's service. I thought there would be some personal emotions mixed in, but unexpectedly there wasn't. Okay. Lin Fan followed Wu Xiao to the front desk. Wu Xiao stood by and waited quietly. She normally receives female students, and the price of a private lesson is usually around 300 per session. Most of them have 3 or 4 sessions, or even 10 sessions. But the price she quoted to Lin Fan was 999 per session. This was not only due to personal vengeance, but the most important thing was that she did not take male students, and taking Lin Fan was already an exception. Wu Xiao originally thought that Lin Fan would directly recharge her for 10 private lessons. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan waved his hand and said to the front desk, please give me a diamond membership first. Diamond member? Hearing these 4 words, the female receptionist was stunned for a moment and looked at Lin Fan hurriedly, but the other party did not mean to be joking. Diamond membership is the highest level of membership here, and it costs 38,888 a year. However, since the store opened, they have not had a single diamond member. Lin Fan immediately opened a diamond membership. This made her a little unbelievable. After she came to her senses, she took the bank card handed to her by Lin Fan and made the operation. The reason why Lin Fan chose to become a diamond member is very simple. That means you will receive 10 private lessons and you can choose your own coach. Payment successful. Not long after, the female receptionist handed the bank card back, suppressed the throbbing in her heart, and said respectfully, congratulations, Mr. Lin, you are now the most distinguished member of our store. For the 10 free private lessons, which coach would you like to specify? Lin Fan smiled faintly, his eyes fell on Wu Xiao, let's choose her. Okay. The female receptionist did as she was told. After everything is done, Lin Fan smiled and said, Coach Wu, can we have the massage now? Yes, of course. Wu Xiao was also a little excited. The 10 free private lessons given to diamond members will also bring her corresponding commissions, although the commissions are based on the original pricing of her private lessons. But she did not explain the matter clearly to Lin Fan, and Lin Fan directly opened a diamond membership, which indirectly demonstrated his financial strength. Hard to say. He really has the ability to give 2,000 private lessons. Arriving at the private room, Lin Fan lay on the bed, enjoying Wu Xiao's massage. From this angle, you can clearly see Wu Xiao's bottomless pit. It feels pretty good, and my whole body feels a little sore. Unfortunately, the process was rather short, lasting only about 10 minutes before it was over. After the massage, Lin Fan felt refreshed, as if he had been reborn. Coach Wu, your massage skills are really good. I don't feel any pain at all now. Wu Xiao's face flushed. I'm glad you like it, but I was in a hurry today and didn't prepare any nutritious meals. Next time you come, tell me in advance and I'll prepare it. But the massage service is only for this one time. Lin Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Wu Xiao to be so selective. He asked again, even if I have to pay for it, it won't work? No way. Wu Xiao smiled lightly and shook her head, making an exception and taking a male student like you is already my biggest concession. But I won't treat you unfairly. Starting tomorrow, the massage classes will be replaced with nutritious meals. Lin Fan smiled faintly and disagreed. The massage course was indeed good. Not only did it feast his eyes, but it also helped him recover a little bit of his physical condition. Coach Wu, I'll be leaving first. Wu Xiao watched Lin Fan leave. Lin Fan came to the front desk. The female receptionist was delighted to see Lin Fan, a diamond member, and asked, Mr. Lin, how can I help you? Help me get a few more private lessons. As Lin Fan spoke, he handed over the bank card. Excuse me, Mr. Lin, whose private lessons are you going to give, and how many lessons? The female receptionist asked. Let us start with 2,000 private lessons for Wu Xiao, Lin Fan said calmly. Okay, Lin. 2,000? The female receptionist widened her eyes and confirmed again. Well, 2,000 sections, you can just do it. Lin Fan urged. Okay. The female receptionist realized that she had lost her composure. The other party can easily open a diamond membership and offer 2,000 private lessons, so what's the problem? By the way, do everything for me according to the standard of 999 lessons. Lin Fan thought of this again. The female receptionist was even more shocked. Although she was shocked, she continued to operate the machine. You will see the payment successful on the screen. 2 million, just gone like that? Mr. Lin, from now on, you are the most expensive customer of our City Hero Gym. The female receptionist said in surprise. Even if it's 37% dividend, their gym can get nearly 600,000. By the way, you can keep these 2,000 private lessons in my account. When I come next time, I can choose whichever coach I want, okay? Lin Fan made a request. Yes, of course. The female receptionist felt that this request was not excessive at all. The money had already been received anyway. Besides, which coach in the gym would be willing to give up such a generous sponsor? Lin Fan smiled faintly and left with satisfaction. Ding! I feel the host indulges in consumption. Spend 203-6888 and get a rebate of 611-0664. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the system's rebates. In the gym, he was also very satisfied with Wu Xiao's service. Not long after Lin Fan left, Wu Xiao began to pack up the equipment and clean the room. Those coaches who had made excuses to leave at the beginning now came over. The first person to ask was a female coach, the same coach who had invited Lin Fan to give private lessons in the beginning. Xiao, how many private lessons did he give you? Wu Xiao answered truthfully, 10 private lessons, 999 per lesson. Wow, I didn't expect that perverted guy is so powerful. The female coach's eyes widened and her face was full of envy. If it was 300 per class, she probably wouldn't be so envious, but at 999 per class, that was equivalent to a month's salary. It's rare that Coach Xiao made an exception and taught a male student after only 10 classes. Last time, a rich second-generation agent taught 50 classes but Coach Xiao didn't make an exception. Come on, tell me, does Coach Xiao have other thoughts about that guy? Well, now that you mention it, I also think that guy is quite handsome. Wu Xiao shook her head, turned and left. She was tempted at first simply because Lin Fan said he would offer 2,000 private lessons. Therefore, she held on to a glimmer of hope, always thinking that Lin Fan might be able to give 2,000 private lessons. Although the ending was disappointing. At least I earned a month's salary. There is definitely no loss. She had taken Lin Fan to experience private lessons in advance. If Lin Fan said he was not satisfied with her after the experience, she would just pat his butt and leave, and she would have no choice. I can only say that I was unlucky and got taken advantage of for free. Chapter 36 Xiao Ruoshi's Initiative. Coach Wu. The female receptionist came running over, her expression full of anxiety. What's wrong? Wu Xiao asked doubtfully. The female receptionist said excitedly, well, that Mr. Lin has given you 2,000 private lessons, and the boss told you to treat him well. When Wu Xiao heard this, her mind went blank. The first person to react was the female coach next to her. 2,000 private lessons? Chen Tao, are you kidding me? 2,000 private lessons, at 300 yuan per lesson, minus the dividends from the gym, that's still 420,000 yuan, which is a considerable sum. Really? The boss will be here in person later, so please don't leave yet, there will be a meeting later. After saying this, the female receptionist turned and left. Wow, Coach Xiao, you found a treasure this time, 2,000 private lessons. Yes, Xiao, you are lucky this time. After deducting the miscellaneous expenses, you can get a lot. When can I be as lucky as Coach Wu? Most of the coaches looked at Wu Xiao with envy. Wu Xiao came to her senses only then. Her 2,000 private lessons were not calculated based on 300. In other words, Lin Fan really taught them at 999 lessons a time. When I thought of what I said to Lin Fan not long ago, a blush appeared on her face. Lin Fan lay in the car, taking advantage of this rare moment to watch some videos and relax. At the same time, Xiao Ruoshi's message came at this moment. Xiao Ruoshi, brother Lin Fan, I have a lot of luggage. Can I trouble you for a while? The message was followed by a picture showing 3 suitcases piled up in a dormitory with a few cloth bags scattered around. Lin Fan could understand that girls had more luggage, but Xiao Ruoshi also had too much luggage. In fact, Xiao Ruoshi didn't want Lin Fan to help her carry her luggage, but she was often approached by others at school, especially being harassed by Lu Xian, so she had no choice but to resort to this last resort. In this way, her suitors would naturally back off when they saw another man around her. It also gave her a reason to reject other boys. Lin Fan didn't want to go at first, after all, he had just finished exercising and was still tired, but when he thought about the side quest that Xiao Ruoshi had not completed, he agreed after thinking it over again and again. Lin Fan, okay, but I'll be there a little later, around 4 or 5 o'clock, is that okay? Xiao Ruoshi, yes, brother Lin Fan, I can wait. On the other side, Xiao Ruoshi, who was in the dormitory, finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Fan's reply. She made preparations for both situations. She rented a house near the school and also called Hualala. If Lin Fan doesn't come, it means that he doesn't plan to live with her for the time being. If he comes, then we can talk about it another way. Now it seems that Hualala is no longer necessary. Let us take a look at the rental house. Lin Fan's Douyin is full of various beauties who are not too sexy. Although he is familiar with the beauties on the internet, he has basically no interest in these borderline beauties. Either they cover their faces and show their legs, or they put emoticons on their faces and cosplay as anime characters. In the past, Lin Fan particularly liked watching it. After all, as a man, it was normal to like watching this kind of thing. But now Lin Fan can easily pick up such beauties in real life, so naturally he has no interest in beauties on the internet. There is a saying that goes like this. TikTok allows the poor to appreciate women that they cannot see in real life. If you have money, you can meet him in real life. There is no way, reality is so cruel. Lin Fan watched videos of beautiful women simply to relax. At this moment, most of the beautiful anchors on TikTok are not broadcasting, after all, their working hours are usually in the evening. The review was more relaxed at that time, and some big brothers could get away with it by giving gifts. Lin Fan was scrolling until he came across a live broadcast room. The live broadcast room of a talented female anchor. Name, Thin Zhou. Just looking at the face, Lin Fan would give it more than 90 points. But after all, it's on the internet, with the help of beauty filters, and no one knows what the face will look like after removing the beauty filters. Xiao Zhou wore a white lace tank top, her collarbone was clearly visible, but her lower body was not visible. Just looking at the clothes, it's quite cool. Lin Fan took a quick look and found that apart from being a bit flat, there were no other flaws. Her face is of a pure type, and with beauty filters, she looks a bit like an internet celebrity. There are not many people in the live broadcast room, only about 100 people, which is relatively small among anchors of the same type. At this time, Xiao Zhou was chatting with the audience. Lin Fan's Douyin account is only at level 10 or so. When he was watching gaming anchors before, he bought a few sunglasses and participated in lucky bags, but he hasn't spent any money since then. He is not a big brother, so he will naturally not be welcomed when he enters a live broadcast room with more than 100 people. Lin Fan didn't care and just made a comment casually. Can the anchor stand up and take a look at his outfit? Compared to other comments, this is pretty straightforward. I thought Shoujo would ignore this comment, but who would have thought that Shoujo would see it? She repeated, can you stand up and look at your outfit? Well, the host is a talent host, that will work, unless you swipe a private jet, the host will stand up for you to admire. As she said this, she smiled faintly, not taking the comment to heart at all, and continued chatting with other comments. At this time, a level 56 account left a message on the public screen. The account name was Big Brother A. A private jet allows you to see what the anchor is wearing today? High-level accounts have their own chat box, so Shoujo saw the comment at first glance. Yes, a private jet will do. Not long after, a dazzling airplane flashed across the public screen. Seeing that Brother Wang really bought a private jet, Shoujo immediately stood up and thanked Big Brother A for the gift. Thank you Big Brother A for the private jet. Then she turned around and let the audience in the live broadcast room admire her outfit. The outfit for the lower body is also simple, super short jeans, bare legs, and slippers. The legs are long and smooth. Lin Fan felt that this female anchor was more suitable to wear white stockings, which, coupled with her innocent face, would surely charm a lot of people. I didn't brush anything, but I got a chance to see legs for free. Lin Fan planned to stay and continue watching this beautiful anchor. Can the anchor wear black stockings and dance for everyone? I'll also get a private jet, how about that? Boss A's comment appeared on the public screen again. In an instant, comments flooded in, all thanking Big Boss A for his comment. Brother A is awesome. Thanks, Boss A. When I watched the anchor's videos before, I felt that she was particularly suitable for wearing black stockings, so I have been squatting in the live broadcast room, just to see the anchor wearing black stockings one day. Today I finally have the chance. Chapter 38 Big Brother A. Show Joe was still hesitating. But watching the private jets flashing across the screen one after another. You know, the price of a private jet is as high as 300 yuan. In just a short period of time, Brother Wang has already given away several planes, which cost more than 1,000 yuan. She works as a part-time live streamer in college. She usually streams for a long time and only earns a few dozen yuan a day. Now you can earn so much just by wearing black stockings and dancing. Even if you remove the platform revenue, you can still make a net profit of half. Okay, Big Brother A. She finally decided. It's because the other party swiped too much. As she stood up, the shadows of several castles suddenly flashed across the screen. Carnival? Show Joe immediately took a look at the name of the person who gave the gift. So he sat down again. Thank you, Brother July, for the 3 carnivals. 1 carnival is 888, 3 are over 2,400. Lin Fan's online name is July. This name has no other meaning. It was just the month of Zhang Na's birthday. Lin Fan changed the online name of each software to July, for fear of forgetting his birthday month. July, I want to see the anchor wear a sailor suit and white stockings and do a little dance for everyone. In an instant, the comments section became lively, and hundreds of people poured into the live broadcast room. In just a short while, the number of people exceeded 1,000. It's all black stockings versus white stockings. July versus Big A. Where did this idiot come from? He has a level 10 account and he's acting like a big shot. He thinks it's a big deal to win a few carnivals? Yeah, Boss A has a level 56 account. Do you know how many carnivals you have to play to reach level 56? You funny guy, you still want to see white stockings. If you want to see white stockings so much, why do you ask your mother to wear them for you? Brother AAA Wang doesn't eat coriander. Dude, look at your mouth, it stinks so bad, did you eat the defense? Did Boss A pay you or something to let you be a cyber soldier like this? But now Brother July just played a few carnivals. Look at your big brother A, he played a few private jets and nothing happened. A level 56 account is just like that. I just want to see the anchor wear white stockings, what's wrong with that? I remember you said in the anchor's comments section before that you wanted to see the anchor wear black stockings. If you want to see black stockings so much, why don't you watch your mom wear them? If that doesn't work, I'll wear black stockings and show you my leg hair, do you want that? Lin Fan shook his head as he watched the quarrel break out in the comments section. The internet is like this, it's a mixed bag and people can cause a quarrel over the smallest things. Lin Fan has always felt that rich people have a broad vision. For example, the big boss A on the opposite side has never come out to speak, which indirectly verifies his quality. Lin Fan was about to type a comment, suggesting a second best option, letting the host wear black and white. This would satisfy both parties, so why bother arguing? Unexpectedly, Boss A's comment appeared on the public screen. These are the number of comments that you paid for and can be displayed on the public screen for a period of time, just like a gift. Boss A, you have a level 10 trumpet, and you can play 3 carnivals. That's awesome. Maybe that's already your monthly salary, right? At the same time as the comments appeared, Big Boss A continued to play 10 carnivals before stopping. Including the private jet he bought before, his total gift spending on this occasion exceeded 10,000. Big Brother A is so heroic, July, get out. Get out. Get out of the live broadcast room. Lin Fan had just typed a line of words, but after seeing the comment from Boss A, he retracted it. Now, no one spoke up for Lin Fan. After all, Big Boss A was indeed generous and gave so many gifts. Alright, Big Brother A and Brother July, stop arguing. I'll wear the black and white double evil spirits, so that neither of you will suffer any loss. Xiao Zhou tried to persuade them, saying that they were both big brothers in the live broadcast room, so why should she offend them? This also corresponds to Lin Fan's initial thoughts. Wear black, you two evil spirits, and you won't offend anyone. But now, Lin Fan was very unhappy. July, just a little bit of dirty money, can you be treated like dogs? Big brother A, stop talking nonsense. I have plenty of money. What's wrong with you, a level 10 or so small account? Just be an invisible person and watch the live broadcast. Isn't it enough for you to watch the anchor dancing in black stockings? Very arrogant. Brother July, forget it. The anchor has already said so. The black and white devils, we won't lose anything anyway. I remember that Boss A is a shareholder of a guild and is very rich. We can just bear with it and it will pass. Yeah, Brother July, that's not necessary. Some kind-hearted netizens commented and advised. Lin Fan didn't waste any time and recharged hundreds of thousands of yuan into his account again. If there was no limit on the recharge balance, he would have wanted to recharge more than 1 million yuan at once and just swiped it first. Money? The thing he lacks least now is money. There was a brief silence in the live broadcast room. Everyone thought that Lin Fan had given in. Zhou was also trying to calm down the fans and was getting ready to get up and change clothes. Unexpectedly, at this moment, several special effects barrages floated across the public screen of the live broadcast room. In July, in the Zhou live broadcast room, give away Douyin account number X1. In July, in the Zhou live broadcast room, give away TikTok account number X3. In July, in the Zhou live broadcast room, give away Douyin number 1x10. After a brief silence, Boss A thought that this was July's full strength and was about to send a barrage of comments to mock her. Soon, the Douyin account number 1 that filled the entire screen lit up again on the public screen. Douyin number 1 sent out 10 messages after 10 messages continuously, just like giving away free gifts. In July, in the Zhou live broadcast room, give away Douyin number 1x100. In July, in the Zhou live broadcast room, give away Douyin number 1x200. There are still some diamonds in the account, but Lin Fan is a little tired of clicking. There are already more than 10 viewers in the live broadcast room at this moment. Everyone came to see the show because of its reputation. You know, the value of a Douyin account is as high as 1,000 yuan. 200 rounds means 200,000. At first everyone thought that Lin Fan was just an office worker, and it was not easy for him to win a few carnivals. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had posted another 200 Douyin number 1 posts. Even Zhou himself was shocked as he looked at the gift special effects on the screen. The original mocking words completely fell silent. Silence along with Big Boss A. Those netizens who originally supported July immediately found an opportunity to start attacking. What Big Brother A and Big Brother B, relying on the defense, weren't you quite arrogant just now? My brother July only made a slight move, and you bunch of dogs were so scared that you dared not speak? That building materials brother Wang, you were the one who called him the most cheerfully just now, why don't you call him now? This is too exaggerated. Even for Big Boss A, it would be painful to spend 200,000 yuan casually. There must be more than 200,000 yuan in his account, but it would be difficult for him to take out 200,000 yuan for reward at once. Lin Fan finally posted another comment, can you please send me a lucky bag of diamonds worth 1 million? Please reimburse me after the broadcast. I still have some diamonds left, so I'll spend them all. In July, in the Zhou live broadcast room, Douyin number 1x90 was given away. Chapter 39, Generous. The live broadcast room fell silent. No one expected Lin Fan to be so generous. All in all, I spent a total of 290,000, plus the 1 million lucky bag, which is 390,000. Moreover, from beginning to end, Lin Fan never sent a single comment that could provoke a fight. Compared with Big Brother A, it is not on the same level at all. This is the pattern of rich people. At this moment, more than 100,000 people have flocked to the live broadcast room, all of whom are here to grab the super large lucky bags. Many new viewers saw Lin Fan's behavior of madly posting the number 1 Douyin account, and they all started to leave comments. The most excited among them were those who stood on Lin Fan's side from the beginning. Brother Chi Yue is so generous. What about those lackeys on the other side? Why are they silent now? Is 300,000 enough for your whole life? Brother Chi Yue is really talented, unlike that big guy A, who thought his level 56 account was amazing, but ended up not even letting the anchor send out a lucky bag. Where are those people who were barking just now? Why are they silent now? They come out to confront you. This group of people just like to watch the fun and don't mind the trouble. They will help whoever is right. They simply like to surf the internet. Boss A had just left the live broadcast room in shame. Although he has also spent more than 1 million on Douyin, it is rare to see such a large number at once as Lin Fan. Moreover, most of his data is collected when he helps the guild in PK, and it will be returned to him in due time. His actual financial resources are about 10,000 yuan, and no one would really spend tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan to reward the anchor. Unless you are confused. Or maybe a rich second generation. After the lucky bags are drawn, it is another happy day for a bunch of people. Some people even robbed more than 10,000 diamonds and became big brothers all of a sudden. The live broadcast room is filled with small gifts. However, no matter how hard they try, they can't surpass the number 1 in July. The difference in amount is too huge. Anchor, don't forget to dance in the sailor suit and white silk. Lin Fan appropriately posted this message on the barrage. The people who were originally planning to leave the live broadcast room stayed again. By C is dancing, it would be a waste not to appreciate it. Then I'll go change my clothes first. Brothers in the live broadcast room, please don't leave the live broadcast room yet. Wait for a moment. It was the first time that Shosho Joe saw so many people in the live broadcast room and received so many gifts, and he felt a little excited. Not long after, Shosho Joe returned to the live broadcast room wearing a sailor suit and white stockings. And it's a full body perspective. People flooded the screen with drooling emojis. With her innocent face, it's a perfect match. Even Lin Fan couldn't help but take another look. Then it's time to dance. Shosho Joe looked like a professional dancer. She did not make any mistakes. Her graceful figure and looming beauty attracted a lot of attention from the audience in the live broadcast room. The anchor has such a great figure. It's a feast for my eyes. I just gave her a pair of sunglasses. It's worth it. Host, I just swiped a private jet. Can I add your prestige? I can play with the anchor's legs for the rest of my life. You don't even have a chance to play. The anchor has already been taken down by Brother July. The barrage of comments teased the host. After a dance, Shosho sat in front of the computer screen again. Those long legs were hidden again. Lin Fan felt it was a pity. The highlight of Shosho Joe is his legs. Secondly, the face. Lin Fan exited the live broadcast room. It was boring. He gave gifts simply because he was unhappy with Big Boss A, otherwise, he wouldn't want to give a penny. Isn't it good to get it for free? Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 390,000 yuan and getting a rebate of 780,000 yuan. The recent rebate multiples are not high, only 1 or 2 times, which is relatively rare. Lin Fan began to look forward to when his deposits would exceed 100 million. At this time, Shosho Joe was also greeting the audience and preparing to end the live broadcast. Lin Fan is reading private messages on TikTok. Various female anchors posted their beautiful pictures in the hope of getting Lin Fan's Douyin account number 1, and many partners also came to Lin Fan for cooperation. Hello, Brother Chiyu, I'm also from Jiangcheng. We're in the same city. Are you interested in meeting each other? I'm 36D, a gorgeous young woman with the best legs. Any chance of getting July's brother's contact information? Brother Chiyu, I can dance a little bit, do you want to see it? Lin Fan glanced at his private messages. Oh, these were all meaningless ways of chatting up people. For money, these female anchors would do anything to get what they wanted. Just as Lin Fan was about to close TikTok, Shosho Joe sent him a private message. Brother Chiyu, my WeChat ID is XXXXX. Thank you very much for coming today. I see you are also in Jiangcheng. If it is convenient for you, please add my WeChat ID. I would like to invite you out for dinner alone. Lin Fan thought about it and added the thin Zhou Weixin. After adding, you will ask for the other party's bank card account number. He didn't forget that. Shosho Joe tried to refuse in every possible way, but finally accepted it reluctantly. In fact, she had never thought about returning the 100,000 yuan from Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan had already given her enough today. Seeing the money arrive, Shosho Joe was even more shocked. Lin Fan's financial resources are definitely far more than just a few 100,000. Otherwise, it would be impossible to casually take out more than 300,000 to buy gifts. Brother Chiyue, my name is Zhou Qinger. You can mark me as Xiao Zhou or Qinger. I am studying at the University of Science and Technology. When will Brother Chiyue be free? Thank you so much for today. I would like to invite you out for dinner. Zhou Qinger introduced herself right away. Lin Fan looked at it and nodded. That's right. He could tell at first sight that Zhou Qinger was very innocent. Nowadays, there are many innocent girls among older girls. Of course, older girls are also the ones who play the most extravagantly. Let's do it another day. I don't have much time these days. The other side. Jiangcheng University of Technology. Girls' dormitory. Qinger, take a look at his circle of friends to see if he is young or not and what job he does. A girl who was putting on makeup came over and asked with envy on her face. Zhou Qinger looked at the computer screen, and Lin Fan's reply came into everyone's sight. A little disappointed. Zhou Qinger took the initiative to invite a man, but she didn't expect that he didn't agree. One of my roommates suggested, I suggest, Qinger, you should find a chance to send a photo of yourself without makeup. The other party must know the power of online beauty filters and doesn't want to run into someone like Xiao Biluo. Another roommate who was playing with his phone shook his head and said, I think this is too deliberate, but it is indeed a good suggestion. Qinger, you can post a meaningless selfie without makeup one day, just in time for him to say he will do it another day. Then he will definitely not be able to reject you a second time. Zhou Qinger listened to the suggestions of her roommates and was a little undecided. After all, receiving a huge sum of more than 300,000 yuan at once would be exciting for anyone, not to mention that she is a college student. I just broadcasted on TikTok for a while. At first she just wanted to make a little money, that's all. I never thought that this day would come. With some curiosity, Zhou Qinger clicked on Lin Fan's circle of friends. Chapter 40, Grand Confession Scene, Only Moved Myself. Lin Fan's circle of friends is very simple, with only one message. It was the same one where Lin Fan took the photo of the steering wheel. He hasn't posted it on WeChat Moments since then. But this circle of friends caused a sensation in Zhou Qinger's dormitory, and everyone was discussing Lin Fan's age. Lin Fan didn't know all this. He rested in the car for a while, returned to the hotel to change his clothes, and then came to Jiangcheng University. After I parked the car, a girl immediately came up and started chatting with me. She was pretty good looking too. After all, Jiangcheng University is the best school in the entire Jiangcheng, and basically all the girls here are more or less pretty. At the same time, their boldness also surprised Lin Fan. This is the confidence that Portia brings. After Lin Fan waved his hand to refuse the conversation, he could feel many eyes focused on him as soon as he got out of the car. After many years, he came to Jiangcheng University again, but his mood was a little complicated. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory of Jiangcheng University, Xiao Ruoshi had already put on her makeup and was almost dressed up. She wore a blue and white sailor suit on the upper body and a light brown pleated skirt on the lower body. She wore white over the knee socks on her legs and small leather shoes. This outfit was newly bought in the mall. It is slightly more fitted than the original JK suit. Although it does not clearly outline the lines, it is a little slimmer and more seductive. Lin Shiyun looked at Xiao Ruoshi, who was dressed beautifully, and felt an indescribable jealousy in her heart. She clearly left her contact information to Lin Fan, but he never contacted her. For this reason, she even broke up with her boyfriend just because she didn't want Lin Fan to misunderstand her. Ruoshi, you are so beautiful today. If I were a man, I would be so fascinated by you that I would lose my way. Chen Xian praised from the bottom of his heart. In the past, Xiao Ruoshi was basically a conservative and wore ordinary clothes, but she had a beautiful face, so it didn't matter. But now Xiao Ruoshi has perfectly shown off her figure and face. It is no exaggeration to say that if Xiao Ruoshi walked around the school wearing this outfit, there would be countless boys who would come up to her and chat with her. Yu Mengmeng joked, I wonder how many boys will be hooked by Ruoshi now. Then, she changed the subject, it's a pity that Ruoshi has to move out of the dormitory. We won't be able to enjoy this kind of welfare outfit in the future. If you didn't know, you would think that they were not Xiao Ruoshi's roommates, but a group of lustful boys. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoshi's face flushed. There is no one who doesn't like to be praised by others, without exception. No, I just moved out of the dormitory. I'm not stopping studying. We will still see each other often in school in the future. After Xiao Ruoshi finished speaking, she took out a small mirror and admired her makeup and outfit. She is very satisfied with herself now. I just don't know if Brother Lin Fan will like it. I don't know if Brother Lin Fan likes my outfit. When we live together in the future, I wonder if Brother Lin Fan will do that to me every day. Just thinking about this, Xiao Ruoshi was already a little excited. She dressed so beautifully, not for anything else, not for herself, but just to please Lin Fan. Everything depends on whether Lin Fan is satisfied. The cell phone rang at this time. Xiao Ruoshi picked it up excitedly and saw that it was a message from Brother Lin Fan, saying that he had already arrived at school. Brother Lin Fan, I'll be down to pick you up right now. On the other side, Lin Fan has already stepped into Jiangcheng University. It was almost 5 o'clock, and there were still a lot of people in the school, coming and going in groups of all kinds. There was no restraint like in high school, and couples could be seen almost everywhere. Halfway through the walk, Lin Fan suddenly thought that he seemed to be here to help Xiao Ruoshi move her luggage. If he had known earlier, he would have driven the car into the school, which would have seemed to save some time. Looking at the familiar scenes around him, Lin Fan unknowingly arrived at the men's dormitory. He and a few brothers had spent 4 years here before, but after graduating from university, everyone went their separate ways and they had almost no contact afterwards. Looking at the playground not far away, Lin Fan thought of the scene when he confessed his love to Jiang Na, and the past events came to his mind. Without staying too long, Lin Fan arrived at the girls' dormitory based on his past memories. Coincidentally, at this time, the area downstairs of the girls' dormitory was already crowded with people. What's going on? This is? Lin Fan wanted to squeeze in, but there were too many people and he couldn't. You do not know? A boy wearing glasses looked at Lin Fan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This question confused Lin Fan. What do I know? Lu Xian is confessing his love to the school beauty Xiao Ruoshi. It's a grand confession scene. I just saw that there are hundreds of flowers on the ground. Lu Xian is holding a huge bouquet of roses in his hand. If I were Xiao Ruoshi, I would be so moved that I would agree on the spot. The young man with glasses sighed. Come on, so you are not the school beauty Xiao. There are many people chasing after the school beauty Xiao. Who is Lu Xian? Another young man in casual clothes interrupted the young man with glasses. It seemed that they had a good relationship. After the explanation, he did not focus on Lin Fan and only treated Lin Fan as a student from the same school. Lu Xian? Lin Fan suddenly remembered that Lu Xian at the previous cocktail party drove a 7 or 8 hand Maybach. Now, Xiao Ruoshi was surrounded in the center, with people all around her. She couldn't move forward or backward. The ground was covered with various flowers neatly arranged, and in front of her was Lu Xian kneeling on one knee. At this moment, Lu Xian was holding a bouquet of flowers, wearing a suit and tie, with hair sprayed with hairspray, and he looked much more energetic. Lu Xian finally understood. Although Xiao Ruoshi had a boyfriend, this indirectly proved that he only had one opponent. What's more, there was a difference between school and society, which was equivalent to being in a different place. As long as the emotional value he gave was enough, Xiao Ruoshi would definitely be able to soften her heart. Finally, she threw herself into his arms. Xiao Ruoshi's face was full of impatience. She had just walked out of the girls' dormitory when she saw this scene. To her, this scene was not a surprise, but a shock. Lu Xian, I've already told you that I have a boyfriend. As soon as these words were heard, there was an uproar at the scene. No one expected that Xiao Ruoshi would refuse so straightforwardly. This grand confession ultimately only moved Lu Xian himself and a few friends who came to support him. At this moment, when Xiao Ruoshi saw Lin Fan in the crowd, her eyes instantly lit up. She stepped away without hesitation and trotted towards Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan. Xiao Ruoshi threw herself directly into Lin Fan's arms. To those boys who had long had a crush on Xiao Ruoshi, this scene was like the sky falling. They all thought it was normal that Xiao Ruoshi rejected Lu Xian. On the contrary, it would be abnormal if she agreed. Since the beginning of the school year, Xiao Ruoshi has rejected many suitors, including some rich second generations, and without exception, they all returned home in complete failure. But now, Xiao Ruoshi turned around and threw herself into the arms of a strange man, which made those people unbelievable. Everyone is mobilizing their connections, wanting to know who is the person that Xiao Xiao, the school beauty, can throw herself into his arms. Chapter 41, Pickup Scene. Lin Fan pinched Xiao Ruoshi's face and jokingly said, "Am I late?" "No." Xiao Ruoshi buried her face in Lin Fan's arms, not wanting Lin Fan to see her shy little girl attitude. Lin Fan turned around and left with Xiao Ruoshi, without even looking at Lu Xian from beginning to end. Lu Xian's expression was as if he had been punched in public. His face turned the color of liver. Flowers fell to the ground, but he was unaware of it. His eyes were fixed on the receding backs of Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi. The crowd soon dispersed. The protagonists are gone. Who is still paying attention to this grand confession? Brother Lin Fan, there's a new milk tea shop outside the school. The new orange stick tea in the shop tastes pretty good. I'm here to treat you. Do you want to try it? Xiao Ruoshi took the initiative to speak. Okay. Lin Fan did not disappoint, but agreed. It just so happened that his car was still outside and he needed to drive it in, so he could also complete the side quest at the same time. En route. Seeing that Xiao Ruoshi had not taken the initiative to speak, Lin Fan simply asked, Ruoshi, what are your plans after graduation? Are you really going to take the postgraduate entrance examination? In fact, I did want to take the postgraduate entrance examination at first, but, you know my family's conditions, Brother Lin Fan. Some people say I am suitable to be a star, some people say I am suitable to be a singer, and some people say I am suitable to be a painter. In fact, I am a little confused about my future. I don't know what to do, and I am always worried about the future. Xiao Ruoshi responded that she had really thought a lot these days. Lin Fan cut off the question in time. Xiao Ruoshi was only a sophomore, and it was indeed a little too early to talk about graduation. You can think about the future later. Anyway, you are only a sophomore now, so why not enjoy your school life a little more? Xiao Ruoshi stuck out her tongue and asked with a smile, Brother Lin Fan, what did you do first after you graduated? What are you doing now? Lin Fan's thoughts suddenly drifted back to several years ago. At that time, he was assigned to an internship at a design company in Shanghai, but he did not choose to go. Instead, he followed Jiang Na back to Beijing to meet her parents first. After being stimulated by her parents, he returned to Jiangcheng again. Before I became a regular employee, I was very hardworking. I worked in the company during the day and delivered food until the early hours of the morning. Thinking about it now, that kind of life was a bit funny. Brother Lin Fan? While chatting and laughing, they had already arrived at the milk tea shop outside. The milk tea shop is very popular at this moment. The inside and the second floor are full of people, all of them are couples, and blonde men can be seen everywhere. To be honest, Lin Fan doesn't really like this kind of milk tea. He doesn't even like beverages. He only likes mineral water. But some girls do have a special liking for these milk teas, such as Xiao Ruoshi and even his ex-girlfriend Jiang Na. It's only September now and the weather is turning towards autumn. Even so, this milk tea shop still has enough customers, so it is bound to make money. Xiao Ruoshi's appearance attracted many people's attention almost instantly, especially her outfit today, which made some boys sitting in the milk tea shop look at her frequently. When Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi arrived at the milk tea shop, a yellow-haired boy immediately came up to them and started a conversation. Schoolgirl, I just lost a dare with my friend. The dare I chose was to increase your prestige. Do you think I have a chance? As he spoke, he even lifted his hair, making it look extremely elegant. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Xiao Ruoshi hugged Lin Fan's arm as a declaration of sovereignty. Lin Fan looked at the yellow-haired boy and couldn't help but want to laugh. He and Xiao Ruoshi were so close and they were holding hands. Any normal person could tell that they had a special relationship. Even so, the yellow-haired boy still wanted to come up and chat with her, and even found a risky reason. Please, you are going to chat up the girl you are looking for. You added it in front of me. Don't you think highly of me? Just add one. I really lost the dare. If I don't add your prestige, I will have to go back and pay for it. Please, please, I just added your prestige. I'm sure your boyfriend won't have any objections. I'm not chasing you. The yellow-haired boy was persistent and his reasons were straightforward, leaving Lin Fan speechless. Are the new generation of college students so thick-skinned now? Lin Fan stood up and said, Dude, there are a bunch of girls on the roadside. Can't you go and ask them for prestige? Don't you see that she has a boyfriend? The yellow-haired man had a calm expression, not feeling embarrassed at all. Dude, don't be so stingy. I told you, I just lost the dare with my friends. I didn't mean anything else. I just added you on WeChat. You can delete me right away after adding me. There is a hint of green tea in these words. The yellow-haired man's voice became a little louder, attracting the attention of others. Roll. Lin Fan completely lost his patience. As soon as the word get out was uttered, Huang Mao immediately became timid. He was only about 1.7 meters tall, and he felt a little psychologically afraid when he met a tall man like Lin Fan. He originally thought that Lin Fan was a paper tiger and an honest man. Xiao Ruoshi looked at Lin Fan with even more loving eyes. She was not good at refusing people, and if Huang Mao insisted, coupled with the sensational atmosphere around them, she would not know what to do. After arriving at the milk tea shop, I looked at the dazzling menu, which included various fruit teas, coffees, etc. "Brother Lin Fan, what would you like to drink?" Xiao Ruoshi asked Lin Fan first. Although she recommended the orange juice, the final choice still depended on Lin Fan. There were too many different kinds of milk tea on the menu. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "Let's go with the orange juice you mentioned. Since you recommended it, I think it won't be bad." "Aha!" Xiao Ruoshi nodded and continued to order. It took another half an hour after placing the order before she got the milk tea. Xiao Ruoshi also ordered some snacks. She originally wanted to sit down and rest in the milk tea shop, but there were too many people. Even though it was almost 6 o'clock, the milk tea shop was still crowded. So, Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi decided to take a walk, and after drinking milk tea, they started to move their luggage. "Brother Lin Fan, do you think I look good in this outfit?" Xiao Ruoshi turned around and showed Lin Fan her outfit. "It looks great, and you wear it in your own style." Lin Fan praised her, but in his eyes, the JK suit was still better looking, a bit tight, just enough to outline her figure. But Xiao Ruoshi is not bad now. The sailor's suit shows her purity perfectly. Coupled with her already hot body, she can be said to have both the purity on campus and the coolness in society. The ability to master these 2 points is thanks to Xiao Ruoshi's beautiful face. Chapter 42: Affectionate Dog Licking. Lin Fan turned around and found that it was the man with glasses whom he had met downstairs of the girls' dormitory before. "What's up?" Lin Fan said calmly. It's not his fault for having a bad attitude. It's mainly because the previous boys all left a bad impression on him, and almost all of them came to chat up Xiao Ruoshi. Especially Lu Xian and the yellow-haired boy, they were getting more and more aggressive. "Knowing that Xiao Ruoshi has a man by her side, do you really treat him as heir? Brother, can you please lend me a hand to talk?" The man with glasses was smiling. "Okay." Lin Fan followed the man with glasses for a few meters and looked back. Xiao Ruoshi was still waiting there, but at this distance, she probably couldn't hear their conversation. "Just say whatever you want to say." Lin Fan was already very patient. If it were any other stranger, he might not even bother to pay attention to him. The main reason was that the man with glasses had left a good impression on Lin Fan in the girls' dormitory before. The man with glasses took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out one and handed it to Lin Fan, but Lin Fan waved his hand to refuse. "He doesn't smoke." "Brother, I'm curious about how you managed to catch up with Xiao, really. I'm just curious because I heard from everyone that Xiao is very cool and there are almost no opposite sex around her. She doesn't even have any school gossip. Do you know how many pairs of eyes were watching your backs when you left with Xiao? Even my roommates were envious." Lin Fan listened patiently and asked, "And then?" "Actually, I also have a crush on a girl in school. She is my goddess. Although she is not as famous as Xiao Xiao, she has many suitors around her. I have bought her many gifts over the years, but she has never responded to me. I want to ask, is there any trick to pursue girls?" The man with glasses wondered. He really wanted to know how Lin Fan caught up with Xiao Ruoshi. Maybe he could borrow the same method to win the woman's heart. After hearing this, Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully. "So that's how it is." After hearing the glasses man's first sentence, Lin Fan still felt confused, but after the next sentence, Lin Fan kind of understood it. "This is not a dog licker. That girl is probably also a sea queen. She has so many suitors around her, and she accepts gifts from the man with glasses. The most important thing is that she never responds. She just keeps accepting his kindness and hooking him. In fact, the guy with glasses is not bad looking, and can be considered quite handsome among his peers. But at this moment, Lin Fan thinks that he looks a bit like a clown. However, he was very good at coming up with ideas, but he didn't know whether he could succeed. Lin Fan thought for a while and responded, "When chasing a girl, don't be too proactive. If you are too proactive, she will think you are a bootlicker and worth hooking. But if I don't take the initiative, she will ignore me." The man with glasses asked a fatal question. Lin Fan patiently replied, "Isn't this a good proof? If she ignores you, it means she doesn't love you. But she said last time that she just doesn't want to have a relationship for the time being. If she wants to have a relationship in the future, she will consider me first. But before that, I have to maintain a good relationship with her. The man with glasses continued. Have to. There's no hope. Love Brain also appears in the bootlicker, who is deeply in love and difficult to save. Lin Fan said frankly, actually, I think you can change the person you are pursuing. Put your attention on pursuing your goddess and focus on another girl. You will be able to find a partner soon. This is the last advice Lin Fan can give to this boy. The man with glasses smiled and said, Brother, I believe in myself. As long as I love her enough, she will definitely see my efforts and will be with me sooner or later. I will not give up. Just like you, brother, didn't you also win over Xiao Xiao? Lin Fan shook his head and sneered. Sure enough, it is not without reason that a dog who licks others will end up with nothing. Most of them deserve it. No one's to blame. Only after giving up hope can you wake up. By then the daylilies will be cold. The goddess that you cannot reach may be stepped on by someone else. Okay, I wish you success then. Lin Fan felt that there was no need to talk to the man with glasses anymore. After walking a few steps, Lin Fan turned back and looked at the man with glasses, and asked with a smile, Do you know how many days I have been chasing Xiao Ruoshi? Hearing this, the man with glasses immediately said with certainty, It must have been a long, steady relationship. I guess he must have pursued her for several years, so she was moved. Move? Lin Fan couldn't help but want to laugh after hearing this. He said, It only took me less than a day to pursue Xiao Ruoshi. She took the initiative to ask me out, and we checked into a hotel that day. I'm an experienced person, so let me give you one last piece of advice. No one knows what the goddess in your heart is like behind the scenes. Take care of yourself. Lin Fan didn't say anything too harsh. The man with glasses stood there. Lin Fan's words finally changed his expression. He looked at the backs of Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi for a long time, until the cigarette ash burned his hands, and he finally came to his senses. He originally thought that Lin Fan had pursued Xiao Ruoshi for a long time, so he was able to win her heart, and he firmly believed this. As long as you are willing to pay for the goddess. Sooner or later, the goddess will see his performance. As a result, Lin Fan's words just now completely broke his defense. It only took him one day to pursue Xiao Ruoshi? And it was Xiao Ruoshi who took the initiative to ask him out? Did you go to the hotel and book a room that day? What is wrong with this society? The man with glasses took out his cell phone, and with a nervous heart, he took the initiative to send a message to the goddess, wanting to ask her out. Are you free tonight? Qinghe, I found a very delicious barbecue restaurant nearby. Do you have time to go out and eat together? Not long after, the goddess named Qinghe replied. My bestie and I have an appointment to go to Wanda to get a manicure tonight. Please send me the location of the barbecue restaurant. I will go over and take a look when I have time. The man with glasses was immediately excited when he saw the message. He knew that as long as he was willing to work hard, there would definitely be opportunities. But what Qinghe said next made him feel confused and helpless. Just prepare 2 rice rolls for me, and then my best friend and I will go over to eat. My best friend just broke up recently, and I need to comfort her. Let's do it another day. I will definitely eat with you another day. Some other day? Another day? In the chat history between him and Qinghe, there were at least dozens of messages about someday in just a few days. Lin Fan's words kept lingering in his mind. Even if he didn't want to believe it, the fact was right before his eyes. Brother, who is he? What did you say to him? Xiao Ruoshi asked curiously. Lin Fan shook his head, nothing, just an affectionate lickspittle. Deep feeling? Dog liquor? Can these 2 words really go together? Chapter 43, Add Prestige? The 2 of them walked for a while, and when Lin Fan saw that it was getting late, he took Xiao Ruoshi back. When he arrived at the parking spot, Lin Fan found that there were already a lot of people surrounding the Porsche 911 Targe 4, mostly in groups. Several boys gathered together to discuss the car, and some girls stood next to the car and took pictures of each other. Lin Fan could actually understand it. When you are in college, you have not yet entered the society and your mind is more or less immature, so it is normal to be vain. Just at this moment, Lin Fan's cell phone rang. A strange phone call. Shall I step aside? Xiao Ruoshi said very sensibly. Lin Fan waved his hand, saying there was no need for that. Recently, he has received more and more strange phone calls. He feels that he needs to change to a customized phone card and never answer strange calls. Lin Fan still answered the call, and the moment he answered the call, a surprised voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Lin. From the voice, Lin Fan recognized it as Wu Xiao, the female coach. However, Lin Fan seemed to remember that he did not give her his contact information. I thought that the front desk probably had saved my contact information, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Coach Wu, what's up? Lin Fan said calmly that he was on a date with Xiao Ruoshi at the moment and must be a little unhappy to be disturbed. It's like when you're playing a game and you're almost getting a pentakill, but a friend interrupts you and the pentakill is ruined. Even though you still win in the end, the feeling is different. Although Lin Fan had the idea of hooking up with Wu Xiao, that was something for later. Mr. Lin, thank you so much for your kindness today. I would like to ask if you are free tonight. I would like to treat you to a meal and show you the fitness plan I customized for you, as well as the nutritional meal standards for the future. Wu Xiao did not notice Lin Fan's cold attitude. For her now, the most important thing she wanted to do was to please Lin Fan, her financial sponsor. Although the front desk staff explained that Lin Fan did not have a designated coach for his 2,000 private lessons, but considering what Lin Fan had said to her before, didn't that mean she was designated? As long as she doesn't make any mistakes. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Ruoshi before replying, I don't have time tonight. I'll contact you when I go to the gym another day. Yeah, okay, I'll wait for you to contact me. Wu Xiao did not continue to force it. Lin Fan was not surprised by Wu Xiao's change of attitude. More than 1 million is not a small amount. Moreover, no one knows how much real assets a person who can spend more than 1 million to give private lessons has. Moreover, even if he accepted Wu Xiao's invitation tonight, he might not be able to eat. In comparison, the sister Ruoshi in front of him was more lovable. Lin Fan still prefers the hot Wu Xiao who was in the community before. He looked arrogant. Not long after Lin Fan hung up the phone, another strange phone call came in. This time, Lin Fan didn't answer the call, but turned off the phone directly. He didn't want to be disturbed anymore. Brother Lin Fan, if you are busy, you can go ahead and do your work. You don't have to worry about me. I can ask Hualala to take care of the luggage. I have also found a house near the school, which is very convenient. Xiao Ruoshi is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. It's no big deal, not as important as you. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Xiao Ruoshi took Lin Fan's arm and smiled as she walked away, as obedient as a kitten. Lin Fan took Xiao Ruoshi into the car. This attracted envy from the onlookers. Am I seeing right? That seems to be our school's most beautiful girl, Xiao. Then who is the man next to her? School beauty Xiao has a boyfriend? Oh my god, my dream goddess. Lin Fan drove a Porsche 911 Targa 4 into Jiangcheng University. Although Jiangcheng University is a private school and outsiders are generally not allowed to enter, Lin Fan at least graduated from here. After explaining the reason to the security guard, he was allowed to pass. Lin Fan drove straight to the school parking lot. I have packed my luggage. I will go upstairs and ask my roommate to help bring it down. Xiao Ruoshi felt that she had already troubled Lin Fan enough. Lin Fan smiled faintly and shook his head. No matter what, I am still your boyfriend now. I am just helping you move some luggage. If those people in school see me, they will think I am a gigolo. Lulu, I really want brother Lin Fan to be a gigolo, but it's not necessary. Xiao Ruoshi stuck out her tongue and smiled lightly. Lin Fan rubbed Xiao Ruoshi's face. You're so sweet? If you keep rubbing my face, it will become round. Then you, brother Lin Fan, will dislike me for being ugly again. Xiao Ruoshi's cheeks blushed slightly. That's not the case. I'm the one who made you beautiful. It won't be a problem for me to support you for the rest of your life. Lin Fan smiled faintly and walked ahead. Xiao Ruoshi trotted after him, feeling a little delighted. Several of Xiao Ruoshi's roommates were in the dormitory. They were all familiar faces. Lin Fan was not unfamiliar with these people, but he didn't have a good impression of them either. Brother Lin Fan. The three of them said it almost at the same time. Especially Lin Shiyun, after seeing Lin Fan appear, she almost immediately came forward with a tender look in her eyes. Long before they parted at the cocktail party, a strange seed had been planted in her heart. Well, hello. No matter what, these people are Xiao Ruoshi's classmates and roommates. They will have a long time to interact with each other in the future, so there is no need for Lin Fan to show displeasure with them. Just like he said before, it is normal for college girls to be vain because they have watched too many videos on the internet and think that their values have long surpassed the current ones. Only when they have truly experienced the hardships of society will they realize how naive their current ideas are. Of course, Lin Fan doesn't think that being vain is a wrong thing. Lin Fan helped Xiao Ruoshi carry 2 suitcases, and her roommates also helped carry some luggage. After everything is settled, Lin Shiryun took the initiative to approach and said, "Brother Lin Fan, I told you last time that I wanted to sit in the passenger seat. You said we could do it another day. Is it okay now?" She put on light makeup today, and wore an off-shoulder top, a pleated skirt, and a pair of long legs together, showing her youthful beauty. Lin Fan frowned. It was indeed difficult to refuse what Lin Shiryun said. "Not today. I still have to help Ruoshi move. How about next time, when I come to school next time?" Hearing this, Lin Shiryun looked disappointed, but she had no choice but to agree. "All right." Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi got into the car, and Lin Shiryun knocked on the car window. "Brother Lin Fan, how about we add prestige? Next time you come, let me know in advance." She still firmly believed that Lin Fan had not seen the previous note. Now that it has come to this, it seems that Lin Fan really has no room for refusal. Just add it. There's nothing to lose anyway. Chapter 44 Rewards Received. Okay, then add 1. Lin Fan took out his mobile phone and showed his WeChat QR code. "Brother Lin Fan, I'm adding you, remember to agree." Lin Shiryun shook her phone. "Brother Lin Fan, we also want to increase your prestige. Chen Xin and Yu Meng Meng were also unwilling to miss this opportunity." Lin Fan added them all. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Fan could only agree to his friends one by one and then change the message to hands-free. "Brother Lin Fan, I really like you more and more." As several of Xiao Ruoshi's roommates left one after another, Xiao Ruoshi spoke with a smile. "Are you jealous?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. Xiao Ruoshi shook her head and answered obediently, "I'm not jealous. Brother Lin Fan is so outstanding, it's normal for girls to like him. I can understand that. But now Brother Lin Fan, at least, belongs to me." After saying that, Xiao Ruoshi came over and offered her a kiss. 2 minutes later, Lin Fan rubbed Xiao Ruoshi's head contentedly. "When I'm with Xiao Ruoshi, I always feel like I'm in love. This feeling cannot be given by anyone else, whether it is Song Pei or other women." This is also the reason why Lin Fan particularly likes to get along with Xiao Ruoshi, not only because of her innocence, but also because it feels different to be with her. Of course, there is one more important point. That's why Xiao Ruoshi is beautiful. So far, Xiao Ruoshi is definitely the most beautiful girl Lin Fan has ever seen. The appearance score given by the system is as high as 96, which is enough to prove that Xiao Ruoshi is not bad in appearance. It is no wonder that so many people recommend her to pursue a career as a star. If she succeeds, she will surely become a big star in the future. Boom! The Porsche 911 Targe 4 emits a strong roar and runs on the city roads of Jiangcheng, just like a wild horse running wildly. Xiao Ruoshi was sitting in the passenger seat, feeling a strong push on her back. "Ruoshi, I recently bought a house in the south of the city. You don't have to rent a house by yourself. If you encounter any danger, you can stay at my place." Lin Fan took the initiative to speak. South of the city? Xiao Ruoshi was a little surprised when she heard Chengnan, because Chengnan was not far from her home, but it was quite far from the school. Lin Fan noticed Xiao Ruoshi's hesitation and continued, "I checked. It's about 10 kilometers away from Jiangcheng University, which is not too far. I plan to change cars in a while, so you can drive this one first. It's just sitting there anyway, so instead of letting it gather dust, it's better to give it to Xiao Ruoshi. By the way, have you taken your driver's license test?" Xiao Ruoshi was a little stunned by this sudden gift. She shook her head and refused. "No, Brother Lin Fan, I already owe you a lot. I feel like I can never repay you in my lifetime. I really don't know how to thank you. Since you call me Brother Lin Fan, then this is what you deserve. The car is just there anyway. When the time comes, put it in the garage. You can drive it whenever you want. I won't force you. You haven't answered my question yet. Have you passed the driving test?" Lin Fan asked. "Yes, I took the exam during the summer vacation of my senior year in high school." Xiao Ruoshi answered truthfully. "That's fine. Anyway, I'll leave the car keys at home. You can drive it whenever you want." Things have come to this point, Xiao Ruoshi did not refuse anymore. Lin Fan first took Xiao Ruoshi to the mall to eat. Xiao Ruoshi offered to treat everyone. Of course Lin Fan would not refuse. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Fan asked Zhao Yuding again when the house could be occupied at the earliest. The answer was tomorrow morning. Lin Fan adheres to a low-key approach. There is no need to have any sense of ritual. Just be quiet. As for today, I will spend the night in the hotel with Xiao Ruoshi. By the way, take a look at the night view of Jiangchang. Xiao Ruoshi chose a Western restaurant. The total amount was about 7,000 to 8,000 yuan, and the wine was even more expensive, but considering that Lin Fan came by car, he didn't order any wine. For Xiao Ruoshi, this expenditure was actually not small. Her family had instilled in her a mindset since she was a child, which was to save money and save whatever money could be saved, so even though she received a huge sum of money, she didn't spend much. The biggest expense was going to the mall a few days ago to choose a few clothes, which cost me a little money, but no matter what, it was also to please Lin Fan. The only thing left is today, and it is the first time she has spent 7 or 8,000 on a meal. After the dinner, Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi returned to the hotel together. You have to stay in the hotel today. The earliest you can move into the house is tomorrow. Lin Fan explained the reason why he brought Xiao Ruoshi to the hotel. That's not true. I'm not wronged at all. Xiao Ruoshi smiled, took Lin Fan's hand, and said, "This hotel is so luxurious. I wish I could live here forever." Last noon, I stared at the scenery outside the window for a long time. I have never seen such a beautiful scenery. Inside the presidential suite. Brother Lin Fan, do you want me to take a shower first? Xiao Ruoshi looked at Lin Fan. She was a little sweaty today, so in order not to affect what was going to happen next, she wanted to take a shower first. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Lin Fan sat on the sofa, took out his mobile phone and started watching TikTok videos. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Xiao Ruoshi's side quest. The reward of 10% of Dihao Entertainment's shares has been issued. The host has become the second largest shareholder of Dihao Entertainment and has been promoted to general manager of Dihao Entertainment. Lin Fan was a little surprised about this reward. He thought it was just shares, but he didn't expect it to come with a promotion. This system is really omnipotent. You know, Dihao Entertainment is a company with a market value of hundreds of billions, with 10% of the shares in year-end dividends, as you can imagine, and there is also a general manager position. At the same time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang. A strange phone call. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a matter of shares and positions. After the call was connected, a female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Mr. Lin, your appointment has been officially issued by the board of directors. When can you take up your post? Lin Fan thought about it and thought that there would be nothing to do tomorrow, so he replied, Tomorrow, I'll call you in advance when I go to the company tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Lin. After Lin Fan hung up the phone, he accidentally saw the message sent by Lin Shiyun. He clicked on it and saw that it was a message with a photo of an outfit. Lin Fan really has no interest in women whose appearance does not exceed 90 points. If it weren't for the fact that she was Xiao Ruoshi's classmate, Lin Fan would have blocked her right now. Not long after, Xiao Ruoshi came out of the bathroom, took off her sailor suit, and wrapped herself in a bathrobe. Her face became more and more rosy, exuding a charming charm. For a moment, even Lin Fan was stunned. Chapter 45 Meeting Lu Xin again. Brother, can you make a heart shape with me? Good. Brother, let's take a picture together. Good. Brother, I want you to be gentler. Good. Xiao Ruoshi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in a bathrobe, holding Lin Fan's arm, with a happy smile on her face. In her phone were various intimate photos taken of her and Lin Fan. In the past, she didn't understand why online love was so sweet, and she also didn't understand why her roommate was always fantasizing about a sweet love. It was not until she experienced the feeling of being in love that she understood why some people could be so deeply moved by a love affair. Brother Lin Fan, am I beautiful? Xiao Ruoshi tied her hair into a bun, turned around, smiled faintly, and looked at Lin Fan. It's beautiful. Lin Fan responded. And now? Xiao Ruoshi untied the waist string of her bathrobe, and the bathrobe slowly slid down her body, revealing her proud figure. Perhaps their uniqueness is not as stunning as that of Song Pei and Qin Xiong. But Xiao Ruoshi's comprehensive performance is above the passing line in every aspect, surpassing excellent, and she is still developing. When she is fully grown, Xiao Ruoshi's figure will probably be another very attractive item. It's beautiful too. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. It was clear that a few days ago, Xiao Ruoshi needed Lin Fan's guidance in everything she did, but after just a few days' absence, she had become so sensible. Xiao Ruoshi leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and said in a sweet voice, "Brother, as long as you like it. Please enjoy your meal. Then I won't be polite." Lin Fan smiled faintly. Beauty in night. Nice scenery. In the morning, Zhao Yuding sent him a message saying that everything in the elegant mansion was ready and could be delivered at any time today, with all the furniture and appliances complete. Since Lin Fan requested a low-key delivery, there won't be much sense of ceremony. Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi also got up early in the morning. Xiao Ruoshi was no longer wearing a sailor suit. Instead, she wore a cream-white knitted cardigan with a light-colored suspender skirt underneath. The cuffs of the cardigan revealed her slender wrists, and her beautiful legs were exposed. She was wearing white socks and white shoes, and had her hair tied into a bun. A few strands of hair hung down by her ears, making her face look even more delicate and perfect. Lin Fan noticed that Xiao Ruoshi had put on light makeup and sprayed perfume on her body. In this state, Xiao Ruoshi became even more charming. His whole night of hard work last night made Xiao Ruoshi look like a freshly peeled peach, fresh and sweet. Especially under the sunlight, her whole body was coated with a layer of soft light filter. The word pure is fully reflected in Xiao Ruoshi. For a moment, Lin Fan seemed to see the shadow of the original Jian Na in her. It's fleeting. This time when I leave the Alia Hotel, it is basically the last time I come here. After all, I have my own house and I can't always stay in a hotel. Housekeeper Chen waited at the door for a long time. When she saw Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi come out together, she didn't say anything and sent Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi to the sightseeing elevator. She then watched them leave at the door. As a housekeeper, you still have to have the proper sense of propriety. Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi took the elevator directly to the underground garage. Unexpectedly, I met an unexpected person. Lu Xian. Next to him was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, looking very imposing. Ruoshi, why are you here? Lu Xian was a little surprised when he saw Xiao Ruoshi. After all, this was an international hotel. The lowest price for one night was 2,000 to 3,000. This was just the most ordinary suite. There were other more expensive suites. He didn't expect to meet Xiao Ruoshi here. When he saw Lin Fan next to him, it suddenly became clear. A feeling of anger arose. Damn it, the goddess he regarded as a goddess had already been taken by Lin Fan. Although he had expected it, he still held on to a last glimmer of hope after seeing it with his own eyes. Until this moment, his hopes were completely shattered. Lin Fan also noticed Lu Xian at this time, and looked at Xiao Ruoshi with a smile. Do you want to go up and say hello to your classmate? Forget it. We are classmates in school, but outside of school, we are not familiar with each other. Xiao Ruoshi sensibly took Lin Fan's arm and declared her sovereignty. Lin Fan turned around and left with Xiao Ruoshi, without even looking at Lu Xian from beginning to end. Being ignored, Lu Xian was a little mad. He quickly walked to Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi and asked, Ruoshi, why are you ignoring me? Xiao Ruoshi had a cold face. The scene of yesterday's confession was still vivid in her mind. If Lin Fan had misunderstood her at that time, then no matter how she explained it, it would not be clear. She had initially had a slight liking for Lu Xian, but now she only felt disgust. Student Lu, are we familiar with each other? I'm with my boyfriend. If you come over to say hello out of nowhere like this, it will bother me and my boyfriend will misunderstand me. Lu Xian never expected that Xiao Ruoshi would be so disrespectful to him. He staggered back a few steps, his face pale. It seemed that it was indeed as Xiao Ruoshi said, his relationship with Xiao Ruoshi was limited to classmates, and Lin Fan was Xiao Ruoshi's official boyfriend. Xianer, come back. The middle-aged man spoke calmly, with great deterrence. Lu Xian did as he was told, feeling extremely depressed. Lin Fan didn't take this farce seriously from beginning to end. He took Xiao Ruoshi to find the car and drove away. Xianer, I've told you many times that there are countless ways to pursue a girl, but you chose the dumbest one. When you are successful enough, there will be countless women around you for you to choose from. Do you know why the boy just now was better than you? It's because he was calm enough, and you were too reckless. Just by your behavior today, you have left a bad impression on that girl. So I've told you many times that no matter what, you should improve yourself first, instead of lowering yourself to cooperate with others. The middle-aged man is full of aura. Lu Xian lowered his head and didn't dare to refute a word. This was his father, a successful man, worth tens of millions, and the boss of a construction company. Dad, I understand. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Xian and said, the construction industry has not been developing well in recent years. For today's cooperation with Dihao Entertainment, you will temporarily take over as my secretary and prepare for taking over the company in the future. Hope rekindled on Lu Xian's face. In his opinion, isn't Lin Fan just a rich second generation whose family has a little money? When he takes over his own company and becomes an entrepreneur, he can have as many cars of that kind as he wants. One day, he will make Xiao Ruoshi look at him with new eyes. At the same time, it will also allow Xiao Ruoshi to see how huge the gap between him and Lin Fan is. Chapter 46 Beautiful Secretary. After arriving at the elegant mansion, he no longer had to park his car outside as before. Lin Fan was the owner here, so it was natural for him to be able to drive in. Zhao Yuding had been waiting at the door early, and when she saw Lin Fan's car, she immediately came over. After parking the car, Zhao Yuding saw the girl next to Lin Fan and the luggage in the car, and she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Soon, she came to her senses and didn't ask any more questions. Mr. Lin, please follow me. There is still one last step to complete the house handover procedure. It won't take up too much of your time. I will personally take you there to hand over the house when the time comes. Zhao Yuding still maintains the best service attitude. She was very tactful and did not ask what the relationship between him and the girl next to Lin Fan was. After all, she and Lin Fan didn't have that kind of intimate relationship. If she had to say it, they just had a drink of wine, a cup of coffee, and chatted all night, that's all. However, she had seen this kind of situation many times, and she also roughly understood who Lin Fan bought this house for. After everything was ready, Lin Fan took Xiao Ruoshi to move the luggage. As a sales manager, Zhao Yuding, with a service attitude, also took the initiative to help Lin Fan move the luggage. Lin Fan was still very satisfied with Zhao Yuding's understanding and did not mention the previous events at all. Although he's not afraid to mention it either. But this will determine the scores of these women in Lin Fan's heart. Coming to a 16, Xiao Ruoshi looked at everything here like a curious baby. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows were exactly the same as those in the hotel, but the scenery was different. There was a river view here, which might be more beautiful at night. Do you like it? Lin Fan leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at Xiao Ruoshi's back and asked. It's great. I've only seen this kind of river view on TV before. Xiao Ruoshi looked out the window and smiled. It must be beautiful to see the night view from here at night. Zhao Yuding put down the suitcase tactfully and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, all smart homes have been customized. At the same time, if you have any help or needs, please contact me in time. She handed over her business card, her eyes briefly lingered between the two of them, and then left the room. After the door was closed, Xiao Ruoshi tilted her head and looked at Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, is that beautiful sister familiar to you? He. Lin Fan smiled but did not explain. Xiao Ruoshi tactfully did not ask any more questions, but stared blankly at the scenery outside the window. Just treat this place as your own home. You can pick a room when the time comes. I have something to do later and need to go out for a while. If you have any requests, just tell me directly, or tell that beautiful sister. This is her business card. Lin Fan placed the name tag on the table and left. He also needs to go to Dihao Entertainment to deal with the share issue. Good. Xiao Ruoshi agreed. When she came downstairs, Zhao Yuding had been waiting for a long time. You waited for me here? Lin Fan spotted Zhao Yuding at a glance and joked. Mr. Lin is joking. Zhao Yuding spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, with no emotion visible at all. But Lin Fan has been dealing with women frequently these days, and he can tell whether Zhao Yuding is angry or jealous. Of course, he would not deliberately maintain such a relationship. There's no need for that. Now that we are all rich, who would still want to be a romantic man? I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Fan walked a few steps and suddenly turned back. By the way, remember to save the house in A12 for me. Maybe one day when I'm in a good mood, I'll buy it and give it away. Good. Zhao Yuding only had the chance to reply with a okay. By the time she realized the meaning of Lin Fan's words, Lin Fan had already walked away. These words carry so much meaning. Dihao Entertainment. When Lin Fan drove here, he was shocked. It was an office building, even bigger than Z's. Before coming here, Lin Fan had already called back the strange phone number from yesterday. At the door, he saw a woman. If nothing unexpected happened, she should be the woman on the phone. She was even more beautiful than he had imagined, with an appearance score of at least 90, which was considered a very high score. She was wearing a black suit uniform, a hip skirt, and black stockings on her legs. She had a great figure and could perfectly pull off this outfit, and her pretty face had delicate makeup on. A true urban beauty. At this time, the woman in the suit also saw Lin Fan's car, took the initiative to greet him, knocked on the window, and asked, "Hello, are you Mr. Lin?" "It's me. Please get in the car first and talk inside." Lin Fan was a little surprised. It was new now and the weather in Jiangcheng in September was still a little hot, close to 30 degrees. The fact that this urban beauty could stand under the sun and wait for him was enough to show that her work attitude was extraordinary. The woman in the suit was not polite. After getting on the passenger seat, she took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello, Mr. Lin, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shang Xiaoqin, I'm 29 years old, and I will be your secretary." Shang Xiaoqin. Lin Fan remembered the name in his heart and smiled faintly. He finally understood why the managers and chairmen in TV dramas always have a secretary or an assistant. The key point is that this assistant is definitely not a man, but a woman, and a very beautiful one at that. Lin Fan hadn't reacted to Zheng Ku before. Lin Fan only knew it now. It's pleasing to the eyes. Especially Shang Xiaoqin's outfit, which is definitely the hottest outfit he has ever seen among all the girls. The pencil skirt is very tempting. "Mr. Lin, is there something on my face?" Shang Xiaoqin touched her cheek and asked in confusion. Lin Fan didn't hide anything and said directly, "I'm just appreciating a beautiful thing." Hearing this, Shang Xiaoqin covered her mouth and laughed. "Boss Lin, you really know how to make women laugh. There are many beauties in Dihao. In comparison, I am very ordinary. Instead of anticipating the unknown, appreciate the present moment." The smile on Shang Xiaoqin's face became more intense, but she did not continue talking. We arrived at the underground garage and, under the guidance of Shang Xiaoqin, took the elevator to the high-rise office. Shang Xiaoqin introduced the remaining shareholders and CEOs, as well as some technical staff of the departments, to Lin Fan one by one. After listening to this introduction, Lin Fan roughly understood it. "I originally thought I could be a hands-off boss like Z, but I didn't expect that this wouldn't work. Not only did I have to hold shareholders' meetings, but even the approval of important matters had to go through him. As well as many celebrity interviews, even Lin Fan had to review them personally. It turns out that the system has found a job for him. But on second thought, it is not without benefits. After all, as Shang Xiaoqin said, there are many beautiful women in Dihao Entertainment, and he can feast his eyes on them." Chapter 47, Acquaintance. Then, Shang Xiaoqin took Lin Fan to visit various departments. In just such a short while, Lin Fan saw several girls whose looks were no less than 80 points. As expected, there are really a lot of beautiful girls in this kind of entertainment company. Basically, many people who come to entertainment companies right after graduating from college and are confident in their looks have a dream of becoming a star. But very few can actually be achieved. After all, this industry is the most complicated, and even unspoken rules happen frequently. "Wow, is that the new CEO Lin? He's so handsome, exactly my type. I wonder if I'll have the chance to spend a night with CEO Lin in the future. TSK, I don't even want to expose you. Are you attracted to Mr. Lin? I just like to tell the truth. Mr. Lin is handsome and rich, which are all my favorite things." When Lin Fan and Shang Xiaoqin passed by the internet celebrity department, most of the girls looked at Lin Fan and talked openly in front of him. Lin Fan still underestimated these newly graduated college students. After taking a look around, I returned to the office. Shang Xiaoqin handed over a document and said, "Boss Lin, these are the candidates for next week's internet celebrity promotion plan. There will be teachers to assess the interviews, and you only need to be responsible for the review. You can take a look at these girls in the document, they are all good candidates." Lin Fan opened the file and took a quick look. Most of the people in the file were good-looking girls, and their ages were specially marked on them. They were basically college graduates. When he turned to the last page, a familiar name came into Lin Fan's sight. Shen Zian, 26 years old. Jiang Na's best friend. When Lin Fan was pursuing Jiang Na, Shen Zian, as Jiang Na's best friend, did not make things difficult for Lin Fan. After all, there There were many suitors for Jiang Na at that time, including some rich second generations. Compared to those rich second generations, Lin Fan really has no advantages at all. In other words, Shen Zian never looked down on Lin Fan from the beginning to the end. After graduating from college, Lin Fan had basically no contact with her. After all, she was Jiang Na's best friend, not his. I didn't expect to meet you here by such a coincidence. Seeing that Lin Fan's eyes were fixed on Shen Zian's document, Shang Xiaoqin took the initiative to explain, Boss Lin, Shen Zian is an internet celebrity we signed several years ago. At that time, online videos were just becoming popular, and Shen Zian was quite popular. Later, she gained millions of fans through a viral video, but she had been hiding her relationship. After it was exposed, she openly blasted men on the internet, which led to her reputation being ruined. Her popularity plummeted, and she lost millions of fans. This time they came to us, it's more like a contract renewal. They want to continue cooperating with us and start a new account. But compared to other girls, she doesn't have much advantage because of her age. Plus, she's a bit misogynistic, which leaves a black mark on her online. It's going to be difficult for her to create a new account. But if we really want to promote her, it's not impossible, but the prerequisite is that she can create value for our company. After listening to this, Lin Fan curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. Dislike for men? Quite interesting. I also participated in this interview. Of course, the final review will remain unchanged. Lin Fan said lightly. Shang Xiaoqin was stunned when she heard this. Although she didn't understand what Lin Fan wanted to do, she still agreed. What can be done about it? Of course, it's the unspoken rules. A million internet celebrities. It's no wonder that Jiang Na had never mentioned Shen Zian to him before. It's not only because he and Shen Zian have a bad relationship, but the more important reason is probably this: she is afraid that he will have bad intentions. After finishing everything, Lin Fan left Dihao Entertainment. The internet celebrity plan was to start next week, which was still early. Lin Fan sat in the car, thinking about what to eat in the evening. Just then, an unexpected person sent him a message. Qin Xiong. To be honest, if Qin Xiong didn't have a mission to accomplish, Lin Fan would have forgotten about this person long ago. After all, the communication between the two stopped at the last time in the grove, and there was no subsequent contact. However, even so, Qin Xiong's beautiful figure in the grove still makes Lin Fan linger until now. Qin Xiong, brother Lin Fan, what have you been doing recently? I miss you so much. Looking at the message sent by Qin Xiong, Lin Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. If he really missed him, he would have contacted him actively. Contacting him now was nothing more than missing his money. But he didn't care. After all, girls who like his money at least have straightforward goals and are easy to win over. Otherwise, maybe he doesn't. But he has plenty of money. Lin Fan, I'm planning to change my car recently, so I'm thinking about what kind of car to buy. If it's a sports car, it felt crowded when I drove you Four Sisters last time, but a business car seems too low-key. He knew that Qin Xiong was a car model and must be very familiar with this aspect. When Qin Xiong saw Lin Fan's idea of buying a car, it hit the mark. She originally didn't know how to start the conversation, but Lin Fan's words gave her the opportunity. Qin Xiong, brother Lin Fan, there will be an auto show in the east of the city soon. Many domestic and foreign car companies will participate. It will start the day after tomorrow. If you can't make up your mind, come to the auto show. There are commercial vehicles, sports cars, electric cars, and everything. It's much better than going to SSSS stores one by one. By the way, brother Lin Fan, I'm also one of the car models. Looking at the message, Lin Fan smiled faintly. Lin Fan, okay, when the auto show starts, just tell me and I'll be there on time. Qin Xiong, yes, brother Lin Fan. Qin Xiong showed a look of delight. He knew that Lin Fan's car was a Porsche 911 Targe 4, worth 2-3 million yuan. This time, the budget for changing the car would definitely be more if she could make the deal. Then the commission will definitely not be small. This is also why she took the initiative to talk to Lin Fan before the auto show. She thought she would have to pay something, and in fact she was prepared. After all, Lin Fan was generous, handsome and rich, so there was nothing he couldn't do. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. After finishing the chat with Qin Xiong, Lin Fan started to check the WeChat chat. To be honest, he had neglected Song Pei a little in the past 2 days. Even so, Song Pei still did not stop wanting to share with him. There are all kinds of bold outfits and food sharing. Lin Fan took a look and did not choose to reply. Instead, he lay on the chair and watched Douyin to relax. It was a rare rest time. Dealing with so many women in one day is really overwhelming. That's why Lin Fan wanted to exercise urgently. At the same time, I also hope that the system will give me some attribute points to improve my physical fitness. If you don't work out today, sweat it out in the gym tomorrow. Lin Fan sent a message to Wu Xiao. Chapter 48 Sensible Wu Xiao. Lin Fan got up from the gentle land as usual. He really felt that he needed to be more restrained in his relationship with Xiao Ruoshi. She was still in college and knew very little about this. However, she had endured for 20 years and had extraordinary energy. The most crucial point is that Lin Fan doesn't want her to get pregnant so soon. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Ruoshi, who was still in bed, then got up and left. At first, he was thinking about buying a large apartment and then living with a few more women to spend wonderful nights together. Damn it! He could hardly handle Xiao Ruoshi alone. I had a feeling of being overwhelmed when I was with Song Pei before, and it is becoming more and more obvious now. After several battles, they were defeated one after another and were defeated in a few minutes. He is really old and weak. He is nearly 26 years old and should be in his prime, but his physical condition is so poor. It must be because of the hard work and overtime in the past, coupled with the exercise life with Jiang Na, that his health has become a little poor now. Lin Fan checked his personal attributes. Name, Lin Fan. Age, 25. Height, 182 cm. Weight, 75 kilograms. Appearance score, 76 points. Temperament, 69 points. Charm, 49 points. Physical fitness, 46 points. A weak virtual dog, 60 points is considered a pass. Asset, elegant mansion A16. Looking at his personal panel, Lin Fan couldn't help but remain silent. When he checked his personal panel before, there was no such note. But just a few days later, there was such a note. Even if he added those 3 attribute points to physical fitness, there was still not much change. In other words, even the system was mocking him. City Heroes Gym. It was very early and there were not many people in the gym, but a large group of coaches gathered at the door. When Lin Fan arrived at the gym, all the coaches came to greet him, and without exception, they looked at him with burning eyes. There are more than 1 million people walking. Mr. Lin, I strongly suggest that you train with me. Look at my physique and my muscles. I guarantee that in just 30 days, I can build you a set of abdominal muscles. A male coach spoke confidently, showing off his strong muscles. Give me 20 days, Mr. Lin, and I can customize a training plan for you. I guarantee that in about 20 days, I can make you have a bodybuilding body like mine. Another male coach took the initiative to speak. Then, a sexy female coach smiled faintly and said, Mr. Lin, would you like me to train you for a while? Mr. Lin, look at me, look at me. I majored in dance in college, and I know all kinds of poses. Mr. Lin, I'm not bad either. Mr. Lin, I have a thin waist and long legs. Each coach was trying hard to show off themselves, hoping that Lin Fan would choose them. For a moment, Lin Fan thought he had come to a vegetable market, and all the stall owners were promoting themselves. Some female coaches looked at me with strange eyes. Who wouldn't he be excited about having more than 1 million to walk around? As long as you provide good service to Lin Fan, you might be able to get it. Lin Fan was not surprised. This was the power of money. A few days ago, when he first came to the gym, he remembered the disgusted looks the coaches gave him. Without money, perhaps even until now, these coaches would not even look at me twice. What's more, he came here today for Coach Wu. Today, Coach Wu wore a tank top on the upper body, which revealed her cleavage and abs, and yoga pants on the lower body. This outfit looks a bit conservative, but it is not. It is conservative with a hint of hotness, which just matches Wu Xiao's hot personality. Seeing Lin Fan looking at her, Wu Xiao took the initiative to greet him. Good morning, Mr. Lin. At the same time, Wu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. There was no shortage of beautiful coaches in the gym, and if Lin Fan wanted to choose someone else, she really had no choice. After all, she had offended Lin Fan at the very beginning in the community. Fortunately, she spent the whole night looking up outfits online, and it finally worked, attracting Lin Fan. Compared with other female coaches' outfits, hers is really quite conservative. If Lin Fan chose another female coach, she might lose more than 1 million at once. She really wanted to take the initiative to step forward and greet Lin Fan like other female coaches did. But after thinking it over again and again, I finally gave up doing so. It might be better to maintain a certain degree of reserve. Good morning, Coach Wu. Lin Fan smiled faintly at Wu Xiao. The other coaches who saw the scene sighed in their hearts, knowing that they had no chance. Some female coaches had not given up yet and handed their business cards to Lin Fan. As they left, they also flirted with him. Lin Fan turned a deaf ear to it, but unfortunately their looks did not exceed 90 points. With more women around him, Lin Fan's requirements naturally became higher. If it was said that at the beginning, as long as it had 80 points, Lin Fan would be satisfied with it. Now the minimum requirement is 90 points. Mr. Lin, shall we start today's fitness training? Wu Xiao tucked her hair around her ears and spoke with a faint smile. Lin Fan agreed with a smile. No problem, I feel so strong now. Which step should I start with? Let's stretch first. I'll help you this time. The last time I saw you stretching, there were still a few non-standard movements. Let's see if you can improve it this time. Wu Xiao continued. Lin Fan couldn't help but be a little surprised. The last time he came, it was just a stretching demonstration and Lin Fan had to take care of the specific matters himself. He didn't expect that after a day or two, he would be personally guiding the stretching. The charm of money is indeed addictive. The stretching sequence was no different from last time, just relaxing the arms and thighs. The only change was being able to get in close contact with Wu Xiao. The smell of perfume on her body, the looming angle, and this beautiful scenery fascinated Lin Fan. After stretching, Wu Xiao took the initiative to lead the way. I have prepared all the equipment in advance, let's go to the private gym. Lin Fan followed behind. Wu Xiao picked up her bag from the ground and took out many fitness-related things. For example, there are knee pads that were not available last time, as well as a set of professional fitness clothes, various energy supplements, and so on. You are in great shape, so we will focus on muscle training. I have also prepared a nutritious meal for you after the workout, including steak and vegetables. I don't know if it suits your taste. I will go downstairs to get it after the workout. Also, after each fitness session, I will give you a separate extended massage class so that you can get the best results from your fitness and relax your body at the same time. This is the impact of 2,000 private lessons. No one is not impressed by money. In the past, Wu Xiao always said that she would not teach male students. No massage service is provided to male students. Now it seems like a joke. But Lin Fan didn't care at all. He was straightforward and thought that as long as he could improve his physical fitness, it would be fine. Chapter 49, Rapid Progress. The first phase of training today is sit-ups. This is also the fitness plan that Wu Xiao specially customized for Lin Fan. While training your arms and thighs, you should also take into account the strength of your body muscles. This training is obviously different from the training the day before. If it was the day before yesterday, it was still simple. Lin Fan trained by himself, and Wu Xiao was giving him guidance, occasionally pointing out his wrong postures. But now, Wu Xiao was almost teaching Lin Fan step by step to correct his wrong posture. Wu Xiao knelt on the edge of the yoga mat, gently holding Lin Fan's waist with both hands. Lin Fan had always thought that sit-ups were very easy, because when he was in high school, he could do 100 or so easily with his male classmates. As a result, today, he was exhausted after only doing a dozen or so. According to Wu Xiao, what he is doing now is considered a standard sit-up. It was difficult to achieve the standard before without the help of professional equipment, and all parts of the body were not able to fully retract and release the force. Fortunately, looking at beautiful women, Lin Fan was still very motivated. Every time he stood up, he could basically see Wu Xiao's beautiful face up close. You need to stand straight here, otherwise it's easy to hurt your waist. Wu Xiao suddenly reached out her hand, supported Lin Fan's back, and pushed him forward. Lin Fan still couldn't hold on. After doing only a dozen or so, he lay down on the yoga mat, gasping for breath. He was really exhausted. Are you tired? Wu Xiao came over and asked. But it's okay, you can rest for a while. This is normal for a beginner in fitness. When I first started fitness, I was almost at the same standard as you. Everything needs to be done slowly. Lin Fan nodded, yes. After a good rest, training began again. Lin Fan's goal for today's sit-ups was 50, but now he had done less than half of that. Ding! The host is detected to be exercising, and 3 attribute points are awarded. At this moment, Lin Fan was struggling to do the last few sit-ups. Hearing the voice in his mind, he did not hesitate and added some more points, immediately added all to his physical fitness. In an instant, Lin Fan suddenly felt as if his whole body relaxed. I was originally panting while doing the last few sit-ups, but at this moment, all the fatigue was swept away, replaced by an incomparable refreshment. Lin Fan finished the remaining sit-ups in one breath. Wu Xiao was stunned. Every time Lin Fan improves his physical fitness, he will have a short period of happiness, just like the last time in the company. This should be regarded as a benefit given by the system. Once this period of time is over, his physical fitness will return to normal. If you want a breakthrough, you can only raise your physical fitness to above 60. Mr. Lin, please don't be so stubborn. Take your time if you can. Don't strain your muscles. Wu Xiao recovered from what had just happened and warned. She was really afraid that Lin Fan would rely on adrenaline to do 7 or 8 sit-ups in a row, and that would not achieve any fitness effects, but instead strain his muscles. Then all this would definitely be blamed on her as a fitness coach. Failure to perform corresponding duties. Lin Fan's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. It's okay. I just want to test my limits. I'm full of motivation now. Coach Wu, let's start the next stage right away. Don't you want to rest for a while? Wu Xiao asked puzzledly. Lin Fan waved his hand, no need. Okay, if you have any questions, remember to tell me in advance. Fitness won't produce results in a short period of time. Wu Xiao reminded him again. She was really afraid that Lin Fan would show off. After all, at the beginning, Lin Fan was exhausted after doing only a few sit-ups, but when it came to the last few, he finished them all at once, with such a speed that even she was dumbfounded. She has seen many students with talent in fitness, but that talent also requires a period of training before it can take effect. Next is core training. Wu Xiao took out the resistance band she had prepared in advance, squatted down, fixed one end of the resistance band to the equipment, and handed the other end to Lin Fan. Use your whole body to exert force. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan suddenly exerted force, and the resistance band was instantly bent into a straight line. Wu Xiao's beautiful eyes widened, a little bit unbelievable. Even for students who have trained for a period of time, it is difficult to completely straighten a resistance band. Only those experienced people can do this. It was only the second day of Lin Fan's training, but he had already done it unexpectedly, and he did it with ease. Judging from his appearance, he probably still had some energy left. This strength doesn't seem to be enough? Lin Fan smiled faintly. This feeling was so wonderful, as if there was endless power in his body. Next up is the bench press. The last time Lin Fan added a total of 20 kilograms of weight. Although he managed to finish the push in the end, it was just barely. If it was counted as a standard posture, he probably wouldn't even pass. This time, Wu Xiao planned to increase Lin Fan's weight to 30 kilograms, 15 kilograms on each side. If you can't hold on, tell me in advance. Don't try to be brave. Don't try to be brave. I still have a lot of fitness plans. Wu Xiao was worried and reminded him again. Lin Fan was lying on the bench press, holding the barbell with both hands. Wu Xiao was adding weight on the side and observing Lin Fan at the same time. If anything was wrong, she could come forward to help immediately. 30 kilograms plus 15 kilograms of the empty bar, to be honest, is still a bit difficult. Even the strengthened Lin Fan had to work very hard to push it up, but at least he managed to push it up, just with some difficulty. Although the movements were a bit irregular, they became somewhat standardized under Wu Xiao's subsequent guidance. After doing it several times in a row, the bench press was finally finished. You've made great progress. You're the most talented student I've seen in a while. Wu Xiao praised. There was absolutely no flattery in her words. She was simply surprised by Lin Fan's talent for fitness. No matter it was the day before yesterday or the beginning of today, Lin Fan's performance to her was that of a thin dog. Although the performance was better, it was still very bad. Although she was praising Lin Fan, it was just literal meaning. This compliment came from the heart. Maybe I'm really gifted? Lin Fan agreed. Wu Xiao smiled when she heard this. Well, that's amazing. Maybe you are born to be a bodybuilder. Okay, that's it for today's training. Here, replenish some energy. Wu Xiao handed over a bottle of energy drink. Lin Fan took the drink and drank it in big gulps. Then, shall we start the massage? Lin Fan asked. He was still looking forward to the massage, as he could have close contact with Wu Xiao, and most importantly, he could see something beautiful. Compared to showing it directly, Lin Fan still prefers to see it in a vague way. It has a different flavor. Chapter 52,000 Private Lessons. Good. I've already promised you, and I won't break my promise. Just lie down. A hint of redness flashed across Wu Xiao's pretty face, but she quickly returned to normal. After all, she was the one who brought it up first. Lin Fan smiled. What made all this possible was the 2,000 tempting private lessons. Following Wu Xiao into a quiet room, Lin Fan lay on the bed, quietly enjoying the massage. The massage mainly involves kneading the thighs and hands to relax the muscles. But this time, the massage was obviously more in-depth. In addition to kneading the legs and hands, there was also blowing in the ears, applying ice water on the face, whispering, etc. This is no longer just a massage. It felt more like a spa. The whole set. It took a full hour. The teasing in the middle made Lin Fan feel hungry. Wu Xiao was too good at it. She only aroused the heat but didn't relieve it. Lin Fan was actually enjoying it. After all, it was wonderful to enjoy the process. If it ended directly, it would be a bit boring. Finally, it's the nutritious meal. The nutritious meal was a steak with some vegetables. Perhaps considering the amount of food, a fried egg and milk were also added, and the sauce was black pepper sauce. But I don't recommend you eat black pepper sauce. Although it may not taste as good as the sauce, it will bring out the nutritional effect of the meal. Wu Xiao made a suggestion. Then listen to what you say. Lin Fan didn't care about it. After all, Wu Xiao was his current fitness coach, so it was always right to listen to the coach. After eating a nutritious meal, today's fitness training is finally over. The experience is still very good. Compared with the last time, it is much better. The beautiful coach Wu Xiao has done everything she can. There is nothing we can do if we can't do it. After all, this is still a workplace. There is only a chance in private. Just as Wu Xiao said, fitness needs to be done step by step. There is no need to achieve it all at once. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Enjoying the process is the beginning of a wonderful life. Coach Wu, today's experience was very good. I won't come tomorrow, but I will come the day after tomorrow morning. Lin Fan discussed his itinerary with Wu Xiao in advance. Well, as long as you like it. Wu Xiao nodded. She was quite tired after massaging Lin Fan for such a long time. Even with the air conditioner on, she still couldn't avoid the sweet sweat from falling. Then I'll go first. Lin Fan never mentioned the private lessons from beginning to end. Wu Xiao looked at Lin Fan's back and seemed to want to say something but stopped herself several times. I just hope that my service today can really satisfy Lin Fan. As a coach who only teaches female students, she has really given too much for Lin Fan. If the male students who had been rejected by her in the past saw this, they would probably talk about her behind her back again. Lin Fan was quite surprised. He didn't expect that Wu Xiao didn't mention the private lessons. Last time, 2 out of 3 sentences Wu Xiao mentioned the private lessons. He. The goal has been achieved, so Lin Fan will naturally not treat Wu Xiao unfairly. Lin Fan came to the front desk and said to her, "Beautiful sister, I have decided to give all the 2,000 private lessons I reserved for you last time to Coach Wu." Is that Coach Wu Xiao? The front desk clerk confirmed. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, it's her. I am very satisfied with her service. Next time I come, I will only order her and turn down other coaches. Also, please don't disclose my contact information to other coaches. Thank you. Okay. The receptionist nodded quickly. Lin Fan's words were naturally metaphorical before he said why Wu Xiao and a series of other coaches had his contact information. It is very likely that this front desk clerk revealed it. Can't you even protect customer privacy? If it weren't for Wu Xiao, Lin Fan really wouldn't have wanted to come. In the gym. Wu Xiao is packing up her equipment. I feel tired and a little helpless. She had devoted almost all her energy to preparation for Lin Fan these past 2 days, but today, compared to the day before, she didn't even get 10 private lessons. Although Lin Fan has deposited 2,000 private lessons at the front desk, anyone could get it since no one has been confirmed yet. Coach Xiao, how is it, Mr. Lin, how many private lessons did you have? A female coach came over and said with a smile, you met a sponsor today, you can treat us to dinner tonight. Don't mention it. Wu Xiao waved her hands and said helplessly, he hasn't given me a private lesson today. Not even 1/4, the female coach asked again uncertainly. Wu Xiao nodded. Could it be a scam? After all, who would buy thousands of private lessons at once? Mr. Lin put the money in the card, and if he doesn't come in the future, the gym will have to return the money. We will be at a disadvantage if we go to court. The female coach asked doubtfully. Wu Xiao was silent for a while, not knowing how to respond to this topic. Her intuition told her that what the female coach said was right, probably, but a woman's sixth sense told her that Lin Fan did not seem to be that kind of person. Judging from the way he is dressed, he doesn't look like an ordinary person. The female coach continued, Coach Xiao, the boss just asked you to take a male student in the group. He has arranged 50 private lessons for you. He will come tomorrow. You must be mentally prepared. Male student? Wu Xiao's face changed slightly. She took out her mobile phone and looked at the internal group. As the female coach said, she was asked to bring a male student tomorrow. There is no such thing as making an exception. Only once and countless times. Wu Xiao opened a back door for Lin Fan this time and made an exception. Naturally, other male students wanted to be her students. After all, she had rejected many male students before. But this time, I don't know what reason I should use to refuse. Wu Xiao felt a little annoyed, and this was the boss's request. In the past, she was firm in her attitude and did not take male students. It was something the whole gym knew, and the boss did not force her. But this time, the boss's attitude was very firm. Well. When the atmosphere fell into silence, the lady at the front desk came running over. Coach Wu. She didn't walk fast, but her voice was so loud that it almost spread throughout the entire gym. What's wrong? Wu Xiao wondered why the receptionist was so excited. Did she pick up money on the roadside? The receptionist took a deep breath and said, Mr. Lin, he did. He took a private lesson from Coach Wu. As soon as these words were spoken, the looks of all the coaches in the gym changed. The first person to react and ask questions was the female coach. She asked curiously, how many sessions have you held? 2,000 sections. Bang! These words from the front desk were like a huge rock, smashing into the water that had been calm for a long time. 2,000 private lessons, did it really happen? Are you kidding? Wu Xiao finally came to her senses. Although she showed no emotion on the surface, she was actually filled with joy in her heart. 2,000 private lessons, more than $1 million in income. The other coaches also looked at Wu Xiao at this moment, with obvious jealousy flashing in the depths of their eyes. Chapter 51 Post a photo without makeup. Shortly after leaving the gym, Lin Fan recovered from the exercise and prepared to drive away. At this time, Wu Xiao's message came. The two of them gained prestige today. When Lin Fan saw her message, he probably understood that Wu Xiao probably already knew that Lin Fan had organized her 2,000 private lessons. It took no more than half an hour. Xiao, Mr. Lin Fan, thank you so much. I apologize for my rashness in meeting you for the first time. Thank you very much for choosing me. From now on, you will be my exclusive member. Xiao, if you want to work out, come find me again. If you don't have time to go to the gym, that's fine. You can provide your address and I can come to your house to teach you how to work out. But you need to bring your own equipment, which is unavoidable. Or when we're at home, we can keep our fitness plan simple. At the end of the message, there is a cute emoticon. When Lin Fan saw the news, he was not surprised by Wu Xiao's reaction. If he had spent millions on Wu Xiao all at once and the other party had no reaction, that would have surprised him. Lin Fan, is that all? When Wu Xiao saw Lin Fan's reply, a hint of red flashed across her face. She was not a fool, so of course she knew the hidden meaning behind Lin Fan's words. When Lin Fan mentioned that he was going to run her 2,000 private lessons, she said a lot. For example, she can satisfy any request of Lin Fan. Or as a maid, provide the best service to Lin Fan. There was indeed some empty talk in it at the beginning. After all, no one would have thought that Lin Fan could really conduct 2,000 private lessons at will. Xiao, then, Mr. Lin Fan, what do you want me to do? After sending this message, Wu Xiao's face became even redder. Lin Fan's mouth curled up slightly. When I was in school, I often heard that money makes the world go round. Now it seems that it means more than just making money. You can do whatever you want. If you can't, it means you don't have enough money. It's a very simple truth. Lin Fan, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it later when we have the chance. After finishing his chat with Wu Xiao, Lin Fan started checking his moments again. Videos and moments are Lin Fan's only way to relieve boredom. Lin Fan didn't know before why rich people have so many worries. Now that Lin Fan has become a rich man, he gradually understands. The circle of friends is still as lively as ever. My former college roommates have now started promoting their e-commerce products on WeChat Moments. Are they preparing to go the e-commerce route? That's fine. Lin Fan simply glanced at it and didn't care. Soon, Lin Fan saw Xiao Ruoxia's circle of friends. A picture of people holding hands, plus a silhouette picture. Caption: "You are with me for the rest of my life." There were probably a lot of likes. Just from Lin Fan's side, he saw that Xiao Ruoxia's 4 roommates all liked it. After taking a quick look at his moments, Lin Fan closed it out of boredom. Most of them are just circles of friends sharing their lives, which is not very interesting. Lin Fan opened PayPayer's chat interface again. PayPayer brother Lin Fan, today is also a day of loving life and work. I finally have my own separate office. I am very happy today and miss you very much. At the end of the message, there is still a photo of her outfit when she went out. She was wearing a dark purple long dress with a slim fit that perfectly outlined her figure. The V-neck design was just right, not too revealing but still able to show off her delicate collarbone. She also wore a circle-like thing around her neck. This outfit is very queen-like, which is exactly the type Lin Fan likes and he never gets tired of seeing it. Lin Fan continued to scroll down. He thought that this was the only picture, but he didn't expect that there was a bigger highlight. In the second picture, she is wearing the same outfit as in the first picture, the only change is the pose. The first picture shows Song Pei smiling at the camera. But in the second picture, Song Pei is leaning sideways, holding the doorframe with one hand and looking back at the camera, carrying an LV handbag. The high slit on the side of her skirt reveals her long beautiful legs, and the other hand is holding up her high heels. If you zoom in and look carefully, you can still see the absolute territory looming. Song Pei exudes a mature workplace charm. Lin Fan, not bad, I like it. Lin Fan saved the picture and then replied with a message of praise. Song Pei also replied quickly. PayPayer, how about this outfit, brother Lin Fan? Do you like it? It's my new outfit. I spent a long time choosing it at the mall yesterday. Lin Fan, okay, you have shown your style, it's really good, elegant and cool. PayPayer, isn't it sexy? She didn't quite understand. Lin Fan smiled faintly, I'll have to take a closer look at this. PayPayer, what about now? Picture.jpg. When I clicked on it, I saw that the outfit was still the same, there was no change, and the angle was also the same, she was still facing the camera. The key point was that the deep V neckline had changed a little, and the shoulder straps on both sides had slipped down a little, so that some special scenery could be vaguely seen. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Song Pei was still as playful as ever, and the sense of contrast was maximized. In the first picture, she exudes workplace charm. There is a contrast starting from the second picture, but she is still a little shy and not completely relaxed. As for the third picture, it is an absolute contrast and naked provocation. After a brief chat with Song Pei for a while, Lin Fan felt much better. He was worrying about having money just now, but now he has no such worries at all. Lin Fan planned to drive back and catch up on some sleep. If he could get up tomorrow, he would go to the gym to work out. If he didn't have time, he would ask Wu Xiao to provide door-to-door fitness services. It's all fitness anyway. At this moment, Wei Xin sent another message reminder. Lin Fan picked it up and took a look. He thought it belonged to Song Pei, but unexpectedly it belonged to the internet celebrity girl. Her name is Zhou Qinger. Zhou, brother July, are you free tomorrow night? Zhou Qinger's roommate suggested that she wait a few days before contacting Lin Fan. But Zhou Qinger couldn't wait any longer, especially after seeing the balance in her Douyin account. Excluding the profit sharing with Douyin, you can still get more than 200,000 yuan. She wants to grasp such a financial sponsor. Lin Fan frowned, thought for a while, and replied. Lin Fan, send me a photo without makeup. There is no way. There are so many Chao Biluos on the internet. Before seeing their real appearance, he really doesn't want to meet the girls on the internet in person. I'm rich now, and I can't choose the right one in real life, so I have to choose the one with beauty filters online. What's the need? After seeing Lin Fan's reply, Zhou Qinger finally understood why Lin Fan had rejected her invitation before. Afraid she was cheating. Chapter 52 Zhou Qinger's Invitation. In fact, there is no need for this. Compared with Lin Fan's worries, Zhou Qinger is also afraid that the other party is an older uncle. It would be funny if he was an old man and used his pension to buy her gifts. Zhou Qinger opened the photo album on her phone, found a photo of herself without makeup, and sent it to Lin Fan. She is still very confident about her appearance. After all, no matter what, being named the most beautiful girl in the dance department is enough to prove her appearance. So, she calmly sent a photo of herself without makeup to Lin Fan. Lin Fan soon received Zhou Qinger's photo. If you just look at the face, it's really good, very stunning, like looking at the white moonlight. Just like the live broadcast room, the terrain is flat and the legs are really nice and slender. As for the height, Lin Fan should be around 1.5 meters to 1.6 meters. A real little lowly. This is also the first lowly he has met since he obtained the godly rich system. Anyway, photos don't tell us much, so we still have to make an appointment to meet in person. Lin Fan, okay, tomorrow night, send me your location and I'll pick you up. The girls' dormitory on the other side. Zhou Qinger was lying on her bed. When she saw Lin Fan's reply, the huge rock that was pressing on her heart finally fell down. Fortunately, I was not rejected. If she is really rejected, she will start to doubt whether there is something wrong with her charm. She put her phone down and started making plans for tomorrow night. What kind of clothes should I wear and what kind of makeup should I put on to satisfy Brother July? There will be a union PK in a few days, which is required by the union. A big reason for inviting Brother July this time is also because of this. If she can win the PK, she will receive traffic support from the union later. It is even possible for a small anchor to soar into the sky and become $1 million internet celebrity. At the same time, she was also praying that this Brother July must not be an uncle or a grandfather. In that case, she would rather get a refund than have any contact with the uncle. She felt a little lucky. After all, if she could choose the word July as her online name, she should not be very old, right? Should it be? Not big, right? Zhou Qinger said to herself. Lin Fan returned home and found that Xiao Ruoshi was not at home. If I'm not at home at this time, I'm basically at school. The courses in the first and second years are still relatively busy, but it will be a little better in the third and fourth years. Lin Fan sent a message to Xiao Ruoshi, asking if she wanted to pick her up. Not long after, Xiao Ruoshi replied. Xiao Ruoshi, I'm a little busy with the school club today, so I might be back a little late. Brother Lin Fan, you're tired from work, so I won't bother you to pick me up. Lin Fan didn't force it, mainly because he had nothing to do in the afternoon and evening, so he offered to pick up Xiao Ruoshi. But since the other party said so, he moved closer. That would be like being a dog licker. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and started looking at cars, preparing for the auto show the day after tomorrow. At first, his eyes were involuntarily attracted to those handsome sports cars. The elegant and smooth-lined Lamborghini, the low-key and retro Ferrari, the high-tech McLaren, the high-definition pictures on the screen are eye-catching. There are thousands of reviews for almost every luxury car. Everyone dreams of owning this kind of car. Alas, there is no way. A sports car can satisfy a person's vanity and also bring a burst of speed and passion. You may not be able to chase a girl by driving a car worth around $100,000, but you can definitely get her by driving a Lamborghini or Ferrari. Lin Fan looked at the types of SUVs, and his favorites were the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and Lamborghini Urus. He once naively regarded his dream as a Lamborghini Urus. It was not until he entered society that he realized how naive he was. But now, the dream has become reality. After looking around, he set his target on 3 cars. Anyway, there is no rule that you can only buy one. The first are Cullinan and Lamborghini Urus, followed by Ferrari A12. When conditions are met later, Lin Fan decided to customize a sports car, the kind that car companies specially customize, with a starting price of several hundred million. It has been a long time since I played games. Anyway, I had nothing to do from this afternoon to evening. Lin Fan bought the best configuration before, but never played it. Now he finally has the chance. Lin Fan came to another bedroom. This bedroom was the largest and was also the one he reserved for himself. It was used as an esports room and was equipped with all kinds of gaming facilities. After turning on the computer, Lin Fan quickly logged in. When he was in high school, he was also a player who was always among the top 100 in the northern part of the country. It's just that he didn't play much later on, and his skills declined a lot. But after all, the basics were still there. After practicing with a gun, he felt he was almost there. It's so boring to play by yourself. Lin Fan opened the companion game app again and called 4 girls, all of whom were top-notch shooters and the type who could be both domineering and sweet. It's about 1 or 200 per hour, which is comparable to those professional players. Money is not a problem. Lin Fan ordered 7 or 8 hours for each person to have fun first. Lin Fan's rank is Grandmaster, which is too low. I simply rented a top account in the Northern 100. It just so happened that all 4 girls had their strengths written as being in the top 100, so I came to verify it. The first map is Desert Gray. When Lin Fan was lurking, he chose to snipe from the slope. The opponent set up smokescreen and Lin Fan was about to leave, but the moment he retracted his scope, he was immediately shot through the door and died. Lin Fan cursed out loud on the spot. The smoke was so thick that he couldn't even see a person, and yet the other party stabbed him to death? Are you kidding? Boss, I'm here to help you get revenge. At this time, the first dolphin that Lin Fan selected to play with him had already come out from the B1 floor. He took out a sniper rifle and fired a shot at the right hand of the middle door. Kill icon displayed. Lin Fan was stunned. This Nima. There was such thick smoke in the middle lane, and Dolphin shot the opponent through with one shot? And it's blind where? Really, showing each other their divine powers? After the whole game, Lin Fan had lost all his confidence. Not only did he not kill anyone, but he also died 7 times in a row. Even so, he still won. Lin Fan played until the evening, and although he won every time, he still felt uncomfortable playing. Everything was too smooth, and the few people he asked to play with him seemed to know where he was. Every time, he can accurately command to plant the bomb at an empty spot. He basically won the whole night, which was a bit too easy. You know, this is the top 100 in the North. Even professional players may not be able to win so smoothly and win every time, but the key is that he did it. Moreover, there were 4 people playing with 1 the whole time, and he had nothing to do with it at all, and all the kills were mixed up. This game. Lin Fan became more and more confused. Chapter 53, Meeting in Person. The next night, Lin Fan drove to Jiangcheng University of Technology. The area around the school is very lively at this time, with food stalls everywhere and crowds of people. The University of Science and Technology is not bad. After Lin Fan finished the college entrance examination, he considered this school as an alternative. The admission line is slightly lower than that of Jiangcheng University, but the overall teaching quality is almost the same as that of Jiangcheng University. However, he did not expect that after the scores were released, Lin Fan's scores were enough to enter Jiangcheng University, so he did not consider this school afterwards. Lin Fan did not get out of the car, but told Zhou Qing'er and Wei Xin that he was driving a Porsche. The main reason is that I'm afraid of trouble and being approached by girls. I thought I could avoid being approached by girls by sitting in the car, but some bold girls still knocked on my car window. Lin Fan was speechless. Upon closer inspection, he was actually a fat man weighing nearly 200 pounds, so fat that Lin Fan didn't even dare to lower the car window. This is a problem when parking near a school. People who actively approach you are generally average looking. Even if you are good looking, it is impossible for someone to approach you, even if you are rich. At this time, there was another knock on the car window. Lin Fan was getting a little annoyed by the knocks. I lowered the car window and found that the person knocking on the window was a beautiful girl. If you look closely, you can see that she is Zhou, also known as Zhou Qing'er. It's almost the same as online, there is no difference. Before Lin Fan could speak first, the beautiful girl spoke first. You are July? She asked tentatively, blinking her big eyes with a hint of curiosity. Lin Fan was also examining her at the same time. She has jet black hair casually draped over her shoulders, her watery eyes blinking as if she is talking. Her facial features are delicate and exquisite, without a single flaw, a typical lowly face. It was just an ordinary white dress without any embellishment, but when she wore it, it felt a little special. It's me, get in the car. From the first moment Lin Fan saw the beautiful girl, he was almost certain that she was Zhou Qing'er. To his surprise, he looked better in person than on the internet. This is rare. Zhou Qing'er got on the passenger seat carefully, which attracted a lot of looks and sighs from the people around her. After getting in the car, as the car started, the engine sounded explosively. Zhou Qing'er took a deep breath and smiled. Brother Chiyue, thank you so much. You spent so much money on me. I don't know how to thank you. Lin Fan was tired of hearing words of thanks. As long as he spent money, he would basically receive some words of thanks. Xiaoruoshi is like this, Songpei is like this, and even Wu Xiao is the same. You're welcome. To me, it's just a small amount of money. Besides, it was Boss A who provoked me first. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Zhou Qing'er just looked at Lin Fan with stars in her eyes. He is handsome and rich, who wouldn't love him? Before coming, she was still worried whether he was an uncle or something like that, and even wondered whether she should bend down if he was an uncle. But after seeing Lin Fan, she realized that her worries were completely unnecessary. So, where are you going to take me out for dinner? Lin Fan asked as he drove. After all, it was Zhou Qing'er who asked her out and said she would treat him to a meal, so she couldn't let him arrange everything. A lot of restaurants suddenly emerged in Zhou Qing'er's mind. These were the places where she used to eat with her besties and roommates. But now, she was going to have dinner with her sponsor, so these places were obviously not suitable. She asked cautiously, Brother Chiyue, you don't have any dietary restrictions, right? I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky. As long as it tastes good, Lin Fan responded. Zhou Qing'er nodded and said, there is a barbecue restaurant in the nearby university town. The food is pretty good. I ate there once when my best friend and I graduated from college. As for why I've only eaten there once, it's because it's expensive. This barbecue restaurant uses top-notch ingredients, all of which are airlifted in from abroad, such as Kobe beef, Wagyu beef, etc. The average per capita consumption is at least several thousand. Although Zhou Qing'er is quite wealthy now and has some money on hand, she really can't find those expensive restaurants. This barbecue restaurant was something she thought about for a long time before she came up with it. It should be a good place to entertain Lin Fan. Well, if you treat me, I'm fine with it. Lin Fan didn't care. He navigated to the nearby university town and set it as the destination. I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time, so it's okay to miss it a little. Zhou Qing'er breathed a sigh of relief quietly, her fingers subconsciously clenching the hem of her skirt. She had started preparing for this meeting in the morning and had put on careful makeup, but when facing Lin Fan, she always felt that Lin Fan was too much pressure on her and she could not cope with it. She had many suitors and had several boyfriends in high school, but those boys were basically obedient to her. This made her feel a little overwhelmed when facing Lin Fan. The university town is not far from the Polytechnic University, only a few kilometers away, and it is quickly reached. Lin Fan parked the Porsche 911 Targe 4 and got out with Zhou Qing'er. Zhou Qing'er turned around and looked at the Porsche 911 Targe 4 in a daze. To be honest, when she was sitting in the car just now, she didn't understand why the rate of people turning their heads to look at her was so high in the university town. But when she saw the appearance, she understood. The body of the car is so handsome, especially the carbon fiber rear wing at the rear, which is very cool. Qing'er? A girl came over curiously, and after confirming that it was Zhou Qing'er, she couldn't believe it. She really couldn't imagine that Zhou Qing'er, who is usually very low-key at school, would get out of the Porsche today. Her eyes moved to Lin Fan and Zhou Qing'er first, and finally fell on Lin Fan. Zhou Qing'er immediately introduced Lin Fan, Brother Chiyue, this is my classmate, Chen Xiaoxin. She works part-time in this milk tea shop. Lin Fan nodded, which was considered a simple greeting. Chen Xiaoxin looked at the two of them curiously and wanted to gossip. Zhou Qing'er glanced at Lin Fan and saw that Lin Fan didn't say anything. She quickly pulled Chen Xiaoxin aside and said something. Only then did Chen Xiaoxin leave. Brother Chiyue, I'm sorry. My classmate must have just got off work and we just happened to run into each other. Zhou Qing'er was afraid that this incident would leave a bad impression on Lin Fan. It's okay, let's go to the barbecue restaurant you mentioned. Lin Fan waved his hand. While Zhou Qing'er was leading the way, she said, just now when I was in the car, I had already reserved the VIP box in advance, and also ordered some fresh sashimi and some fruit after the meal. I hope it's to your taste. Lin Fan didn't expect that Zhou Qing'er was quite thoughtful. The two arrived at the barbecue restaurant and were immediately taken into a VIP box by the receptionist. The box was very quiet, in stark contrast to the noisy environment in the hall outside. The waiter handed each person a menu. Chapter 54, Provocative. Lin Fan took a quick look and found that none of the dishes were cheap. Not a single dish cost less than 100 yuan, and most of them were going upwards. As for the imported meat, it was even more expensive. There was a dish of chilled lychees, and according to the description there were only 10 of them, but the price was $29.99. What kind of people would order this kind of food? Zhou Qing'er said that the average cost per person was several thousand, which was still a bit conservative. But Lin Fan didn't care. Money was the last thing he lacked. He was also very curious whether the chilled lychee was inlaid with gold or diamonds, and why it was sold at such a high price. "Give me 3 plates of these lychees first." Lin Fan pointed at the menu and said to the waiter. "Hello, sir, are you sure you want 3 plates of chilled lychees?" The waiter will make a second confirmation to avoid mishearing. "Yeah." Lin Fan had nothing to say. After all, Zhou Qing'er had arranged everything before he came. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't order anymore, Zhou Qing'er stood up, put the menu on the table, and showed the order number on her phone to the waiter. "I have already ordered the ingredients on your online app. Here is the order number. Please upload it as soon as possible." The waiter wrote down the order number, smiled, and asked, "Do you need someone to grill the meat for you?" Lin Fan waved his hand, "No need. Of course you have to grill the meat yourself. Even if it is burnt and tastes bad, it is still better than others. Isn't there a sense of accomplishment here?" The waiter ignored Lin Fan and looked at Zhou Qing'er. After all, Zhou Qing'er was the one who placed the order. "Listen to him," Zhou Qing'er said hurriedly. "Okay, wait a moment, both of you." The waiter then retreated. Zhou Qing'er sat down again and looked at Lin Fan, not knowing how to start the conversation, but she couldn't remain silent either. The gap in status between the two has changed significantly. Lin Fan didn't have to try hard to please Zhou Qing'er. Come on, he's not chasing women, he just simply wants to sleep with them. "Zhou Qing'er, brother Chiyue, thank you." Lin Fan felt overwhelmed after hearing this. "Thanks again. Is there nothing else a girl can say besides thank you?" Lin Fan raised his head, looked at Zhou Qing'er, and said with a smile, "Besides these vague thanks, little Qing'er, do you have anything to express?" Zhou Qing'er immediately gestured, smiled slightly, and said, "Brother Chiyue, what do you want me to do?" Lin Fan's mouth corners slightly raised. Still not very sensible. It has come to this point, is it really necessary for Lin Fan to take the initiative to mention this matter? Obviously inappropriate. But it is understandable. After all, Zhou Qing'er is still in college and is not as good as Zhao Yuding, who has been working in society for many years. The same goes for eating. But the emotional value given is different. Having a dinner with Zhou Qing'er was like a private dinner. But when I was with Zhao Yuding, it was more like an ambiguous date. Although he also speaks very little, the feeling is different. Zhou Qing'er looked at Lin Fan's meaningful smile. She bit her red lips. She had already prepared herself mentally before coming here, so she didn't hesitate. She mustered up the courage to stand up and came behind Lin Fan. "Brother July." Her voice was very soft, and she placed her slender hand on Lin Fan's shoulder. As she leaned over, the faint scent of jasmine emanating from her body wafted over. Her lips were almost touching Lin Fan's face, and her eyelashes were trembling nervously. From this angle, Lin Fan could clearly see Zhou Qing'er's chest heaving due to her rapid breathing. Just when the atmosphere was ambiguous to the extreme, there was a knock on the box door. The waiter pushed the food cart in, and Zhou Qing'er froze. She was about to get up, but she found that Lin Fan had his hands firmly pressed on her legs. The young waitress lowered her head, pretending not to see what happened. "This is the Kobe steak and bluefin tuna sashimi you ordered. The grilled meat ingredients are expected to be served in 3 minutes." The waitress's voice became smaller and smaller. After she finished saying everything, she confirmed that Lin Fan and Zhou Qing'er did not require any other services, and then she left the box in a hurry. Zhou Qing'er buried her head in her arms in shame, her ears were red as if blood could drip out. She was indeed bold just now, but after hearing the knock on the door, she panicked again. "This wasn't your choice?" Lin Fan spoke calmly. It was obviously Zhou Qing'er who took the initiative to tease first, but now she has become reserved. People who don't know would think that he forced her. "Sit next to me." Lin Fan patted the chair next to him. Zhou Qing'er bit her lip, a trace of hesitation flashed through her mind, but soon, this hesitation disappeared, and she sat down next to Lin Fan. Yes. The decision had been made before she chose to come for the meeting. "Why are you retreating now at this critical moment?" Zhou Qing'er raised her watery eyes, mustered up her courage, leaned close to Lin Fan's ear, and whispered, "Brother Chiyue, I can do whatever you want." This time she did not hesitate, and her red lips gently pressed against Lin Fan's cheek, leaving a faint lip mark. At the same time, she held Lin Fan's hand and placed it at the base of her thigh. The meaning is self-evident. Lin Fan felt the warm touch from the palm of his hand, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Zhou Qinger's skirt rose slightly, revealing her flesh-colored lace suspenders. This surprised Lin Fan a little. When they first met, he thought Zhou Qinger's legs were bare, but he didn't expect that her legs were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. No wonder they were so smooth. Zhou Qinger raised her flushed little face, pulled down her collar, picked up a piece of tuna, dipped the mustard on her lips, and at the same time, placed the tuna slice next to Lin Fan's mouth. So good at playing? Lin Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Zhou Qinger to be so bold. Brother July doesn't like it? Zhou Qinger asked. But Lin Fan had already answered with practical actions. While biting the tuna slice, he dipped it in the mustard on Zhou Qinger's red lips. The taste is average. The main thing is that the emotional value is given in place. Zhou Qinger's eyelashes trembled slightly, her breathing became slightly rapid, and she smiled calmly. What else do you want to play, Brother Chiyue? I can do anything. As she finished her words, she cleaned the remaining mustard from her lips. Then let's try something else. Lin Fan raised a smile, picked up a piece of tuna, dipped it in mustard, but did not eat it. Instead, he ran the tuna across her collarbone, leaving a slightly wet mark. Zhou Qinger's whole body stiffened and a cold feeling came over her. At the same time, Lin Fan had already placed the tuna slices next to Zhou Qinger's mouth and said, "You feed me one slice, and I feed you one slice, that's enough." Zhou Qinger had just opened her cherry-like mouth when Lin Fan suddenly pulled the tuna slice away, causing Zhou Qinger to lose balance. Caught off guard, she let out a light cry and fell onto Lin Fan's lap. The hem of her skirt slid up a few more inches due to the large amplitude of the movement, and the lace edge of her flesh-colored stockings became more obvious under the light. Chapter 55 Roommate Calls. Zhou Qinger blushed as she sat up from Lin Fan's lap, wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck, and ate the piece of tuna slice. Zhou Qinger blew some air into Lin Fan's ear. Her eyes were as charming as silk, but she stopped at that point and returned to her position in time, saying, "Okay, Brother Chiyue, now we are even." Lin Fan didn't expect that she was so bold. Is she really still only in college? As soon as he thought about it, Zhou Qinger's personal panel appeared in front of him. Name, Zhou Qinger. Appearance, 93 points. Age, 22. Height, 161 cm. Weight, 48 kilograms. Measurements, 48-78-87. Relationship, unknown. Favorability, 40. Pregnancy status, no. Experience, 0. Lin Fan touched his chin and frowned. Although he had no experience, Zhou Qinger at this moment gave him the feeling of a veteran who had experienced many battles and was capable of all kinds of teasing. During the meal, the behavior between the two returned to normal, as if the ambiguous behavior just now was just a dream. Zhou Qinger wanted to say something several times, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't dare to say them. Lin Fan was eating barbecue and felt extremely happy. Since he came to the appointment today, he roughly knew that Zhou Qinger was definitely not doing it simply to thank him. There must be something else that needs his help. Maybe he can't help, but his money can definitely help. That's too obvious. Because he had just experienced an ambiguous date with Zhao Yuding not long ago, and he more or less understood the process. Qinger, if you have something to say, just tell me. I'm in a good mood now. After the dinner is over, I may not want to listen. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Qinger and smiled faintly. Zhou Qinger had clearly prepared what she was going to say next in her mind, but when it came to her lips, she found that she couldn't say it no matter what. Okay, then I won't ask any more questions. After dinner, do you want me to take you back to school? Lin Fan tried to test Zhou Qinger's attitude. Zhou Qinger shook her head and did not answer the question. Instead, she finally mustered up the courage to speak. Brother Chiyue, this is the case. This weekend, my union has a task to compete with people from other unions. If I win, I will receive support from the union with millions of traffic. I hope you can help me. Lin Fan had a smile on his face. He just looked at Zhou Qinger, avoiding Zhou Qinger's gaze and not daring to meet her gaze. Zhou Qinger knew that what she said was a little difficult to understand, but as a small anchor, if she wanted to beat those anchors who earned millions or tens of millions, she could only rely on a sponsor, and a sponsor who was very wealthy at that. Because those million and tens million dollar anchors can't be without financial backers. Lin Fan smiled faintly. So, you want me to be your number one brother? Hearing this, Zhou Qinger's face instantly turned red to her ears. She pinched the hem of her skirt with both hands and said softly, I know this request is too much. Her voice became smaller and smaller, but this PK is very important to me. If the gifts you helped me get come out later, I can return them to you at a 1-to-1 ratio. Lin Fan leaned forward and pinched Zhou Qinger's chin. Xiao Qinger, do you know what the sponsors of those anchors got in the end? I don't lack money, I just need an attitude. I can help you with that, too. But the premise is, what can you give? Zhou Qinger's breathing stagnated. Lin Fan just looked at her, quietly waiting for her answer. After a long time, Zhou Qinger took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I can give everything I have, including my body, as long as it is what you want, Brother Chiyue. I started out as an internet celebrity and made a little money, but later I discovered that making money is so easy. All I have to do is chat with the big brothers through the screen, or at least sing, dance, or show some talent, and I'll get gifts. At that time, the dream of becoming an internet celebrity was planted in her heart. But her works have always been lukewarm and not very popular. This Union PK was almost her last chance and also determined her future fate. Is to continue to be a mediocre little anchor. Or he suddenly became $1 million or even tens of millions internet celebrity. After listening to this, Lin Fan chuckled and said, since you are so sincere, I will help you this time. Hearing this, Zhou Qinger finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Brother Chiyue. When the gift dividends are distributed, I will give the cash back to Brother Chiyue. That's not necessary. I don't need this little money. So what does Brother July want? As Zhou Qinger finished speaking, Lin Fan's gaze fell on her. Zhou Qinger was slightly shocked. Although she was ready to sacrifice herself, it was obvious that Lin Fan didn't want a one-night stand, but wanted to control her. But, does she really have the chance to refuse? After waiting for a long time, Lin Fan still didn't get a reply and was a little tired. Today he wanted to get enough rest to prepare for tomorrow's auto show. Do you want me to take you back to school? This was the second time Lin Fan asked. Zhou Qinger remained silent and held Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan looked over and saw that Zhou Qinger's face was particularly rosy. Brother Chiyue, I can do whatever you want me to do at any time. The two of them went to the bathroom one after another. No one spoke actively, but everyone understood. On the other side, the girls' dormitory of the University of Science and Technology. Several girls looked at the empty bed and agreed to call Zhou Qinger, mainly because they wanted to gossip about the guy whose online name was Brother July. Is handsome or ugly? Is he an old man or a handsome guy? The moment the call was made, it was connected almost instantly. Qinger, for your brother Chiyue, are you not going back to the dormitory today? The dormitory manager will lock the door soon. If you are caught, you will be punished. My roommate asked immediately. Zhou Qinger coughed several times before she replied, well, I may not go back today. I'm a little tired after walking around the mall all day. Her voice was soft and hoarse. Several roommates felt something was not right when they heard Zhou Qinger's voice, but they couldn't seem to tell what was wrong. But he didn't continue to ask about this issue, but asked, what does your brother July look like? Is he an old man? Or a handsome guy? He's quite handsome. Zhou Qinger was very frugal with words and was unwilling to reply too much. Every reply was always accompanied by a cough, as if there was some hidden sound. Qinger, what's wrong with you? Do you have a cold? Why are you coughing all the time? Maybe I didn't wear enough clothes today, and it was windy at night, so I caught a cold. You guys should go to bed early. I won't go back home tonight. I'll ask for leave from my instructor later, and I won't go to class tomorrow either. Oh my, are you planning to spend a good night out with your brother July? Quickly post a photo of July so that the sisters can appreciate it too. It depends on the situation. I have something else to do here. I'll hang up first. As soon as Zhou Qinger finished speaking, before her roommate had time to ask, she hung up the phone. Chapter 56 New Tricks. When Lin Fan and Zhou Qinger left the barbecue restaurant, it was almost 12 o'clock and the barbecue restaurant was about to close. Compared to the beginning, Zhou Qinger was not as clean and tidy as at the beginning. Her originally delicate makeup was now a little smudged, and the lipstick on her lips had completely faded. Her hair, which she had carefully groomed, was now scattered behind her, looking a little messy. She was still wearing the same dress, but the neckline was lower, almost exposing her shoulders. Brother Chiyue, do you still like this thank you? Zhou Qinger tidied up her messy hair a little and asked with a smile. Lin Fan smiled faintly. After coming out of the toilet, he felt refreshed and didn't spend too much energy. You want me to take you back to school? This was the third time Lin Fan asked this question. The main reason is that Zhou Qinger's answer can determine the follow-up. It's late now. I can't go back to school anymore. I plan to stay in a nearby hotel for one night and go back to school tomorrow. Zhou Qinger looked at Lin Fan with a bit of resentment. If it weren't for Lin Fan, she might have been able to get back to the dormitory before curfew. Then I'll take you there? Lin Fan didn't take Zhou Qinger's complaints seriously at all. It was normal for girls to have a little temper, and he understood it. He was not in a hurry to win Zhou Qinger. He took things slowly. He could indeed go to the hotel with Zhou Qinger and spend the Spring Festival Gala tonight together. But everything should be done step by step. What Lin Fan is experiencing now is the process, not the direct outcome. That would be too boring. At the hotel entrance. Brother July, won't you come in with me? Zhou Qinger threw a seductive look at Lin Fan, with her hands on her chest and her head tilted, looking a little provocative. I can't. There's still a lot of time. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Fan decisively refused and explained what would happen later. It's so annoying. Brother July is such a bad guy. I was getting excited, but he left again. Zhou Qinger curled her lips, somewhat dissatisfied, but she only complained appropriately and did not continue to force Lin Fan. Lin Fan watched Zhou Qinger walk into the hotel before driving away. After returning home, Lin Fan found that Xiao Ruoshi had returned from school. And also cooked a table of food. She really has the flavor of a good wife and mother. Unfortunately, he had already eaten. By the way, you should drive to school tomorrow and don't take a taxi anymore. Lin Fan put the key on the table. Xiao Ruoshi was sitting on the sofa, and Lin Fan also sat over and took a look at what Xiao Ruoshi was wearing today. She wore a white camisole on the upper body, a light white jacket on the outside, and tight jeans on the lower body. She has a figure that is beyond ordinary people of the same age. Even though this outfit is very conservative, it is also very attractive. This is also Xiao Ruoshi's daily outfit. Basically, she wears conservative clothes at school or outside. Only in front of Lin Fan will she think about showing her best side. Girlfriends all have this kind of mentality in front of their boyfriends. Brother Lin Fan, you are tired, right? Let me massage your shoulders for you. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Ruoshi had already stood up from the sofa and came behind Lin Fan, with her slender hand already on Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan wanted to say something, but he felt a little uncomfortable, so he just didn't say anything and just enjoyed it quietly. By the way, Brother Lin Fan, there will be a party organized by the school the week after next. It's related to National Day. Many people have signed up to perform their talents on stage. As a member of the club, I am required to sign up, but I am quite socially anxious. Can you go with me? When I see Brother Lin Fan on the stage, I will think that this performance is just for Brother Lin Fan. Xiao Ruoshi leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered softly. Really? When a girl takes the initiative to show her affection, it usually doesn't mean anything good. What day next week? Lin Fan asked. It should be next Friday, but the exact time has not been determined yet, because the National Day holiday starts next Saturday and our school will have a total of 10 days off. Xiao Ruoshi said. We'll see when the time comes. Lin Fan said casually. He was not sure if he had time that day. No. Brother Lin Fan, just for one day, just accompany me for one day, okay? Xiao Ruoshi came from behind to the front and sat on Lin Fan's lap. Her cheeks were as red as a ripe apple. She pressed her pretty face against Lin Fan's chest. Just one day, Brother Lin Fan, if you promise me, I will show you the new moves I learned recently. Hearing this, Lin Fan became interested and asked, what trick? Hee, you have to promise me first that you will make time to attend the party that day. Xiao Ruoshi gave a sly smile. Lin Fan waved his hand to interrupt Xiao Ruoshi. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he agreed, okay, I promise you. Although it was simply to accompany Xiao Ruoshi to the party, rather than looking at new tricks. Then, brother, close your eyes. Xiao Ruoshi placed her index finger on Lin Fan's lips to stop him from speaking. Lin Fan cooperated by closing his eyes. He wanted to see what this junior girl wanted to do. Then, Xiao Ruoshi lay on the sofa, revealing her graceful figure. Not long after, Lin Fan subconsciously opened his eyes. The extreme stimulation made him feel as if he had ascended to heaven for a moment. Looking at such a pure junior school girl, she turned into a succubus overnight. Lin Fan was a little bit unbelievable. It lasted for half an hour before it finally ended. Xiao Ruoshi was sweating profusely. She lay on Lin Fan's thighs from a half-prone position, revealing a loving smile. "Do you like it, brother? Who did you learn this from?" Lin Fan asked curiously while feeling the touch. "Well, don't tell my brother, this is my secret." Xiao Ruoshi stuck out her tongue, looking very cute. Lin Fan didn't ask any more questions and just leaned back on the sofa. He needed to rest for a while. Xiao Ruoshi also needed to rest for a while as she lay on his legs. Xiao Ruoshi's character was absolutely simple and innocent, at least that was the impression she gave Lin Fan in the previous few times. But today, Xiao Ruoshi didn't give Lin Fan the impression that she was a big-breasted and brainless woman. Sure enough, every little girl has a contrasting side in her heart, it's just a matter of whether she can be discovered. It was getting late, so Lin Fan and Xiao Ruoshi took a shower one after another and finally lay down on the big bed together. Embrace your beauty to sleep and enjoy the land of tenderness. Lin Fan really did nothing. Just pure sleep. That's all. Chapter 57 Car Show. The next morning, Lin Fan got up on time and checked the time. Fortunately, it was not too late. The auto show started at 9:30 and it was only 8:30. An hour was enough for him to get there. Lin Fan took a taxi and arrived at the auto show on time. The morning wind still has a hint of coolness. The auto show has just started and there is a constant stream of people coming and going. $1,000,000 luxury cars can be seen everywhere. Moreover, at the entrance alone, there are countless beautiful receptionists welcoming everyone. Looking at these luxury cars, Lin Fan was not surprised. Jiangcheng is an economically developed city with many wealthy people. Lin Fan went straight into the center of the auto show. After all, the highlight is inside. No matter how beautiful the beauty outside is, she is just a receptionist, doing reception work with a professional smile on her face. After entering, Lin Fan was stunned by the dazzling array of cars. They were all high-tech vehicles, and next to almost every car there were internet celebrities and reporters holding cameras. Lin Fan was a little surprised when he looked at those beautiful car models. The clothing styles of these car models were extremely exaggerated. In other words, they were only covered with 2 pieces of cloth, revealing their long beautiful legs. They sat on their legs and struck all kinds of glamorous poses for some internet celebrities to take pictures and share their cars, as well as for tourists to admire. Lin Fan continued to move forward. To him, a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was naturally not a big deal. The further you go in, the fewer people there are and the more security guards there are. The exhibition hall is also different from those outside, almost all of them are separate exhibition halls. Lin Fan only took a glance and saw 3 limited edition supercars parked in a separate exhibition hall, with security guards guarding the side. The Pagani Wind God on the far left is made entirely of carbon fiber, with its butterfly doors wide open, revealing a dashboard inlaid with diamonds. A beautiful car model wearing a high-slit cheongsam was leaning against the car door. The hem of her skirt was almost slit to her waist. If you looked closely, you could even see the vague inner part of her body. Her long, beautiful legs were dazzlingly white under the light. Next to the Koenigsegg in the middle stood a beautiful woman with big wavy blonde hair. Her off-shoulder blue and gold dress, made entirely of tiny diamonds, rose and fell with her breathing. A mountain peak appeared in front of her from time to time. Whenever someone approached, she would bend over to wipe the car logo. The beautiful scenery was ready to emerge. Lin Fan couldn't help but take a few more glances. Compared with the ordinary exhibition halls outside, the car models inside were obviously more daring, but the range of their poses was not as large as those outside. After all, the cars inside were all worth tens of millions of dollars, and a casual touch might bankrupt them. Anyone who wants to enter here basically needs to verify their capital or have an invitation letter. Lin Fan had the invitation letter from Qin Xiong, so he was able to go in smoothly. Most of the people who can be included here have been screened out, and the rest are rich people, and some are car enthusiasts, or internet celebrities and bloggers with millions or tens of millions of dollars. Except for Lin Fan, most of them were dressed in suits and ties, with a few wearing casual shirts. Lin Fan's eyes quickly fell on the red Ferrari in the innermost car, and a familiar figure was standing next to the car. Qin Xiong changed her usual outfit and wore a sexy black tight leather jacket, which fully showed off her good figure. At this moment, she was bending over, paired with a Ferrari, for people to take pictures. From this angle, the curve of her round buttocks looks even more seductive under her black leather jacket. Qin Xiong, who has a beautiful face and a nearly perfect figure, attracted a lot of people to stop and take pictures of her. Qin Xiong always had a faint smile on her face. At this moment, she also noticed Lin Fan and bowed slightly, with her smile deepening, which was considered as a greeting to Lin Fan. However, she couldn't leave for the moment, so she could only let Lin Fan walk around by himself while she continued with her performance. No matter how I look at this face, I never get tired of it. Just a moment later, Lin Fan recalled the scene in the grove where Qin Xiong blushed. Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked slowly to the Ferrari booth. Under the flashlights, Qin Xiong's skin looked even more delicate, and the black leather jacket perfectly outlined her proud curves. When she saw Lin Fan coming, she remained calm and pretended to be unfamiliar with him and asked, "Sir, do you want to take a photo?" Lin Fan saw cunning in her face. "Yes, of course I am. I just need a wallpaper for my phone. Let's take a photo together." Lin Fan turned around and stood with Qin Xiong. Although there was a guardrail between them, this scene was still captured by the tourists. A free photo. This scene immediately caused a sensation among the crowd. "Oh my god, when I went upstairs just now, why didn't the car model take a photo with me? Is it because I'm not wearing Armani? You are quite self-aware. This guy looks like a playboy. He is wearing luxury goods all over his body, except for his wrists. If you can't just say it directly, just say you don't have a watch. But haven't you heard of this saying? Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Do you know what the rich people like to play with the most?" A man holding a camera shook his head. "I don't know, what do you like to play the most?" "Of course it's a luxury car. Didn't you say you were poor and played with cars? When you say car, do you mean the same thing as when I say car? Isn't it? I want to go." Qin Xiong smiled at Lin Fan and said, "Wait for me for a moment. I will come to receive you as soon as I finish my work. I am quite patient with beautiful women." Lin Fan smiled faintly and took this opportunity to take a look at other luxury cars. The Ferrari LaFerrari next to Qin Xiong cost more than 30 million, plus some other expenses. It was close to 40 million, or even more, but Lin Fan now only had more than 30 million in savings. But it doesn't matter, you just need to buy a few other cars and you can easily get them after receiving the rebate. As for the goal that Lin Fan set for himself at the beginning, he had long forgotten it. Of course, when buying a car, you should follow your heart. When he saw Rafa, he almost couldn't walk. Lin Fan took a walk outside and found that it was more lively outside than the VIP booth inside. At the same time, Lin Fan also decided on the car he wanted to buy today. He did not see Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and the like at the auto show, and most of the cars present were luxury sports cars. So we tentatively decided on Lamborghini Urus and Ferrari LaFerrari. When we returned to the Ferrari booth, Qin Xiong had already walked down from the booth. She was very popular. Many people wanted to buy a Ferrari and used this as an excuse to take advantage of Qin Xiong's prestige. Qin Xiong had no way of refusing, this was her job. She had no choice but to add them one by one, but if they were not discussing vehicle issues but wanted to strike up a conversation with them, she would delete their account without hesitation. Qin Xiong threw a coquettish glance at Lin Fan from a distance, motioning Lin Fan to follow her to the restroom. This look made Lin Fan immediately understand what he meant, and he followed Qin Xiong. Chapter 58, Enemy. When we arrived at the lounge, besides Qin Xiong, there were many other beautiful car models. They all looked pretty good. After all, to be a car model, one must have good looks and figure. After all, it represents the face of a car. The scene of Qin Xiong holding Lin Fan's arm was immediately noticed by other people in the lounge. A man wearing half-square glasses asked curiously, "Sister Xiong, is this your boyfriend?" Lin Fan looked over and saw that this person was also a car model, wearing a shirt and a hip skirt. He had seen her just after entering the auto show. She seemed to be a model of a domestic electric car. Not bad. Guess, I won't tell you. Qin Xiong smiled and did not answer the question. Then, she took Lin Fan's arm and sat down on the sofa. Lin Fan felt like he was out of place. Because this so-called restroom is more like a dressing room, it is full of girls, and even the fitting room is next to it, and there is only a curtain separating it. As a man, it's a bit out of place for him to be here. But maybe it was because Qin Xiong had enough face, so even if some women were unhappy with Lin Fan, they didn't say it openly. They were all gossiping about what happened between Qin Xiong and Lin Fan. Qin Xiong was just planning to reminisce about the past with Lin Fan. Just then, a woman in Cheongsam walked into the lounge, followed by an assistant carrying a bag, who looked young. Lin Fan remembered this Cheongsam girl, the Pagani car model. It's hard not to remember it. The Cheongsam was almost open to the thighs, and the moment I closed my eyes, the scene of the absolute realm appeared. Hey, Miss Jean, I was wondering why you were dressed so conservatively today. Turns out your boyfriend is coming over. The Cheongsam woman smiled faintly, with a hint of sarcasm in her words. You're showing off. When did they say that boys can't be brought into the lounge? Qin Xiong rolled his eyes at the Cheongsam woman and didn't want to argue with her. Just when the Cheongsam woman wanted to continue speaking. At the same time, a beautiful woman with big wavy blonde hair also walked into the lounge. Lin Fan also remembered this person. It seemed to be the Koenigsegg car model. The features were too obvious, a mix of Eastern and Western blood, with big wavy blonde hair. These 2 points alone were enough to make Lin Fan remember her. Unlike the Cheongsam woman, the wavy blonde beauty just glanced at Lin Fan, then said nothing and walked to a separate lounge. Very cool. Lin Fan probably figured it out as well. Qin Xiong, the Cheongsam girl with blonde hair, is basically the top car model here. An endorsement for Ferrari. An endorsement for Pagani. A Koenigsegg endorsement. Moreover, her looks are top-notch. Her face, figure, and dressing style are almost impeccable. Although Qin Xiong is wearing a black leather jacket today, which looks very conservative, it still has a unique flavor if you taste it carefully. It mainly depends on whether you know how to appreciate it. The Cheongsam girl snorted coldly and continued, I'm just worried that when I change my clothes later, I wonder if someone will peek at me. After all, today is not like before. There is a boy here. Who can be sure? Although her meaningless words did not directly mention Lin Fan, are there any other boys here besides Lin Fan? Lin Fan didn't care. After hearing these mocking words many times, he gradually stopped caring. Qin Xiong couldn't hold back her anger and sneered back, my boyfriend watched you change clothes? Look at your figure, isn't it half as good as mine? Your breasts aren't breasts, your legs aren't legs, that's why you can't find a boyfriend, right? You envy those of us who can find boyfriends, and it really hurts your soft spot. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire lounge became a little quieter. Lin Fan was also a little surprised. Qin Xiong's attack power was amazing. But what Qin Xiong said was indeed correct. Although the figure of the Cheongsam woman might be slightly better than that of ordinary people, it was nothing compared to Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong's figure is similar to that of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and her pair of long, beautiful legs still impresses Lin Fan to this day. You. The Cheongsam woman was very angry. Qin Xiong, however, didn't care at all. This Cheongsam girl was just a slut. She always liked to come up and provoke him, as if she just couldn't stand seeing others doing better than her. The Cheongsam woman knew she was in the wrong, so she raised her snow-white chin, snorted coldly, and walked into a separate lounge with her assistant. After seeing the Cheongsam woman leave, Qin Xiong turned her gaze back to Lin Fan, with a faint smile on her pretty face. Brother Lin Fan, what car are you planning to buy? I can introduce you to the sales of various models and guarantee to give you the best service and the biggest discount. Although she is a car model, she knows a little about the sales staff of almost every car company, and many people come to the sales staff through her to buy cars. If the person she introduced buys a car from the sales staff, she will also receive a corresponding commission. This commission is not a small amount. After all, those who come to her to buy cars basically buy million-level luxury cars. Besides, she also has cooperation with those car companies. As a car model, it is normal to have these relationships. Lin Fan thought about it and said his idea, okay, can you introduce me to a salesperson? I want to customize a Lamborghini Urus. If possible, I like the LaFerrari outside. Money is not a problem. Hearing this, Qin Xiong nodded and replied, I do know a sales manager at Lamborghini, and I'm quite familiar with him. As for LaFerrari, it's a limited edition model, and it's all sold out as soon as it was released. The display car outside belongs to the boss. Is that so? Lin Fan frowned. If that's the case, it's a bit difficult. But I can help you contact the boss and see if he is willing to make a second move. Qin Xiong said with a smile. Lin Fan waved his hand, forget it, it's too troublesome, there's no need for this, then I won't buy a sports car, then you can help me find a Rolls-Royce salesperson, I'm quite interested in the Phantom and Cullinan. Qin Xiong was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that Lin Fan would buy 2 cars at once, and the prices were not cheap. All in all, 20 or 30 million is a conservative estimate. After all, the prices of the optional features of a Rolls-Royce are extremely exaggerated. Not to mention that the Lamborghini Urus has to be specially customized. Well, okay, I'll introduce it to you later. Salespeople from all the major car companies should be here today. I'll bring someone I know over there first. Don't worry, I guarantee it won't be a scam. I'll ask her to give you the biggest discount. Shin Xiong said enthusiastically. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Brother Lin Fan, you are joking. What's the point of talking about trouble or not between us? Shin Xiong's fingertips slid across Lin Fan's chest. Regardless of whether other people were present or not, Shin Xiong created an ambiguous atmosphere on his own. Chapter 59 Attitude Comparison. Stayed in the restroom for a while. Shin Xiong brought Lin Fan to the backstage. There are quite a lot of people here, most of them are men and women in suits and trousers. They look like salespeople, and many people are talking to them. Shin Xiong's appearance immediately attracted most of the attention. There is no way around it. Shin Xiong's outfit today is unique, and her perfect figure is perfectly outlined by the black tight leather jacket. Any normal man would subconsciously take a look at her when he sees her. If he didn't look at it, Lin Fan would suspect that he had problems in that aspect. Or maybe you like fencing. Shin Xiong waved to a girl. Lin Fan looked over there. The girl was different from the usual salespeople who wore suits and trousers. Instead, she wore separate casual clothes with a beige coat on the outside. At this moment, the girl was receiving a man in a Gucci suit. He had an extraordinary demeanor and looked quite young, probably around 30 years old. Seeing Shin Xiong waving, the girl smiled at the man in the Gucci suit and said something, then she walked over quickly. It was not until he got closer that Lin Fan realized that the girl in the beige coat was quite pretty. When he looks at people, he usually looks at their face first, and then their figure. Finally, look at the legs. Lin Fan read it from beginning to end. Her face can be called top-notch, comparable to Shin Xiong's. As for the rest, it couldn't be seen because it was mostly covered by the coat. But since her face is so beautiful, her figure must be good too. What's the matter, my dear? The girl in the coat hugged Shin Xiong from behind, and their faces were almost touching. Shin Xiong did not resist at all. If you don't know, you might think it's something wrong with your sexual orientation. Don't you let me introduce you to a big client. Shin Xiong turned around and introduced Lin Fan. His name is Lin Fan, a good brother of mine. Well, he wants to buy a Lamborghini Urus recently, so he thought of you? The girl called Dongxue followed her gaze and looked at Lin Fan, with a scrutinizing look in her eyes. Armani casual wear, but when her eyes fell on her wrist, she shook her head. In her opinion, the wrists of successful wealthy people or rich second generations are basically not empty, and they all have some decorations more or less. For example, the guest he just received was wearing a Patek Philippe Emerald CUB on his wrist, which cost around 360,000 yuan. The two were discussing the crucial part and the deal was very likely to be done. If it weren't for her good friend, the deal might have already been done. She has met many different kinds of people, almost all kinds of vain people. He looks at people with a poisonous gaze. She could tell at first glance that Lin Fan was just an ordinary person. Even though he was wearing Armani brand clothes, his temperament could not be deceived. Rich people have a very reserved temperament, but their reserve also reveals a bit of flamboyance. But looking at the look in the eyes of her best friend Shin Xiong, she did not refuse, but smiled and agreed, okay, but you have to wait for me for a while, until I finish serving that client first. After she finished speaking, she turned around and went back to greet the man in the Gucci suit again. Shin Xiong looked at Lin Fan somewhat awkwardly. Originally, she brought Lin Fan to see Dongxue just to get priority reception. Now this incident happened. What is the best service treatment? It seems like all of this is bullshit. It's okay, no rush. Let her entertain other guests first. Take me to find Lao's salesperson first. I have something else to do later. Lin Fan saw the disdain in Dongxue's eyes. But he didn't show it. Brother Lin Fan, I'm so sorry. I promised to give you the best service. Shin Xiong took Lin Fan's arm, looking remorseful. It's okay. I don't care. Lin Fan has been really emotional lately. There was almost nothing that could make him angry. The last time he got angry was when he attended Xiao Ruoshi's cocktail party. Lu Xian showed off in front of him many times. Even so, Lin Fan still didn't bother with Lu Xian in the end. At this moment, Lin Fan finally understood why those rich people had such good tempers. What I am afraid of is those who are alone. No one knows what crazy things they will do. Qin Xiong brought Lin Fan to the BMW exhibition area. Although Rolls-Royce will not participate in this auto show, their sales will come, along with BMW sales. After all, it is rare to have potential business, so who would not want to come? The Rolls-Royce salesman was a man who looked to be in his 30s. Perhaps because of Qin Xiong's kindness, his service attitude was particularly good. Each model is introduced very well. At one point he even suggested taking Lin Fan to the SSSS store to see the actual car, or to test drive it himself before making a decision. But Lin Fan had done his homework before coming and had even decided on the model of car he wanted to choose online. This type of car is basically out of stock. After placing an order, it will conservatively take 1 or 2 weeks for it to be shipped from overseas. This is just the most conservative time. It will take a long time, maybe 1 or 2 months, or even longer. I don't have that much time to go to the SSSS store. Do you have any cars in stock? This is what Lin Fan was curious about. The male salesperson shook his head and replied, "We don't have any cars in stock, but the Dawn and Phantom are being made to order at the Goodwood factory in Country Y. If you place an order now, it will be shipped to Jiangcheng by sea within a month at most." "How long will it take at the earliest?" Lin Fan asked directly. The male salesperson glanced at Qin Xiong, then at Lin Fan, and lowered his voice and said, "If you go through the VIP channel, it will only take 2 weeks at the fastest, but you will need to pay an additional 30% expedited fee." "Then let's use Phantom." Lin Fan originally wanted to choose Cullinan, but since the Phantom is faster, he had to settle for the next best thing. This is the optional list. The expedited fee will be automatically calculated into the total cost at the end. Please take a look. The male salesperson handed the tablet to Lin Fan with some excitement. This kind of top-level car model basically has its own fixed potential customers, and their car company has cooperation with many companies. If you buy a car, it is basically registered under the company's name. Most of them just follow up and get a fixed salary. People like Lin Fan didn't have any reservations and came just through introduction. If you really buy it, you will definitely be a top second-generation rich. And the commission he received was also extremely generous. Lin Fan made his selection quickly, which was nothing more than the interior, wheels, body color, and starry sky roof. Most of the options were concentrated in the interior. From the initial 7 million to about 18 million after options. This also includes the expedited fee. Lin Fan handed the tablet back to the male salesperson and took the bank card. Swipe the card. Chapter 60, Face Slapping Scene. Male salesmen carry POS machines with them, which is a sign of professionalism. Seeing the payment was successful, the male salesperson's eyes widened. He never thought that this deal would be completed so easily. You know, he worked as a salesperson at Rolls-Royce for several years. Although he received many customers, most of them could not close the deal after several months of negotiation when they were interested in buying a car. Lin Fan was very rare to see someone paying so readily as he did in his career as a salesperson. If, at the beginning, he treated Lin Fan with such flattery because of Qin Xiong's face, then now, it is entirely because of Lin Fan himself. The male salesperson excitedly took out his cell phone, his whole body still shaking, somewhat in disbelief. "Mr. Lin, let's add each other's contact information. When the truck arrives, I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you. You can just call me Xiao Li. If you need to buy other cars later, you can also come to me." He promoted himself vigorously. Even if it only leaves a tiny impression on Lin Fan, it would be enough. After all, if Lin Fan wants to buy a car in the future, he might consider himself first. "Okay, I'll find you again when I have the chance." With Lin Fan and Xiao Li's prestige, this was just a polite remark. After all, whether you will buy other cars in the future remains to be seen. If I were to buy one, I would probably buy a top-notch luxury car. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions. Qin Xiong looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes and subconsciously took Lin Fan's arm. She suddenly felt that she seemed to have done something wrong a few days ago. She originally thought that keeping Lin Fan hanging would make him never forget her. At last, Lin Fan would naturally become her little fish. But the reality seems to be otherwise. Lin Fan never took the bait. Fortunately, she took the initiative to contact Lin Fan. Otherwise, I would have missed out on a rich second generation like Lin Fan. We're not talking about getting married, but it's not impossible for us to be lovers, right? If all else fails, being a mistress is also okay. She's not picky about anything. At the same time, the system rebate also arrives at this moment. Ding! Detected that the host spent 18 million, rebate 54 million. Lin Fan's South savings are now close to 70 million, which finally puts him just a little bit away from becoming a billionaire. After saying goodbye to Xiaoli, Qin Xiong took Lin Fan back. At the Lamborghini booth, Ko Dongxue was still greeting others with a smile. Miss Qin, what's the matter? Do you want your boyfriend to buy you a Lamborghini? At this moment, an untimely voice sounded again. Lin Fan looked back and saw it was the same Cheongsam woman from before, but this time, there was a man beside her. The man looked to be in his 30s, wearing a suit, with an extraordinary temperament. It was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time. Ren Xiaofu, you really are haunting me. What's the matter? Are you starting to reflect on yourself after seeing my boyfriend? Where did you find the sponsor? Qin Xiong smiled faintly, and the offensive power in his words was amazing. So what? At least he can buy me whatever I want. Is that okay with you, my little boyfriend? Ren Xiaofu hit back. Hearing this, Lin Fan's mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He gently patted Qin Xiong's shoulder, signaling her to be patient, and at the same time his eyes fell on a Lamborghini SVJ next to him. Xiao Qiong, do you like this car? I can do anything. Although Qin Xiong didn't understand what Lin Fan wanted to do, he still tried his best to cooperate. Hearing this, the man in the suit couldn't help but smile, narrowed his eyes, and snorted coldly, "Young man, some things can't be obtained simply by talking." Seeing this, Ren Xiaofu immediately took the suit man's arm and looked at Qin Xiong proudly, adding fuel to the fire. That's right, some people can't afford it but only talk about it. Qin Xiong, your boyfriend can't even afford a wheel, right? Lin Fan's gaze fell on Ko Dongxue, who was not far away. At this moment, Ko Dongxue felt helpless. She had just talked with the potential customer for such a long time, but still no deal was made. All her efforts were in vain. Lin Fan suddenly smiled, took out his bank card, looked at the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ on the stand, and said calmly, "I want this car." This is the absolute confidence that money brings. Lin Fan would never be stage frightened. After these words were spoken, the entire auto show became a little quieter. Ko Dongxue was the first to react. As the sales manager of Lamborghini, she walked up to Lin Fan. Her professionalism allowed her to quickly adjust her expression and said with a smile, "Sir, the price of this car is 9.2 million. Are you sure you want to place an order now? Full payment." Lin Fan nodded. Ren Xiaofu's face changed. She obviously didn't expect that Lin Fan would directly buy a supercar worth tens of millions, and paid in full. She thought he was Qin Xiong's kept gigolo, but that didn't seem to be the case. She subconsciously looked at the man in the suit next to her. But he found that the man in the suit looked even uglier than him. Although the man in the suit is worth a lot of money, it would take him a long time to think about taking out nearly 10 million to buy a car, and it is not an easy thing to do. What's more, in order to win over Ren Xiaofu today, he plans to take her to buy a domestic electric car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. The man in the suit suppressed a laugh and said, "Ha, young man, impulse spending is not a good habit." Impulsive buying? Lin Fan shook his head. For me, buying this kind of car is just like buying a toy car. How can it be considered impulsive buying? The man in the suit was choked and speechless. Ren Xiaofu curled her lips, still feeling a little dissatisfied in her heart, and unwillingly interrupted, "Who knows if you were just pretending? It's still unknown whether there is money in the card." Lin Fan didn't bother to pay attention to her and said directly to Ko Dongxue, "Swipe the card, and help me with the formalities. I want to give this car to the woman next to me." When these words were spoken, everyone was even more shocked. If Lin Fan bought it alone, everyone would still be able to accept it. After all, everyone who comes here has a fortune of tens of millions. But if you give someone a luxury car worth tens of millions, this means something different. Although Ko Dongxue was shocked for a moment, out of professionalism, she quickly went to complete the formalities. Qin Xiong had also recovered from Lin Fan's words just now. He pulled Lin Fan's sleeve and said in surprise, "Are you really buying it? Isn't this a bit too expensive?" Lin Fan looked down at her with a smile on his face. "Why? You don't like the gift I gave you?" Qin Xiong blushed. "I like it, but this car is too expensive." She suddenly realized that she knew too little about Lin Fan. Soon, Kodongshue came back with the car purchase contract and handed it to Lin Fan respectfully. Mr. Lin, the formalities have been completed. Here are the car keys. You can pick up the car at any time. Lin Fan took the key and turned his gaze towards Rin Xiaofu and the man in a suit. He smiled faintly and said, "You too, is there anything else?" The man in the suit turned pale, and he knew that Lin Fan was not an ordinary person. He knew he was in the wrong, so he took Rin Xiaofu away. Chapter 61 Yu Qian. All of this was seen by the blonde woman not far away. Lin Fan then handed the key to Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong touched the heavy key, still finding it hard to believe. She just thought Lin Fan was just joking. Are you really going to give this sports car worth tens of millions to her? Kodongshue was also stunned watching from the side. She was a little upset because she didn't make a deal with the potential client just now, but Lin Fan turned around and gave her a super big order. When I thought about what Qin Xiong had said to me before, brought me a big client. But she chose to judge people by their appearance at that time, if it wasn't for Rin Xiaofu creating the opportunity for her. I'm afraid she will definitely miss such a big order today. Thinking of this, Kodongshue grabbed Qin Xiong's hand and tried to play the emotional card. Xiong'er, I'm so sorry. Qin Xiong and Kodongshue still have a good relationship, and now he is signaling Kodongshue to look at Lin Fan. After all, the protagonist is Lin Fan. She will definitely be able to forgive Kodongshue. After all, they have been best friends for several years. She can't just give up just because of a misunderstanding. Kodongshue's action was very clear. When she came to Lin Fan, she no longer had the confidence she had at the beginning, but instead looked a little restrained. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. To express my apology, I will be responsible for all maintenance of this car for the next 3 years. What do you think? Luxury cars need maintenance almost once a month, or even more frequently, once a week. And the amount of money for each maintenance is not small. When calculated over 3 years, it is also a considerable amount of money. Kodongshue was so sincere that Lin Fan had no intention of pursuing the matter further. After all, he is Qin Xiong's friend. Maybe it can be further developed in the future. By the way, do you have any Oris in stock? Lin Fan asked. Hearing this, Kodongshue was stunned. She had been selling Lamborghinis for so many years, but this was the first time someone asked her this question. Because most people who buy luxury cars will make preparations in advance. After all, many luxury cars are not available in stock. They are either produced by major factories or requisitioned from all over the world. Is the car available now? Kodongshue confirmed, fearing that she had heard it wrong. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, do you have it? The color doesn't matter. If there is a car in stock, I can just pick it up. This SVJ is the only car we have in stock. Oris does not have any in stock in China at the moment, but it can be transferred from other places. At the fastest, it will arrive within a week. What do you think? Kodongshue looked at Lin Fan. What you mean is that if I place an order now, it can arrive within a week at the earliest, is that right? Lin Fan asked again. Kodongshue immediately replied, well, after you place the order, we will take care of all the formalities for you. You only need to give an address and wait for the delivery. Then it will just be a matter of signing. Okay, bring me the configuration sheet so I can choose. Kodongshue was a little confused, but still did as she was told. After the car purchase contract was ready, Lin Fan directly took out the card he had just used to pay. After seeing the payment successful above, Kodongshue's pretty face still showed some disbelief. Although the price of Oris was slightly cheaper, all the configurations of Lin Fan were top-notch, but it still cost more than 4 million. Add to that the 9 million of SVJ, and it cost more than 10 million in one go. Having assets of 10 million and being able to directly spend more than 10 million are two completely different levels. If she knew that Lin Fan had bought a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth nearly 18 million yuan before this, who knows what her expression would be. Ding! The host was detected to have indulged in consumption of 13 million, and the rebate was 26 million. Very good, we are one step closer to having billions in deposits. Mr. Lin, let's add each other's contact information. I will contact you as soon as possible if there are any new models arriving in the store. I will also send you a message in time about the location of your customized Lamborghini Urus. Good. Lin Fan did not refuse. Brother Lin Fan, you gave me such an expensive gift, how do you want me to thank you? Qin Xiong's face became more and more rosy, and he pressed himself against Lin Fan like an obedient kitten. Then how do you want to thank me? Lin Fan asked instead of answering. Qin Xiong suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Fan on the cheek. This is just an appetizer. She blushed and whispered in Lin Fan's ear, I'm off work now. I'm going to change my clothes first. There will be a main course later. Kodong Shui had already withdrawn just now. Lin Fan took a look, found a public rest area, sat down casually, and waited for Qin Xiong, who had changed his clothes, to come out. Just at this moment, the blonde beauty I saw in the lounge before came over on her own initiative. She was still wearing a strapless dress, revealing her delicate collarbone, and she exuded a faint fragrance. As she walked, her long and beautiful legs were faintly visible through the high slit skirt. The unique facial features of the mixed-race girl looked particularly three-dimensional under the light, attracting almost half of the men in the audience to look over. Her deep blue eyes seemed to hide a vast ocean. Handsome guy, are you alone? She took the initiative to sit down next to Lin Fan and spoke with a smile. Waiting for someone. Lin Fan glanced at the blonde beauty and naturally remembered that he had seen her in the lounge before. However, when he was in the lounge, the blonde beauty was very cold and aloof. Girlfriend, the blonde asked with a smile. Lin Fan thought for a moment and replied, she's not really my girlfriend, but she's my good sister. Since she's not my girlfriend, then, can you add her to your account? The blonde shook her phone. Your way of chatting up girls isn't very good. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Lin Fan did not rush to agree, but asked back. The blonde smiled and agreed, that's true. My name is Yu Qian, and I'm working. You've seen the car models here. After she finished speaking, she opened her phone and saw a friend's QR code on it. Is it convenient to add a prestige now? Lin Fan did not refuse, but showed his QR code. Yu Qian was stunned for a moment, but soon smiled and scanned Lin Fan's code. After doing all this, she looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, remember to agree with my friends. Lin Fan didn't waste any words and agreed to his friend's request in front of her. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Yu Qian stood up and left. Almost immediately after Yu Qian got up and left, Qin Xiong walked over and saw Lin Fan in the rest area at a glance. Have you been waiting for a long time? No, the timing is just right. It's time for lunch. Let's go. I'll treat you to lunch. Qin Xiong held Lin Fan's arm and smiled. Chapter 62, Driving a Lamborghini and Eating at a Roadside Stall. At this time, Qin Xiong had taken off the black tight leather jacket and replaced it with a black long skirt. The black long skirt cascaded down like the night. The one-shoulder design revealed her slender shoulders, and a necklace hung around her neck. The well-fitting hem of her skirt perfectly outlined her good figure as she rose and fell with her breathing. The hem of the skirt suddenly spread out below her knees, revealing the black Balenciaga stockings underneath. Now she is definitely a model of a cool and aloof beauty, completely different from the dashing girl just now. Qin Xiong carefully sat in the driver's seat of the SVJ, and his hands were shaking slightly as he held the steering wheel. Lin Fan saw it and felt that Qin Xiong felt the same as he did at the beginning. But once you get used to it, it will be fine. After all, Qin Xiong had seen big scenes before, so he adjusted himself quickly. I'll drive, are you sure? She smiled faintly. That doesn't matter. If you're not driving too fast, the cars on the road will give way when they see a luxury car like yours, as long as you don't drive too aggressively. Lin Fan replied. Just like when he first drove a Porsche, most people would avoid him if they met that kind of car on the road. Of course, the premise is that it is running normally. Brother Lin Fan, what do you want to eat? Qin Xiong asked. Although she had some ideas, she still had to listen to Lin Fan. Lin Fan thought for a moment, then said, have you lost weight recently? Are you disgusted by my fatness? I don't need to lose weight with my figure, right? Qin Xiong thought Lin Fan disliked him for being fat. Lin Fan admired Qin Xiong's voluptuous figure, then smiled and said, not really, your figure is pretty good now. I'm just tired of eating delicacies from land and sea recently, so I want to try something else. For example, the mixed noodles at the entrance of the auto show are quite good. They are either from the store or the roadside stall over there. When I came here in the morning, I saw quite a lot of people there, and I specifically asked what time they were open. I guess they are still there now. Qin Xiong's beautiful eyes widened. Brother Lin Fan, are you sure? Should we drive a Lamborghini SVJ to eat at a roadside stall? Isn't this possible? Lin Fan asked back. Qin Xiong was helpless. Well, after all, Brother Lin Fan is my financial sponsor now. If it was an unreasonable request, I had no choice but to agree to it. She deliberately imitated the tone of the internet celebrity and acted coquettishly, making Lin Fan laugh. A few minutes later, the multi-million sports car stopped by the roadside. When the two men got out, they attracted many people's attention. There is no way, this car is too eye-catching. What is more eye-catching than the car is Qin Xiong. She is so beautiful that even the female stars on TV are no better than her. Which rich second generation is coming out with his little wife? Wait, it seems like they want to eat at a roadside stall? Damn it! I never thought that one day I would eat the same roadside stall as the rich second generation. You eat at roadside stalls as a way of life, he eats at roadside stalls as a way of enjoying life. Can they be the same? People were talking about it everywhere, and many people took out their phones to shoot videos and post them on TikTok. Qin Xiong looked at the eyes of the people around her. Even though she was used to this kind of scene, she still felt a little uncomfortable. She pulled Lin Fan's hand and said, "How about, let's go eat somewhere else?" Lin Fan didn't care. As he said before, appreciating beautiful things is a boy's instinct. If you are not beautiful, who would be willing to look at you? As long as it tastes good, I don't mind anything else. Lin Fan then took a quick look at the menu. I originally wanted to order a rice roll and mixed rice noodles, but the boss said that the rice rolls were sold out. I had no choice but to order a spring roll to go with it, and also took a bottle of mineral water. Lin Fan took 2 of each, not forgetting Qin Xiong. When it came time to pay the bill, of course Qin Xiong paid it. All added up is less than 20. The prices at this roadside stall are quite cheap and a must-have for working people. Lin Fan and Qin Xiong found a table and sat down. After taking the first bite, Qin Xiong's eyes lit up. It's delicious. She basically never ate these things. Breakfast is made at home. Usually it's a few pieces of bread and a slice of milk, and occasionally an egg. I always have lunch with my colleagues in the company. I either cook dinner at home or go out for dinner with colleagues. Seeing Qin Xiong's satisfied look, Lin Fan smiled and said, "I just feel that this noodle stall is good. When I came here this morning, I saw a lot of people lining up here. I wanted to eat it then, but unfortunately there were too many people." Qin Xiong's ears turned slightly red. He took a sip of water and asked, "Do you often come to places like this to eat?" "That's not the case." Lin Fan said casually, "I used to eat it often, but I haven't eaten it much recently." Qin Xiong was about to ask why when there was a commotion nearby. Several young men holding cell phones came over, all of them lively and energetic. One of them, a boy with a permed middle part, asked with some restraint, "Hey, is this car yours? Can we get in and take a picture?" "Don't worry, we won't take photos for free. 50 yuan per photo, how about that?" Lin Fan smiled faintly. He had no shortage of money. Looking at the appearance of these people, he also thought of himself as a college student. "But this car is not mine. You have to ask this pretty lady." Lin Fan shifted the topic to Qin Xiong. "Is it okay? Pretty sister, we really just want to take a few photos. This is our homework this week, although there is a little selfish motive involved." The boy with a middle-parted perm asked, "Is it okay?" After Qin Xiong finished speaking, he subconsciously glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't say anything. After all, he was the one who gave the car to Qin Xiong, so naturally it was up to Qin Xiong to decide. Seeing that they had agreed, several boys cheered and carefully opened the car door. The boy with a permed middle part was about to get in to feel the car, but was stopped by his classmate, who said, "Don't worry, put on shoe covers. If they get damaged later, we can't afford to pay for it." "Oh my god, you even brought this thing out?" The man with the middle-parted hair widened his eyes. Lin Fan and Qin Xiong were sitting not far away, watching several people frantically putting on shoe covers, which made Qin Xiong laugh with her hands covering her mouth. Lin Fan was sighing. "Thank you, beautiful sister. I wish you and brother a happy marriage and a baby soon." The boy who came back from taking the photos bowed to Lin Fan and Qin Xiong to express his gratitude. Before leaving, he did not forget to put a note on the table, "This is my contact information, and also the contact information of our photography club. I will send it to you as soon as the photos of the car behind are developed. By the way, if you want to take photos in the future, you can also come to us. Although we are still in our senior year, our skills are absolutely top-notch. We won't charge you if you are not satisfied. My name is Yen Tian." Yen Tian did not forget to promote himself. After all, if he could be remembered by such a rich man, he would definitely think of them first when there was anything related to photography in the future. Chapter 63, Wu Xiao's welfare. Okay, I'll remember that. Lin Fan has added this prestige, maybe it will really be useful in the future. After eating the noodles, Qin Xiong and Lin Fan left. Because Qin Xiong had work in the afternoon, the two agreed to meet in the evening. The auto show has not ended yet. The afternoon auto show will start around 3 o'clock. As a Ferrari model, she has to go back and change clothes and prepare as soon as possible. Lin Fan drove the SVJ and raced on the roads of Jiangchang. Wait for Qin Xiong to get off work in the evening and then pick her up. City Heroes Gym. Lin Fan now comes here to exercise almost every day, and occasionally triggers system rewards. The morning is different from the afternoon. There are basically the most people exercising in the afternoon and evening. Basically, there are people exercising on each piece of equipment. Lin Fan's appearance almost immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the gym, whether coaches or students. There is no way. 2,000 private lessons is too shocking. This amount of money is not a small sum at all. As long as the news leaks out, everyone will know about it. Several brave coaches also gathered around enthusiastically. The way they looked at Lin Fan was obviously different, as if they could draw silk. Mr. Lin, I am the top coach here. I have countless students under me. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with my service. What's a gold medal coach? Mr. Lin, I can teach you how to exercise step by step, so that you can experience the fun of exercise without any effort. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, Coach Wu is in the lounge now. I'll take you there. These female coaches would do anything for Lin Fan. You can experience the joy of exercise without any effort. But if you think about it, it seems quite normal. Lin Fan can provide 2,000 private lessons for Wu Xiao. If he puts this money in any gym, he will be treated as a VIP. What's more, this money is only used for private lessons. After a quick glance, they were all ugly and ugly. Lin Fan basically looked down on them. Finally, I followed a female coach to the lounge. Coach Wu, Mr. Lin is here to see you. The female coach greeted Lin Fan sensibly in the lounge, then smiled gently at him and left. The impression left on Lin Fan was quite good. Unfortunately, she is not very good looking, with a face value of only over 70 points. She is considered an ordinary girl, and should be around 80 points with makeup. Mr. Lin, you are here? Wu Xiao's face turned a little red. Although Lin Fan had sent her a message in advance, she didn't expect Lin Fan to come so quickly, in no more than half an hour. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he looked at Wu Xiao. Although Wu Xiao's upper body is still wearing a sports vest today, showing her delicate collarbone, her lower body is very different from before. She is not wearing yoga pants as before, but a black leather skirt. This combination of clothes looks a bit weird if you look at them alone, but it is surprisingly suitable for Wu Xiao. Especially her pair of beautiful legs, which hit Lin Fan's heart. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. I just changed my clothes and was about to go out to wait for you. I didn't expect you to come so soon. Wu Xiao apologized with a smile. It's okay. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and was also amazed by Wu Xiao's outfit today. With a figure like Wu Xiao in this outfit, she is definitely the best of the best. Shall we start today's training? Wu Xiao took out a notebook, which recorded Lin Fan's training plan for this period, which was basically tailor-made for him. Lin Fan then followed Wu Xiao to a private gym. It can be seen that Wu Xiao was well prepared this time. In addition to protective gear, nutritious meals, water cups, and even professional fitness clothing. There were only Lin Fan and Wu Xiao in the private room. Coach Wu, is your outfit today really suitable for working out? What Lin Fan was referring to was, of course, the black leather skirt that Coach Wu was wearing. What would happen if the skirt became too large during exercise and she couldn't stretch it out? Hearing this, Wu Xiao tilted her head, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Don't you like it? My VIP client. During this period, for you alone, I turned down private lessons from other students and focused on serving you alone, providing you with true one-on-one personal service. Yes, I like it very much. Lin Fan did not lie, he really liked Wu Xiao's outfit. It also made him discover a new outfit, and maybe he could let Song Pei and Qin Xiong try it out in the future. This style of dressing is more suitable for mature women. It can also be considered as a way to increase Lin Fan's knowledge. So let's start the formal training now? Wu Xiao spread out the yoga mat and asked. Lin Fan lay down. The first exercise is sit-ups. Different from doing sit-ups with equipment before, this time it was Wu Xiao who helped Lin Fan hold down. The front angle is quite good, and you can almost appreciate Wu Xiao's perfect figure. After doing a few in a row, Lin Fan felt a little tired. While he still had some strength left, he hugged Wu Xiao and finally completed the first set of 10 sit-ups. Coach Wu, you smell so good and are so soft. Wu Xiao rolled her eyes at Lin Fan in annoyance, but did not resist. Her face flushed slightly, and she lay on top of Lin Fan. It is also very good to relax properly after finishing a set. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, and suddenly turned over and took control, pressing Wu Xiao under him, supporting her ears with his hands, and smiled faintly. Coach Wu, you are wearing this outfit today, are you trying to seduce me? Wu Xiao didn't expect Lin Fan to speak so bluntly. A trace of panic flashed across her face, but she quickly returned to normal. She reached out and pushed Lin Fan's chest. Don't make a fuss. We are still in the gym. If other coaches come in and see us like this, we will be misunderstood. Lin Fan did not stand up immediately, but leaned close to her ear and whispered, since it's a one-on-one service, there must be some special benefits, right? Wu Xiao's ears instantly turned red. She bit her red lips and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Lin, stop making trouble. You, get up first. Lin Fan also knew that this was still in the gym, so he didn't go too far. After standing up, he touched Wu Xiao's smooth thigh. After Wu Xiao stood up, she tidied her messy hair and skirt. The blush on her face had not yet faded, and she saw Lin Fan's hand wandering unscrupulously on her thigh. You've rested enough, right? It's time for the second set of sit-ups, eh? Wu Xiao said while blushing. Chapter 64, Two Different Personalities. Okay, let's get started. Lin Fan nodded, not forgetting the main thing. After all, exercise was his main purpose of coming to the gym. There are still many days ahead. Coach Wu, you were massaging my legs just now and I felt a little uncomfortable. Why don't you try a different way of massaging my legs this time? For example, sit on me so I can feel more relaxed. Lin Fan said with a smile. You? Wu Xiao's face turned redder and redder. She hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and finally sat on him. She gently pressed her hands on Lin Fan's ankles and asked in a low voice, is this okay? Lin Fan admired it. This angle. Best angle. Perfect. Lin Fan happily started the second set of sit-ups. Every time he stood up, the distance between them was closer, especially the fragrance from Wu Xiao, which made him more and more fascinated. Coach Wu, your heart is beating so fast and a little noisy. Lin Fan joked. Wu Xiao subconsciously covered her chest, but when she put her hand on her chest, she squeezed the side. She immediately lowered her head and said shyly, don't talk nonsense, just concentrate on doing your sit-ups. Fortunately, Lin Fan did not do anything excessive in the next two sets of sit-ups. It's good enough to be able to feast your eyes. It's a principle of gradual progress. However, the atmosphere in the gym became more and more ambiguous. When it was time to break, Lin Fan would touch Wu Xiao's smooth thighs to relax. This is to prepare for the next exercise. Just then, footsteps and laughter were suddenly heard outside the door, as if other coaches had arrived. Wu Xiao woke up as if from a dream. She hurriedly pulled Lin Fan's hand away, stood up, and adjusted her skirt and hair. At the same time, she warned him in a low voice, someone is coming. You better behave yourself. Lin Fan looked innocent, I have always been very honest. Wu Xiao was helpless. She really couldn't do anything about Lin Fan. Lin Fan had given 2,000 private lessons with her. Besides, she herself said that any service was useless. This made Lin Fan keep getting more and more demanding. The door opened, and several female coaches appeared. When they saw the two of them, they smiled and greeted them. Coach Wu, are you still teaching? Wu Xiao forced a smile. Well, almost. I just finished the first course. Almost half an hour had passed. If Lin Fan hadn't taken a break after each set and taken advantage of her in the middle, it would have been time for the massage by now. One of the short-haired female coaches looked at Lin Fan and Wu Xiao, and with a faint smile on her face, she teased, Coach Wu, the training intensity of your VIP client is quite high. I see your face is red. Wu Xiao lowered her head to organize her yoga mat, trying to hide her panic. Lin Fan was standing nearby, and had no intention of helping to explain. The female coaches exchanged meaningful glances, and one of them smiled and said, "Then you continue. We won't bother you anymore. We'll go next door to change clothes and get ready to go off work." Everyone understands it, they just don't say it out loud. For a client of Lin Fan's level, ordinary exercises would definitely not be enough. Not to mention how popular the female coaches were when Lin Fan first entered the gym. Lin Fan is almost like a little sheep, and those female coaches are all hungry wolves who can pounce on him at any time. It is no exaggeration to say that if Lin Fan just hooks his fingers, those female coaches may be able to do it even if it is a more private exercise. Okay, let's study hard from now on. We have been misunderstood by other coaches. Wu Xiao tidied up the messy hair around her face. Lin Fan agreed. The intensity of the following training was extremely high. With the assistance of Wu Xiao, Lin Fan struggled to complete all the remaining courses. Okay, let's end it here for today. I'm going to change my clothes and prepare a massage for you. Please wait for me in the massage room. Wu Xiao assisted Lin Fan in the exercise throughout the whole process. She was also very tired and sweat was dripping all over her body. If you don't know, you might think they were doing a double sport. Coach Wu, I think your clothes are good. Why do you need to change clothes? Lin Fan held Wu Xiao's soft little hand and smiled. But I'm sweating, so I smell a bit of sweat. Wu Xiao felt a little uncomfortable now. The sweat and clothes were almost stuck together, especially her skirt. It's okay, just turn the air conditioner down a bit. Why? No way. Since Lin Fan, the financial sponsor, said so, Wu Xiao couldn't refuse. After all, she came here today with the goal of pleasing Lin Fan, so the first thing she had to do was to make Lin Fan happy. And then comes the second massage session. This is the kind of environment that Lin Fan was most looking forward to, where he could experience the dedicated service of a woman, and all the fatigue from the exercise was swept away after the massage. After the massage, Lin Fan felt so comfortable that he felt like he was revived. It was a pity for Wu Xiao. Even though the air conditioner was on in the massage room and the temperature was very low, the sports vest on her upper body was still soaked with sweat. It stuck to her skin, and you could see something different. The blush on her face had not yet completely faded, and there was a fine bead of sweat on her collarbone, rising and falling slightly with her breathing. The service Wu Xiao provided to Lin Fan today made Lin Fan very satisfied, more satisfied than the previous times. If Wu Xiao did it just for work the previous times, then this time, she really decided to do it to please Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, I didn't prepare any nutritious meals today. How about we go out to eat? I'll treat you and plan your meal standards. You can choose your diet based on these standards later. Wu Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with a smile. Even if Wu Xiao prepared a nutritious meal, Lin Fan would probably choose not to eat it because he had an appointment with Qin Xiong in the evening. I have something else to do tonight, let's talk about it another day. Lin Fan spoke directly without beating around the bush. Okay. Wu Xiao was not discouraged, but just smiled and joked, I just don't know if Mr. Lin will regret rejecting my invitation this time. Regret? Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth, took Wu Xiao into his arms, and his hands wandered dishonestly on her body. I don't think so. Wu Xiao's face turned even redder. This was not in a massage room, but right at the door. She could be seen by students or coaches at any time. She resisted symbolically, but when she saw that she couldn't break free, she had to give in. Hey, Mr. Lin, you are my financial sponsor. If it were any other man, I would have ripped his paws off. Wu Xiao snorted. Chapter 65, Meeting Yu Qian again. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Wu Xiao, who said this, was a bit like the fierce girl he met for the first time. I am very satisfied today. Of course, I will not treat you unfairly. Lin Fan hugged Wu Xiao and was about to walk out. This frightened Wu Xiao so much that she grabbed Lin Fan's arm and protested, there are many coaches and students outside, and it would have a bad influence if they saw it. Although she could have a lot of fun with Lin Fan in private, after all, Lin Fan also spent money. However, in public places, we still have to pay attention to the impact. Although some coaches know the situation clearly, they cannot clearly say the relationship between them. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. What are you afraid of? I am now a diamond member of your club. Let them say whatever they want. Didn't you turn down private lessons from other students? Since you are dedicated to serving me, you must be prepared. Wu Xiao was a little confused after hearing what Lin Fan said, but she had already been pulled out by Lin Fan. In the gym. Everyone noticed this scene. Lin Fan hugged Coach Wu Xiao. Some male students who had long wanted to be Wu Xiao's coach felt a little unbalanced when they saw this scene. Someone immediately questioned, "Coach Wu, what do you mean? Didn't you say you don't accept male students? Now, what's going on with the male student next to you? Is this fair? Won't you explain?" Other people who were exercising also looked over with indignant expressions. Lin Fan found it a little funny. "I spent more than 1 million, and you want to talk to me about fairness? If not, you can spend a few million and see who will talk to you about fairness." Wu Xiao had no idea how to answer this question, let alone explain. Her face turned even redder as Lin Fan hugged her waist. The two of them soon came to the front desk. Lin Fan took out his bank card, handed it to the front desk, and said calmly, "Please help me buy 2,000 more private lessons from Coach Wu, at 999 per lesson." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the gym fell silent. Even those who had questioned at the beginning remained silent and continued to exercise. 2,000 private lessons, at 999 per lesson, would be more than 1 million. At this moment, countless female coaches cast envious glances at Wu Xiao. Among them, the most jealous one was the female coach who took the initiative to recruit Lin Fan when she first met him. If she had known that Lin Fan was so generous, she would not have said bad things about Lin Fan behind his back and would have taken the initiative no matter what. That way, maybe she would have a chance to get 4,000 private lessons. A full 4,000 sections. This means that you don't have to serve others in the gym and can concentrate on serving your sponsors. Even so, the gym will still pay wages and corresponding dividends every month. It's equivalent to a meal ticket for the rest of your life. Wu Xiao finally came back to her senses from the shock, and she finally understood what Lin Fan meant by what he had just said to her. "It turns out that I only need to concentrate on serving him." Wu Xiao completely submitted herself, and seemed to have fallen in love with the feeling of being held in Lin Fan's arms. She no longer struggled cautiously, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Fan was obviously different. "It seems that this financial sponsor of mine is even more powerful than he thought." Lin Fan got in the car and opened his phone to read the messages. "I have been a bit neglecting Songpei these days." Even so, Songpei still hasn't forgotten his desire to share. But a person's desire to share is limited. Lin Fan stroked his chin. He spent about 1 million on Songpei, who also provided her with a position as head of the expenditure department. In the short term, her desire to share would certainly be endless, but once this limit was exceeded, she would become a little indifferent. Maintaining relationships has become Lin Fan's daily routine. But she really didn't have much time to go to Songpei. When the time comes, find an opportunity and buy something for her. Lin Fan was thinking about this, and at the same time, Qin Xiong's message came. "Qin Xiong, there are many outfits today, which one do you like better, brother Lin Fan?" At the end of the message, there were several photos, all of which were clothes. One is a black tight leather jacket, one is a black long skirt with a one-shoulder neckline, and the last one is a light-colored stepmother skirt. A stepmother skirt, after all, is just a tight skirt or a hip skirt. It's just that it is changed from just the lower body to the whole body. It tests your figure even more. Qin Xiong's figure is very suitable for a stepmother skirt. She can wear it without losing her original characteristics. After putting it on, you will almost feel like a young woman. The light-colored stepmother skirt that Qin Xiong gave him was relatively short, not even reaching the knees. It had the same angle as a traditional hip skirt, except that the upper body became a one-piece skirt. Compared with the stepmother skirt that Qin Xiong wore for the first time, the only difference is the length, but the charm is really no different at all. Each has its own characteristics. Lin Fan, the third set, after all, I've already appreciated the first 2 sets. After the message was sent, a reply came quickly. "Qin Xiong, then I'll go change my clothes now, you come pick me up, don't make me wait too long, or I'll be harassed by those hooligans, what should I do?" Cute expression pack.jpg. Lin Fan, okay, I'll be there soon. Soon, Lin Fan returned to the auto show again. While waiting for Qin Xiong, I also watched Douyin. Boom boom boom. Suddenly there was a knock on the car window. Lin Fan put down his phone and lowered the window, thinking it was Qin Xiong, but it turned out not to be him. It's the blonde beauty Yu Qian. At this moment, Yu Qian changed out of her dress and put on a sports outfit. She wore a lace translucent short-sleeved shirt inside, a branded baseball jacket as an outer layer, and loose wide-leg pants on the lower body. Very conservative outfit. But no matter how you dress, as long as it matches this face, it will look pleasing to the eye. She half knelt beside Lin Fan's seat, without deliberately covering herself. Handsome guy, I saw your sports car from a distance, it's so dazzling, we are destined to meet, we just met at noon, and I didn't expect to meet again in the evening. Yu Qian had a faint smile on his face. Lin Fan was always very patient with beautiful women, and asked with a smile, you haven't finished get off work yet? Aren't you just about to get off work? Do you want to take me home? Yu Qian showed a sly smile, and soon, she changed the subject, forget it, don't even think about it, you must be waiting for your good sister. Lin Fan smiled faintly and did not answer. By the way, handsome guy, I told you my name at noon, aren't you going to tell me your name? Lin Fan. Lin Fan, what a nice name. Okay, I won't disturb you and your good sister anymore. I'll go home from get off work. Yu Qian stood up and left. After walking a few steps, he turned back and said, I look forward to the day when we meet next time. Lin Fan looked at Yu Qian's back and was a little surprised. This woman was more proactive than he thought. Why? My damn charm that has nowhere to go. Wrong. Because of the charm that money brings. Chapter 66 Gift Giving. Shortly after Yu Qian left, Qin Xiong finally arrived. After seeing her, Lin Fan was a little shocked. Qin Xiong is particularly outstanding today. She wore a light makeup, which suited her very well, very perfectly. Coupled with the stepmother skirt, her legs were wrapped in Balenciaga, her long and beautiful legs were clearly visible, and she wore high heels. Her overall temperament had been brought to a different level. She is worthy of being a car model. I'm afraid even some top female stars can't compare to Qin Xiong at this moment. Very few girls can pull off this kind of extreme outfit. Not to mention wearing a stepmother skirt, even if you can do it, you still have to wear a black stockings bodysuit. Without long enough legs to support it, you simply can't do it. This seemingly incongruous outfit looks perfect on Qin Xiong, without a single flaw. Even the well-informed Lin Fan couldn't help but be stunned. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Fortunately, it was evening and the auto show was over, otherwise I don't know how many people's attention Qin Xiong's outfit would have attracted. Qin Xiong pressed her hands on the hem of her skirt. There was no other way. The skirt was too short. If she didn't do this, she would be in danger of exposing herself at any time. She saw SVJ and Lin Fan at a glance. With a clear goal, he walked straight towards me. Brother Lin Fan. Qin Xiong let go of her hand that was holding down the hem of her skirt only when she came in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan noticed this detail and was very sensible. At this moment, Qin Xiong's appearance score, in Lin Fan's opinion, can be at least 95 points. One reason is that she has a good foundation, and another reason is that her makeup is very perfect. Why do I feel that you are a little different from this afternoon? Lin Fan said with a smile. Qin Xiong was a little confused. What's the difference? Even more beautiful. Then, does brother Lin Fan like it? Qin Xiong often heard people praise her for her beauty. If it were anyone else, she might not have responded. But who made the other party Lin Fan? There is a saying that goes, if you compliment a girl and she doesn't respond, it's not because your compliment was not adequate, but because you need to think carefully about whether she likes you or not. If she likes you, she will like whatever you praise her for. I like it. Lin Fan said frankly. Qin Xiong smiled and said, this is the makeup done by a professional makeup artist. It took several hours. Every detail is handled very well. I just want to show the most perfect me in front of brother Lin Fan. Now, Lin Fan could understand those girls who spend hours putting on makeup. But no matter what, we should always prepare in advance for the meeting. Lin Fan smiled faintly, and couldn't help but reach out to touch Qin Xiong's extremely delicate skin. As he touched, his fingertips reached Qin Xiong's red lips, and he couldn't help but joked, you spent several hours to put on such a makeup, should I reward you well? Qin Xiong's face quickly turned red, and she reached out to hold Lin Fan's arm. Then, brother Lin Fan, how are you going to reward me? Get in the car first. Lin Fan took advantage of the situation and hugged Qin Xiong and carried him into the passenger seat. Qin Xiong did not resist, but obeyed obediently. After Lin Fan got in the car, he personally helped Qin Xiong fasten his seatbelt and reminded him, sit tight. The engine roared, and the orange-red supercar drove out of the auto show like an arrow. Qin Xiong subconsciously grabbed the door armrest, but through the rearview mirror he saw several people holding their mobile phones and looking at him with envy. As the night deepened, the Lamborghini sped along Jiangqing Avenue. The evening breeze blew in through the half-open window, blowing her carefully groomed hair. Brother Lin Fan, actually, I have prepared a gift for you as well. Qin Xiong gradually got used to the speed and took out an exquisite gift box from her LV bag. Open it and take a look? Qin Xiong handed the gift box to Lin Fan. Lin Fan found a place to stop temporarily on the side of the road. He was also a little surprised. He never thought that Qin Xiong would prepare a gift for him. This was the first time that another woman other than Zhang Na prepared a gift for him. He took the gift box and took a look at it. The gold-plated Patek Philippe logo on the gift box was quite eye-catching. After opening the gift box, a Patek Philippe jade watch was revealed. The 18K rose gold is the biggest highlight of this watch, and the complex mechanical levels reveal the extremely high level of craftsmanship. Patek Jadeite 5196? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. He had seen this watch before, and its price was close to 200,000 yuan. Besides, he did have the idea of buying a watch recently, but he just didn't have the time. He never expected that Qin Xiong would give him such an expensive watch. He hasn't spent much money on Qin Xiong, except for this SVJ. Qin Xiong blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled even more. I know this watch may be very ordinary to you, but this is the limit of my ability, and I got this watch through many connections. I hope you like it. Lin Fan turned his gaze and fell on Qin Xiong. His gaze was so scorching that Qin Xiong couldn't help but shrink back, and asked nervously, Brother Lin Fan, don't you like it? Lin Fan took out the watch and put it on his hand. The missing part was finally filled. Do you know what it means to give a man a watch? Lin Fan's mouth corners slightly raised. Qin Xiong blushed and replied, I know, it means I want to possess every minute and every second of you. Lin Fan chuckled, his hands involuntarily placed on Qin Xiong's body. Qin Xiong groaned softly, but did not resist. He leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder and pointed at the car window. The window is not closed. Lin Fan slowly closed the car window, lowered his head and kissed Qin Xiong's red lips. At this moment, he didn't care about appreciating her carefully made-up look, he just wanted to bully her. Qin Xiong didn't notice how charming she was at this moment. Her makeup was still delicate, but the perfect long skirt and messy long hair formed a strange contrast, like a cold mask with a cracked horn. Lin Fan's hand slid down and soon touched the edge of the Balenciaga lace. Qin Xiong trembled visibly. Lin Fan noticed Qin Xiong's trembling and rubbed his fingertips on the edge of the lace, feeling the vague touch of her skin. Qin Xiong was both embarrassed and annoyed. Just as she was about to stand up, Lin Fan pressed her down and kissed her. The space in the car was originally quite small, and Lin Fan's action caused the hem of her skirt to slide up further, almost exposing herself. Lin Fan helped her adjust the hem of her skirt, but he paused when he touched the top of her stockings, a slight smile on his face. Do you want to change places? It would be bad if it was broadcast live here. Qin Xiong breathed rapidly and snorted coldly. You still know that it's not okay here. If we are discovered, we might become a hot topic tomorrow. Lin Fan returned to the driver's seat while Qin Xiong sat in the front passenger seat. She fixed her messy hair while taking out a makeup mirror to touch up her makeup. Chapter 67 Good Mood Ruined. Lin Fan brought Qin Xiong to a private cinema. We booked a double room. Qin Xiong followed behind Lin Fan, not even daring to look at the front desk. Her face became increasingly red. From the moment Lin Fan brought her to this place, she knew what Lin Fan was going to do. The receptionist at the private cinema had a professional smile on her face, but she couldn't help but take a few extra glances at Qin Xiong and Lin Fan, especially Qin Xiong. Her light-colored skirt showed off her perfect waist-to-hip ratio, and her black Balenciaga stockings showed off her long and beautiful legs. Even as a girl, she felt a little ashamed at this moment. The corridor was covered with soundproof carpet, so footsteps would not make any sound. Qin Xiong held Lin Fan's arm, but it was difficult for her high heels to keep balance on the carpet, which caused the softness of her chest to occasionally rub against Lin Fan's arm. Her face turned even redder. Lin Fan noticed it, but didn't point it out. He just enjoyed it slowly. Pushing open the door of the box, what comes into view is a small cinema with a very well-decorated atmosphere, 2 reclining sofas, a coffee table in front of them, with a lot of fruits and drinks on the coffee table, and a huge screen in the front, surrounded by professional audio equipment, and the starry ceiling on the ceiling reflecting soft light. Lin Fan was very satisfied with this environment. But the next second, he caught a glimpse of a camera behind him on the right. This made him a little unhappy. I spent thousands of dollars on a private room, for what? Isn't it for privacy? What's the point of installing a camera? Lin Fan stroked his chin, wondering if there was any way to get rid of the camera. If you go directly to the front desk, your purpose will be too obvious. It seems that it is not impossible to just break it. I'll compensate you when the time comes. After thinking about it, Lin Fan couldn't think of a reliable solution. He came to the camera and found that it could actually rotate. This was really a blessing in disguise. He aimed the camera directly at the dark wall. Lin Fan finally relaxed. What movie do you want to watch? Lin Fan asked while sitting on the sofa. Titanic, let's relive the classic. Qin Xiong thought for a moment and said. Lin Fan picked up the remote control and pressed a few buttons, and the curtain slowly descended. The film started playing soon, and the melodious melody echoed in the box. Qin Xiong was lying on another sofa. I have to say that this sofa is very well designed, with no flaws and no boundaries. Lin Fan took Qin Xiong into his arms and gently stroked her shoulders. Stop it. This is a movie theater. Qin Xiong struggled subconsciously, but his body soon went limp and he leaned on Lin Fan. This box is very soundproof. I checked it before I came here. Lin Fan untied the bow, and the neckline of his stepmother's skirt suddenly opened up, revealing the faint lace underneath. Qin Xiong was so embarrassed that she wanted to cover herself, but Lin Fan got there first. Qin Xiong completely lost the initiative. Lin Fan did not go any further, but smelled the fragrance on Qin Xiong's body and smiled faintly. You are wearing such beautiful clothes and putting on such exquisite makeup today, isn't it just to please me? That's true, but this is a public place. Can we go to a hotel? Qin Xiong said in a low voice. I didn't see you being so timid last time in the grove. Lin Fan brought up the past. When Qin Xiong heard this, his face turned even redder. How could he bring up what happened last time? The two of them were close together, the angle was extremely exaggerated, and it was extremely ambiguous. Because of this, the hem of her skirt was rolled up to her thighs, revealing her black stockings and skin. Lin Fan took the opportunity to pull down the already loose neckline, revealing half of her snow-white roundness. At this critical moment, there was a knock on the box door. The two of them froze at the same time. Qin Xiong hurriedly pulled up his collar and put on his clothes. Lin Fan's good mood was interrupted, feeling a little unhappy. He frowned and looked towards the door. Who? Hello, this is the front desk. I'm looking at the backstage display. It shows that there is a problem with the surveillance in the box. We need to check it. Lin Fan took a look and saw that Qin Xiong had put on his clothes, then he opened the door. It was indeed the receptionist. Sorry to bother you. I'll check the surveillance and leave immediately. The receptionist quickly came to the surveillance camera and saw the twisted surveillance camera. Even though her reaction was slow, she roughly understood what had happened. But she still turned the camera around, then smiled and left the box. It only took 5 minutes. Lin Fan lay on the sofa, his good mood gone. Lin Fan and Qin Xiong left after the movie ended. Nothing else to say. Bad review. Must give a bad review. The sudden knock on the door distracted Lin Fan from all thoughts. Shall I take you home? Lin Fan asked. Qin Xiong put her hands behind her back and blinked her beautiful eyes. She could see that her good brother was in a bad mood because he had been disturbed in the box just now. She dressed so beautifully today, naturally to please Lin Fan. Now that Lin Fan was feeling down, he naturally had to rely on her, his good sister, to please him. Qin Xiong took Lin Fan's arm, stood on tiptoe, and whispered in his ear, Brother Lin Fan, I know there is a very good hot pot restaurant nearby. The taste is very good, do you want to go and try it together? Okay, I'm hungry too, so let's have a meal here. Lin Fan didn't refuse. Qin Xiong introduced, their private rooms are very private and have great privacy. I will book a private room now. 20 minutes later, the Lamborghini SVJ stopped at a hot pot restaurant. The store was very low-key, without bright signs to attract people like traditional hot pot restaurants. There were only 2 red lanterns hanging at the door, but Lin Fan still saw the hot scene in the hot pot restaurant through the window. The waiter respectfully took the two to a private room. After seeing the room, Lin Fan was shocked. Is this really a hot pot restaurant? The first thing that catches your eye is the separate open-air hot spring. Next to the hot spring are various hot pot ingredients that have been prepared. The best thing is that this private room is completely isolated from the outside world and has surprisingly good privacy. Lin Fan only now realized that although he was rich, he still needed to have acquaintances to find land. What he found on the internet was basically strictly checked, so it might be a bit difficult to play with it. How about it, brother Lin Fan? This place is nice, right? It will definitely make you feel a little better. Qin Xiong took off her high heels and walked in. Her black silk feet stepped on the warm bamboo floor, and the hem of her skirt swayed slightly with her movements. Lin Fan looked around and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You call this a hot pot restaurant? It's more than enough to call it a hot spring restaurant, right? Qin Xiong looked back and smiled. Don't you like it, brother Lin Fan? The privacy here is definitely very good. I have been here several times with my bestie before. I guarantee that no one outside will know what you do here. Then, she changed the subject and started to act coquettishly. Besides, I've been standing at the auto show for a whole day, and my legs are a little numb. I want to take a hot spring bath to relax. Chapter 68 Observation Deck. So do you want to soak in the hot spring first, or eat hot pot first? Lin Fan asked. Qin Xiong shook his head. I don't want to make a choice, I want to eat while soaking. Their shabu shabu tripe tastes very good. Lin Fan smiled faintly. I'll do as you say. Qin Xiong came to the door and made sure that the box door was locked before she smiled brightly at Lin Fan. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan saw an even more shocking scene. Qin Xiong's stepmother's skirt slid off her body very smoothly. In an instant, the beautiful scenery appeared. Those who can achieve this level basically have perfect figures. Qin Xiong's underwear is very exaggerated. It can basically not be called ordinary underwear. It can be called QQ. There is only a simple layer of gauze on the outside, which is looming when she walks. What's more deadly is her pair of Balenciaga black stockings. It can be said that the atmosphere in the box was brought to its peak. Just looking at this, Lin Fan's Adam's apple began to roll. When playing with women, the most important thing is how much emotional value they give. Qin Xiong went down to the hot spring directly, posed in a lazy manner, ate a mouthful of hot pot tripe, and said with a smile, Brother Lin Fan, why don't you come down? Qin Xiong at this moment is so tempting that any man would probably not be able to resist. Lin Fan smiled faintly, took off his clothes, put them aside, and got off the hot spring. Qin Xiong picked up a piece of wagyu beef that was almost done, and handed it to Lin Fan. Try it? It tastes very good. Lin Fan put his hand into the hot spring, and then swallowed the wagyu beef Qin Xiong had picked up in one gulp. It tastes really good. Qin Xiong's face turned even redder, and he couldn't help but groan. And it's tender, too. Lin Fan made a meaningful comment, his palm slowly moving up along her beautiful black silk legs underwater. Qin Xiong's breathing stagnated. At this moment, the Balenciaga black stockings were soaked in water, and the touch of the stockings against her skin was even more deadly, coupled with Lin Fan's extremely dishonest hands. This made it impossible for her to eat hot pot even if she wanted to. You eat yours, and I eat mine. Lin Fan's voice came from behind. Qin Xiong bit her red lips, nodded and agreed, but she found that Lin Fan's hand had touched the clasp on her back without her knowing when. The lace skirt floated on the hot spring like an almost transparent petal. She subconsciously put down her chopsticks to cover it, but Lin Fan got there first. Lin Fan's hands were unable to control the strength of the blow. Qin Xiong turned around and looked at Lin Fan with resentment. Brother Lin Fan, I can't eat hot pot if you are like this. Then eat slowly. Lin Fan responded casually. Poof. The water of the hot spring was rippling, and Qin Xiong's beautiful legs and black silk stockings were faintly visible in the water. Her carefully groomed hair had also been wet by the water, and a few strands of hair stuck to her flushed cheeks, adding a bit of messy beauty. Considering that it was a public place, Lin Fan did not go too far after all. Just enough. Help each other. Lin Fan was very satisfied with what Qin Xiong did today. He felt refreshed and looked down at Qin Xiong, feeling a great sense of satisfaction. 1,000 words omitted. After walking out of the hot pot restaurant, Qin Xiong's makeup had already been completely removed, but this added a different kind of beauty. Her pair of slender legs were no longer wrapped in black stockings, but they still looked great. Lin Fan opened Qin Xiong's personal panel. Name, Qin Xiong. Age, 24. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 50 kilograms. Measurements, 44-88-85. Relationship, lover. Favorability, 96. Pregnancy status, no. Experience, 3. There was a change in the row of relationship data, from unknown at first to lover. It was past midnight. Brother Lin Fan, I had a lot of fun today. Really, I have never been so happy as today. Xin Xiong tidied up her messy hair and stood in front of Lin Fan with a smile on her face. Lin Fan looked at the girl in front of him with messy hair but a bright smile, and he felt relieved. He hugged Xin Xiong in his arms. Just be happy, I'll take you home. Xin Xiong broke free from Lin Fan's embrace, put his hands behind his back, tilted his head and looked at Lin Fan, with a sly smile on his face. Brother Lin Fan, are you really going to let me go home like this? Won't you be sad? That's what I said. Lin Fan laughed out loud. Anyway, I'm satisfied today, so I have to consider your feelings. Xin Xiong shook his head and grumbled, Brother Lin Fan, you are satisfied, but I am not. I heard that there is an excellent viewing platform in Jiangcheng. Can you take me there? After saying that, she took the initiative to stand on tiptoe, pecked Lin Fan lightly on the lips, shook Lin Fan's arm, and said coquettishly, okay. Brother Lin Fan. Good. Since Qin Xiong said so, as a man, there is nothing wrong with him doing so. The observation deck is on the highest mountain in Jiangcheng, not far from West Lake. The Lamborghini SVJ made a roaring sound and drove in the night, almost becoming a beautiful landscape. Qin Xiong sat in the passenger seat, her light-colored skirt only covering her thighs, revealing a pair of straight, white legs. She was sensible and well-behaved, helping Lin Fan solve his problems. Lin Fan drove the Lamborghini with one hand. Half an hour later. Finally reached the observation deck. There was almost no one on the mountain trail at 1 o'clock in the morning. Qin Xiong walked forward step by step in her high heels, breathing the mountain breeze. Her skirt fluttered with her movements, revealing her absolute territory that made people's blood boil from time to time. The wind on the top of the mountain was indeed very strong. Lin Fan found a corner sheltered from the wind, parked the car on the side of the road, and hugged Qin Xiong in his arms, feeling his body temperature. The visibility here is also very good. It is dark all around, but not far away are the bright lights of thousands of houses. The surface of West Lake in the distance is also reflected in the night. Qin Xiong turned her head, and the two looked into each other's eyes. They were so close, she blinked her beautiful eyes slyly. Brother Lin Fan, if we were here, would it be more exciting than the last time in the grove? Hearing this, Lin Fan was a little surprised. No wonder Qin Xiong suggested coming to the observation deck. It turned out that he had such an idea. You little goblin. Then, does Brother Lin Fan like my appearance as a little goblin? She blinked her beautiful eyes. This answer completely pleased Lin Fan. Lin Fan held her with one hand and hugged her to the railing. This dangerous posture forced Qin Xiong to hug Lin Fan's neck tightly with her legs wrapped around her waist. Because there is a 100-meter cliff behind him. There are occasional vehicles on the mountain road, maybe only one every 1 or 2 hours, or even only one every several hours. Of course, one might even appear every few minutes. When Lin Fan and Qin Xiong arrived here, no other vehicles had appeared. In other words, someone may pass by here at any time. After all, there was a Lamborghini SVJ parked next to Lin Fan, so it would be difficult for passers-by to notice it even if they didn't want to. Chapter 69 Bank Blessing SMS. If you are discovered, do you know the consequences? Lin Fan joked. Qin Xiong rolled her eyes and smiled, of course I know. I'll be on the headlines and lose my job. Even shameful photos will appear on the internet. After all, it's normal for a beauty like me to cause a sensation. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. You are really narcissistic. You have completely ignored me. Hey, but, in their eyes and hearts, the pure and cold goddess can now be bullied by you. Qin Xiong couldn't stop smiling. This sentence completely shattered the remaining rationality of Lin Fan. He held Qin Xiong with one hand and put the stepmother's skirt that was in the way on the car. Qin Xiong smiled and sighed softly. 2,000 words omitted. The road to excitement is always accompanied by unlimited risks. Qin Xiong seemed to be casual, but he was actually very scared. Fortunately, the frightening scene did not happen and no one passed by for several hours. When Lin Fan and Qin Xiong were lying in the car, they didn't know how much time had passed. They only saw a hint of paleness in the sky not far away. When the first ray of morning light penetrated the clouds, Qin Xiong lay lazily in Lin Fan's arms, looking extremely exhausted. The smell of sweat and perfume mixed together made Lin Fan swallow his saliva. At this moment, Qin Xiong was still as charming and elegant as ever. The strength brought by the fitness exercises in the past few days completely overwhelmed Qin Xiong. Are you tired? Lin Fan's hand fell on Qin Xiong's shoulder. Xin Xiong shook her head, but she didn't even have the strength to raise her hand. She curled up in Lin Fan's arms like a kitten that had just finished hunting. Last night was definitely the most intense battle Lin Fan had ever had, with several battles in a row. They almost treated the wilderness as a battlefield and did all kinds of things. Do you want me to take you home? Lin Fan asked. Aha! Xin Xiong nodded obediently, his voice still a little hoarse from afterwards. Lin Fan started the car. The way down the mountain was much faster than the way up the mountain. There were many more vehicles passing by on the mountain road. The co-pilots of all the vehicles curiously stuck their heads out and looked at the Lamborghini SVJ. Xin Xiong lowered the passenger window halfway, and the cold wind that blew in from outside made her much more sober. The various strawberry marks on her neck all told of the madness of last night. She looked at Lin Fan. Brother? Master? Husband? Father? How would you prefer I call you? Lin Fan thought about it and replied, It's all right, whatever you want. Then, husband? Xin Xiong blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with a smile, What is our relationship now? Lin Fan did not answer immediately, but asked, What do you think? Xin Xiong opened the photo album on her phone and clicked on the photos she took last night. On the railing of the observation deck, she hugged Lin Fan, with the lights of thousands of homes behind them. I think. Xin Xiong turned the phone screen towards Lin Fan. This kind of relationship is usually only for boyfriends and girlfriends, right? Lin Fan didn't say anything. Xin Xiong smiled faintly, tidied up his messy hair, and continued, Of course, I don't expect to be your girlfriend, but it's a pity that I was young and ignorant. Alas. But it's not too much for me to be your lover, husband, right? What if by then, I'm pregnant with your child? Xin Xiong gave a sly smile. Lin Fan didn't expect Xin Xiong to be so straightforward. He thought she took out the photo to threaten him and get something from him. Now it seems that he was overthinking it. The favorability provided by the system will not lie. The attitude is also here. Xin Xiong held the phone in his arms as if it were a treasure. I will remember this day forever. This day is the most unforgettable moment for me. Soon, the Lamborghini SVJ stopped at the gate of Xin Xiong community. Lin Fan got out of the car. At the same time, he checked Xin Xiong's personal panel data again. Name, Xin Xiong. Age, 24. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 50 kilograms. Measurements, 44-88-85. Relationship, lover. Favorability, 99 undying. Pregnancy status, 20%. Experience, 7. Favorability, pregnancy status, and experience all changed drastically all of a sudden. Xin Xiong's sudden change in attitude is probably closely related to his favorability. Just when Lin Fan was stunned. Xin Xiong also got out of the car, but her steps were a little unsteady. She came to Lin Fan barefoot, stood on tiptoes, and lightly bit Lin Fan's neck, leaving a mark. After doing all this, she took out a key from her bag and said, I live on the 12th floor of Building 3. This is the key to my house. She turned and left, and after opening the car door, she turned back and said, By the way, husband, if you miss me, just come find me, anytime. You can request anything, such as having a baby. If you want something more exciting, you're always welcome. Then, she cast a coquettish glance at Lin Fan, got into the car, and drove into the community. Watching the taillights of the Lamborghini SVJ disappear around the corner of the community, Lin Fan touched the bite mark on his neck and raised a barely perceptible smile. Lin Fan took a taxi and returned to the elegant mansion. All he wanted now was to sleep. I don't want to do anything. At this moment, Xiao Ruoshi was still asleep. Lin Fan fell headfirst onto the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Fan had a splitting headache and his whole body felt like it had been run over by a truck. His body seemed to be falling apart. Lin Fan picked up a bottle of mineral water on the bedside table. After drinking it, he finally felt a little more awake and his headache was relieved a lot. The phone screen lit up, revealing many unread messages, the first of which was from Xin Xiong. Xin Xiong, husband, are you awake? Love heart. This simple sentence reminded Lin Fan of the crazy night last night. It was originally just a game between two people, but now it feels a little bit distorted. Lin Fan, just woke up, how about you? Xin Xiong, I feel the same, but I drank a glass of milk before going to bed. When I woke up, I felt refreshed. But I guess, you must have felt sore all over when you woke up, right? Looking at Qin Xiong's news, Lin Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this was all guessed correctly. Qin Xiong's messages continued to come. Qin Xiong, you must have been exhausted last night. I wouldn't have bothered you earlier. I made you some health-preserving soup. Tell me your address and I'll ask someone to bring it to you. As much as I'd like to deliver it to you personally, I have work to do later. Lin Fan stared at the screen, sent the address, and continued to lie on the bed. After lying down for a while, he decided to get up and take a shower. At the same time, the phone rang again. He thought it was a message from Qin Xiong, but when he opened it, it was not the case. It was a blessing message from the bank. Dear Mr. Lin, XXXX Bank wishes you a happy birthday, a smile on your face, everything goes well, and money comes in abundance. Chapter 70 A Little Lack of Warmth. Seeing this text message, Lin Fan was a little surprised. Today is his birthday? He glanced at the date. September 18th. It really seems like it's my birthday. To be honest, he actually forgot his own birthday. If it weren't for the text message reminder from the bank, he would have really forgotten it. When I was with Jiang Na, we would remember each other's birthdays and prepare gifts in advance. However, there will obviously be no such surprise on his birthday this time. Lin Fan lowered his head and glanced at the watch in his hand. He could only comfort himself in his heart, forget it, this could be considered as a birthday present received today. After taking a cold shower, Lin Fan blew his hair clean, put on a clean t-shirt, and sat on the sofa. The doorbell rang. At this time, there was almost no one else around except for the errand boy. Lin Fan opened the door and took the health-preserving soup from the errand boy. The so-called health-preserving soup was actually yam and pork rib soup. It just so happened that Lin Fan hadn't eaten yet, so this could be considered as filling Lin Fan's stomach. I picked up my phone and started chatting on WeChat. To maintain the relationship, no girl should be left behind. While browsing the chat interface, a familiar name came into Lin Fan's sight. Chen Jiuxin. Looking at the red-marked message interface, Lin Fan clicked on it to take a look. Chen Jiuxin, Fanzi, happy birthday. We all miss you. When are you planning to return to Hongcheng? By the way, how far have you and that girl named Jiang Na developed? Uncle and aunt miss you a lot. I don't have anything to give you, but now that I have some conditions, I'll give you something real. Transfer 3,000. Lin Fan stared at the screen of his mobile phone for a long time. Chen Jiuxin's transfer was like a key that opened up his past memories. Hongcheng is his hometown. He went to kindergarten, elementary school, middle school and high school in Hongcheng, but after graduating from high school, he was admitted to Jiangcheng University and has been developing his career here ever since. Chen Jiuxin is his good brother. They went to the same school from elementary school to high school, but they separated after graduation. 3,000 yuan is nothing to him now, but the friendship behind this transfer makes him a little dazed. Fanzi. It has been a long time since anyone called him by this nickname. Even Jiang Na, who had been together for a long time, basically called him Xiao Fan more often. The phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Jiuxin sent another voice message. The familiar voice sounded again. Damn, kid, you're not going to even take my money, are you? I know you're doing well in the big city, but this is a gift from my buddy. Hurry up, take it and write me a reply. Lin Fan's mouth corners lifted unconsciously, and he finally clicked to accept, then replied, Thanks, Lao Chen, I just saw it. Tell my parents for me that I will go back to Hongcheng after I finish my recent work. Chen Jiuxin, okay, I won't bother you for now. Lin Fan closed WeChat, and other mobile phone apps seemed to have agreed to send blessing messages at the same time. By 5 in the afternoon, Lin Fan's Weixin received more and more birthday wishes, most of which were from his former high school classmates or friends he hadn't contacted for a long time. Except for a few familiar people, Lin Fan did not choose to reply to anyone. Instead, he came to the Westlake alone, leaned against the railing, and enjoyed the evening breeze. This year's birthday was richer, but it wasn't as lively as the previous year. There is a lack of people creating excitement. Lin Fan could make this birthday extremely grand, and even let the whole Jiangcheng know about it. But that's not necessary. Lin Fan was staring at the lake in a trance, but a voice not far away brought him back to his senses. You don't care about me at all. If you really cared about me, how could you forget today, forget my birthday? Lin Fan looked over in the direction of the voice's source. The person who was speaking was a young woman. She looked young, probably around 20 years old, and had just graduated. She was of average appearance, and was wearing casual clothes and light makeup. At this moment, her face was filled with anger. In front of her, there was a man in a suit, his face full of helplessness. "Baby, I was really too busy at work and forgot about this day. I will make it up to you with a gift. Let's go eat first." "Let me make it up to you first, okay? Compensate? You only know how to make up for it. You did the same thing on my birthday last year. You always ask for compensation. My best years are on my birthday, but you forget it every year. This shows that you don't care about me at all." The man in the suit said helplessly, "I work until 7 or 8 every night, and I'm really tired. I work really hard for our wedding gift. I really didn't mean to forget your birthday. Didn't you like a bag recently? Your husband will buy it for you, okay?" When she heard about the bag, the woman's expression finally relaxed a lot. People passing by and watching were all a little confused. This woman is really unreasonable and she's not pretty. I don't know what this man wants from her. If she forgot her birthday, then she forgot it. It's just that she forgot to prepare a gift. It's not like she can't celebrate her birthday. Yes, they also gave reasons. Some people also gave counter-arguments. Birthdays are the most important days of the year. He also forgot the girl's birthday last year, which shows that boys don't care about girls at all. Yes, you can forget other holidays, but how can you forget such an important holiday as your birthday? This boy just doesn't care about girls. Listening to the discussions around him, the man in the suit felt a little annoyed. The woman was even more aggressive. "Apologize to me, kneel down and beg me. You can only get up when I am satisfied." These words, like a huge hammer, hit the suit man's heart and made him explode completely. "I'm so sorry. Birthday, birthday, birthday. Holy shit, how many birthdays do you have in a year? You had at least 7 or 8 birthdays last year. I didn't prepare a gift for you on one of your birthdays, and you asked me to kneel down and apologize. Okay. I did it. But what about this year? You are like this again. You have celebrated several birthdays, but you are still not satisfied? Do you really want to have a birthday every day for 365 days? With so many people watching, you still want me to kneel down and apologize?" The man in the suit threw the ring in his hand down and said ruthlessly, "I'm tired, let's break up." The woman finally recovered from the roar and said angrily, "If you leave, don't ever think of me forgiving you again." But the man in the suit did not look back. Instead, he walked further and further away until he was completely out of sight. The onlookers sighed. They originally thought it was the boy's fault. It turned out to be the girl's fault. Who can stand celebrating 7 or 8 birthdays a year? Chapter 71 Internet Celebrity Promotion Plan. On birthday. Lin Fan played games at home all day. "I feel like I'm back to the old working days. My whole body aches." Fortunately, there was Xiao Ruoshi, a junior schoolmate, who gave Lin Fan a massage to relax him. Although her massage skills were not very good, at least she pleased Lin Fan. Several days passed. Today is a very important day. The plan to make internet celebrities famous starts today. Lin Fan came to Dihao Entertainment. Since he had appeared at Dihao Entertainment last time, many people greeted Lin Fan enthusiastically when he arrived this time. "Mr. Lin, good morning. Manager Lin, good morning. Have you had breakfast? I brought an extra breakfast. If you haven't had it, I don't mind sharing it." "Morning, Manager Lin. This kind of life seems to be quite interesting, at least it is not aimless." He sat down in his office. This entire floor was Lin Fan's individual office, including a conference room, a lounge, and finally the office. Lin Fan was scrolling through her phone for about half an hour when her secretary Shang Xiaoqin finally arrived. Shang Xiaoqin knocked on the door and only walked into the office with a pile of documents after hearing a response. Her outfit today was a black business suit that showed off her slim figure. She also put on delicate makeup for today, wore a pair of half-gold framed glasses, and had a staff badge on her chest, looking like a career beauty. "Mr. Lin, good morning." Shang Xiaoqin greeted him politely. "This is the document I just sorted out. I need your signature and approval." Lin Fan glanced at it casually. Most of them were unimportant contracts that mainly required the manager's signature. "Mr. Lin." Shang Xiaoqin suddenly spoke in a low voice. "What's wrong?" Lin Fan asked puzzledly. It's like this. The son of one of the shareholders above will also participate in the review of the internet celebrity promotion plan this time. Shang Xiaoqin answered truthfully. Lin Fan became interested. He is very familiar with this? Shang Xiaoqin shook her head. Maybe he's here to gild himself? When will the review of internet celebrities begin? Lin Fan asked. I can take you there in half an hour. Those influencers should still be changing clothes or registering. Good. Shang Xiaoqin brought Lin Fan to the interview room on the 18th floor. The layout inside is simple, with only a large table and a few chairs, and a chair in front of the table. And the room was already full of people, including one woman and 3 men, and there were documents on each person's desk. The woman was wearing women's clothes and looked to be around 40 or 50 years old. She sat in the middle seat. There were 2 men beside her, both in their 40s or 50s, dressed in suits. At the very side of the table, there was a young man with dyed red hair, wearing a black shirt, with a tall figure and pierced ears. He looked good, and could even be said to be quite handsome. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the person who came to gild his reputation, as Shang Xiaoqin mentioned. Shang Xiaoqin immediately introduced Boss Lin. The person in the middle is the director of our internet celebrity department, Liao Hong, and the 2 people next to him are the review supervisors of the internet celebrity department. Then, she leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered, the person next to him is called Wang Hao, the one I just told you about, the one who came to get gilded. His father is a member of the board of directors. After hearing this, Lin Fan had a blank expression on his face, but he didn't care. As the son of a director, he has no face in front of him. He is now the 2nd largest shareholder of Evergrande and holds real power. If anyone makes him unhappy or is someone he cannot handle, he will sell his shares to a rival company at a low price. Everyone in the interview room stood up and greeted Lin Fan. Boss Lin. Mr. Lin, good morning. Mr. Lin. Director Lin. Wang Hao also stood up and greeted everyone, but his way of addressing them was different from others. It must be his father who told him about Lin Fan's identity. Lin Fan is the general person in charge of this internet celebrity plan. Others are only responsible for approval, and Lin Fan is responsible for the final decision. Not surprisingly, Liao Hong gave up the main seat and showed her courtesy. This is the satisfaction that power brings. It was not until this moment that Lin Fan finally understood the saying that if a person's position is one level higher, he can suppress him for the rest of his life. Boss Lin, here are the details of the girls who are here to participate in the internet celebrity promotion program today. Please take a look. Liao Hong gave the information to Lin Fan. Lin Fan had seen it before, so he just took a quick look this time. Liao Hong was also surprised. As the chief reviewer of this interview, first the son of a director got involved, and then a general manager also got involved. This made her a little confused. At 9:30, the interview officially began. The first person to come in was a little Lolita, with a conservative appearance score of around 80 points. She had a very nice voice and was wearing a Lolita dress. She sang a song and finally introduced herself. Lin Fan had a general idea of this interview process. It's nothing more than a talent show to see if your talent can satisfy the review supervisors, and finally it will be up to Lin Fan to decide whether to sign the contract. The contract period for signed internet celebrities is uniformly 5 years. During this period, they will open a new account, hire professional editors, obtain traffic support from the company, and complete corresponding tasks every month. If the task targets are not met, the company can terminate the contract unconditionally. In fact, this is still very cruel. Suppose you are lucky and sign the contract with the company, but your performance is not very successful afterwards, you will eventually be abandoned by the company. I paid a lot, but in the end I got nothing. However, Lin Fan disagreed. Every company has corresponding operations. He is not a saint, so why should he care so much? Lin Fan sat in his seat and just glanced at the performances of these amateurs who wanted to become internet celebrities. In the beginning, these amateurs were still limited to performing talents, such as dancing and singing. Later on, some people became more and more bold, not only wearing cool clothes, but also making all kinds of inappropriate poses, which were simply disgusting to watch. There are 5 people coming in so far. 3 amateurs who focused on performing their talents were eliminated. On the contrary, the 2 amateurs who barely made it to the final round were not eliminated, but instead entered the second round. Lin Fan smiled faintly and disagreed. This is the entertainment industry, it's so chaotic, and now he finally understands it. But he turned a blind eye to all this. If he saw someone truly talented, he might consider speaking for them, but it was clear that he didn't see any now. The few amateurs who came in later were even more daring. Talent, no. The sound is average. He just gave Wang Hao a wink, and several review supervisors all raised their signs to indicate their approval. Lin Fan remained unmoved. He would make a decision only after he saw someone with real talent. Wang Hao can play however he wants, it is none of his business, as long as he doesn't offend him. Chapter 72 Expelling Wang Hao. Several groups of amateurs came one after another. Lin Fan finally saw a girl with some talent. Without makeup, her appearance score is only around 80 points. She was wearing very cool clothes, or to exaggerate a little, only 2 pieces of cloth covering her. Her singing voice is beautiful and her dancing is graceful. She is indeed a good talent. After all, on the internet, you can put on makeup and use beauty filters, so it is very easy to create a beautiful woman. If all else fails, you can even have plastic surgery. A while later, Lin Fan finally met Shen Ziyan. Shen Ziyan has hardly changed since a few years ago. She is still beautiful, with a melon-shaped face and an appearance score conservatively above 90. She has a curvy figure with a perfect body. She is wearing a yellow battle robe. Her temperament alone crushes the amateurs who performed before her. This yellow battle robe is still very popular on the internet, and it almost has its own popularity. Now worn on Shen Ziyan, it outlines her perfect figure and makes her look even more slimming. When Shen Ziyan came in, her eyes first fell on Lin Fan, with a hint of surprise in them, and she even forgot to introduce him for a moment. After she recovered, she began to introduce herself. Hello everyone, my name is Shen Ziyan, I am 26 years old, and I am participating in this interview today to make an appointment with Dihao Entertainment. Several audit supervisors looked troubled. The Shen Ziyan in front of him not only has a bad record, but is also old. It is almost impossible for her to become popular again, even if she changes her identity. After all, today's netizens are very cunning. Of course, it is not without other advantages. That is, if a new account is created, the Shen Ziyan in front of him will bring some traffic with her. Every internet celebrity has some die-hard fans, even if their reputation has been ruined. But die-hard fans only see the good in internet celebrities. When Wang Hao saw Shen Ziyan, his eyes lit up. His goal today was Shen Ziyan. She was indeed as beautiful as the rumors said, much prettier than his past girlfriends. Before coming here, he had already watched Shen Ziyan's videos on TikTok. He was amazed at first sight and thought she was beautified. But after seeing her in real life, he realized that he was too narrow-minded. Shen Ziyan's talent is singing. She has a beautiful voice and a good foundation. After all, she made her way to fame through singing. There was a short dance afterwards. Because she was wearing a skirt, the scale of her dance was far less than that of the previous few people. But her singing voice alone should be enough to get her selected. But the subsequent results surprised Lin Fan. Several audit supervisors gave the elimination decision. Lin Fan could understand seeing this. It was not impossible for Dihao Entertainment not to sign a contract with an internet celebrity whose reputation had been ruined. After this failure, Shen Ziyan probably won't have any chance to turn things around in the future. The roads on the internet were completely blocked. At her age of 26, it would be extremely difficult for her to find a job. When Shen Ziyan heard the news that she was eliminated, her pretty face turned pale. Her former youthful arrogance was completely revealed in her. In order to protect her boyfriend, she blasted her fans, which completely ruined her path to becoming an internet celebrity. She lowered her head and bit her red lips, small raindrops flowing out of her eyes almost uncontrollably. Even though she tried to control it, she couldn't do it at all. When Lin Fan saw Shen Ziyan like this, his first reaction should have been happiness, because when he was pursuing Jiang Na, Shen Ziyan often tripped him up. But when he really saw Shen Ziyan like this, he couldn't bear it. I think of what Jiang Na looked like back then. Shen Ziyan, right? Come out and talk to me alone. I want to hear about your past deeds. After all, everyone makes mistakes. I think you have great potential. Wang Hao stood up and said with a sly smile. As soon as Shen Ziyan raised her head, she met Wang Hao's extremely aggressive eyes. She had been in this business for many years, and even with just one look, she knew what Wang Hao wanted to do to her. Wang Hao's boldness surprised Lin Fan. In the previous few times when he used eye contact and manipulated the interview, Lin Fan didn't say anything. Now he was even bolder, and it was obvious that he wanted to tell him that he wanted to take advantage of Shen Ziyan. You treat him, the general manager, as nothing, right? Shenzian bit her red lips and bowed to the judges. Thank you, judges. I will leave first. She did not accept Wang Hao's private chat. Even if this is the only chance. Wang Hao looked at this scene, his heart was filled with anger, his face changed slightly. He didn't expect that Shenzian was so ignorant and didn't give him any face at all. As long as he is happy, renewing the contract is just a matter of words. Wang Hao picked up the document on the table, which showed Shenzian's personal information and the number of times she had renewed her contract with the company during this period. This was not the first time she wanted to renew her contract with Dihao Entertainment. But the first few times I tried failed. Lin Fan looked at Shenzian's back and then glanced at Wang Hao, who was acting like a smug villain. By the way, these few people will be eliminated and the others will be signed. Lin Fan ticked each person's individual file and eliminated the rest. As for Shenzian's file, he kept it with him separately. Wang Hao looked at the candidates who should have advanced but were eliminated by Lin Fan. He felt indignant and asked, Director Lin, what does this mean? These people have great potential to become popular, why were they eliminated? These people were all those he had sexually exploited. If he didn't sign the contract, how would he explain to them? What do I do? It's none of your business. Lin Fan said calmly, without giving Wang Hao any face. He now has the second largest shareholding in the company, and except for the founder, no other director can control him. Besides, Lin Fan didn't believe that Wang Hao's father was the founder of Dihao Entertainment. To take a step back, even if he is really the founder, he has to give Lin Fan face first. Only then can we consider Wang Hao. Even if he is a director, Lin Fan, as a shareholder, can organize a shareholders' meeting to discuss the removal of the director. After all, 10% of the shares are here. As expected, as soon as Lin Fan said this, Wang Hao's face changed immediately. He thought Lin Fan was just going through the motions, but he didn't expect the result to be so unexpected. Okay, Director Lin, I will tell my dad about this. We will discuss this matter in detail at the next board meeting. Lin Fan was amused. Are you threatening me? Who do you think you are? Even if your father came, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like this, board of directors? Interesting. Lin Fan's mouth curved into an arc. By the way, Wang Hao, right? Go to the Human Resources Department to collect this month's salary and resign on your own. After saying this, he walked straight out of the interview room. Only Wang Hao with a livid face was left. Only then did Wang Hao suddenly realize that Lin Fan was not only a director, but also a general manager with real power. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Lin Fan walked out of the interview room, feeling particularly happy. This was the feeling of power. Chapter 73 Humble Shenzian. After the call was connected, Wang Hao was first scolded by his father. He had told Wang Hao a long time ago that he should not provoke the new CEO Lin easily before he got to know his temper. Just a few days later, Wang Hao provoked Lin Fan. And he didn't give this old man any face at all. This made him angry and furious. If it weren't for his identity, he would have to fight Lin Fan gang to the end. Wang Hao was silent for a while. He thought his father would speak up for him, but he unexpectedly scolded him. Only then did he realize that Lin Fan was not someone he could afford to offend. I was just blinded by anger. For a moment, he forgot Lin Fan's identity. Today's work is almost finished. Boss Lin, don't you want to have dinner with me and have a deeper discussion? Shang Xiaoqin took the initiative to invite him. Lin Fan smiled faintly and slapped Shang Xiaoqin's buttocks hard. Next time for sure. Shang Xiaoqin chuckled, then I'll have to look forward to it. End of the frivolous part. Shang Xiaoqin's face tensed up again and she got into a working attitude. Report to Lin Fan about the subsequent plan to make the internet celebrity famous. Basically, a group of amateurs come to the company for interviews every week, and this lasts for a month. Those who successfully interview today will have a second round of assessment, which basically involves posting some videos, pushing some streams, testing the effects, and then making a decision to see if she has potential and whether to sign a contract. But all these are things of the past. Lin Fan came to the company simply because he was bored and also because he saw Shenzian. Otherwise, he would be too lazy to come to the company and would be content with just lying down and collecting dividends every year. By the way, Mr. Lin, there is one more thing, which is this year's annual assessment. Shang Xiaoqin held the documents and said respectfully beside Lin Fan, in recent years, online videos have become popular. Some of our contracted internet celebrities are no longer satisfied with the status quo and are planning to pursue careers as entertainers. The higher-ups are also planning to screen stars during this annual assessment. They will select one or two of the most popular internet celebrities to be part of the star program. When will it start? Lin Fan asked. He was quite curious about this. It is expected that the details will be notified by the higher authorities by the end of this year. You will know it before me by then. Shang Xiaoqin replied. Okay, we'll talk about it later. When I'm not around, you can take over my duties temporarily. By the way, keep a close eye on Wang Hao. If he doesn't give me face, then he can't get by. When Lin Fan thought about what happened just now, he got a little angry. The son of a director dared to question him. Yes. Shang Xiaoqin had no right to interfere in such matters and could only agree to it. After all, both parties had backers, but she was also Lin Fan's secretary, so she knew what was more important. Come to the underground parking lot. Lin Fan came here today in a Porsche. Today is the weekend and there are no classes, so Xiao Ruoshi is resting at home. As soon as Lin Fan got into the car, an unexpected person knocked on the window. Shen Zian. Lin Fan was not actually surprised by her appearance, because the document had already stated that she had failed several interviews. Lin Fan? Shen Zian asked tentatively. She was afraid of recognizing the wrong person. It's me, what's going on? Lin Fan found it a little funny. A few years ago, Shen Zian acted like a princess in front of her, but now she humbled herself so much. What a big change. Can we talk? Shen Zian's eyes were a little red, obviously she had just cried not long ago. Okay, get in the car. Lin Fan didn't refuse. After getting in the car, Shen Zian took a deep breath and then said, Lin Fan, this contract renewal is very important to me. Can you help me? Although she was also very curious about why Lin Fan worked at Dihao Entertainment. At the same time, he was also curious about Lin Fan's recent years. Because in her eyes, Lin Fan's family is ordinary. But now, he has changed a lot. Not only does he drive a Porsche, but even his fashion sense has improved a lot. Lin Fan looked at Shen Zian and said calmly, how can I help you? Inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Shen Zian was obviously a little reserved. Lin Fan seemed very calm. I don't know. Shen Zian thought of a lot of things, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't say them no matter what. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and said calmly, I'm very curious. Wang Hao wanted to talk to you alone, but you refused. Why did you dare to take the initiative to talk to me in private? Do you think I'm a good person? Shen Zian lowered her head, her pretty face flushed with shame. Soon, she became firm, raised her head, looked at Lin Fan, and said, Lin Fan, because I believe you are a good person. I believe Jiang Na won't make a mistake. Lin Fan was somewhat moved, but that was all. He said, but Jiang Na and I have broken up. Separate? Shen Zian's face changed slightly. She had never expected that she didn't even have this news. Yes, it was not long ago, so your belief that I am a good person is just nonsense. Lin Fan chuckled. Then what do you want in exchange for helping me? I know I was wrong in the past. If you still hold a grudge against me, I apologize. If you don't accept it, I'll kneel down and apologize to you, okay? After saying this, she actually knelt on the seat. This contract renewal is really important to me. I haven't paid off my mortgage yet. I can't think of any other way except this one. Lin Fan, I beg you, I'll do whatever you want me to do, okay? Lin Fan did not respond, but took out the document and handed it to Shen Zian. The internet celebrity who has lost his reputation, blasted his fans, his data has dropped sharply, and his fans have been lost seriously. Tell me, which internet celebrity company would dare to sign you? You are basically a bad artist. Shen Zian bit her lip and said, I know. I have repented. I have posted many apology videos on the internet. I really know that I was wrong. No, Lin Fan shook his head, you don't know you're wrong. You're just starting to get scared. You see, your fans are constantly leaving, and you're starting to get scared. Lin Fan's words were like a needle that pierced Shen Zian's heart. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't. It seemed that Lin Fan's words hit the mark. Shen Zian choked up, I really have nowhere else to go. Lin Fan is not a heartless and ungrateful person. Tomorrow, come to the company for another interview. This time, I'll have my secretary review you individually. If you don't pass, there's nothing I can do. Lin Fan has already opened a back door for Shinzian. In the end, I softened my heart for Jiang Na's sake. Thank you, Lin Fan. Jiang Na felt relieved. Even if Lin Fan really asked her to do something excessive, she couldn't refuse. Rather than being humiliated by someone like Wang Hao, it was better to choose someone familiar. However, Lin Fan's changes seemed really huge. She had never seen this side of Lin Fan before. In the past, Lin Fan was weak and incompetent, and could only say sweet words to deceive girls. Lin Fan now is completely different, full of masculine charm. Chapter 74, Learned a New Dish. After a while. Are you not getting out of the car yet? Lin Fan was a little displeased. Shinzian mustered up her courage and said, Lin Fan, I'll treat you to a meal so I can thank you properly, okay? Don't refuse, please. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, Shinzian hurriedly added, it's nearby, not far away, and it won't take you too long. It's a private restaurant and the taste is very good. Lead the way. Lin Fan said calmly. Soon, the Porsche stopped at a private restaurant called Zhu Lin Xian. According to Shinzian, this is a membership-based private restaurant, and she happened to be a member here. After walking in, Lin Fan looked at the elegant decoration inside and couldn't help but be a little surprised. The surroundings were very quiet. There were quite a few people eating, but everyone was very quiet and talked in a low voice. After entering the box, Shinzian fixed her makeup, then she skillfully picked up a pot of tea and made tea for Lin Fan. Her movements were so skillful as if she had rehearsed them thousands of times. Lin Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Shinzian could make tea. After taking a look at the menu, it's okay to change your taste occasionally. Is it delicious? Shinzian asked. Lin Fan had a faint smile on his face. Well, it tastes good, much better than the mineral water I used to drink. Shinzian's face flushed instantly. She suddenly remembered that when she was in college, Jiang Na asked Lin Fan to buy milk tea and bring back 3 cups. At that time, Lin Fan's was a new flavor. She took it without even looking at it, took a sip, and casually threw it into the trash can. It was a scorching hot day and Lin Fan was too lazy to queue up, so he could only buy a glass of mineral water at the convenience store. This was also the beginning of Lin Fan's dislike for milk tea. I'm sorry. Shinzian apologized again. It's okay. After all, so many years have passed. I don't care about it anymore. Lin Fan said lightly. Shinzian wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Fan, order some food. He pushed the menu over. Shinzian was very familiar with this place, and ordered all the signature dishes here, steamed grouper, baked lobster with truffles, 30-year-old tangerine peel stew, and almost every dish was expensive. Lin Fan didn't care, because he wasn't the one paying for it anyway. Shinzian bit her lip and said, I know this meal may not be very good for you, but for me, this is the limit of what I can do. So? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. So I really want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Even if I fail the interview, I will only think that it is because I am not capable enough. At the same time, I apologize again for what I did before. Shinzian lowered her head and apologized sincerely. Don't mention the past anymore, it's all in the past. I'm not a narrow-minded person. I don't care about the past anymore. Besides, Jiang Na and I broke up a long time ago. Lin Fan said calmly. How did you break up? Shinzian raised her head and asked curiously. We broke up peacefully, no reason. Lin Fan did not intend to explain. Not long after, the waiter knocked on the door and came in to deliver the food. Shinzian regained some of her elegant demeanor. This was more like her. She was crying, which made Lin Fan feel a little strange. Lin Fan picked up a piece of grouper. The fish meat was very tender and melted in the mouth. The taste was really good. Lin Fan had eaten a lot of barbecue, hot pot, seafood, etc. recently, so it was really different to eat this kind of home-cooked meal. The atmosphere was silent for the rest of the dinner, and no one spoke. The two separated until the dinner was over. Lin Fan got into the car. Shinzian stood at the back and mumbled something. Lin Fan vaguely heard what seemed to be words of thanks. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Fan saw Shinzian still standing there, her skirt lifted by the evening breeze. The girl who was once as proud as a peacock now had only grievance on her beautiful face. After all, things and people have changed. Time will punish everyone. Return to the elegant mansion. Xiao Ruoshi was wearing a blue and white JK, sitting on the sofa, making handmade artwork, her slender legs wrapped in black and white, with delicate makeup. As for why she had to dress so beautifully at home, of course it was to please Lin Fan. Seeing the door open, Xiao Ruoshi stood up. Brother Lin Fan, you're back. Yeah. Lin Fan answered casually, looking at the various paper cranes and handmade artworks on the coffee table, and couldn't help asking, isn't there still a week left? Are you already preparing for that party you mentioned? Lin Fan only took a glance and concluded that Xiao Ruoshi was preparing for subsequent school activities. Yes, this is the club's mission. As the vice president of the club, I should prepare in advance. These are gifts for the students who will be performing on stage. Although they are a bit simple, don't underestimate the meaning of these gifts. I took the time to learn about them in the workshop a few days ago. Xiao Ruoshi said with a smile. At the same time, he did not forget to ask, Brother Lin Fan, have you eaten? I recently learned a new dish, do you want to try it? Sure, go ahead. Lin Fan did not reject Xiao Ruoshi's kindness. After all, he didn't eat much in Zulingshuan just now. Mainly because I don't have a big appetite. Half an hour later, Lin Fan was scrolling through his phone, watching Shoushou's live broadcast as usual. For the Guild PK, Zhou Qinger's live broadcasts became more and more frequent, and even the duration was getting longer and longer. Lin Fan bought a sports car, and after being thanked, Xiao Ruoshi was already standing in front of Lin Fan. Xiao Ruoshi's cheeks turned slightly red. She placed her hands in front of her and waved them about helplessly. When she saw Lin Fan saw her, she mustered up the courage, took Lin Fan's hand, and walked towards the kitchen. There were 3 dishes and a soup on the table, which looked good, comparable to the dishes at Zulingshuan, just in terms of appearance. Lin Fan picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. The taste was just so-so, not as good as what he had eaten before. When he raised his head, he met Xiao Ruoshi's expectant eyes. This was probably the new dish she mentioned. It's not easy for Xiao Ruoshi to cook at her age, so Lin Fan didn't want to criticize her and simply commented, it tastes good. The compliment on her pretty face made Xiao Ruoshi's beautiful eyes light up instantly. She helped Lin Fan serve soup while picking up dishes for him. The bow on her collar swayed with her movements. The meal was quickly finished, and Lin Fan sat on the sofa, eating some fruit while playing with the handmade artwork made by Xiao Ruoshi. Xiao Ruoshi rushed to clean up the dishes. Her skirt swayed in the wind as she busied around, revealing her absolute territory looming in the distance. Her black and white double evil spirits outlined an alluring angle at her knees. Lin Fan was furious when he saw this. He was very curious about who Xiao Ruoshi learned from during the time they lived together. She became more and more attractive recently. Compared to the initial social phobia and shyness, it has become a completely opposite personality. Chapter 75, Private Chat with Shoushou. Evening. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and did not forget to send a message to his secretary Shang Xiaoqin. Let her interview Shen Zian alone tomorrow. At the same time, he reminded them to thoroughly assess their abilities and not to use any backdoors because of him. Shang Xiaoqin, okay, Mr. Lin. The message ends with an OK panda emoticon, which means I understand. She has already been asked to interview Shen Zian individually. She certainly does her best. Shang Xiaoqin, Boss Lin hasn't slept yet? Lin Fan, it's almost time to go to bed. You should go to bed early too. You have to get up early for work tomorrow. Shang Xiaoqin, but I'm alone at home, feeling a little lonely, and there's no one around me. It would be nice if you, Mr. Lin, were by my side. The message ended with a photo of her in pajamas. Shang Xiaoqin, without makeup, was wearing pajamas and lying on her side on the bed. At first glance, she looked quite ordinary. But in fact, this pajamas is lace pajamas, almost transparent, and you can see almost anything you want to see. The most important thing is that Shang Xiaoqin was naked inside, as if she was not wearing anything. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile faintly after seeing this. His secretary is really bold. She actually dared to seduce him, her boss. Does that mean you are certain that he is a gentleman and would not do anything to his secretary? But she was wrong about Lin Fan. Lin Fan has decided that when he has some time in a few days, he will teach the secretary a lesson and make her understand her position. Lin Fan, go to bed early. Shang Xiaoqin on the other side was obviously disappointed when she saw Lin Fan's message, but she still replied, okay, Mr. Lin, I'll go to sleep first. Please contact me if you need anything. I can't help it. I'm your secretary. It's my duty to help my boss solve problems. But after sending this message, Lin Fan did not make any other responses. In the bedroom late at night, Shang Xiaoqin threw her cell phone aside in distress, turned over and buried her face in the pillow. The straps of her lace pajamas slipped off, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. She had done this. Lin Fan remained indifferent. She was almost beginning to doubt whether Lin Fan was no longer capable of that. Is it because the scale is not big enough? She looked down at her figure, then checked the photo she had just sent to Lin Fan. Every angle was just right, so there was no reason for the scale not being big enough. Lin Fan was still watching the video. It was almost 12 o'clock, and Shoujo was still broadcasting live, which he did not expect. Before, Skinny Week was only broadcast for a few hours and never past 10 o'clock, but now it has obviously changed. Just when he wanted to ask in Weixin, Shoujo had already seen Lin Fan enter the live broadcast room, and was welcoming Lin Fan with a smile. Welcome Brother July to Shoujo's live broadcast room. Brother July, do you want to see the complete outfit of Skinny Joe Baby today? I haven't shown it to other fans today. Lin Fan took the opportunity to glance at the number of people in the live broadcast room. It was as high as over 400 people, several times more than before. Zhou Qing'er was indeed one step closer to becoming an internet celebrity. Shoujo's words immediately caused a stir in the live broadcast room. The host is too partial. I have watched the show from the beginning till now, but I have not seen the host's outfit. Yes, the reason I became a fan of the anchor was because I wanted to see what he was wearing, but after watching for so long, I only saw him singing, not even dancing. You two freeloaders should shut up. July is the anchor's biggest sponsor. If you can spend money, the anchor will definitely welcome you warmly. Lin Fan sent a comment, okay, stand up and let me see. Seeing Lin Fan's comments, Shoujo smiled faintly, immediately understood, stood up, and stepped back until the camera could capture her entire body. She then stopped. She was wearing a lavender cheongsam today, with lace trim outlining her slender waistline. She smiled at the camera and turned around playfully, revealing her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings as her skirt fluttered. The barrage of comments instantly exploded and flooded the screen. Originally there were only a dozen comments per minute, but suddenly there were tens of thousands of comments. What everyone cares about most is the black stockings wrapped around the legs. Fuck. I can play with these legs for a year. Zhou Bao went crazy today. Father July, please accept my greeting. Lin Fan swiped 10 carnivals at once, and gorgeous special effects immediately floated on the screen. Shoujo covered his mouth in surprise, picked up the phone beside him, sent something, then pointed the phone at the camera and smiled. Thank you Brother July for the 10 huazi, I love you mua. Everyone in the live broadcast room was a little confused by this action. She leaned close to the camera and blew a kiss, and her neckline opened slightly because of the movement, revealing a delicate collarbone. Lin Fan opened WeChat and saw that Zhou Qing'er had sent him a message. The message was a video, not long, only 1 minute. Lin Fan clicked it and smiled meaningfully. This Zhou Qing'er is really good at having fun. She actually took photos of herself changing clothes in front of the full-length mirror and sent them to Lin Fan for his appreciation. It's really good. Lin Fan was still a little tired and wanted to sleep, but after watching this video, he didn't seem to want to sleep so much anymore. When Lin Fan returned to the live broadcast room, Shoujo calculated the time and said, Brother Chiyue, do you want to listen to some music? I just learned a new song. As she spoke, she had already picked up a guitar. Before July could speak, the barrage of comments exploded again. Many people are attracted by Zhou Qing'er's talents, including singing. Many people were also attracted by Zhou Qing'er's beauty, including those old guys. I want to listen. Zhou Bao's singing voice is the most beautiful. I always record it separately and play it on loop, just this one song. Zhou Bao's singing voice is super healing. The comments were so enthusiastic, but Lin Fan didn't say anything. He just listened to the song quietly. It was indeed good. Zhou Qing'er had a great voice. Although she sang a song originally sung by a male singer, she managed to bring out her own strengths in the song. Lin Fan exited the live broadcast room and prepared to watch some videos before going to sleep. At the same time, his cell phone rang. It was a message from Shoujo. Shoujo, Brother July, do you want to connect with me after the show? I have prepared a surprise for you. There is a photo at the end. In the photo, the girl is wearing a JK uniform, kneeling on the bed, with a golden bell hanging around her neck and two silver bells hanging around her ankles of her long and beautiful legs wearing white silk stockings. Shosho also sent a voice message. Brother July, although we can't meet this time, this live broadcast is more exciting than the previous one with the dress. I promise that Brother July will be satisfied.